A heavy mechanical footstep moves forward, the soldier holding a gun with his face fully covered. Just then, a lightning strike hits, unleashing a horde of monsters. The alert soldier starts shooting. The monsters keep transforming. His eyes widen as an explosion appears before him. This forces him to watch carefully. The soldier's eyes narrow with bloodshot veins, and immediately after, a bright light appears, followed by a dragon. It roared fiercely into the sky before rushing straight ahead. The soldier's eyes widened in panic as he hurriedly let go of his gun. When his whole body started to burn, Zoe cried out in pain and then woke up suddenly. Zoe held his head and cursed, "Damn it, that damn nightmare again." His hands ruffled his hair, but then he remembered that today, with an open space, was already the last day for recruitment. On the plane, there is a person named Lihon with a serious face, and information about him is being read out. Lihon is 10 years old, a kid who leads other orphan children. "That's impressive." The major pressed on. "Don't worry, we won't put you in jail." "Have you ever?" He started to ask, and upon hearing about a place called the Training Facility for Officers, Lihon seriously replied, "Oh, you mean the officers' training base? You say I'm a psychic?" That answer only makes the major more pleased. "Clever? I am not just an ordinary soldier. I am the savior of humanity, and I will not go hungry in those slums. I will have a better place to eat and sleep." Hearing that, Lihon became furious. "Am I only allowed to eat well? Your siblings must be treated the same way." The stern officer negotiated. "If you want to send her to evil, then take responsibility for them in everything. Food, clothing, shelter, and education." This made the major frown, and he could only agree. "Fine, I understand. I will take responsibility for your siblings and look after them. But don't forget the conditions." However, the major further stated that this would only be carried out if you stay at the evil camp as a false flag. "Do you understand what I am saying?" Lihon answered seriously. "Of course." Then he walks away alone. The plane is still in operation, and the door has already been opened. Lihon looked down, recalling the words he had heard, noting that there are ranks set for psychics, and obviously, he still hasn't reached the higher level. As he moved forward, Major Kang had warned that if he still thought about his brothers, he must survive at all costs. "In front of you is evil." Lihon's hand clenched tightly. The scream made you look over. Then came the shouting, "Go back to where you came from!" Mongao shouted loudly, crying like a child forced here. His hand clenched tightly. "It's because people like you get recruited that even I am looked down upon." The shouting continues, trash and insults flying, people around criticizing. "And what about you?" "How can you be so arrogant?" X-Mong replied coldly. "Fools, I am beginning to use my powers. My background is of course very different from yours." Then I explained, "I am a trained soldier and everyone is impressed. Those stones are the first time I've truly seen someone use telepathy. The stone is controlled by him. I don't know if they'll take you home if you become useless because of your injury. But this is not a place where someone like you can survive. X, the arrogant, declares that you will thank me someday. Then attack Kuro with it. Now get out of my sight." Lihon caught it. He looks at the stone and comments, "It's too slow. Wouldn't it be better if you threw it with your arm?" Zim irritably questions, "Who are you?" Lihon confidently replied, "Your moral teacher." The crowd grew even louder. "Fight, fight, teach her a lesson." But then someone appeared, and their shouting made them stop. Those two, Zuo slowly stepped forward. He growled out an order, and both of them responded to both of them. "Get out. Zuo is here to question you. What are both of your names?" Both of them answered in turn. Stop bothering Lihon. He continued to ask, "Do you think Simon, who has been trained, has already shown that he's dead?" Simon honestly says he has only just learned remote control skills. Lihon is confused and dead. "Did Ron punch your stomach? Your ass hurts so much you're crying out, and he's already scolding you for being arrogant?" Trash. Next is the person beside her, and then Lihon. "How about that?" Ron comments grimly. "I like the way you help the weak, even throwing a punch. But if you can't match Simong, you're even more worthless." Lihon was thrown back. "Everyone, listen carefully. Over the next 3 weeks, you will be transferred to the first year. If you cannot demonstrate remote control skills, you will be expelled." He painfully clutching his chest, Z continued to explain. "Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Yora Red. I am responsible for training these fools in trash to become psychic warriors, to fight against the dragons." He explained simply. "That's the end of the introduction. Run around the training ground until I say stop." The coach yells stop and immediately orders you to get your ass up. The training begins now, no stopping. If you stop, the students will be expelled immediately. Lihon runs calmly. "I'm too used to this kind of treatment. One by one, the others fall down." "I can't run any further," Zahn shouted angrily. "You useless fools, stop blocking others. Go home now for Ta." He points and orders. Both of them have been expelled. Lihon ran while thinking that she could endure such harsh things. But what she was worried about was her psychic ability. She instinctively looked at Zimong, wondering if she could do what he does. Then he wondered if he also had psychic abilities. Kuro's legs were about to give out, exhausted, his sweat-drenched face blank, and he collapsed. Zoe makes a terrible comment. "Go home and sleep." Kuro stammered and said, "I don't think I can." But then he was surprised, went further, and Zhao also remained silent. Lihon helps Kuro up. He still hasn't said he's giving up and smiles at him. "Is that right?" Kuro responds accordingly. Yes, Joss silently observes them. Lihon helps Kuro to the back. The game ends in the evening. That was also when the command was shouted. Loud! Lihon takes a deep breath. Everyone is exhausted. So, out of 73 people, only 40 remain. Zoe continues explaining. Today's training schedule is only this. Starting tomorrow, we will train seriously. During the training period, every morning we will begin with a run. Just like today, they all turned pale from surprise, but Lihon simply listened quietly. Time passes and the next day the training session begins, starting with a 5 a.m. morning run, then breakfast at 8 and a morning class at 9. Jay is the instructor. Imagine that inside the students' bodies there is a zone capable of generating psychic energy, which could be in the head, the heart, or even considered as the Dantian-like in martial arts. The most important thing is to identify that zone, and Lihon places his hand on his chest starting from the heart. Then at around 12:30, it's lunchtime. He carries his tray and chats with his friend. Kuro, let's eat together. Lihon observes Kuro. His name is Kuro. He is the first friend I made in my life. Then he gently said, enjoy your meal. At that moment, their eyes met again, and the man frowned in annoyance while Lihon also looked similarly. Kuro suddenly spoke, saying, his name is Del Simon. I heard he got a scholarship from you. Yeah, Lihon continued. No wonder. His nose isn't like others. And then added, even though he doesn't like me, it seems he can't do anything about it. I hope we can use the remote control skill within 3 weeks. Kuro hesitantly confessed. Hey, I can do remote control stuff. It surprised Lihon. Really? In the end, Kuro, you're the most interesting person. It seems I shouldn't worry about others anymore. Time keeps moving forward, with combat practice and running in the afternoon after classes. Then, we have dinner, maintain the routine, and take attendance. Finally, at 10 p.m., it's bedtime. The command is given, the lights go out, and Lihon tosses and turns, unable to sleep. He started to reflect, bathe, eat, and rest with a pillow and blanket. It's so much better than his previous life, so good that it's beyond comparison. But then I reminded myself, I want to go home. I can't. Not go back. I can't be this week. 2 weeks passed, a team member shouted, I did it. It's working. Lihon quietly observes that the number of children who can use remote control magic has increased significantly. He gradually feels helpless and wonders what he should do. Am I not talented at this? Kuro hesitated to explain. I see. I don't know any tricks like that, sorry. Lihon quickly made up his mind. There's only one person left he can ask. That's X-Mong mocking sarcastically. Look who's here. So what? He looks at you, Lihon. Lihon calmly asked, do you know why I came here? X-Mong nonchalantly admitted, yes, you came to ask about how to perform the skill, right? He continued with a sly look, but I think your head is a bit too high. I thought your country had rules and order, right? Lihon said with a look of discomfort, her pride no longer important, then obediently knelt down and pleaded, please teach me. XM looked at you, then closed his eyes again and asked, stand still, I will teach you. You're the one asking me how to do it. So don't complain about what I show, understand? Give me the pencil. Then he decisively acted, stabbing the pencil into Lihon's body. The boy was caught off guard. What? The plane is still flying, and Zoe is smoking by the window, muttering to himself, unable to believe the induction day has arrived. Time really flies. The door swings open, and Octo excitedly exclaims. Sergeant Red raises his voice. I know you're here. Ro replied indifferently. Yeah, it's been a while. Octo? Octo squints and reminds him. It smells bad. You can't smoke here. Sergeant, he questions. Why are you here? He sat down and said, since I arrived, I think we might be working together. What do you think about the rookies? Du comments seriously. Rookies are all fools. OC2 asked confusedly, what do you mean? Are you joking? He started explaining. At least 2 of them are usable. Octo repeats curiously. The 2 jaws express their opinions. I don't like its personality. But wearing a helmet isn't bad, and the kids' skills are better than those of the first-year students. Hearing that, Octo also agreed. If it were Simon, then maybe that dog is the last genius at the Royal Training Facility for Soldiers. Just like me, I really believe in that kid. Zuyu pondered for a moment, while the other in his mind remembered Lihon. The boy has loyalty and mental strength that far surpasses other recruits and has his own assessment. Although the boy is an ideal soldier, he understands that this is a place for exceptional people, not ordinary ones. If he cannot use any psychic abilities, then this place is not meant for him. Lihon Octo still looked on with anticipation. So what is that kid's name? He suddenly added, do you know what they call you? Zoe replied indifferently, I'm probably that bastard or something like that, right? Osito nodded affirmatively. That's right. As you all know, today you will be promoted to first year. Mong, focus and listen, but Z added. It's only for those who are ready to become sages. Kuro glanced at Lihon. Z continued. The basic skill of a psychic is energy gathering. The technique can be identified by the light in their eyes. Regardless of whether they can use remote control skills, anyone who can do this can stay. He pointed and asked those proficient in spiritual energy to gather over there, line up in front of that technician, then looked away. Anyone who can't do it, come here. Agents and helicopters will take you home immediately. This statement shocked Lihon. You see the familiar Lieutenant Kang. The command is given. Go now, hurry up. Kuro looks at you worriedly. Han Lihon gently closed his eyes, recalling how X-Mong had pierced into his hem. Han Lihon grimaced in pain before collapsing. Lihon lifts his hand to his shirt and asks, "So you're not trying to kill me?" X-Mong slowly explains, "Don't worry, I won't stab deep here. It will help you focus and feel it more easily." Lihon suddenly shows a surprised expression. Now that wound will be the path to Super Spirit. X. Mong continues to guide, explaining that this wound is absorbing psychic energy. But if you keep it in your chest for too long, you won't succeed. Lihon looks on admiringly, realizing that he has understood that his core is his heart. That guy shook his head and said, "I didn't want it. I was just covered in blood. I told myself that since that day, I was sure I started to feel it, but it seems like I always lose my psychic energy and feel more helpless." "So what should I do to show it out here, Z?" at this moment said to Lihon, reminding him that he is the last one. "Don't just stand there. Move quickly." Kuro watches anxiously. Lihon still stands in place. "Think, Lihon. Think, I have to do this. I can't go back." Zahn is gradually losing patience. This kid is starting to step forward. Everyone is afraid. Ron stops and reminds him that a soldier must always obey their superior's orders. Then, launch the attack without exception. Lihon grits his teeth and tells himself he has to do something. Think, what can I do here? His eyes widened as he stared at the pen. Ron's fist struck him square in the face. Lihon managed to get the pen, but couldn't think of anything. John looked at him in surprise. Huh? Hey, that's what Lihon told himself. If it's because the path isn't wide enough, and then he stabs himself. If the cause is the path, then he'll make it wider. Kuro and Simon look pale as Jaw grabs his collar and questions him. "What are you doing?" "You coward, you really want to die." The pen falls to the ground. Lihon cries but succeeds. Z carefully observes him. A few seconds later, he sighs and lets go. Then he turned and left, leaving one sentence behind. "I have never seen anyone as useless as you." Z paused after a few steps, slowly turned his head, then declared again, "But at least congratulations to Lihon." Lihon proudly reflects that he has finally reached the starting line as Kuro runs over worriedly. "Lihon, are you okay?" She smiled and replied, "I'm fine, this is nothing." "Octo, just to say something, this is your reward." "Here you go." Lihon looked at the watch in confusion. "This is me proudly explaining. This is a C's latest technological achievement. The guiding wristband device emits a notification sound confirming user verification. Lihon, the trainee soldier, has completed the user registration." You muttered in admiration. "Amazing." Octo also agrees and adds, "Right? If the kid wants to know what's going on," Z shouts from above. "Pay attention. The class assignment will be completed soon. Everyone, please focus on your own class after I mark you off the list." He begins to explain. The evil class is divided from A to D based on the abilities of the students. Lihon listens attentively. This mission will be the result of the 3 weeks of training we've just completed. But be aware that the students will be promoted and advanced in class as long as they have the skills. Z continues to assign students, with 25 remaining, congratulating them on this transfer. "From now on, all of you must remember I am a bastard." He added more, "But first I need to clear up this misunderstanding among the students." Oxtoe quietly thought to himself whether he had already taken the lead. Do seriously admitted, "I am not just a bastard, I am the worst bastard." Then I split the class into A with 1 person, X with the butt, and then Kuro with 4 people in B. He looked and read that 5 people would go with Sergeant and 5 people from Class C and 15 from Class D. Lihon silently thought upon hearing the result. "We don't care about Class D, we'll get promoted quickly." Z continues to assign these 20 people to Trainer W. Chen. Here, everyone was in awe. "He's so big. He looks even more intimidating than Sergeant Red. My name is W. Chen, the trainer. Things will get tough ahead, but let's rely on each other and do our best." The students all looked at each other in amazement. "He's so kind. It's like our hearts are being warmed." The command to move out has been given. "Go!" Simon glanced at Lihon, then brushed past him. Lihon saw something. Kuro's eyes were filled with tears, and he spoke to reassure him. "Don't worry. Kuro and I promise. I'll be there soon." W. Chen excitedly gestured, "Let's move to the gym now." They quickly moved, and the room was brightly lit as W. Chen began to give instructions. Everyone was amazed by his skillfulness. W. Chen stopped and spoke. They probably wonder why everyone is learning swordsmanship and halberds when they are fighting dragons, right? The reason is the telepathic device they will use. The lecture begins. Nothing on Earth can contain this kind of psychic energy, but the dragon's skin and bones contain and emit that telepathic energy. W. Chen explains in detail. Therefore, weapons made from dragons can also cause lethal damage to them. A follow-up question. So how did you catch the dragon without those weapons? W. Chen fell into deep thought. He slowly explained that at first, fighting without weapons, a single dragon had killed hundreds of psychers. Although there are cybers for attack and support at a distance, to deliver a fatal blow, we must use weapons at close range. They need to pierce the dragon's weak spot and release psychic energy. And the chess soldiers assigned to this mission are called strikers. Everyone admires them. Striker looks so cool. W. Chen points and gives a command. Now let's find the right weapon for today's small games. Take the small one if it's small.
Lihon from the neighborhood chose a weapon. W. Chen approached to chat and make it more exciting.
You nodded in agreement. Yes. The answer that pleases him. The wind you feel when you wield the spear is really cool and impressive. I also like its sound. Lihon. The judgment and strength she showed when facing Sergeant Red are nothing ordinary. I'm sure she has lived in an extremely brutal environment. W. Chen smiled thoughtfully, but it was also through that experience that she gained the skills to fight, then encouraged you to do your best. Lihon accepted the advice. Yes, W. Chen also made sure to add, I will also do my best to help him. He nodded, gripping his usual weapon tightly. 2 weeks quickly passed, and Lihon was participating in a sparring match, looking at the opponent seriously. Jose also looked back cautiously and commented that you looked tired. Jose, you can give up. The opponent just smiles. What did you just say? You're the one relaxing and trying to stall, then you continue to attack. You know what? Lihon easily dodged and even fought back. You managed to take Jose's weapon, and Lihon rushes to counterattack. Today is the second week of the first year. After Jose, the class president, I finally defeated all the students in Class D with a weapon that suits me. I lost. I've learned my lesson now, Jose continued. You probably already know, right? I'm about to move to Class C next week, so the class president position will be vacant. His suggestion is why I think you should be the next class president, and his words surprised Lihon. I can't do it if you don't want to. Then make a promise. Everyone will follow you. We've already discussed it among ourselves. Hearing that, you felt embarrassed again. Thanks, Jose and everyone. Deep down, I wonder if becoming class president will bring me closer to moving up to the next grade. Z irritably declares that he can't do it. This scene is too familiar. A debate breaks out. Sergeant Red, huh? That bastard? You know he's not one to joke around. I've also been beaten by him many times. Zoe is the topic this time, but that's not the worst part. Did he get into a fight? Who did he fight? Along with that, first-year student Lihon lit a cigarette. The other students supported this first year, wishing him good luck in fighting well. You idiot, what if the boy heard you? He doesn't even know who we are. He was just making a comment. Cowardly Lihon has entered combat mode. Did ZN ask if this little kid wanted to become class president before? You guys plan to give Class D to a kid so I can develop my powers externally. You really decided that even someone who can't master remote control skills is suitable? No one objects. Jay sighs and then speaks. They're fools, but there must be a reason why they place all their trust in him, right? Lihon was startled when Ron, who was breaking a broomstick, called his name and threw it at him. I heard that no one in this weapon arts class can match Tro. Prove your strength by fighting me, Lihon nervously responds. This will do, but the tip is too sharp. Jaw's gaze is intense. Is she worried that a rookie like me might hurt her? Lihon quickly denied. No. He has now taken off his coat, Lihon asks curiously in return. Are you planning to fight me hand-to-hand? Z directly admits. Of course not. Do you think I need weapons like that to fight a kid? The rule is simple. If you can make any part of your opponent's body, like their knee, touch the ground, you win. I have one more question. When would you be considered defeated? Zhao simply explains that all it takes is admitting defeat. Lihon responds with a smile. Then there's no way I will lose. You start to move and Zoe also begins to attack. Loud noises are ringing everywhere. What? Is he really fighting? That kid's not bad. If that's the case, how could he possibly fight the coach? Simon curiously stepped closer and then made a comment. The crazy guy. Lihon launches an attack. Keep dodging continuously. He's looking for an opening. Lihon jumps high. Z quickly raises his hand to catch. He easily caught him, then kneeled into Lihon's stomach and raised his leg, ready to stomp down. Lihon narrowly dodged. He stepped back, feeling a surge of surprise. He really intended to kill me. Keep trembling and show your true feelings. The dragon and its soldiers slaughter their enemies without hesitation, and he even promised he wouldn't hold back just because you're weak. And then she added that if she faced them directly, she would see how pathetic her current fear really was. Lihon then replied, Sergeant Red, your words are sharp and clear. Did you fight all day? Z is so hurt that it attacks. It seems like the game can go on now. He easily caught you. Lihon struggles to fight back but is still thrown away. He lands heavily and clutches his head in pain. Roigi suddenly surprised. Since when has she? The crowd grew even more excited. Come on, Lihon, break that teacher's high nose. Lihon charges again. Zoe here is thinking about whether he should review her movements a bit. He was caught off guard when the boy moved behind him and launched a quick attack. Jay kept dodging, silently noting that he was attacking with centripetal force and acceleration, so that's why Wei praised him. His face shows a look of amusement. I like this game. Lihon stepped back to observe Duang's movements, preparing for the final blow to face him. Lihon struck fiercely, grabbing a stick with a deadly look on his face, then reached out to choke him. A voice rings out. Why don't we finish the match right now? John, just surrender already. Lihon, even using his powers to make everyone worried, is a bit too much. Zoe, just ask for surrender again. If this continues, the game will be over. Lihon is determined to fight back, even if it means dying. I will not give up. W. Chen slips past the students. He shouted loudly. Sergeant Red then stepped into the fight. Stop right now. Are you really going to kill Lihon? Z comments with annoyance.
Damn it, that dog won't surrender and I won't lose either.
W. Chen helps Lihon up. What should we do now? He spoke in a deep, ominous tone. No, I'm too fed up with the way evil trains us. Zahn froze in surprise, then shouted loudly, "Shut up," and turned away. I will admit defeat, because I haven't received a surrender from him. I acknowledge that he has won. And don't forget, if you keep holding grudges like that, we won't be able to do anything. Simong suddenly stepped forward, having pushed past his limits and proven his true strength.
After he was healed and moved to Class B, on a clear morning in the corridor, a girl spoke up.
Class B? Z smiled and replied, yes, I plan to put him on the promotion list. She replied to him, I can't believe she was promoted from D to B. But still, will the superiors let it slide? Jay continued explaining. Actually, she has the ability to get into Class A, but the only obstacle is that dog's telepathy ability. The people beside him added that superiors always prioritize telepathy, but he irritably replied, those fools are wrong, and then began to give an example, saying what we need in the dragon hunt is not just magic like telepathy, but also a steel will to be able to aim weapons at the heart of fear. In that case, Lihon is fully capable of becoming the top strike out there. Missing out on someone with such talent just because she hasn't developed her telepathy yet would be truly shameful. Maybe the kid I choose could be the only one capable of saving the world. Who knows? The girl sighed and said, I've never seen you praise someone that highly before. Don't you hate Lihon? She gently corrects him. On the contrary, I like her more, and the other person responds, you really are a cruel person. Sergeant Red, now it's the 7th day in the hospital, and the girl standing in front of the ward asks, are you not coming in? What do you mean? She looked at the basket and asked what those things were. Wei Chen explained gently, just some snacks. She asked curiously, why didn't you go inside? He pointed and said, I probably shouldn't intrude anymore. Lihon was sitting on the bed, practicing controlling his powers, his eyes glowing as he focused. The person outside watching nervously, the light growing stronger, both of them excited and quickly feeling embarrassed. That kid has a really good concentration. You can go inside now. W. Chen finally stepped in and smiled, saying, it's been a while, hasn't it? Lihon, how are you? Lihon politely replies, Coach Wei, I am fine, thank you. Wei Chen puts the stuff down and says, I brought some snacks for you. Please accept this kind gesture. Thank you, sir. They started talking, so tomorrow I will be in Class B. I am very proud that you always practice remote control skills, Lihon honestly states. Yes, since your ability level is below average, I think you should practice remote control skills before returning. W. Chen smiled in praise. That's the right decision. No matter how well you perform with the weapon in class, you still need to be able to use some remote control skills like a chess piece. The battles of the chess pieces mostly take place in the air, so players need to recover their weapons if they drop them during combat. That was when he suddenly had an idea. The medical staff asked if you were planning to go out at this hour, and W. Chen scratched his head and assured them. Not long after, they moved outside. Lihon looked around curiously. Coach W, why are we at the gym? Yu Chen begins to explain. Lihon, looking at your progress in developing your telepathic abilities, the chance of awakening the dead is extremely low. Unlike how people can produce fire or teleport. He sincerely advises, it's best that you don't dream of being able to do something like that. Then he sets another challenge. Then how can you participate in the battle? Lihon was completely overwhelmed, and the answer was extremely simple. W. Chen reveals his ability, so he will focus on training his remote control skill to the limit, making it his ultimate weapon. He silently wonders, is reaching the limit of the remote control skill possible? Yu Chen explained as he moved that telepathy is like our muscles. The more we use and train it, the stronger it becomes. He stopped in front of you. The top rank in telepathy is nothing more than an illusion. Your generation has more potential than the teachers. And then he smiled encouragingly, so don't give up. Practice more, Lihon. Lihon confidently replied, yes, sir. He stomps his foot on the ground, then looks up at the board. Lihon takes a deep breath. You accidentally bump into someone else and look down. What? Who is this? And calls out your name, Lihon. Lihon was a bit surprised. You know me? He chuckled and explained, you're joking, right? Everyone in the class knows you. Anyway, welcome. I'm Dmitry Vladimirovich Pov, the class president of Class B.
Do I always have to call you that? Dmitry continued. I prefer you just call me Dmitry, and I hope we can be good friends, Han.
Then he flirted, saying, you came just in time. It's free martial arts class now. Follow me. They arrive at a room, with Mihi pointing ahead. Lihon silently reflects that martial arts are what he loves most. The exhausting training schedules in darkness, and the stress from lacking psychic abilities. You choose your weapon and also worry about when you might be expelled, staying alert. After all, this is the only place where I can release all my exhaustion.
Then I charge forward, releasing everything deep inside my heart. Dmitry was completely caught off guard.
When Lihon rushed in, the students were already beaten to a pulp. Lihon questioned them. Is this fun for you? You acted for Kuro, then spoke again, saying, Kuro's death was an extrasensory ability. And those guys are still on the ground. Do you really enjoy bullying the weak? Lihon directly warns, you should be glad there's no fight during training time. D-Dim Michichi mutters a comment beside him. He smiled, just as I thought, he makes me want to fight him right now. Kuro tiredly looked down at the ground as someone stepped forward. What are you doing, Kuro? Get up! So it's like someone else cut in front of me this turn. Please help me. They are making fun of him. All right, then it's my turn third. Help me. Kuro suddenly remembered Lihon. Lihon? Then I only saw the students turn around. Huh? What is that? They got beaten up by Lihon, and he looked visibly annoyed. Kuro was completely surprised. Is that real? When he saw Lihon, Lihon reached out his hand and wanted to call him over, but Lihon was talking about something else. Dimichi, is this how the B class learns martial arts freely? Kuro quickly withdrew his hand. Dimichi replied grimly that this is the brutal new way of training. My enemies won't spare their prey even when they're on the brink of death. He continued, saying that the strange one here is you, with your impulsive act of saving someone, which is full of malice and will only lead you to death. Lihon silently thought, I can't deny what he said. He clenched his fists and the person beside him continued speaking, but those three boys couldn't fight back against a kid. It's truly shameful. Those guys are embarrassed after being beaten, and he's challenging them in a certain way, so Lihon, show them what a real fight looks like. Lihon feels annoyed again, but this time he's confident. Dai rushes forward to attack. You struggle to block the attack and quickly calculate the direction. If I block it again, my weapon will break. Lihon decides to dodge. He aims for Dimichi's leg, and after he drops his guard, I'll make him lose his balance. Then he started swinging the stick directly at his leg. Lihon silently declared this would be the final blow as he aimed for Dimichi's face, just as his foot barely touched the ground and he almost dodged the spear. Dimichi closed the distance and struck Lihon's head with his own, causing him to fall backward. Lihon irritably asked back, Damn it, headbutt. We're just sparring, so don't joke around and remind me. Not only should you watch the way I move, but you also need to pay attention to my actions. I've been trained in Sambo since I was born. If I touch you then, I don't think your bones would even be able to heal. Lihon slowly stands up. Is that all? Are you really planning to catch the dragon with that Sambo move of yours? Go on, Michi. Keep mocking. I'll catch the dragon if it's necessary. Everyone around is cheering. Come on, Michi. Come on, the brave Siberian tiger. He responded enthusiastically. Forget the kid part, you bastards. Remember this face. An exchange takes place. You're only 12 years old, so get ready for the temptation. Lihon was surprised. Those kids, those harsh words. But it seems they all mean no harm. Dimichi still laughs and jokes with these students. Lihon quietly observes that Dimichi has some really close friends by her side. Kuro, you're annoying me. A reminder sounded. Don't lose focus. Hanichi rushes forward to attack. I didn't mean to go this far. He's about to deliver the final blow. Dimichi angrily rushes forward, driving his spear into the ground. Lihon raises his foot, pondering. But this is the end. Daichi was caught off guard. He spun in midair before striking down, leaving everyone in shock. Both weapons broke, and he has always aimed at his own weapon. Lihon kept wondering why Dimichi's hand didn't strike. He grabs Lihon's whole body. Probably, you don't want me to break your arm, right? The crowd cheers loudly. The shouts echoed one after another. Michi, go Michi, go Michi. If you have the guts, do it. Lihon challenges him. You don't have the guts. Everyone froze in place. Lihon looked pained. Come on, Michi. Sit up slowly, he said grimly. That's why I told you to surrender. You cheat. Kuro is trembling with fear, and Ichiji continues. Even if you don't want to, honestly, you're very commendable. Even though I broke your arm, you didn't make a sound. And Lihon stood up. Someone take her to the infirmary for a surprise attack. Lihon looked down at Michi. Those who fought you before must have been crying out in pain just from breaking a single arm. He has already been lying on the ground. You keep challenging him. Get up and continue the fight. But your cries grew quieter. Keep going. When he saw his opponent was unconscious, Chimichi woke up after a while, sat up from the bed. A notification sound sounded nearby, and the video message being played back was sent. Major Kang is the one who called. Excellent. You have exceeded my expectations. Lihon, thanks to you, the children are living very well. He promised to message you next time. Lihon looks at her siblings. That's all. Hello there. I'm very pleased. The kids are still fine. They've also gained weight. Then ask the person next to you. You're awake? Michi, please help me close this. Michi obediently follows along. Why should I turn off this picture for you when he's just being rude and swearing? Lihon nonchalantly explains. You broke my arm? Maichi snorted in response. That damn dog hit me on the head. It's always from behind. You just said it's the price you pay for your carelessness. I don't remember. That's just how we do things at the club. You showed me that. Completely speechless. Lihon continued to speak. I was really furious that day. You spoke sincerely, but I didn't take it to heart or want to blame you at all. I smiled and replied, me too. But next time, let's compete in a real contest. Lihon sadly continued, I think I made a mistake with Kuru that day. I understand why you think that, but you could die in second year if you keep using it. That statement confused Lihon. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? They walk away and he asks curiously about what happened. Where are you suddenly taking me? Didi replied vaguely. You should see it for yourself rather than just hearing it from me. Emergency room. Dichi continued explaining. This is a place where every life can be saved as long as the patient is still breathing. Someone is pushed inside, and Lihon quickly moves aside, silently wondering, what's wrong with him? Dichi looks on and asks, can you guess how they were trained? But besides that, isn't that senior also around our age? The guy who just went inside is indeed tall, but he seems to be bigger, like his trainer. Grooming his head in thought, he said, before revealing the truth, when you were in your second year, you started using drugs. That surprised Lihon. Your physical growth will accelerate rapidly, and you'll become an adult, huh? He chuckled and reminded me, don't tell me you've forgotten. We have to fight the dragon in the next 3 years and keep training. They won't wait for us to grow up. I didn't expect to hear that from the crowd. Not bad. Dim Michichi was caught off guard, huh? Lihon states that he has always wanted to grow up quickly because only then can he survive. I have always had to fight against adults and stand my ground before them. A fist aimed at you, Lihon was pushed away by a group of adults. They kept fighting him before leaving with a bag. Lihon spoke again. I don't need a happy childhood. The most important thing is that I have to survive. Ichichi takes a deep breath. Truly the iron spirit of a fierce warrior. You nod and say, I understand what you mean. Let's go back. Zay reveals the plan. Today the team will conduct a mock battle that mimics a real fight. He clarified a lot of things. All you need to do is act accurately as you've been trained. We will depart at 4:30 p.m. But first, finish the gear up. Didi excitedly comments that it seems like they'll be parachuting training during the trip. Don't tell me you already remember the hospital bed. Lihon smiled in response. You check out the gear they handed out. This bag is full of food inside. Then make a guess. Maybe it's not just a parachuting practice after all. He keeps looking around. Have a few fools already forgotten their mission? Did he see something? Look at that, Lihon, that guy. Then he points towards Simong. That guy. His face shows a look of amusement. He is the last genius you have, right? I am really eager to face him. Lihon, feeling discouraged, reminded him, this is skydiving, buddy. Simong looked over and wondered when he saw Demichi. What's wrong with that guy? Lihon looked at Kuro with guilt in his heart. Ja urged, don't dawdle, get on the helicopter. The students hurriedly moved and boarded the planes. Under Z's supervision, many aircraft took off. I'm coming too, Z muttered to himself. This is the last time those kids will be able to laugh. A hand reaching out to Lihon. That was the first thing that came to my mind, and you appeared immediately. Kuro's memories come flooding back, but no matter how long I wait now, I can't see you. He remembers Lihon. So this time you really didn't come? And then tears started to fall. Kuro is stuck in a tree. And speaking of a moment ago, the planes are flying. A question is asked, where are we now? The evil headquarters looks so small. An explanation echoes, revealing that they are on a deserted island. This is both their destination and the setting for the survival training. Zoe calmly added supplies to the students' backpacks, enough for the next 2 days, while everyone else would have to fend for themselves. They were all confused. Why was this now a survival training? And about the 2 days on the deserted island, go ahead and sneer as you comment. It's a camping activity, it's going to be really fun soon. Zoe continues explaining, the trainer's information surprises everyone, and they'll come back to pick up the kids in a week, so try to survive. By then, they rescued one more person. Du turned around and asked, is this the last kid? A quick answer was given. Yes, I think there are no more pathetic kids left. He continued to ask, are the kids dispersed yet? The other quickly reported everything as planned, but 7 of them gathered and formed a team. Ja pointed out that even though they are children, they are not as innocent as we think. The kids are all grown up, and if something gets out of control, the strong will dominate, and instead of starving together, they will definitely choose to steal from each other. A fat guy sneered, thanks for the food. I'll enjoy this heap to the fullest. They started dividing everything up. This fool hasn't touched a thing yet. The fat guy waved his hand to signal. That guy, we still need to leave some for the captain. Come here and look. Stay silent and observe. The next thing that was heard was a curse. These fools. He kept cursing nonstop. I told you to gather as much food as possible before dark so the frustration would show on your face. You think I gathered you all just to share food? Keep talking. We have to move together and take from others so that no one can look down on us anymore. That fat kid enthusiastically agreed. That's right. They stick together no matter if it's Demichi or Lihon. I will fight them all. Wearing a mask means nothing. The base notes comment. Probably. He turned around when he heard a noise in the forest, and everyone understood. Yes, it will be the next prey. A figure approaches from the sea. Lihon muttered to himself. I've wasted a lot of time. You've been surveying the area since you fell into the sea, and now you quickly realize this spot is too obvious. Lihon carefully considers and decides he needs to find a hiding place first. Then he entered the forest, and for those who had never experienced hunger, he walked while panting. The 2-day supply of food would not be enough for them. Lihon wonders if, when pushed to the brink, they might resort to exploiting others. I wonder if someone like Mong has ever felt hunger. Simong is standing still over here, looking over there and questioning. Who are you to keep following me like this? Third brother replied excitedly. You're the genius, right? Fight me in a match then. Mong looks serious, then turns and walks away. I don't want to waste my energy. Demichi quickly calls after him. Wait. He desperately tries to explain, calmly saying, I mean no harm or anything. I just want to have a fight with you once, X-Mon quietly comments. Is he having problems? Go, Michi, change the plan. All right, of course not. It's too sudden, isn't it? We still have plenty of time, so once we get closer, I won't have to worry about it. He's really annoying. The sky is quickly turning evening, and people's voices are starting to be heard. He's just around here. She sneers sarcastically. They found out I was hanging. Help me, please. Why does this guy look like he belongs hanging from a tree? Then he calmly took the bag and stole your belongings. Thanks, buddy Kuro. Come on, you can do it, Kuro awkwardly encourages. Wait, if you take that bag, can you help me get out of here? But they sarcastically replied, if you weren't stuck in the tree, you'd probably have been beaten to a pulp before being robbed. Just consider yourself lucky, stay calm, and wait for the trainer to come and help. They will walk away laughing, and you won't die even if you're left starving for a week. Probably, and it's going to rain soon so you won't die of thirst either. Really? Why do you keep adding probably at the end? Kuru's tears kept falling. It's just too much. He doesn't know what to do except cry and remember the sarcastic words. Stop crying, it's disgusting. Kuro quietly wondered if he had done something wrong. Everyone looked down on him. Huh? Your crying is bothering me. Shut up, Kuro keeps asking himself. Why? No one would cry just because of something like that. I can't cry even when I want to. Then I start to sob. The sound of crying echoes through the forest. Kuro quickly grows tired. His eyes were vacant, showing no concern for anything around him. Kuro started to see hallucinations. He faintly calls out, Lihon. The figure rushes forward, but Kuro doesn't respond, closing his eyes tightly. The figure remains there for a moment before vanishing quickly and the space falls into silence. Until the noise rang out, Lihon truly appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, what is going on? Lihon finished setting up the tent. Kuro also just woke up and looked outside, as Lihon smiled and said, Are you awake? Kuro replied awkwardly. Lihon, you start explaining, this is our breakfast. I also say, I couldn't find your bag anywhere, so you can eat with me. Kuro hesitated as he took it, the food barely enough for one person. I don't want to be a burden to him at all. He ate while crying. I should have said that, but I was really too hungry. Thank you so much. Kuro, this idiot is truly despicable and keeps whining. Thank you very much. Lihon gently suggests we go look for water together after we finish eating. The surveillance devices are flying everywhere, transmitting images back to Dawn. Osito reminds from outside. Sir Sergeant, this is a no-smoking area, he replied gruffly. Shut up! He chuckled and continued. Don't try to act cool and turn off the power yourself. Is there an interesting kid? Zuo pointed at the screen. One of them has already gone crazy. Look at this kid, Clue muttered excitedly. A week on a deserted island? That's funny. I just need to survive, right? Cluter Norway makes a bend and returns. Lihon tries the water and then comments that there is no problem with it. You can drink it, drink as much as you can, and remember to stock up on water too. They move around, making it hard to travel during the day. Let's go back to the hiding spot. Lihon quietly calculates that we need enough food supplies for 2 people to survive here. You look around, while Kuro seems to be acting strange. What can I find on this island? I can't even see any coconut trees. Is that why everyone is looting? He hurriedly stopped him. Lihon stops. She then pauses, her foot accidentally stepping on a branch. Both of them look down at the pit, which was a trap. It wouldn't hurt them, but it would leave them stuck for a few days. Lihon asked curiously, how did you know that? Kuro hesitated, and his explanation made Lihon confused. You said it can see, really? Kuro was even more confused, so he lost control of his words. I should say it's sizzle sizzle like the sound of fried insects. Lihon quietly considers, based on Kuro's personality, it doesn't imply anything. He truly saw it and is starting to realize that enlightenment trait might be the ability to predict the future. It is a very rare and superior skill. Walking and resting in this harsh situation on the deserted island, could it be the catalyst for Lihon's secret calculations? This survival training seems like a good opportunity for Kuro to prove himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, as they lift the cloth, how do you think the two of them are doing? While observing and commenting, I don't see any bags. I think they took them with them. The fat guy excitedly suggests, do you want me to crush them? But they refused. They didn't leave completely. They will come back, maybe to find water or something. He finalized the plan, come back later to catch them. While they rest, Kuro breathes through his mouth as he continues, finally arriving at the destination. He looks exhausted. I just want to lie down as soon as possible. Lihon is fine. All right, let's go inside. But you're stopping me. Wait a moment. Kuro Lihon notes that someone has come here and left. He recalls what he did, leaving the mark in front of the door and linking it to the reality that has fallen apart. They turn to look and see 2 sets of footprints near the tent, with many more footprints further away. Lihon concludes that we are likely to be robbed if they move as a group, so let's pack up and leave. Kuro just nodded and said, I understand. They continued moving as the sun began to set. Lihon muttered to himself, we need to find a suitable place to rest before nightfall. He continued to ask, Kuro, do you see any good spots? Kuro was quietly thinking that he suddenly felt strange, as if his eyes were closing. Lihon also sensed something was wrong. Kuro, Kuro. He's glowing all over and his eyes are white as a shadow of a panther appears. Lihon panics and it rushes to attack him. Kuro immediately pushes Lihon away, creating space between them. Just in time, the tiger charges, catching Lihon completely off guard. The panther looked at you, and Lihon grimaced, thinking, damn it, my weapon. But the panther suddenly froze. Before it could roar, Lihon closed his eyes and braced himself, but the fire appeared. The attacked panther hurriedly ran away. Rose was the one who attacked. Are you okay? Lihon was completely surprised. Jose Rose appears from within the flames, calling out Lihon's name loudly to find him. Lihon looked over and also exclaimed in surprise. Rose ran inside panting and asked about Han's condition. Is that Kuro over there? Lai looked at the bandage on Jose's leg with alarm, pointing at the wound and asking worriedly about his leg. Jose looked down and muttered, this one. If you pay attention, Jose's stance is already a bit shaky. He explained that those damn bastards set a trap and now I can barely stand. Jose slumped down and sighed, saying, I'm glad I ran into both of you. Kuro was very worried after hearing all this. If it was a trap, we saw one earlier too. Lihon responded more calmly. It must be the work of the same group. Rose chuckled and raised her hand to ask everyone, so there are also thieves here? And I don't even have any supplies to steal. Lihon found it hard to believe and wanted to confirm. What? Why is that? Jose happily pats his stomach and says, I ate first right after my leg got like this before someone stole it from me. Seeing Jose like this, he helplessly thought to himself, is he still always so naive? The guys then decided to look for a hiding spot, and that evening, outside the youth group's campsite, they sat and gazed into the distance, reminiscing about the previous incident. When given the mission, he nervously asked, what should I do? The man tried to persuade him. Just now, when you entered the airport, the sensor activated, indicating you have psychic abilities. He wants the participants to believe this is a good opportunity. Please sign up for evil, but there are still a few things he's concerned about right now. But Dad, what about the movie you're still filming? The man grew impatient, squeezing his son's shoulder hard and almost shouting, Kahen, if you can become a king, you won't have to act like this anymore and gain fame and wealth beyond measure. His face was cruel when he spoke of his own ambitions. After the war ended, San, the country's army, you could become a legendary figure who commands everyone. They watched as their father left and left them with the unavoidable tasks. They looked in that direction, cursing, damn it, at the training ground, watching a friend practicing punching, and they sarcastically mocked him with confusion. You still have a lot of energy to waste, huh? When Dimichi turned around, he saw that Ka was sitting leisurely eating a chocolate bar. We're running out of food, you know. He asked Dimichi, who was turning away, how he planned to endure the remaining 5 days. I have a physique type. He excitedly told them that if they wanted to become elite fighters, they had to train at this level. But he pouted and scolded. You idiot! You should fight with your spiritual power. After hearing that, Dimichi felt incredibly incredulous. After a moment, he regained his composure, covering his face and saying, I miss you so much, Lihon. Is he the only one who can duel with me? Lihon, you fought against Lihon before? Daiichi looked at this expression and thought happily, you got him, thank you, Lihon. Thanks to you, he agreed to fight me. In another part of the training area, Lihon had woken up and cheerfully spoke up. Good morning, everyone. Everyone is lighting a fire inside the cave. Kuro spoke softly, saying stay together until the training is over. Lihon pointed to himself and the friend beside him to assign tasks. Kudo and I will go find some firewood and food. Jose, since you're injured, stay in the hiding spot. It's nothing. Thanks to your fire-starting ability, we have an advantage in this survival training. You and Kuro went outside, and the two of you kept talking about having fire. Lihon looked at the lake and thought it meant we could cook some of these things. But do you know how to fish? We don't have any equipment. Lihon smiled and called out to Kuro. He smiled warmly at him and said, thank you. Kuro was very surprised and didn't quite understand. He nervously asked, what for? Lihon sincerely expressed that he saved me in a critical moment yesterday and also found a safe cave. I think helping you is the best thing I can do. But I realized I can't go on like this anymore. Since he was honest with Kuro, I couldn't find a solution. Then Lihon turned to point at Kuro and confirmed, I was completely convinced when we landed here. You are a spiritual genius. He seriously analyzed Kuro's strengths so he could understand better. He has the power to defend himself, even to save me. We can get through this if we rely on each other, and in the end, Lihon confirms to Kuro that because we are friends. Hearing Lihon say that, Kuro felt both happy and sad. He remembered his own life as an anonymous orphan in Japan. The name was given because of its skin color, Kuro. The sounds of insults kept echoing in his mind since he was a child. Crybaby, stop crying, useless idiot, you're a failure. They both cry together, the child who was hurt that year and the Kuro of today. He was so happy to tell himself that he had a trusted friend. Lihon spoke up to lift the group's spirits. That's incredible. It's even more amazing than I imagined. The thing we need to do is for both of us to look down at the surface of the lake. Kuro is now full of confidence to do the job. He uses his psychic power to transmit it into the water. Kuro is excited, thinking he can see. He is amazed, thinking he can see the positions of the fish. Lihon observes Kuro's movements and his expressions. Kuro is a genius who can use telepathy from the very first day. If we combine close prediction with telepathy, we can easily catch fish without any equipment. Suddenly, Kuro shouted loudly, and at that moment he made a precise strike that sent the fish flying out of the water. Lihon cheered excitedly. "We did it, Kuro!" Both of their baskets were soon filled with big and small fish, marking the third day of survival training. Lihon, holding a basket of fish, turned to ask Kuro, "Your performance today was excellent. You caught 8 fish. Very impressive." Kuro smiled happily and replied, "I think I'm starting to get used to it." Kuro suddenly remembered something and told Lihon that Jose would be very happy. He just smirked and teased, saying, "That demon, his scaling skills have also improved." "Kuro, wait here suddenly." There was a big tremor around both of them, slightly crouched down, covering their heads. Lihon was startled. He sensed something was wrong and quickly moved along the mountainside. Lihon turned around to give Kuro some fish and said, "Kuro, wait here." Then he headed back toward the cave where their group was hiding. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, Lihon anxiously wondered what was happening. He stopped to catch his breath and looked down to see that his friend was in trouble. Dichi throws the wooden sword to them and tells them to catch it. They catch it and then complain about him. "You think this is aerial training? And you're carrying 2 weapons at the same time." Dimichi, exhausted, reminds his friend that he's been thinking about using dual swords to look cool lately. But that's not the issue.
But why do you agree to spar even when I'm so excited that I can't contain myself? And the calm response to this question makes Dmitry worry after hearing it.
If you are truly fighting fairly with Lion, then you must be Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov. Class B captain, right? He pointed his wooden sword forward and added more. "I heard you were recommended to Class A, so I'll personally check if you're worthy." When Dmitry heard this reply, he smiled happily and said, "I like you." Both sides, each wielding a wooden sword, they rush at each other to start. Despite their lack of expertise, his movements are so skillful that even Didi feels challenged and scolds him inwardly. Damn it, if he suddenly stops, Dmitry will seize the opportunity to strike. But this chance can be easily avoided by the others, delivering a fatal blow to Dmitry. "Are you done?" Dmitry clenched his teeth and asked back to Kak. "You don't think so, do you?" Dmitry charged forward with a straight punch that hit Kak, forcing him to step back. Dmitry takes the opportunity to launch a relentless attack, thinking that if you retreat, I will have the advantage. Dmitry is really using a relentless attack strategy to catch Kak off guard. He clenches his teeth in frustration, and if this situation continues, it will truly be dangerous. Dimichi swung a strike at Kak's side, but Kak quickly dodged. Kak was truly furious and glared at Dmitry. "Killer, I should have been more careful behind me." A minute later, he was forced to retreat a short distance. Tada took the opportunity to charge straight at Dmitry with the wooden sword, but he was no ordinary opponent. Dmitry hunched his body, dodging the attack smoothly. Both of them were caught off guard by how things unfolded and looked a bit panicked. Dmitry spun around and kicked the wooden sword out of his hand, then spun again to regain his defensive stance. Seizing the opportunity, Dmitry charged forward shouting, "It's over!" He raised his sword to deliver the final blow, but unaware of what was happening behind him, Dmitry froze, unable to move. They were ready to face the attack, but were stunned and opened their eyes in surprise. They looked blankly towards Dmitry's direction. There is a wooden sword on Dmitry's back, but I don't know where it came from or who made it. Vu, brushing his hair back, speaks, "Sorry, if this were a training match, you would have won, but as I said, we are on the wrong side." They look up at the sky in deep thought. Is Lihon stronger than this guy? In the cave, Lihon holds Jose's head, calling out to him in panic. "Jose, wake up, Jose!" At this moment, Joss's body begins to react. He mutters and opens his weak eyes to inform Lihon, "I'm not dead, Lihon. Stop shouting." After a while, when all 3 of us were inside the cave, Kuro also returned. "Who did this to you?" Jose leaned his cheek on his hand and thought for a moment. He recounted that Ken's and his group had 7 members. Jose became alarmed, his voice trembling as he recounted. "They took all our supplies. But they will come back. We better move somewhere safe." Lihon gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "No, you sound cold now, but I won't be so kind as to let those bastards who hurt my friend go unpunished." Jose heard Lihon's words, and in his heart, the words amigo, friends, echoed. The 3 of them set out together. Kuro carries his belongings while Lihon supports Kuro Leduong. For now, just find another hiding spot and let them occupy this one for the time being. Lihon and the others have secretly made a mental plan. We will attack them when the sun sets. That evening, Lihon and Kuro surveyed the surrounding terrain, silently noting that their enemies were using our cave as a hideout just as planned. Lihon smiled playfully and teased Kuro. "Kuro, start whenever you're ready." He smiled and replied, "Yeah, the guards at the cave entrance are gossiping loudly. I can't do it alone, but together we can take down those bastards." Kuro pursed his lips, contemplating his companion. "Lihon is the only friend I trust. I focus my spiritual power to help Lihon, and I will never let him down." Countless stones controlled by Kuro fly to attack the enemies outside, hitting them painfully and making them scream. "What is that?" They panic and shout to each other. They launched an attack and ordered the others to go outside. The guards outside were hit in the knees by 2 stones and cried out in pain. "Damn it, They rush out with weapons, shouting and shouting at each other. Over there, those guys are throwing stones while running and dodging. Kuro from afar could already observe. I can predict your trajectories. The stones hit the younger brothers' bodies again with precision, and they shouted out, "Damn it, I can't see anything because it's too dark." At this moment, Lihon charges forward to ambush them. He aims precisely at each one, taking them down one by one, causing them to fall. One of them falls right in front of them, unable to stay calm after witnessing this scene.
The steps forward to face Lihon, who is fighting others outside. Lihon raises his wooden sword, ready to confront Kak.
Lihon raises the wooden sword high, aiming at the most dangerous opponent. Kak, furious, looks at his rival Lihon, wiping the blood from his face and assessing him carefully. Did he really take down 6 people by himself? No, that's impossible. Seeing through Lihon's formation, she asked bluntly, "You're not coming alone. Who's the other person?" Lihon loudly called out for Kuro behind the trees. "You're free now. Kuro, I can handle this myself. Are you so angry that your face is distorted? Did we get defeated by 2 weaklings?" One of them was even a Kuro. Lihon gritted his teeth and was the first to accuse them of their crimes. "We came here to avenge Jose. This isn't just some ordinary fight, so don't even dream about it. I won't hold back with you." They lose patience and draw their wooden swords, shouting and charging at Lihon, who then swings his stick to hit them, and making them stumble and turn their faces aside. Lihon is also ready. You can try. They shouted and rushed toward Lihon. Lihon swung the stick, hitting them and making their face tilt to one side in pain. Kak stepped back a safe distance before rushing forward to strike back at Lihon with his stick. Damn it, but the one who took the fatal blow was them, and their anger was greater than the pain. Teeth clenched with hatred, Lihon calmly walks past with the sword and asks teasingly, "Does it hurt?" He turns to sincerely advise them, "Just hold on. This is only the beginning." Kak turned back and shouted at Lihon, "Stop pretending," and immediately started attacking him non-stop. The sword of Kak rang out into the sky, and he collapsed face down on the ground, writhing in pain. Kak coughed up blood as he struggled to sit up, wondering to himself, "This can't be. How strong is Lihon really?" Lihon looked at him and angrily questioned, "Jose is injured. You had to beat him to that extent to accept it?" You walk over to Kak, who is supporting himself with his hands and sitting up. "Don't think you can look down on me." He picks up a handful of dirt from the ground. You sneer in anger. "How dare you look down on me?" "I think about my own fame. I am both a genius and a famous actor from Germany. My father used his reputation to achieve his political goals and gained a lot in the process." I remember his sinister face, but that still wasn't enough to satisfy his greed. My father excitedly declared, "If you become the pawn, the whole city will be ours. You must move forward. Even if it means hurting others, we stand up and mutter, 'I won't let things stay like this.'" He throws the handful of sand at Lihon and shouts, "Stop your actions right now, you bastard!" The sand gets into Lihon's eyes, causing him to wince in pain, and Kuro immediately rushes forward to punch him square in the face. Seeing that, Kuro ran over and shouted worriedly for Lihon. At this moment, C was grabbing Lihon by the collar and looked up directly at Kuro. He grits his teeth and threatens, "Don't come near me!" Kuro, terrified, stops, then repeatedly punches Lihon in the stomach. Kuro, seeing this, was terrified and trembling all over. After a moment, C released Lihon, who immediately collapsed to the ground in pain. Then, Kuro saw him grabbing the sword. He clenched the sword with both hands and gritted his teeth, muttering, "I won't let anyone pass me again." Suddenly, a blue light shot towards him. The blue light surrounded the stone and disappeared. He blocks the stone with his hand, causing it to fall, and glares at Kuro with clenched teeth. Kuro uses his ability, shouting not to touch Lihon. They step forward, glaring at him, then question him. "Are you trying to climb all over me now?" Kuro, hearing this, quickly deactivates his ability in fear. He grabbed Kuro's collar and contemptuously said, "I never liked you from the start. How can a weakling like you stay here?" He continued, "A lowly bastard like you should have been kicked out long ago." However, Lihon had been standing behind him all along. He clenched his fist and punched them directly in the face, causing them to fall down. His face slammed straight onto the ground. Lihon angrily questioned, "Do you think you're more useful than others? Stop always hiding behind your friends and trusting them. Think about everyone and declare Del Simon, Demichi, Jose, and Kuro too. Everyone is better than you. No one is left behind." He trembled as he looked up, terrified and stepping back. Lihon stepped forward, sword in hand, questioning. "This mountain is tall, but there are higher mountains beyond." "What can you do?" he shouted loudly. "You're nothing." Kak trembled in fear as he looked at Lihon. He clenched his teeth, stabbed his sword into the ground, then looked at Kak and smirked, the sword piercing just beside Kak's head. Lihon puts down his sword, walking away and saying, "Everyone has a reason to become talented. If you want to keep moving forward, find another way. If you touch my friend again, I won't forgive you like today." Kak is on the ground, and he sadly laughs, thinking, "Dad, I never wanted to become a failure from the start." He looked up at the night sky and sneered. Later, a new announcement was made that Kens had voluntarily withdrawn from the competition. L was helped back to the gathering point by Kuro. Joss saw him and smiled. Then the group went fishing together to continue surviving on the island. The last 3 days on the deserted island had come to an end. A series of helicopters flew overhead, and someone looked up and shouted, "Rescue helicopters are here!" Jose sighed and said, I don't want to go through this again. Lihon smiled and replied, exactly. Kuro, standing nearby, also let out a sigh. Metu! Suddenly everyone surrounded the three of them and spoke. Kuro, Jose, thank you all. The people around kept asking if they could survive thanks to your sharing food. How did you catch the fish? Kuro, you're amazing. Jose, why did you hide your ability to use fire? Jose thought to himself, they're such a bother. He scratched his head and muttered. Then Rose pointed to Lihon standing behind him and said, you should be most grateful to Lihon. If it weren't for him, everyone's bracelets suddenly started glowing. The survival training session has ended. Congratulations, everyone, on completing a good week of missions, X-Mong whispers. Sergeant Red D. Dichi, sitting beside, added, I feel happy hearing the sergeant's voice. I'm hungry. Joe suddenly announced, you will be on the helicopter when called up. Lihon quietly wondered why it had to be when they were deployed. A moment later, the helicopters began the process of leaving the island. Zoe stands inside the leading helicopter, pensive and pursing his lips. Your survival training has been observed by the supervisors. After the voting results, you four are the only ones chosen. He continued, this is no longer an ordinary survival training session. This is a test to see which of you are the raw gems worthy of becoming humanity's guardians. Ja calls Kudo, Simon, and Demichi. All three immediately turned to look at him. Ja announced in Lihon that you are now promoted to level 2 members. A few days later, the training ground was bathed in sunlight as Jose called out with a smile. Lihon, he asked if I was off today. Do you want to play soccer? Lihon, holding the book in his hand, looked up at Zhao, then muttered, play soccer. He pointed at the ball in his hand and asked, do you know how to play? Lihon put the book down on the bed and replied, I know. As he stepped onto the field, he pondered, rarely do we have a break in A and everyone has gathered. Josh shouted, are there any issues with the team members? Then let's get started. Kuro sighed and muttered, I want to beg. D. Machichichi tilted his head to X Mong and reminded him, you can't use mental power. I know he's still angry. Then the team played soccer together. Lai Han, while winning the ball from Demichi, thought that in their cruel world, they only allowed breaks for important matters. Today, all first-level instructors are in a meeting. You are contemplating and evaluating for level 2. Jaw sat grimly at the meeting table, with W. Chen staring intently at him from across. A man spoke up. Let's get started. He is Alexander Rico, the head of staff. A beautiful woman tilted her head and asked, this time there are 4 targets. How are the kids? She is Sasa Gray, head of research for room 2, Alexander de Simon and Demichi. They lack nothing to level up. They even exceed the standards. There are 2 others left. First, he looked at Lihon playing ball outside and then said, Lihon, since entering school, the boy's mental strength has always been the lowest. While you and Simon are fighting over the ball, Alexander continued, if it weren't for John's special treatment, he would still be in Class D, but would be chosen as a candidate for promotion to the 2nd level. Alexander propped his chin with his hand, frowning as he ordered, why let a kid like that get promoted? Explain your reason, W. Chen said. You probably saw from the accident with Sergeant Redley that he has excellent weapon skills, patience, and determination. The boy has everything a soldier needs. Alexander said praise like that doesn't suit you at all. Wei Tranzhou looked at him and secretly complained. If you don't praise him, how will he level up? Jop recalled Lihon's skills and analyzed. Besides his mental potential, Lihon's teleportation skill is also quite clever. Looking back, it seems the boy used it together with his spinning skill to make his attack more powerful. It's even more astonishing that the boy came up with those ideas on his own, while Lihon skillfully dribbled past the opponent. He spoke, without needing to be told, and at that moment, Lihon took a shot straight at the ball. The ball immediately flew straight into the opponent's goal. Alexander paused for a moment before giving the order. The next one goes outside the field. Jose pushes Lihon's shoulder in praise. Hey, you bastard, you say you've never studied, but you play pretty well. Lihon laughed and replied, I wouldn't know. Demichi and Simon keep arguing. Isn't he the famous player known for his skills? What does that have to do with me? How do you know I'm stupid? Someone in the distant meeting room slammed the table and shouted, Are you kidding me? She stared intently at Kuro's information screen and asked about psychological sensitivity, then looked directly at his face and said, right after leveling up, during the psychological transformation surgery, the most important thing is the spirit. She angrily questioned, Are you saying I killed that kid? Z closed his eyes and sighed. He raised his head and said, Kuro's psychological progress is the best. The boy is far better than those geniuses, and his ability to predict the near future is very important for our strategy. Alexander rested his chin on his hand to counter, but the issue is its mental state. Jaw persuades. That's why Lihon needs to level up with the boy. Kuro's mental state is heavily influenced by Lihon. He continues. Lihon is playing the role of its older brother. Alexander took off his glasses and pinched his forehead, muttering to himself, Lihon again? He questions them. It seems like both of them really want Lihon to level up, huh? Yu Chen and Zhao exchanged glances, then Lihon spun around and dribbled past an opponent on the field. He quickly kicks the ball forward. Jose understands and runs over. He received the ball and was praised for a beautiful pass. Jose dribbled past 2 other players. He shouted, Give me the ball! The goalkeeper stared nervously. He quickly looked around and saw Demichi and Simon standing in front of the goal. He thought they were all gathered here. Rose suddenly kicked the ball to the left. Lai ran over and immediately caught the ball. He takes a shot, and the ball flies straight into the opponent's goal. Everyone looks at Lihon in amazement. Jose cheerfully shouted and ran over, high-fiving Lihon and praising him. Good job, Lihon, you reply happily. We make a good team. Now Ja steps forward to order us to stop playing. He looked at Lihon and Jose and said, the level-up evaluation is over, and the results will be announced soon. The people on the field immediately stopped. Go ahead, since everyone is gathered here, I will announce the results now. He announced that all candidates had been promoted. Lihon froze for a moment. Then Rose approached with a smile and patted his shoulder. He wondered, what's wrong? Lihon called Jose. He smiled and said, congratulations on leveling up. Jose laughed loudly and continued, remember to save a spot for me. Lihon smiles and looks at him. He reaches out his hand towards Jose, then speaks. I will meet Jose again, and the two of us shake hands. Z, standing nearby, sighs and gives the order. Go back to the dormitory, he continued, and the others who leveled up packed their things and gathered together. Lihon turned to look at Z. Thank you, sir. Ja froze in confusion as Lihon spoke. Today's promotion evaluation and Class B selection, I believe it's all thanks to the sergeant, Ja replied while taking out a cigar. I'm not sure you want to thank me. From now on, you can't give up anymore. If you manage to reach level 2, you'll see me again. He bites into his cigar and laughs, saying survive. Lihon raised his hand in a salute to him. Ja turned and walked away. In the afternoon, Lihon's group gathered in the yard after packing up everything. D-Mitch laughed loudly. All right, let's go. The gentleman from X-Mong stood uncomfortably beside him. Kuro trembled as he looked at them, and Lihon stepped forward and asked, is this the second district? Kuro, terrified, tears welling up, then a hand placed on his shoulder. Kuro looked up and called out, Lihon. He smiled to reassure Kuro. Don't worry, I'll go with you. I hesitantly muttered, but I'm afraid we might have to undergo surgery to become adults. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Mong frowned and asked him why he was so excited. Michi immediately replied, we can be much stronger now. A sound echoed in Zone 2. Hello everyone. Standing in front of Lihon's group from afar, I introduce myself. Over the next 5 weeks, I will be taking care of you. My name is Dr. Sasa Gray. Lihon asked in shock, then pointed to the device behind her and responded. It takes 5 weeks for your bodies to become fully grown. The first 2 weeks will be in the compression chamber, and the remaining 3 weeks will be for recovery training. Ichichi, Simon, and Kuro are secretly panicking. 2 weeks in that machine, huh? Lihon frowned and called out. Everyone, extend your hand so we can meet again in 2 weeks. Everyone understood immediately. Then the whole group shouted loudly in agreement. All right. From afar, Crossfold watches the scene and quietly sighs in amazement. Incredible. Sergeant Red, the highly recommended candidate. Dimichi advised Lihon. He did the same. X smirks with contempt. This is so childish. Someone suddenly called Lihon. A week ago, the two researchers conducted an experiment. Kuro and Simon are tied up and submerged in chemical baths. Dimichi is also locked inside this. He angrily cursed in his mind. Damn it. It's so disgusting. Lihon, underneath the chemicals, is also submerged below. He feels uneasy and screams inwardly, struggling to breathe, watching this scene from afar, beginning to assess the situation in his mind, overwhelmed by fear. Everyone who goes through this feels the same. I'm sorry, please be patient a little longer. You'll soon faint, and as you do, insert the needle and surgical tools. Her hand started to shake as she observed the situation. It's been a week now. Luckily, nothing has happened. Today's procedure will be a crucial moment for them. Looking from afar at the 4 people inside the test tube, I wonder if humans have to advance this far to deserve to survive. Assistant researcher next to her approaches and asks, Dr. Gray, are you tired? The female assistant witnessing this scene gently advised, please take a rest. Then she heavy-heartedly walked outside with her hands in her pockets. She tiredly lifted her eyelids to look around, then went inside to ask the person leisurely smoking a cigar. He said he didn't like that kid. She looked unhappy and questioned him. Why do you always come to my workplace? Ruo replied coldly to the doctor, just to make sure she wouldn't damage my property or kill them. Hearing this from afar, she clenched her teeth in frustration and sat down in the chair opposite to question him. It's no problem. We're currently in the process of injecting the second culture fluid. Because its actual process involves a second culture fluid containing the dragon's soul core, a thick liquid that dilutes the dragon's heart. Za began to ponder this while smoking his cigarette. If the kids are forced to resonate with the dragon core, they will probably find it easier to harness the dragon's mental power. So Lihon probably can. Suddenly, the smartwatch on Shasha's wrist beeps with an alarm. Receiving this signal, she immediately ran to the laboratory. Zoe also followed right behind. Shasha hurriedly opened the door to ask, what's going on? The assistant inside the laboratory nervously reports the boy's consciousness. She urgently reports that Lihon has just regained consciousness and is in great pain. Shasha's face contorted as he raises his hand and says, we have to stop this. Suddenly, a hand grabs her arm, and Shasha turns around in surprise to see who it is. Her voice trembling, she called out to him, "Sergeant Red, why?" He walks over and sternly orders Joshua, "You can't turn it off, Doctor, no matter what. The boy must reach level 2. One day later, in Joshua's private office, she sat across from Lihon, leaning on her hand and asking, "How are you feeling?" Lihon smiled brightly and replied, "Thanks to you, I feel very well. Until now, no one like you has ever been in this situation. This is the first time we've seen a case where the flag against that mental power is wrong." The critical situation before Lihon was in pain, and she was very panicked. "Are you crazy? If this continues, the kid will die. I have to stop the glass chamber immediately." But Ja firmly insisted that Lihon was not recognized as someone with the ability of mental power, and he clenched Joshua's hands to prevent her from stopping the experiment. "Please continue with the process, Doctor, but no more mental resonance. If it were that kid, he might be able to get through." Right now, Joshua is telling Lihon that she is the only special case who has developed only physical strength. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Like your body losing connection, for example?" Lihon replied very calmly, "I really feel great. Moreover, now I feel less worried." She pushed her hair aside and looked at Lihon once more. The boy's mental state is truly solid. I guess he's the student Sergeant Red always praises for having a much better mindset than others. She reflected on Lihon's case. Mental strength is directly linked to their psychological state. So why does a kid with such a strong mind have such low spiritual power? All right, you can go now. I'm sure it has something to do with preventing the development of mental power. Lihon stands up and walks out, closing the door behind him. Dimichi, happily outside, says, "I came to see you. Lihon, from today we'll be in 2nd grade." Simon has also undergone a body transformation and is standing behind, observing everyone. Lihon approaches and says to Dim Michichi, 5 weeks have passed so quickly. He looked at everyone excitedly, pointing at each person, noting how much they've all changed, especially Lihon, who pointed at his friend and called out Kuro. He smiled and said to the other 3, "It's lucky that everyone survived, but Simon doesn't look very happy." He frowned and said, "What's so lucky about that?" "Of course, stop being arrogant and act like your best friend is the team leader at Dimichi," while Lihon shrugs and teases Simon. "He's probably going through puberty. Just stop teasing him." At the high school dormitory, from the outside it looks no different from the first year. But starting from the 2nd year, you'll begin training in teams. Lihon and Dimichi Kuro are ready to train. Each team has about 4 to 10 members, and there are currently 12 second-year teams. Lihon looked around with a hint of suspicion, pondering, and suddenly realized there was a separate dormitory room. Kuro and I were assigned to Team 7. A man walks in smiling and introduces himself. "I am Katosuki, leader of Team 7, Kuro and Lihon, right?" He then informs everyone present that in Level 2, they will need to train in many things but only 3 main types: pistols, combat aircraft, and sparring. Kato approached Lihon and asked, "Do you understand why you need to practice shooting pistols?" Lihon held his head high and replied, "We are taught that modern weapons can still fight against those who use them." He recounted everything to everyone. Yes, the minions we've known so far are all low-intelligence creatures like goblins, boars, or wolves. Later on, there are even more intelligent species called EU who act as commanders of the mid-level groups. And these EU can also use mental power. If EU use mental power, wouldn't physical weapons be useless against them? That's a good question. Yes, they are unaffected by physical weapons, but their mental power also has limits like dragons. Our goal is to wait until they run out of energy. He seems very excited as he points and says that, just like rifle training, combat aircraft and sparring are just as important, as they are competitive fighting methods used by different teams. Training matches will be held in an artificial forest using small-scale combat training arenas. The main event is Capture the Flag, which means stealing the flag from the opponent's home ground. It requires teams to develop strategies and focus on each member's abilities, but it is a very dangerous form of training. Those training sessions are extremely intense and carry a high risk of injury, because even without swords, steel weapons can still cause serious harm. As for the fighter jets, it's basically just learning how to use the hoverboards. That's the easiest part. Just make the opponent fall down. But you always need someone supporting from behind. Supporters have to control numerous different flying boards to help their teammates move. In rare situations, support players also have to use their gliders to attack opponents. Kato stepped forward, pointing at Kuro and introducing him, saying, "We still don't have enough strong support players for the team, but now that you're here, we don't need to worry anymore." Kuro responded without much expression, but it seemed different from what Kato had said. Kato then cunningly added that you could do it, right? Kuro hesitated a bit upon hearing that. That thing, a man who was not happy came over to warn Kuro that he couldn't answer confidently. "Oh no, they're not asking for your opinion. Being in a team means you have to take on the role your team is missing." While Kuro was still confused, Lihon came to his rescue. If it's Kuro, he'll definitely do it, but he's not the type to perform well when pushed into a corner. "Kuro!" He leaned in and shouted in Lihon's face, "Shut up, rookie! What do you know?" Kao again uses a fake smile to advise his subordinate. "Stop it! Lihon is right. Today is their first day here, and they still have a lot to learn." He then turned to the training group led by Lihon and said, "Even though we are all in middle school, everyone here is more experienced than you. Check your attitude. Kato still wears a fake smile and claims that, honestly, only now does he open his small, cunning eyes. Kato declared again with a hostile tone, "You're only here because I want Kuro on the team. You two are like a package deal. Buy one, get one free." Then he kept that fake smile and continued muttering, "I don't expect much from someone with low spiritual power. Just don't get in our way." I see. Despite that, you suddenly became unusually cheerful in response to Kato. "I will try not to get in your way." Captain Tatakato, although a bit hard to understand, seemed to agree given Lihon's attitude. "All right," he extends his hand. Lihon also calmly shakes hands with Kato. He frowned and cursed Lihon silently. "A proud kid. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Lihon already knew his intention, but he remained calm with a slight smile, thinking to himself, "I will show him how much I can endure." Returning to the resting room, Lihon pushed open the bathroom door. He turned on the shower, closed his eyes, and let the hot water pour over him, recalling today's training session and the warning about the shooting range. At that moment, Lihon was fully focused, firing continuously with his teammates ahead, his body slightly trembling from the recoil. Kato watches the whole team, his eyes narrowing. After the shooting, everyone quickly gets up and moves. Lihon, holding the gun in his hand, running while scanning around. As the robots approach, he speeds up and fires at them. After finishing shooting, he glanced back at Kato, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Not a bad result. Maybe he's no longer the team's dead weight. Just then, Lihon locked eyes with Kato, as if he was also watching him closely. The very next second, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Kuro, what are you doing?" Kuro still stood in place, looking extremely awkward, his limbs flustered. "This is mine." Kato, feeling helpless, holds his head. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I can't take this anymore." Lihon silently watched Kato's back, memories stopping there, and while shampooing his hair, he wondered if he's still not good enough to be recognized. A moment later, the bathroom door was pushed open and steam spilled out. Lihon wrapped a towel around his waist and reached out to dry his hair. You remembered the team's secret meeting when Kato pointed at you, squinting and smiling, saying, "You'll be a reserve." Lihon. He used a reason that sounded very legitimate. In the training battle, having too many team members would require reducing the number to fit. Our team is one of the teams with extra members, and there are many close combat fighters like you. Kato stood up from his seat, approached Lihon, and patted him on the shoulder. Everyone in the second year is watching the training match at the training center, so don't be too upset. You can still watch it. Remember that? Then he looked at his phone. Lihon picked it up and looked at it, thinking to himself, "It's okay, everything is still fine." Meanwhile, in the central training room, many people are watching the big screen. Today's Capture the Flag match will be between Team 3 and Team 9. Kato and the blonde-haired member are also there. Kato points at the screens and says with a smile, "Team 3 has new faces, so watch them carefully and analyze their tactics." Lihon also arrived there, his face hardened. The new face of Team 3, meaning he's wearing a butt pad. A screen is showing footage of Sim's team. A loud shout rings out. "That bastard is wearing a fake butt. Everyone's focused on it. They're whispering and gossiping. A psychic genius? He looks so rough. Are those crazy guys out of their minds? Everyone attack like this." The captain of Team 3 pointed at those people again, smiling smugly and confidently. These guys have an unbeatable psychic." While he was speaking, Jim Mong activated his psychic power. "We will definitely destroy you and easily take back all the flags," the leader of Team 9 shouted angrily, giving orders to his members. "Stop fooling around and take that guy down before he uses his psychic powers." Suddenly they stopped, looking up in confusion. "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" Our weapons rushed forward like a lightning bolt at that opportunity. Only now do they realize something's wrong, all looking up at the sky in disbelief. How did it do this? Mong clenched his teeth and raised his hand, causing the weapons that had disappeared to reappear and strike at them. Seeing the opportunity, the captain of Team 3 shouted loudly to warn the others, "Attack now if there's an opening." Simon also stopped and stepped aside to let the others finish. Team 9 was completely subdued, being hit with wooden swords by the members of Team 3. The captain of Team 3 quickly grabbed the flag, securing the victory for his team. No need to watch anymore, they are more than capable of winning. From across the screen, Kato sat on a chair, pointing at Kuro and smiling, saying, "I really care about a talented psychic in a practice match. The strategy I proposed is similar, we can do it because we have Kuro." He seems quite confused by what he just heard. Then, Lihon stepped forward and said seriously, "Captain, I have a different idea." He straightforwardly analyzed the recent match between the two teams. The 9-man team didn't use any specific tactics at all. They also didn't use the terrain to their advantage. They only attacked with individual ability and strength. You suddenly hesitated, your words unfinished. If Kato's face darkens, his tone becomes much colder. "So what? Say it." His eyes flashed with hatred. "If you were the team leader, you would say so, right?" Seeing his attitude, Lihon pursed his lips and said nothing, silently thinking to himself, "Now I understand why this person hates me so much." Suddenly, someone called Lihon from behind. It was the blonde team member who gestured for him to follow with a thumbs up, and Lihon didn't hesitate but followed him outside. "That blonde guy honestly told you, I will admit it, you are very strong. Lihon, Kato, and I always acknowledge you." The yellow-haired guy looked at Lihon seriously. but everyone in the team believed he was not suitable for Team 7. Hearing him say that, Lihon was sure he thought Kato was watching him, and he asked cautiously, "Why do you think I don't fit in with Team 7? The blonde-haired guy frowned and replied, "I'm not afraid at all, and I speak up against Kato's thoughts during training, even if I agree that your opinion is truly better." In his mind, he envisioned a two-headed snake, but the 7th team only needs one leader. If someone within the team doubts or opposes her, the entire team will be divided. The blonde-haired guy sincerely advises Lihon that as long as Kato remains the team captain, you won't be able to participate in practice matches. Submit your transfer request to another team at the appropriate time. You half close your eyes, speaking softly. I see now. After that brief conversation, the two parted ways and went in opposite directions. Lihon clenched his fist tightly. Now I understand. A team leader must earn the trust of all team members. I threatened his position, and you slightly bowed your head, weighing the yellow-haired guy's opinion. The team transfer request was made, and soon it was late afternoon. Lihon was standing upright in W. Chen's room. He is holding a piece of paper in his hand with a surprised expression. Lihon. His eyes filled with disbelief as he asked if this was really true. Lihon immediately replied clearly, "Yes, sir. I see. However, middle school teachers need to discuss this first, which will probably take quite a bit of time." Returning to his room, Lihon sat on his bed and thought, "Well, I need to do this anyway, so it might as well be effective for me. Your hands are clasped together and your face shows determination. I can focus on improving my skills now that I no longer have to worry about practice matches. While waiting, I can analyze all the teammate matches to develop my own strategy." Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Lihon said, "Come in, Kuro." The door was quickly pushed open. Kuro smiled and called out to Lihon. He sat down at the end of the bed, curious, and asked, "What did you just say to the vice captain?"
It's nothing much. Are you ready for the flying game match tomorrow?
"Now I can control 4 flying boards at the same time," Lihon asked in surprise. "No one is there, right?" Kuro honestly replied, "No. There's always someone on the board." Hearing that, Lihon praised him, making him a bit embarrassed. "Really? It seems like your psychic abilities are improving really quickly. I think you could become one of the strongest second-level psychics." He exhaled with a smile, encouraging Kuro. "Don't worry, Kuro. I'll cheer for you." He turned to look at Lihon with a grateful expression. Yeah. The next morning in the hall, many people were talking and discussing excitedly. "It seems like someone on Team 7 is really strong too. Yeah, I think his name is Kuro or something." They are all watching the upcoming match, curious about what skills he will show, and since Lihon is a substitute, he doesn't fight but quietly follows Kuro in the hall. In the arena, the two teams stepped out. Kato turned back and said to Kuro, "All right, let's go. Remember to help these guys out." "Kuro." He nodded slightly from behind, his face showing clear tension. A loud announcement echoes through the large screen in the hall. Team 1 versus Team 7, the aerial combat competition. Lihon stands among the crowd watching the match without blinking. The core of aerial battles is the flying boards. He thought to himself that since most dragons can fly, we had to be able to fight in the air. Besides parachutes and hooks, flying boards were also used. An automatic drone that hovers in midair, some have been militarized and can even fire projectiles. You remember clearly the theoretical knowledge learned from aerial battles. Usually one person controls 2 gliders, which can be used for movement or as weapons against opponents. In this match, most of the attention will be on the telepath, and the most important role in the aerial combat is the support person who controls multiple hoverboards simultaneously from behind to minimize the mental energy required by the team. Lai looks at Kuro's image on the screen. The position matches because he can control 4 drones at once, but in the arena, Kato smiles and gestures forward. "Come on, Team 7, if we stick to the strategy, we'll definitely win," he shouted, commanding the other 3 members to charge forward. Team 1 also quickly advances with their hoverboards and takes their positions. The yellow-haired vice captain of Team 7 smirked and thought, Team 1 is slowly moving forward together. Just as Kato predicted, meanwhile, 2 members of Team 1 rushed forward and nodded to each other. They split to the sides, dividing into 2 groups and attacking from the flanks. However, just after splitting up, one member showed a terrified expression. The vice captain of Team 7 suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to strike. A member of Team 1 was knocked off the flying board before they could react. Another member of Team 1 was also struck on the head with a wooden sword by a member of Team 7, blood immediately pouring from their mouth. How could Kato just stand by and watch? He seems completely satisfied with their team's teamwork. Good, just as I planned. In the hall, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "What? They took down 2 people right at the start, huh? Is Team 7 always this strong? Like they already know what the opponent's next move will be." Lihon stood there, recalling her team meeting before today's match. Kato seriously said, "Your role in this strategy is very important. Kuro, Team 1 doesn't have skilled support. Everyone controls their own flying board. Since you can control 4 flying boards at once, you'll be responsible for the vice captains and my boards." He entrusted Kuro with a major responsibility because he can see the near future and control the shuttle after observing their upcoming movements, and she nervously replied, "All right." The blonde vice captain, after hearing this, seemed to understand as well, then clapped his hands. "I understand since our close combat skills are excellent, you're saying we should focus on this and take them all down, right?" Kaoto replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. Back to reality. Lihon thought to herself that Kato's strategy seemed to be working, at least for now. In the arena, the vice captain turned to look at Kato with a confident smile. All right, let's move forward. I can't make a mistake. Everyone will lose because of me. He opened his eyes wide, using all his telepathic power to control Kato's hoverboard and the team vice captain. The team leader with the headscarf has just hit Kato. He quickly returns to his teammate. Both of them are gasping for breath. These damn bastards, are they always this strong? I can't believe there are only 2 of us left on our team. The 4 melee members of Team 7 are standing in a line, forming a defensive barrier to protect Kuro at the back. The masked member looked past the 4 others and targeted him. If we can't take down the support, his face darkened, and he raised his hand to signal the remaining team member to proceed with the plan. Go! The other member immediately understood. The masked team member from Team 1 charged forward, shouting loudly, and Kato raised his sword to warn the others. He's coming, he thought anxiously. Will this be a one-on-one fight? While the masked member charged forward, the other took advantage of the cover and rushed ahead, grabbing Kato and the blonde team member with both hands before pushing them aside to let the masked member continue his advance. Damn it, I'm caught in a trap. Stop that bastard from escaping. The masked member of Team 1 easily leapt past the other 2 members of Team 7 and headed straight for Kuro. Seeing him pass effortlessly, a member of Team 7 hurriedly chased after. Seeing that, Kato shouted loudly to stop him. Don't chase him, come here! This bastard is trying to drag me into the abyss with him. A member of Team 1 is desperately holding on to him and the blonde vice captain. Sweat poured down his face. In the hall, Lihon saw the current situation and was extremely worried. No, they have to run to protect Kuro. If Kuro gets separated from the team, Kato specifically told him during the pre-match meeting that boards 4 and 8 should always stay behind him. Meanwhile, the Team 1 member with the scarf is getting very close to Kuro. He tries to steady his breath, panicked, but still remembering Kato's words. Board 4 and 8, he controls both boards to turn back, aiming at the Team 1 member. The 2 boards rush towards him, about to hit him, yet he still resolutely attacks Kuro no matter what. In front, the member from Team 1 seemed exhausted and let go, falling freely as the 3 from Team 7 looked on in surprise. The very next second, Kato realizes the problem and immediately turns around. What about behind him? The masked member of Team 1 has defeated Kuro and stands arrogantly, looking down at the members of Team 7. Without Kuro's control, Kato's and the blonde team's hoverboards become useless and both of them fall down. Kuro is unconscious now, and only 1 member remains on each side. In the conference room, no one expected the match to unfold like this. What's going on? It's always been a one-on-one battle. It seems like Kuro is controlling their hoverboards. Their defense is so weak no matter how you put it. Lihon, like the others, looks up at the big screen. You clenched your lips, realizing that was what would happen. Kato's strategy mainly relied on Kuro's exceptional mental strength. Just now, when he was about to be attacked, Kuro tried to counter by controlling 2 flying boards to hit the opponent, but they didn't reach the member of Team 1. Feeling the heat behind him, he turned his head to look. Both flying boards had exploded and caught fire. Kuro was cornered and trembling with panic, while a member of Team 1 sighed in relief and raised his wooden sword high. This is bad. Remembering Kuro's tense state, Lihon quietly assesses that Kuro must have been fighting under great pressure and ultimately made a mistake. A few minutes later, the announcement sounded through the screens, mingling with the cheers of the crowd. Team 1 won, and Lihon quickly left with a determined look on his face. I won't leave Kuro alone if I were the team leader. Time passes quickly, and before I know it, 3 weeks have gone by, and Lihon is back in W. Chen's room. He spoke seriously to you, Lihon, about the application you submitted. W. Chen looked directly into your eyes, and in the end, he agreed. My proposal to form a team. His face, as he waited for his announcement, seemed tense. Receiving the approval, he clenched his lips tightly, feeling quite unbelievable. It's really approved. W. Chen handed Lihon a piece of paper with a brief explanation, noting that her leadership skills were outstanding at level 1. All the teachers agreed to give me a chance. I think they want to test my reputation and skillfulness. Lihon took the paper and read the team formation conditions carefully. 1. There must be more than 4 members in a team, including the team leader. Hi. You have the right to nominate members for an existing team unless they refuse. I'm secretly thinking that if I follow these conditions, the other team leaders will hate me because they've already prepared to keep their core members. Lihon seemed completely unconcerned about that. He clenched his fists. The teacher was saying that he should do what he can. Seeing that, W. Chen smiled and praised you. You're still very perceptive. Lihon, I have high hopes for you. Leaving W. Chen's room, Lihon quietly felt a surge of happiness inside. My team, I immediately thought of Joss and Kuro, the first members that come to mind. But then I felt down, making others passing by glance at them. But Jose isn't here, so I should start talking to Kuro. Suddenly, Lihon seemed to remember something, straightening up with a face full of hope. There's one more person. After a while, Lihon stood in front of a resting room and knocked on the door. Dimichi looked quite surprised to see you. What's going on? Lihon Kato, overwhelmed with helplessness, scolds. Damn it, he's really pissed off right now. Our rank keeps dropping because of Kuro. One team member couldn't help but blame themselves. We should have tried a little harder to bring Simon back to the team. Kato also nodded in acknowledgement of the opponent's strength. Yeah, Simon is really talented. His combat skills and mental strength are excellent, so he can fight against 2 or 3 people at the same time. Kuro can't do anything alone. His stats are all over the place. However, Lihon overheard their entire conversation from a corner. I have no one to replace him, so I just keep him in. After hearing your suggestion, Demichi curiously asked, are you planning to form a new team? Are you going to recruit someone else besides me? Lihon also didn't hide it. Kuro, I am starting to firmly believe that Kuro will join my team. But after hearing this, Demichi was quite hesitant. No team captain would let their members leave that easily. He pointed out this insight, but Dichi still hadn't responded. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm very grateful for the invitation, but I have to say no. Lihon, I am the next captain of Team 5. Now I can't abandon them. Lihon was stunned for a few seconds after hearing that. But I also understand, so I won't force it. I get it. Demichi feels a bit guilty as he looks at his friend, then avoids the question and says, I prefer to be your rival rather than a team member. It's more fun that way. Demichi shyly smiled at Lihon. He didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, he was even intrigued. Lihon warned, don't cry to me when you're my opponent and I beat you to a pulp. Demichi also said with determination, next time I will break both of your arms. As Lihon was walking down the street, he overheard the gossip. It's Lihon, huh? He really wants to become the team captain? That arrogant bastard, but deep down you don't care at all. Say whatever you want. When the news of me forming a new team was announced at the end of high school, all the team captains started to focus on me just as I expected. Especially Kato was so angry his face twisted. Lihon, is this how you backstab me? I don't care if you leave my team or start a new one, but I won't let you get Kuro's head. His team members are full of fighting spirit, but Kuro is completely different. Lihon loudly declares that Kuro will not be able to fully demonstrate his abilities under his guidance. Kato remains confident, don't pretend to understand, Kuro will keep improving and become a core member of the team. You're not afraid to question back. If a war breaks out now, are you going to tell the enemy to wait? I'm confident I can unlock his full potential immediately. A commander must win regardless of limited manpower, and blaming others won't change the outcome. Kato, furious, grabbed Lihon by the collar. You bastard, no matter what you say, I won't give Kuro to you. Lihon responded without a hint of fear. That's not your decision, it's Kuro's. Kato immediately turned back and shouted, Kuro, if you leave, I will kill you! Kuro suddenly felt threatened and turned pale with fear. Do you really think you can do it? You're just talking nonsense. You talk so much that if you fell into the water, your mouth would be the only thing floating. He was so embarrassed that he got angry and punched you hard. Kuro had no intention of stopping at all. Kato knew he had gone too far and couldn't help but worry. Damn it, Lihon refused to wipe the sweat off Zero's face. I'll ignore that, Kato. Things like this aren't worth slowing me down. Then he turned and walked away without hesitation. As he passed by Kuro, Lihon added, I will wait for you, Kuro. But everyone kept whispering anxiously, this idiot who would leave his team to follow a captain who hasn't proven his strength? Who knows how they would treat him if the team failed? Only Kuro keeps trembling uncontrollably to suppress his emotions. At this moment, Lihon silently wonders what he should do next if things keep going like this. Sorry, I was lost in thought. You can't help but marvel at how hurried they look. They're so fast, aren't they? Is he allowed to dress like that first? Suddenly, the clock rang out. Lihon immediately checked. All the team leaders gathered in front of Building 2, and soon everyone was present. Standing at a distance, he solemnly introduced, these 6 are new level-ups waiting to be assigned to a team. We decided to let the new team leader choose first. Lihon stepped forward, secretly determined. This was an opportunity he had to seize to recruit at least one person right now. Lihon introduced himself saying, my name is Lihon, captain of Team 13. Our team is currently short of members. Everyone is welcome. Kato teased after hearing, Theo, you mean there's none? But soon someone volunteered, and it was none other than Jose, which made Lihon visibly happy. That evening at the dormitory, there was a slight regret. Things would have been perfect with one more member. After hearing that, Lihon couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, also because it's a new team. Thank you for trusting me and joining me. Jose, I've always wanted to be on the same team as you, Jose confidently replied. Those idiots who didn't join the team are so stupid. If they knew your abilities, they'd be lining up at the door. Anyway, try to recruit more people starting tomorrow. I'm heading back to my room. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound that caught their attention. Lihon opened the door and couldn't help but be surprised. Kuro, worried, asked about the other person's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. What's wrong with your face? Well, I just had an argument with Kato. I told Kato I would leave the 7 in that bastard, and he couldn't even kill me anymore. Lihon looked thrilled after hearing that. That's great. Are you Furo, I know? He also responded happily, but it wasn't anything special. Jose became even more excited. Being on the same team as we were on the deserted island, I'm sure we wouldn't lose no matter who the opponent is. Suddenly, someone approached at that moment. That sounds fun, can I join? Everyone's talking about you like you're the scum of the earth. So it seems Team 13 will be the happiest. Jose walks over and pats Lihon on the shoulder to ask how he's doing. Lihon, you know he's right? He was in Class B. You nodded in confirmation immediately. Of course. You are the person our team needs. Knut Meyer. Knut was so excited he couldn't hold back anymore. Please, take care of me. So Team 13 is officially the main team, right? Lihon nodded in confirmation. Yeah, but we're a thorn in the side of the other teams. If we're not careful, we could fall apart. You all know what would happen to me in that situation, right? Kuro and Knut both answer in unison. I'm ready. Me too. Right now, you're feeling an invisible pressure, a burden weighing on your shoulders, but you feel like you can handle it. All right, let's gather everyone tomorrow. Team 13. The next morning, their training session arrived at the location. Nice to meet you all. Team 13, he introduced himself. I am Senior Trainer Rosman. Captain Lihon, member Joe Spacista Glutmayer. But when it came to Kuro, Rosman was full of suspicion. And Kuro, what's wrong with your face? Kuro avoided punishment and had to lie. I slipped on the climbing frame. After hearing that, Rosman fell silent, unsure of what to say, and finally he sighed and reminded them. Be careful. Rosman continued talking with them. You will have a grace period for the competition starting today. This period will last about 3 weeks. After this period ends, you will have to participate in the competition, so prepare in advance. The category and opponents will be randomly decided by the head coach, and you will find out at that time. Lihon smirked in surprise. Rosman, is he really saying not to slack off? The shooting competition category involves Team 9, which has the most wins and the highest score. Nut keeps complaining as he takes off his helmet. This is too much. I don't like this at all. As long as you don't get shot, right? Lihon angrily stepped forward and hit him in the head. Nut, do you want to die? You're constantly warning me. Don't take it off. You are not allowed to do that no matter what the situation is, Nut said, trembling. All right, Lihon has set a goal for herself. I won't allow anyone in our team to die. He quickly said, this strategy is called the mobile burrow. I just came up with the name, so don't laugh. All three of them were stunned and focused intently. After an unknown amount of time, both teams had gathered completely. Team 9 versus Team 13 was fighting with guns, and Team 9 was now full of fighting spirit, ready to finish quickly. Lihon's side is definitely not weaker than us. We will win. The command was given very quickly. Everyone outside is cheering loudly, so I can't ignore it. Don't hold back, Team 9. Destroy those traitors. Seeing this scene, I can't help but admire. Those guys are really famous. Simon is also secretly watching from a corner. There's no way he can win this gunfight. What are you going to do now? Lihon, everyone is moving so quietly in this match. Team 9 is charging forward fiercely. With no sign of them, I guess they will try to hide near the starting point. They probably can only do that. They arrived very quickly. Let's go! Nut is now hiding behind the tree and is very tense. Damn, they hit faster than I thought. The timer has already alerted the opponent within 200 meters. I'll join you. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, and Lihon can't help but feel worried. DM, they're coming now. Jose is also panning heavily. They never give us a break. These 9-man teams, luckily we're prepared, but I need some time to recover. Lihon is still very confident. Lou must already know about our situation. Instead of trying to move toward us, as soon as he finished speaking, a surge of electricity appeared. The one on this side was attacked in the leg. He keeps crying out in pain. The 9-member team quickly notices over there. Now the button is trembling from the pain. Too much pain, damn it. He glanced at the group running toward him, then fired a barrage of random shots, hoping to hit at least one. The members of Team 9 hid behind a tree and mocked him, saying with such reckless shooting, who could be hit? After a while, Clue was exhausted and sat down on the ground. It seemed at this moment he realized something, as a barrage of bullets headed toward Nu. He quickly dodged behind a tree. According to the plan, I should join the team, but I can only hold them back with this leg, so it's best to buy some more time. At this point, the 9 team also started to feel something was off. Why is there only one guy? There are only 4 of them. No need for reconnaissance. It finally ended with the fight. Charge in and support me. Over with Lihon's group, he observed that the moment was right and started to act. We should do the same. Thanks to Nut, we have enough time now. I'm sure Nu is injured, but he probably decided to buy more time instead of regrouping with us. Rose keeps praising him. Thanks to him, we have recovered enough. I really had no strength to fight earlier. Lihon Kuro nervously explains that it's because we used force fields and fire to cut the trees. So it turns out they weren't free earlier either, still carrying out their own plans. Lihon leads the team confidently. Now is the time to use them, while everyone outside is in chaos. Team 13 is moving. What the hell? What are they doing? Are they cutting down that tree? Are they making a shield? Both Dimichi and Simon share the same opinion. This kind of strategy is only possible thanks to Kuro. Neither of them looked at each other by chance. At this moment, Knut is still fighting fiercely, and just when things get critical, his gun runs out of bullets, making him even more panicked. Damn it, reload your gun! Q now has a member from Team 9 pointing a gun at him. Are you really alone? I thought it was a trap, but it's just a stupid strategy. Dimichi outside is also very focused on observing. One member of Team 13 has been taken down. They've held out pretty long, haven't they? Now only that tree shield remains. Can they win because of it? Xmong doesn't think so. This strategy has a weakness that I am sure Lihon has noticed. Right now, Team 9 is very confused and keeps firing their guns. What is that? They're getting closer, but we can't stop them. They also realize their own shortcomings. Since we chose 4 members based on their shooting skills, none of them have enough mental power to detonate that. He knew that. Now Team 13 has completely overwhelmed the enemy. Damn it, hide behind this tree. We need to buy as much time as possible. I'm sure their mental power members will eventually get tired. Lihon had already guessed that earlier. Yes, I was fully aware of that weakness. But this shield is only to get us close enough for Jose to use his burning ability, and soon the nearby area was engulfed in flames. They looked at the thick smoke and were confused. Suddenly catching fire? The smoke is too much. Everyone outside kept talking non-stop. Is that the burning ability? Is Team 9 only covered in smoke and allowed to compete like this? Rose reports back now. That's enough smoke. Those bastards can't see anything ahead anymore. Lihon was also very satisfied. Good. I will wait for those guys to run away for you. The members of Team 9 are coughing uncontrollably, and at that moment, Lihon launched a sudden attack, while the others are still confused. They took down both of them? Calm down, those guys can't see us anyway. However, just as they finished speaking, they were shot immediately, and are still stunned to this moment. What's going on? Both Lihon and Kuru speak out at the same time. We have eyes that see everything. Lihon keeps attacking without stopping. Soon, an announcement echoed out. All members of Team 9 were rendered unable to fight. Team 13 wins, and everyone happily cheers. How could they do that? Kuro threw a stone to point out their position there. And that Lihon guy, his shooting skills are really impressive. Dimichi couldn't help but feel excited. They did it. Simon can't believe his eyes. Law and Kuro, those bastards. Now Jose and Kuro give a thumbs up to Lon, who responds in kind. From a distant corner, Rossman watched everything. He seemed to be lost in thought. Lihon. After winning the match, Team 13 celebrated together. No, because this is a special meal reserved for the winning team, it's well-deserved for all our efforts, isn't it? He even got shot in the chest. Anyone who hasn't been shot yet isn't allowed to join. Now. Right now, the person who helped us win is Jose happily introducing, Captain Lihon, please tell us how you feel right now. Lihon was suddenly called upon and felt a bit confused. After calming down for a moment, he finally spoke up and said, Thank you, everyone. It seemed that the strategies throughout the match were a bit too intense, but I believe it was thanks to everyone's efforts that we were able to win. Everyone in the team is focused on listening. Kuro's face is filled with anticipation, and not even he is an exception. Kuro keeps cheering, not too stressed. Those strategies are really top-notch. Lihon also takes a broad view of the battle situation. We are very lucky. Because our opponents are very strong, but they are also very predictable, since most members of Squadron 9 are excellent marksmen. Nut thumbs up. That's awesome. The ability to estimate the opponent's numbers. Just as I expected, my judgment of others is never wrong. But the sudden pain made him shiver. Jose asked worriedly, Do you need to rest, Knut? Even though sweat was pouring down his forehead, Knut still pretended to be fine. What does it matter? Even if I were about to die, I couldn't miss a party like this. At this moment, in some room still lit, Rossman is deep in thought, feeling utterly confused. I paired them with Team 9 without expecting them to win. I want them to lose at any cost. I need to put pressure on them before they think they are special. Which team is the right one? Team 7. If it's Team 7, they will use all their energy to destroy Team 13. But what if Team 7 also loses? Then I just need to find a way to prevent them from losing. Right now in Lihon's room, I just can't fall asleep. I can't sleep. There was a time before when I couldn't sleep because I was worried about the events of the day. I had some truly amazing teammates. Then just relax a bit. No matter who our opponent is, we will take each of them down. Once again, a match begins. Team 1 versus Team 13. An excellent battle. The member of Team 1 asked again, Do you all still remember our strategy? We should be cautious of Kuro and Joss. When it comes to mental strength, they are among the top of their second year. We both need to keep them occupied. Their mental strength is very high, but you just need to make them lose their composure so they can't focus anymore. Alright, I don't know how skilled the others are, but they won't be a problem because we have the strongest person and our team captain of evil. Dimichi looked at the situation and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how much the coach hates them. I don't believe they can beat Team 1 after the gunfight with Team 9. The only way to win is to take down the leader, the guy with the headband. But he's a monster that's very hard to suppress. Even if 2 or 3 strong people rush straight at him, as the front runner he can easily take down support units from afar and sweep away all remaining opponents. The hallmark of Team 1, a tank moving forward. Dimichi is eagerly waiting to see what strategy Lihon will use to face this difficult situation. Mong beside him feels a bit annoyed, saying, Can you just stand and watch quietly? Why are you standing so far away from me? At this moment, someone from Team 1 was stunned. Why? Is that Kuro? The evil team leader now asks what we should do, since we can't see Lihon either. Lihon also realizes he should offer some advice. Don't be so tense anymore, Kuro. Kuro now stood stiffly, only able to mumble mechanically. Nut confidently spoke up. Don't worry, we will protect you no matter what happens. Jose keeps cheering non-stop. The 2 of us. The team, one member's face darkened. Let's keep going like this. No matter where that guy is hiding, he won't be able to find our weakness. Moving forward, Lihon is still quietly observing the battle. So you're standing on a branch. Victory doesn't mean we have to wipe out the enemy. We just need to take down the designated team captain. The first team is now full of energy and charging forward, and Team 13 is not falling behind at all. The member of Team 1 was so stunned by Joss's attack that they couldn't react. Jose's eyes shone brightly as he swiftly dodged the opponent's strike. Meanwhile, Knut faces his opponent head-on. Lihon stands above silently observing the battle. He immediately winked and signaled, "Good, it's almost time. Are you ready?" Kuro nodded confidently. "There's nothing to worry about, we've trained enough." After receiving the signal, Lihon jumped down. At this moment, the evil team leader also appears, his imposing presence overwhelming. Q and Jose, when facing him, can't help but feel a bit intimidated, as the evil leader alone can easily lift both of them up. Member of Team 1 looked at this scene very satisfied. Well done, we are in full control. Just as they were getting cocky, Lihon also charged down at full speed. Kuro belongs to us. Now, you are very close to them. The two Team 1 members took the opportunity to attack Kuro together and claimed our victory. But Kuro's gaze remained steady as he looked up. One member of Team 1 began to suspect. Where is this guy looking? But before he could realize, a powerful surge of energy appeared behind him. Both of them immediately turned around to check the situation. The space was filled with a thick white dust. What the hell is that? At this moment, the evil captain has been defeated. Only then does Nut have a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, and Jose's exhaustion is replaced with sweat, revealing that it was Lihon who appeared. He confidently declared, "I think we've already won." At this moment, everyone watching the scene outside was stunned. What? The battle is over. Team 13 has won. Did he just jump down from the tree? That tree is as tall as 5 combined buildings. Whether he's risking his life or not, this is a bit too much. He's really gone crazy, but so cool. Damn it, everyone is shouting with joy. I see now, it's because every time he surprises them with these incredible skills. Everyone keeps praising him. That team captain is amazing. Who is he? He's Lihon from Team 7. Why doesn't he participate in matches like this more often? What is the captain of Team 7 doing? Aren't you going to keep that guy around? Hearing this, Kato becomes even angrier. It seems like he's no longer receiving any praise from others. As the time to return approached, a day before the tournament with Team 1 began, Lihon was diligently practicing his flying moves while Kuro focused on honing his own skills.
Lihon also pays attention to his teammates now and then, and he can't help but praise Kuro.
If things keep going like this, real combat will become much easier. As I expected, you're really good, Kuro. I think you're better than me. Are you afraid of Lihon? That's right. If we lose, watch out for your nose because tomorrow will decide the team's survival. It's really hard to control everyone through telepathy, but if it were easy, all telepathy skills would let the user fly. Kuro also nodded, and finally Lihon briefly explained her plan. Tomorrow I will jump down from a high place to ambush them. At that moment, just control your fall so that either you or they won't die. I believe in you, Kuro. But things didn't go as smoothly as planned. Kuro clasped his hands together, full of regret. Sorry, it's my fault that your hand is broken. Lihon quickly comforts his teammate. It's okay, Kuro. No one died after all, right? Still, it was a difficult task. You did really well. Sorry, that was beyond what I imagined. The button next to him was eating chicken and said, "Don't blame yourself too much, Kuro. If we don't do that, will we be able to defeat that monster?" Jose added cheerfully. After all, until Lihon recovers, there won't be any matches anyway, right? Suddenly, their watches lit up, and the atmosphere of the team suddenly turned icy. What? What is this? So that's the announcement. The 2-day schedule has a dogfight between Team 7 and Team 13. At this moment, a hurried figure appears in the hallway, seeming very anxious. It seems he is targeting a certain room. Rossman also seems to sense the noise. When he saw the door open, he was not surprised at all. Well, I didn't think you would go there. Katasuki Kato, out of breath from running too fast, is now panting heavily. The next morning, the sound of Team 13's argument echoes across the field. You don't think there is anything wrong? There are people injured and you're holding a match right away. It's like they're telling us to lose, and on top of that, the opponent is Team 7. They will kick us out because they are in extremely good form. Jose couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. This is so unfair. We should report this. What the hell is going on? Rosman now asks, it's obvious that you will win against Team 7. Aren't you confident enough to win? Kato lowered his head and replied, even though no one from Team 13 was injured, we could beat them anytime. He looked straight into his eyes and asked, so you will win, Captain Suki of Team 7. After leaving the room, Kato couldn't help but feel angry, thinking to himself, damn it, he never listens to me at all. He sighed deeply as Lato quietly returned. Outside on the field, Lihon spoke up saying, nothing will change even if we complain about it. The only thing we can do is win. Honestly, I haven't figured out how to win yet, but I think I'll find out before the match starts. In the meantime, Kato suddenly found it interesting. I hope you're not just talking nonsense, Lihon, but you're okay with that arm of yours, right? Lihon remains very confident, which is quite disadvantageous for me, but with the 7 team, I only need my right hand. Kato, annoyed, goes on to warn. On to, dogfights are not just battles that can be easily won with hasty preparations. If you're too kind, it will be hard to come out on top. You know that. You respond without fear. I will prepare a different strategy just for you. If you're not serious, we'll crush you. He got so angry that he yelled right in my face, I will kill you. Lihon warned sharply, including Kuro. Kato. He was so angry his face looked like it was about to deform. Lihon coldly reminded him, if you've never killed anyone, don't threaten us like that. With that, Kato left in anger. All right, then just watch and see. Jose looked at his figure and cursed. What a bastard. Lihon was also quite cautious. He's not someone to underestimate. Now let's head to the training room. The group moved to the training room, and Lihon tried to unleash his power, but in the end, he still couldn't do it. Lihon wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling anxious. We're in trouble now. Even at my best, I can only control 2 airships. Now, there's only 1 left? Suddenly, he turned around as if he realized something. Jose is using his firepower, and it seems like he's also having trouble controlling both aircraft easily. We can only rely on Kuro, but I don't want Kuro to bear the burden like that. Although Team 7 currently lacks strong support, they are still a balanced team. Their morale is very high, and their tactics are quite solid. Team 7 is a strong heart led by Cat, and there's no chance to beat them. Jose walks over to call Lihon. Something's happened, and he quickly deploys his skill. Jose suggests that there's nothing to burn in aerial combat, and he doesn't think the firepower will be strong at that moment. Moreover, since we're all flying around, I don't think I'll hit the target easily. Lihon also silently observes. Are they having trouble with those skills somewhere right now? The members of Team 7 look very proud. I don't think we should worry about it, Kato. Kato also nodded in satisfaction. Of course, since our strategy is to win, we have no reason to lose. Our victory is 100%. Everyone watching the screen now can't help but be surprised. Why is Squad 13 still competing? Isn't Lihon injured? They don't even have experience in dogfights anymore. Squad 7 versus Squad 13 on the day of the match. Dimichi stroked his chin in thought, as if planning for their defeat. That teacher really is a bad person. H.V. L. Rossman. Simon also remained silent, lost in thought. This time, the 2 of them are standing close to each other again. What are you doing? When Dichi avoided looking and wouldn't meet my eyes, you told me to stand next to you. I'm getting a bit impatient. You're ruining the game. Rossman is trying to keep each team's win rate around 50%. The competition and conflicts between the teams will be decided based on his analysis. Sorry though, even if it's her, it's still hard to win this time. Fly and the entire Team 7 are now fully gathered. Team 13 is the same. Kato is now full of energy. Let's destroy them and show them our strength. Lihon asks, how are you doing? Jose confidently replies, I'm doing very well. I will burn everything, so don't worry. You also nodded confidently. I look forward to your shining moment because you are the core of this strategy. And with that, the announcement rang out. Battle start, everyone launch your flying discs. Soon, a fleet of flying discs appeared. Everyone watching the screen was also shocked. How could Team 13 have so many flying discs? Kato couldn't help trembling. It's 16. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Usually, the number of flying discs that the 2 of them can control is 4 for each support and 2 for the others. 2 people couldn't control even 2 discs 2 days ago. But now they have a total of 16. Even if each of them controls 2 drones, they still have 10 left. Kuru can't possibly control 10 of them. A teammate nearby reminds him, Kato, tell us to go quickly. Lihon here has already noticed something unusual. It seems like he's confused. Kato, I'll show you soon. The flying discs sent by Team 13 astonished everyone. Wait a minute, is that even possible? Kao quickly reminded his teammates, there's no need to jump up like that. Just follow the plan and we'll deal with each one step by step. At this moment, Nu and Jose from Team 13 have both stepped onto the flying disc. Lihon also begins to use her skills. We don't stop to rest when practicing telekinesis. Although my telepathic ability is only average, I have learned to focus my power on specific points. If I use it correctly, I can not only control objects, but also make them fly faster. Lihon used all her strength to control the flying disc, which soared perfectly towards Team 7. Kato couldn't help but be cautious. Are you crazy? You're planning to use all those flying discs like this? Even though I'm really fast, unless you charge straight at me, I can still dodge easily. However, during the training session, Joss once suggested an idea. Since there are no easily combustible materials in the aerial battles, I didn't think my ability to cause explosions would be useful. But this is the moment he chose to use it. Jose, when we fight in the air, I suddenly thought of something that could be set on fire. At that moment, a large flame appeared right where Team 7 was, followed by a deafening explosion, and both Mihi and Simon were left stunned. Everyone was in chaos. What the hell is that? Did they just blow up the flying board? How much does one cost? More than Coach Luong Thang. They all shouted loudly. But who cares? Just blow everything up. Lihon continues to repeat the same move while Jose prepares his own skill. In that way, Lihon used all her strength to push the flying board away, and Jose coordinated to set it on fire. Another explosion erupts, and the members of Team 7 are thrown back as they try to dodge. Cal, furious, shouts, "Damn it! Stop them before they blow up all our flying boards." The team members are cautious, but if they get closer, they might get caught in the explosion. Just then, a figure rushes in from outside, and Rossman frantically orders, "Stop right there." Kato was like going crazy, shouting nonstop during the explosion. Lihon Roseman's face suddenly darkened, and the atmosphere turned cold. At this point, Lihon couldn't help but feel tense, wondering if the teacher called him up here just to stare at him for 10 minutes. Dealing with Sergeant Red would be much easier because by now, the teacher probably already started cursing at him. Rosman awkwardly crosses his arms and starts to question, which is very embarrassing, but Lihon still dares not react strongly. He quietly listens as Rosman directly asks, "Do you know how much a flight costs?" You also don't mind admitting it. I know they are very expensive. Rosman also said that if you weren't a member, you would never be able to pay that amount in your lifetime. Lihon was extremely indignant. "The teacher called me up not to talk about my strategy, right?" Rosman is speechless too. He holds his head in frustration. Basically, it doesn't break any rules. But don't you see, it will cause a lot of controversy? Some coaches might praise you for coming up with a creative strategy to bend the rules. But I'm the opposite. Next time you plan to do something like this, remember to notify me first. Lihon also obediently listens. "Understood. Can I ask you one more thing?" Rosman also responded quickly. "Go ahead." Lihon speaks with determination. "If I am fighting against dragons, this strategy would be uncontroversial, or would you not ask me what the cost of the game is? I have to win at any cost. Isn't that the purpose of training?" After hearing that, Rosman didn't get angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. "Haha, you've figured me out. You talk just like someone I know." That attitude is very good, Lihon. "I'm really looking forward to your future matches. You're ready now." Captain Lihon just left the door when he met her, and he seemed very angry. Rewinding to the moment of the match, Kato charged at Lihon with fierce determination. The dart from Lihon also sped towards him, but Kato advanced without hesitation. Another explosion occurs. Lihon sees the opponent approaching but remains completely unafraid, catching Kato off guard when he suddenly wraps his arms around him. "This bastard, he wanted to fall with me all along. He said with contempt that even if you win with that cowardly strategy, no one will praise you." But Lihon's attitude remains very indifferent. That will be decided later. "You just stood here waiting to say those words?" Kato suddenly being exposed made him a bit embarrassed. "I was just passing by. Who would want to wait for a bastard like you?" He also declared that "I will definitely crush you. By then, don't lose to anyone else." Lihon simply walks away calmly. "All right, you quickly return to the room where everyone was already waiting. Welcome back, Captain." Lihon also waved back. Kuro happily announced that they had decided I was the winning team. Jose finally let out a sigh of relief, saying I was worried it would be against the rules. Nut then added a comment. "It's not against the rules, but it was close." Jose suddenly looked at his watch, and Kuro asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Jose?" He finally expressed his concern. "Isn't it always when we're having a party?"
This is just as I expected. Unfortunately, when everyone received the news, their faces all turned pale.
The schedule has the Squad 5 battle against Squad 13 in 7 days after they declared war directly, forcing us to face the strongest team in that category. It's just like Grossman. They keep going one after another. At this moment, Dimichi is still passionately training on the field below. That feels great. It's too hot. I need to go home and take a shower right now. Just then, someone approached. Turns out it was the former 5th-year captain. Dimichi suddenly called him over. "Huh? Wait a minute. The former captain. Since I'm now the captain, are you going to ignore me just because we're in 3rd grade? The 5th team is doing really well, because I'm now the team captain." But at this moment, Dimichi realized that the other person seemed quite angry, with the former captain of Team 5 exuding deadly intent. "Get out of the way before I kill you." Dimichi couldn't help but feel confused. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" "No, I can't let this happen. Tell me the details." After fighting each other, Lihon was in the heat of battle, and this time he seemed a bit overwhelmed. He kept panting, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with this bastard? He's too strong, and that person is none other than Silence." At this moment, she was still standing in front of Lihon, but a second later she suddenly vanished. Somehow, Tin Lang charged at Lihon and struck him with a sword. The boy cried out in pain and soon collapsed. 6 days earlier, Lihon looked at Grossman in disbelief. "What? Really?" He nodded hesitantly. "Yes, I can't go into details right now. It turns out Dimichi was severely injured by the former captain of Team 5. Grossman has to inform you that Dimichi was suddenly injured and cannot participate in the upcoming match, but the game will still proceed as scheduled." Immediately, Lon thought that without Dimitri from the 5th team, it would be a headless chicken, so winning was impossible. At this moment, Groman handed over a document. "This is the real reason I called you here." Lihon took it in confusion. "What is this?" "He only just now said that this is a transfer request to join your team. You're famous for being able to utilize team members effectively. Kato from the 7th team seems to have been reprimanded." Lihon didn't seem too surprised either. "I knew this was going to happen. I think most of the middle schoolers want to switch because if they join my team, they'll get to fight right away," Rosman advised. Think carefully, you don't have to decide right now, but Lihon didn't listen at all. It's not necessary. I'll take everything. We can't be picky. With that, a few more members join the team. Welcome to Team 13, Domingo, Kim, Andy, and Jung Jijo. We will start preparing for tomorrow's match. In the meantime, I will observe your special abilities and assign roles. Does anyone object? Suddenly, someone called team leader Lihon. Lihon immediately thought of something and quickly asked the other person, "What do you want to say?" Dongjo Jijo nervously said, "I just want to ask you to look after my fellow Korean. That's all." Lihon solemnly replied, "In evil, nationality doesn't matter. If you want to be cared for, prove yourself first." He shyly said, "All right, take good care of me." Lihon coldly turned and walked away. "Let's disband for today." Joe couldn't help feeling a bit resentful inside. "That bastard is really stubborn." Andy asked curiously. "What does Psy mean?" Sim quickly explained. "I know. Swearing in Korean, I can hear it when I watch Korean dramas." Time quickly passed. An hour ago, Team 5 versus Team 13 stole the flag. Everyone is very excited. What's going on? Why are they closing the dome like that? Are they trying to create a nighttime environment? Jose looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel angry. They want to make us lose at any cost. "Really cheap," Lihon calmly advises. "Don't get too worked up. The opponent is in the same environment as us." Wait until his eyes get used to the darkness and he obediently follows. All right, now the smaller teams have been clearly divided. Lihon reassigns once more. Team Knut will lead and Team Jose will support. Josh Kuro and I will attack from the side. Team 5 without Demichi will be our weakest opponent yet, but don't get overconfident. Do your best to win. 10 minutes have passed quickly and Lihon is still managing the team smoothly. The leading team, go ahead. All right, the supporter team is moving in, so are we. The match is gradually progressing and 5 minutes ago everything was still going smoothly. Good, we're almost there. Lihon asks to confirm the situation. Has the 5th team been eliminated all the way? Check the observation node and report back. Not yet, over there next to the flag. He just pointed to the other side to show them. Indeed, there was still someone there. None other than Tin Lang. Jijo couldn't help but be stunned. Is he the only one left alive? He just watched as his teammate was beaten, but Tin Lang simply walked over and took down all 4 members of Team 13 with ease. Lihon looked at the scene before him in disbelief. What is going on? Kuro pushes you away to warn you. Be careful or you'll get knocked back like that. Lihon could only stand there and watch his teammate be taken down. At this point, I realized the opponent's skill. Teleportation. Damn it, I don't even have time to catch him off guard anymore. Lihon immediately raises his sword, ready. Jij nearby can't help but be angry. Can't I get close to him? He hurriedly rushed into the fight. Jij now confidently swung his sword, but Silence simply jumped up lightly to dodge. Jij missed and got even more angry. But while he was distracted, he was knocked out by a kick from Silence. Soon, Jiro was lying quietly on the ground. Everyone outside couldn't help but be excited. Is Team 13 all eliminated? But who is that masked skeleton guy? Isn't that the quiet guy from the rumors? Silent, silent, silent. Is it really Silence? Simong is also very confused. Silence. If it's that silent one, then during training, his central nervous system was damaged and he lost the ability to speak. But after that accident, his fighting ability developed abnormally fast and he became a test subject. That third-year student, is he really that strong? Isn't it against the rules for a third year to join a second-year match? At this moment, Lihon is trembling uncontrollably and Tin Lang quickly turns around after hearing the noise. You're doing your best to stand up. Lihon is not afraid to face you head on. I don't know who you are, but I have no intention of losing. Bone Mask. Lihon's sword hand continues to emit energy, his eyes turning ocean blue as his condition gradually begins to recover. Silence was not worried at all. She was ready to face the battle. They are both ready to fight each other. Mong looked at the scene on the screen with anger. So this bastard has been silent. He's on a completely different level from the other second-tier people. Given the current situation, there's no way to win. So what will you do? Lihon's heart was also filled with worry at this moment. If I can't stop the next attack, it's over, but I won't lose that easily. Let's analyze what just happened. He can move about 15 meters in just a moment. Including the energy spent on a big move, he might be able to move twice in a row. The goal to win is to seize the flag, not to defeat that bastard. If I can hold him back for a moment, then I might have a chance to win and stop him. At this moment, Tin Lang steps forward. Lihon is also quietly calculating his strategy. That is when his surrounding energy gradually becomes faint. At this moment, the space in front of Lihon suddenly became empty. He silently counted and reflected in his mind. 1, 2, at the final moment, Lihon lowered himself easily to dodge 3. Tin Lang was surprised, and Lihon seized the opportunity to counterattack immediately. At this moment, she also realized, but was too late. Tin Lang calmly took Lihon's punch, but even he couldn't believe that the opponent could dodge it. Lihon was stunned, and in an instant, Tin Lang turned the tide from defeat to victory. She kicked Lihon from below, preparing to draw her sword and stab him. Tin Lang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Lihon at this moment clearly failed but still smiled with a mysterious expression. It turns out that on top of Tin Lang's head somehow a sword had appeared. and a second later it was pointed straight at her. Tin Lang momentarily froze, her mind spinning, but she quickly regained her composure. However, Lihon had already easily taken the flag, and you only recovered your senses in 3 seconds. Truly astonishing. But that was enough for us to seize the flag. This is our victory. The Skull Mask. While everyone else was in chaos, one person was furious. Lihon, you're really crazy. He defeated a level 3 person. I should have joined Team 13 too. Seam's face darkened as he looked at the screen. He was so angry he clenched his teeth and ground them. After a while, Kuro brought the food. Come here now, little cat. The kitten quickly, obediently stepped forward, and Kuro gently stroked its head. Good kitty, you're such a good eater. There used to be a kitten like you near the orphanage. I used to have no friends, I wasn't good at anything, and I looked different, but now I have my own talents. And I also have a friend now. Jage couldn't help but smirk inwardly. That loser is talking to a cat. He's truly a complete failure. Your rank is clearly lower than mine, he shouted loudly. Hey Kuro, what are you doing here? Kuro turned around, visibly startled. Daichi-jo, since when did Hwayo also start being straightforward like this? I think we should discuss a few things during the days off. Kuro felt confused after hearing that. A discussion? Yes, he clearly shows his ambition. As you know, our team currently doesn't have a vice captain, right? I think I should nominate myself for this role, and I believe it would be great if you supported me. Jai got angry when he saw the cat approaching. Damn stray cat, it dirtied my clothes. He didn't hesitate to kick it away. I'm discussing something important. Why don't you just disappear out of sight? Kuro was stunned by the scene, but Jai continued to speak indifferently. So anyway, Kuro no longer felt like listening. Get out of the way. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Kuro was enveloped in a surge of powerful energy. Jai looked confused, not understanding what was happening. What is going on? The nearby sensory box also shook violently, and soon turned into a small iron ball. Jai couldn't help but be amazed by what he saw. Kuro shouted angrily, "Don't ever do something like that again." He nodded in fear. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Kuro's kitten also rushes over, passing by the hospital room of Demichi. He directly asked about Lihon's purpose. Surely you didn't come here just for fun, right?
So, what brought you here? You seem to understand and keep looking at the other person.
After a moment, Lihon finally shared his thoughts. I can only guess because it seems like the evil is still hiding a secret, but now, seeing him, everything is clear. The one who caused you to end up like this is a third year, right? He sighed in frustration. Yes, that was my former team leader. A third year really is a whole different level. No, it's not just about the level. I couldn't even move before I was defeated. Damn it! Seeing Lihon trembling uncontrollably, Demichi looked a bit worried. This is the first time I've seen him so broken down. At this moment, he recalls something. Oh right, that bastard wasn't himself back then. He seemed to have gone insane.
Lihon quickly analyzed that if he hadn't been like that from the start, it seemed there were some things to do with the activities of the third-year students. He thought about it. The equipment for third years in the evil realm was quite scarce, and it was extremely rare to meet a third-year student.
There are still many stages before I complete the training to reach level 2. That means we will have to fight in real battles before reaching level 3. After listening, I couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? Could that really happen? At this moment, somewhere in a corner, a person in iron armor takes heavy steps, and the door gradually opens wider. At this moment, Kuro's cat walks by again. He doesn't know what's going on yet, so he just keeps chasing after it. Found you. Does the kitten hurt a lot? Let's go back. I'll give you lots of delicious food. When Kuro realizes someone else is there, he startles. That person slowly approached and questioned, "Who are you?" After hearing the other person speak, Kuro became a bit suspicious. This voice was after the mask was removed, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Kuro trembled as he spoke. Sergeant Red, he looked very happy to see him. "Oh, it's you, Kuro. You look so different. I almost didn't recognize you. Are you lost? You've gone quite far." Then the 2 cans of soda also fell down. At this moment, he hands Kuro a can. "The car will arrive to take you back to the dormitory. Drink this while you wait." He also politely accepted it. "Oh, thank you, teacher. You're not angry, are you?" Ro furrowed her brow, feeling confused. "What? Oh. Regarding my presence here, your second-generation mental armor should be announced soon. So it's okay if I knew a little in advance because as a middle schooler, I can't leave on my own." Kuro also sighed and nodded. "That's right. Our reinforced bodies can't leave this place until we can't fight anymore because we are assets belonging to evil." Z also has to confirm. "Yes. And the people who suddenly got angry are those with impulsive personalities. They are all lunatics. Do you think so?" At this moment, Kuro panicked and thought to himself that Sergeant Red seemed unaware that those words were meant for his teacher. Suddenly, Charlie spoke up, causing Kuro to turn and look. "How did the experiment go?" Red Joe immediately replied, "That's exactly what I expected from you, old man. The mental response rate is very high, but I think you should reduce the amount of dragon material in the system. Increasing power is important, but if it's too sensitive, it will be very difficult to control. Unlike our first generation, these kids can summon spirit power as easily as breathing." Char then introduced himself. "I'm pleased to meet you. I am Team Leader 1, Charlie Smith." Kuro quickly responded, "Hello, my name is Kuro. Z also introduced, this old man is a legend in designing mental energy armor. Lai is probably very humble. The first generation was rushed and still quite rough, but the second generation has been greatly improved. It will become the best equipment. Zoe, standing beside, added, it's designed for you guys. I rarely get to control it. Kuro, after hearing that, was also filled with determination to wear the armor he just tried on and step into real battles. As time passed, it was also time to say goodbye. See you again later. Kuro J, feeling curious, asked at this moment, what will happen to the armor I tested today? Charlie nearby honestly reports that it will be separated and recycled accordingly. Due to its rarity, we are always short on dragon materials. He couldn't help but wonder, why don't you just leave it alone? How can you know if someone else might wear it? Lihon is now awake and training. This usual schedule of hers starts at 5 a.m., but I always wake up at 4 a.m. to sketch out strategies for matches or record the special abilities of team members and other things. Of course, I also objectively record my own skills and rate them. My mental power is still below average. In other words, it is ineffective. I can't even use the basic telepathy skill that Guy W taught me, but I also discovered an ability that only I among the kids here possess. Absolute precision when using mental power. Kuro and Simon can use telekinesis to turn a pencil into dust, but they can't write with it. I can suppress everyone when it comes to controlling mental power. I need to train harder to refine this accuracy. Lai Ha looked at the clock and confirmed, clocking. It's time to go outside, and the sound of running footsteps continues to echo in the yard. The counting keeps going. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Even dim Michichi is taking part in 1, 2. 1, ha! He runs over and calls out Lihon. You also quickly ask how Demichi, how was the space crack you saw yesterday? Demichi happily replied, not much to say. It sparkles a lot, dating would be fine. The space-time rift is a remnant left behind after the Dragon Army's attack and the gates closed. Under Grossman's command, the second-tier teams are divided into 2 groups to investigate the cracks. Grossman explained that the space-time fissure is a direct connection between Earth and other worlds, and hypothesized that it may have influenced the appearance of spirit energy. Visiting the fissure will be a good experience for you. There's no danger, so don't worry. I heard that spirit mages feel something strange when they get close to it. Demichi won't reveal too much. It might make you a bit dizzy, but it's hard to explain. Today you'll go see for yourself. Just feel it. Now she is doing her best at the training ground. After a long period of exhaustion, Lihon shared that we will gather at the helicopter landing pad at 10 a.m. After eating and washing up, you can enjoy some free time. Rose, though tired, couldn't hide her excitement, feeling like she was on a field trip. Soon, everyone received the order to disperse. Zhao approached to talk to Lihon. Nice to meet you, Lihon. If you agree, I'd like to invite you to breakfast. You quickly realize who they are. You are the captain of Team 10Z. Zhao also responded happily, pleased that you still remember me. After being defeated, Rosman no longer openly wants us to lose. But we also lost a few times. Team 10 is one of the few teams that defeated us. Lihon excitedly shares, I've always wanted to learn more about your strategies, so I'd be happy to chat. Zhao felt very embarrassed after hearing that. I'm nothing compared to you. At this moment, numerous helicopters are waiting to hunt on the field. After a while, it safely departed. Now, the serious guide explains that Sinui's Du, where we are heading, is one of the 6 places where the space gate opened during the first invasion. The Dragon Corps summoned at Sinizu split into 2 and advanced toward Korea and China. North Korea confronted them with nuclear bombs but failed, turning Northern Korea into a dead zone, and the government was overthrown as the people crossed the border. The Republic of Korea has accepted these refugees while fighting against the invaders, and they have not yet fully recovered from the social and economic chaos that occurred during this period. Sim only then realized that the Republic of Korea was Lihon A's hometown, and he had no shame in admitting it. Yes, Gozo and I were born there. At this moment, the plane also arrived. We have reached Shinrizu. The system now reports that it is advancing towards the rear door crack. At this moment, a surge of power rushes in, leaving them stunned. Lihon also gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. What is this pressure? A monster was waiting with its mouth open for them, as if it could swallow them at any moment. Everyone was overwhelmed with confusion. After a while, the plane also landed safely. Kasim felt uneasy and spoke up. Suddenly, I feel exhausted, even though I haven't done anything. Kuro feels the same way. I feel terrible. Joss, exhausted beside me, sighed and said I want to go home, take a shower, and sleep early. Lihon suddenly notices something and falls silent as he observes outside. Lai looked at the plane outside, thinking that if they were Team 4, then Team 10 was nearby, and they were flying close to each other. Z also noticed at this moment, giving a thumbs up to Lihon, who responded with a smile, but a second later, the plane was affected by some force. Lihon stared in shock as it suddenly exploded midair, leaving him stunned and unable to react. What was that light? Has Team 10 been wiped out? I just said hello to him for the first time this morning, and suddenly a loud call echoed, pulling you back to reality. Lihon, the instructor is urgently urging you now. Your team members are parachuting down. This helicopter is about to explode. I will send the information to headquarters. Hurry up. Lihon quickly followed the order. Yes, just like that, he guided everyone to move. They all parachuted one after another to escape. The instructor checked the situation once more. Is everyone ready? Let's go. Lihon immediately confirms. Yes. Thuaing. The guide even reminded him to gather the team and wait for rescue once he arrived. If your main instructor can't join you, then you'll have to take responsibility. Lihon nodded immediately. Yes, I understand. As soon as you finished speaking, a surge of energy also appeared on the plane. Lihon was also affected by it. The moment he jumped out, the plane exploded. After a moment of tension, Lihon is still panting and recalls the person who gave instructions earlier had lost their life, feeling a deep sorrow. Guide Lihon was lucky because when he landed, he got caught on a branch, so he was just hanging there. He tried to take a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, telling himself, I must stay calm. We've been trained for this. Surely some people are injured or panicking and can't move. I have to find them. Go to the place where the smoke is rising first. Is that where the helicopter crashed? No, it might be a signal from Jose. Lihon quickly drew a sharp knife. Soon, he cut the rope to climb down. Lihon carefully looked around to search. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from behind. A figure was approaching. Lihon immediately drew his gun in self-defense, but when he saw it was a teammate, he let out a relieved sigh. Dong Jijo, why are you here? Jeej, tell me what happened. During the parachute jump, I observed our helicopter and realized you were the last to jump down. In situations like this, you need to find the team leader first. Lihon now sees him in a different light. I didn't expect he could make such a correct decision in this current situation. He's better than I thought. He urged us to move faster. Let's go. We need to reunite with everyone as soon as possible. Jeej also nodded in agreement. Lihon, walking ahead, advised, break some branches and mark the trees with your knives. After a while, they spotted the burning helicopter. After observing, Lihon confirmed this was Squad 2. Team 8 must be on their way. They tried to get closer to assess the situation inside. Jiro's face turned extremely pale, and he couldn't help but vomit. If we don't escape, we'll probably end up with the same fate. But Lihon just silently observes from a corner. Jai couldn't help but be suspicious. Doesn't he have any emotions? He shows no reaction at all. He hesitated before asking. You're not affected at all? Lihon explains at this moment. This isn't the first time we've seen a corpse. There are always people dying everywhere. Jai couldn't help but feel confused, but with little time left, he kept urging them forward. Hurry up, before more people die. However, upon seeing the scene before her, Lihon couldn't help but be stunned. A giant monster was standing right in front of them. Lihon also quickly realized it was a raging wolf. You grab a knife and handle it calmly. Jijo, try to find something useful in the helicopter. I will lure it away. But Jay had already started trembling so much he couldn't speak. Can't we just run away? Lihon now faces the savage wolf alone. If he turns his back and runs, we will surely die. This bastard can move farther than we thought. We have to kill it right now. The long tendrils of the savage wolf keep extending and soon wrap tightly around Lihon's arm. Seeing the situation is getting worse, he urged to hurry. Go on, Joe. Jai received the order and ran away quickly. At this moment, Lihon had to fight against the savage wolf, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jijo looked at the situation and felt a bit confused. Damn it. I want to keep running, but Lihon on this side quickly takes out a dagger to cut off the savage wolf's tendrils. It took a long time for him to fully break free. Lihon quickly shouted, Good, go inside. However, the savage wolf went berserk and charged at him. Now Lihon was pressed so close that he had to hide inside a tree. It roared wildly and swung its claws toward Lihon, but he swiftly dodged out of the way. Jai stands outside, the plane trembling nonstop. Damn it, I don't want to go in there. If we keep fighting, we're going to die. If I use Lihon as bait and run away, he'll slap me hard in the face. Dong Jijo, that bastard Josh keeps running forward like that. I'm not a cowardly traitor to my team over here. The savage wolf keeps attacking Lihon nonstop. Jaj also uses all his strength to search. Damn it, there are no more R2 bullets left. Just keep it with you. If it were Lihon, at this moment Lihon would also notice something unusual, helping himself to cut off and then regenerate. Is it him? A large piece of wood is now flying through the air, and Lihon quickly reacts. Jai is now using his skills to control and officially joins the fight. Sorry, I'm late. The savage wolf has now also targeted Jijo. Even though Jijo is controlling it with mental power to attack, it doesn't back down. Jai thinks to himself that if it were him, he would definitely watch his actions and react appropriately. Because you're very clever. A spear was thrown, but it didn't hit the beast wolf. Now Jero is alone facing it. Lihon also quickly notices the spear. He has now been knocked down by the savage wolf, and they are very close to each other. Its mouth is now right in front of Jijo's eyes, but a moment later something emerged from the Bao Soi's mouth. That was Lihon's dagger. Jia just went through a life-threatening situation and took a long time to react. Luckily, at the moment of life and death, Lihon dealt with the savage wolf. Gigi just went through a life-threatening situation and took a long time to react. Luckily, at the critical moment, Lihon handled the savage wolf. Judge used all his strength to push the savage wolf away from himself. Damn it, he's dead, right? Lihon quickly reached out to support the opponent. That's right, well done, Kijo. He kept complaining. and I felt like my whole body was going to shatter. You quickly help Jiro to a safe place. The rescue team will arrive soon. Just wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the remaining members here are also lighting a fire to signal. Surely Lihon will see the smoke and come. Kuro is very confident that if Lihon were here, no matter what happens, he would handle it well. Jose also agrees. Yeah, he's always making wise decisions. At this moment, members of the other team couldn't help but marvel. I can see why Team 13 truly trusts their captain. After seeing his combat ability, it's understandable why they have such confidence in him. Kuro heard the noise and immediately turned around. Lihon, but he was mistaken. Oh, you're Team 9, right? Nut asked, looking at them with curiosity. There are 6 people here. Did you also fall from a helicopter? One member shook his head and said, no, we were ambushed. Our guide and team leader are both dead. After hearing that, CL couldn't help but feel terrified. Rose also didn't seem to be doing well. Kuro was so stunned he turned pale. Are we the only ones lucky enough to survive? At this moment, 2 figures approached. Have you encountered the savage wolves? They happily returned to confirm. Lihon Cage Lihon explained to them. There are 3 types of monster tribes, and they control the savage wolves as if they were their hunting dogs. The other team members couldn't help but worry. What should we do? We have no weapons or equipment. Are we going to die helplessly like this? Lihon shouted loudly, focusing. I have a plan, so everyone please lend me your strength. Even if the rescue team is on their way here, it will take at least 5 hours. We need to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours later, everything was ready. If you're an ordinary person without weapons, there's nothing you can do. But since we are the wrong flag, anything is possible. The debate started to rise, but is it okay to light a fire like that? Anyway, savage wolves have a keen sense of smell and good night vision. We just have to wait now. Nut hesitated for a moment before asking Lihon, since there are only the 2 of us right now, I had to ask. Even if the rescue team comes here, what if the signal gets lost again? Will they know what's happening here? Lihon answers very calmly. For now, we need to survive first. Think of an effective strategy. The button beside glances at you, just as expected. He knows everything. Is this battle really that tragic? Now all ambitions and competitions seem like a joke. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and Glue and Lihon immediately became alert. Kuro and the others were no exception, and even the others drew their weapons. As soon as Lihon gave the order, Kuro activated his mental power, and in no time, the entire space was enveloped by a layer of energy. Are the others surprised? Is Kuro really that strong? Since when? Lihon quickly reports that a monster is approaching from the 6 o'clock direction. Thrust team, focus on attacking the target and charge forward. Everyone get into position and launch with all your might and energy. Don't see this spear throwing as an act of protection because it will slow down the normal speed. Lihon shouted and threw. Good also focused all his strength. The fierce wolf was quickly stabbed by them, but its thrashing caused Knut to be thrown far away. Lihon anxiously shouted. Knut is trembling with pain but still trying to reassure. Don't worry. The savage wolf is going crazy and howling now. Its claws have appeared, but a second later it fell into the trap they set earlier. Lihon shouted loudly for Kuro. Next, Kuro immediately used his ability to sense. In Direction 12, there are 2 monsters. Lihon immediately executes the plan. Jose fires a wall of fire, causing the savage wolf to retreat in fear. Lihon also notices something's wrong. They stop and start dealing with the monsters stuck together first. The raging wolf now charged quickly towards them. Moving forward, soon the spears had pierced through its body swiftly. The howls of the savage wolf echo through the space. Now only one remains. Lihon quickly ordered the spear-throwing team, but this savage wolf was smarter, ruining their plan. You bastard! It blocked the attack with its back. It plans to hold out until we run out of weapons. Yeah, it seems like it has some willpower. In my opinion, Kijo. Lihon jumps up and stabs the savage wolf. I will tear your mouth apart. You quickly aimed at the target area, which was its claw, and Lihon didn't hesitate to strike with all her might. The savage wolf immediately howled fiercely, and at that moment, a spear pierced straight into its throat. Jai, you are the one who made this attack. Shut up and die. Kuro, that bastard, speaks up now to remind you. Kijo Lihon also quickly moved to pull him away. That was dangerous. Jijo looked at the wild wolf lying on the ground, feeling bewildered. Damn it, it's dead. However, at this moment, a wave of energy struck. Luckily, only my belongings were torn. The next second, Jijo fell, leaving Lihon confused. Kuro also couldn't help but feel guilty at this moment. Sorry, I can't control everything. Being shot is better than being attacked by a wild wolf. Lihon immediately assigns tasks. If there are bows and arrows, Kuro, please locate their position. It's time to send the surprise attack team. The key card that Lihon kept until the end is a team of 3 for the surprise assault. Now everyone is ready with their weapons. Just when we thought it was all over, the hunters used telepathy to make it seem like they were flying through the air on a plank. Then, once Kuro locates the hunter, he will escort everyone there. Before we move out and set up a defense line, everyone should eliminate them all. At this moment, a member has also finished their task. Kuro is now exhausted. His whole body keeps trembling. I can't use my stamina anymore. Clue was injured and had to be helped, with only 2 wounds remaining. Jay was still unconscious lying on the ground.
Lihon also couldn't help but feel worried. We have truly used up all our strength. If more enemies appear, we must escape quickly.
However, the sounds in the surrounding space continued to emerge, and a pack of feral wolves appeared nearby, now like hungry tigers rushing toward them. Team 13 has now regrouped to fight together. Lihon and Tin Y realize they are trying to encircle us. Their leader is probably nearby somewhere. Suddenly, at this moment, he saw something. The White Fang, a smarter type of wolf, is baring its teeth angrily as it looks at them. Dark energy also appeared around Lihon's feet at that moment. He couldn't help shivering. This murderous intent was freezing him. The number of savage wolves is increasing. They have completely surrounded the area. Lihon is now almost fully controlled. What should I do? In the moment of crisis, he seemed to see something, and it turned out that rescue had arrived just in time. Lihon immediately steadied his mind. He struggles with all his might to break free from that control. He's alive now, and Lihon urges the team to move faster. Everyone, hold your weapons tight. We just need to hold on a little longer. Kuro, despite being exhausted, still forces himself to use his mental strength once more. Just a little more and his whole body kept trembling. At this moment, the savage wolves and the White Fangs also charge forward. Lihon works perfectly with Jose to fight them. The howls grow closer and closer, and Lihon feels it's the right moment to give the order. It's time to strike. However, just at this moment, an energy bullet was fired from above, quickly causing an explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Lihon and his group were also affected by this attack to some extent. Lihon squinted with difficulty to observe. At this moment, someone slowly stepped down, wearing iron armor, looking like a giant, and upon seeing they were still alive, he couldn't help but marvel. It's truly a miracle that you all survived until now. I don't know how long later, they finally returned. Jose couldn't believe what he was seeing. Truly a miracle. Nut bandages his hand in silence. Yeah, it really is a miracle. Half the army left that day, but we survived. Rose still admires that armor when she remembers it. That's really impressive. That mental armor, Nut also witnessed it, so he can't help but admit. Yeah, it took us a lot of effort to kill that wolf. It cut through us like butter. But do you know what? Although it was truly terrifying at the time, everyone was overjoyed to have survived. Nut had already perceptively noticed something unusual about Lihon. He couldn't help but be suspicious, but Lihon seemed to be lost in thought. Since we returned from the space-time rift, the conflicts between teams and the competitions have become meaningless. Right now in the neuropsychiatric ward, Kuru gloomily calls out, "I hated you before. But I'm really glad you're still alive like you said. I'm not ready to kill anyone or see others get killed. I've realized who our true enemy is." Lihon's hand kept trembling. The enemy's strength is different from ours. We must become stronger. But at this moment, the wall was broken by a fist. Lihon was stunned by the unexpected scene. The other quickly announced, "Lihon, you've been called. Come immediately. There is an urgent meeting to gather now." So, the one leading Lihon was Jing Jing. This guy is really crazy. It took him a long time before he hesitantly asked, can I ask who requested the meeting?" But she remained silent, and Tin Lang bowed her head, pressing something on her watch. Sergeant Red, stop bothering me and then straightforwardly flipped me the middle finger at Lihon. You look at this scene and are also stunned. Alright, does he dislike me because of the match last time? They arrived very quickly. This is a vast and expansive place. Did the teacher call me? Sergeant Red was sitting with another person, and Lihon couldn't help but be surprised when she saw who it was. Jaw impatiently shouted, "Don't be so careless like a dog losing its bone. Sit down, it will take quite some time." In the meeting room, everyone looked very tense. A quarter of the 2nd Division had died in this accident, and it wasn't even during real combat, but during training. Alexander Reck, the chief staff officer, proposed that we must interrogate the commander-in-chief and reveal the truth about this heavy asset loss of AC. That is the final decision of the senior committee. Head coach Rosman will be assigned all responsibilities. Now, let's discuss the incident captured by the plane's dash cam. The suspected pin attack was planned by the Eolu mages. But everyone, feel free to speak openly. They have always killed wolves and low-level warriors like the Eolu hunter. This time, we are the ones to attack first, and the EU mages have even revealed themselves. This is the first time that has happened since the war began. The EU mages can also open a portal now. Maybe the war will start sooner than the prophecy predicted. Should we wake the Fairy Queen? Z now makes a choice. The only remaining letter in the team code is W. Choose between W and Whiskey. Lihon, X-Mong, and Tin Lang all remain silent, saying nothing. X-Mong glances away with discomfort, as a temporary team for a special mission. Lihon was a bit incredulous. Are we on the same team? The only one to give an answer is Tin Lang. Why? So the other two also agreed. Then I'll choose Woe. I feel the same. However, Z made a decision that surprised them all. So the team's code name will be Whiskey. Now I will present your objectives. During the meeting, Alexander discussed, I know having a fairy at this moment would be very helpful, but there will be times when we need them even more. What do you think, Sergeant Red? Does Z have a different opinion? We should forget about the seer for now, but please allow me to form a team. Alexander was stunned after hearing this. A Z team at this time is very passionate. We will capture them alive and interrogate them. This is the easiest way to gather information on the enemy. We will capture the EU mages in Shinu. As soon as they arrived, To the Snail greeted them happily. Welcome. You middle school kids, choose a basic dragon weapon first. It has a serial number on it, so after using it, remember to return it here. Lihon looked at the weapon in her hand and sighed. So, this is a dragon weapon. If you look more closely, you'll be confused. The tip of the spear is actually Octo, who comes over and laughs, saying the dragon's material is absorbing your spiritual power. Mong seems to have higher expectations for the weapon in his hand. Is there another type? Like one with a narrower, longer blade. Octo angrily scolds, only able to get a personal weapon at level 3, huh? Do you think I can make one every day? He just nodded after hearing it. Alright, then Octo took out another item and equipped the next one. They looked at the sphere in her hand with confusion. Lihon hesitated before making a judgment. A flying board? O2 quickly explains. It's a smaller version of the flying board. I removed all functions except for movement. At this moment, Lihon has prepared all her gear, from her helmet to the teleportation orb and other weapons, ready for battle. When they set out, O2 also wished them good luck. The kids are now at the Sinuzu Spacetime Fissure, gathered nearby to avoid ambushes. From here, we will walk to the action area. The mission is called Capturing the Wizard, with the goal of capturing Wizard Eolu alive and returning. The search order will be silent. I am Lihon. At this moment, Mong Lihon remained silent. Earlier, Zhao questioned why you were involved in this. There are third-year students much stronger than you. He simply replied coldly that if I wanted to choose someone with stronger combat skills, I would agree. But from a strategic perspective, it's a different story. Your team can survive without any equipment when fighting against the skeletons. That's not your only strength. Most of those returning from the Space Fissure are suffering from psychological trauma. When placed in a harsh environment like the battlefield, people will eventually break down. From that perspective, you truly are a monster. There were times I even thought you were a crazy person. The only thing you're missing right now is real combat experience. That experience is why Sergeant Red chose me and Simon. Simong isn't feeling too comfortable right now either.
It was all because of a match where he observed Lihon earlier. Crazy.
Lihon, he managed to beat someone a rank higher. At that time, Simon was very angry, Tin Long. Lihon, I will show you who is the best. John is assigning tasks now. I will take turns thinking for a bit. Tin Long and Lihon. Simong and I split into 2 teams. Soon they finished organizing, with Simon and John in charge of guard duty, and Tin Lang and Lihon resting. You quietly observe the forest in front of you. Thinking of that, Lihon feels a bit sad. You can't help but think of your teammates, the members of your team who can't come back. I know the chances are slim, but they're out there somewhere. At this moment, Lihon hears a noise beside her and realizes Tin Lang is taking off her hat because it's too hot. But when she notices Lihon watching, she decisively puts it back on. Suddenly, the entire space fell into silence. Understanding the message, Lihon suggested I should turn away. Why didn't you take off your hat a little? But Tin Lang showed no sign of removing her cap. Then she pressed something on her watch. Very quickly, the words "I am not hot" appeared on her hat, leaving Lihon speechless. Okay, in a moment, the communication device will stop working through normal channels, and we will switch to the team's network. At this moment, Tin Lang seems to have discovered something and immediately reports that there are 2 of you spies ahead. Tin Lang quickly dodges to avoid and hides behind a large tree approaching. Over here, Joe also told Duong to draw his gun and deal with them. Tin Lang quickly used her skills to handle it, then swiftly messaged them to inform. Rua was speechless too, even had a message ready. Mong was stunned, unable to believe it, and Lihon couldn't help but secretly admire. So crazy, so talented, almost like an assassination attempt. However, suddenly there was a strange noise, and Tin Lang quickly crouched down to dodge. There are still 2 monsters there. Hold on, silence. Lihon suggests that it might be better to follow them instead of killing them. Joe, finding it interesting, immediately asks why you are so perceptive about the enemy's direction. They are heading towards the crack without suspicion, mostly returning after scouting. Zhao nodded in satisfaction and praised. Smart, very good observation skills. Lihon silently follows them. We will follow behind. Mong, standing nearby, clenched his teeth in anger and kept gritting them, silently cursing himself. All he could think about was killing them. Lihon, not yet, but I will surpass you soon. At this moment, Tin Long activated her device and quickly followed those 2 monsters. It seems they are heading to some kind of ritual site. Eolu the wizard is deeply focused on his task. Wizard Eoluzo suddenly asks, "Do you see the stone on top of the staff?" That's mental energy. I'm sure you've all learned about it. Lihon and Simon both realize at the same time that if it's a mental energy stone, it is a stone capable of holding a large amount of mental energy, and they are likely using it to shoot down the plane. It seems it's currently recharging, but it looks bright, so it might fire another shot. The enemy has 1 EU mage and 6 EU warriors, a total of 7. Luckily, no wolves yet. Joe quickly ordered everyone to gather at Tin Lang and start the mission to capture the wizard. The EU wizard can teleport. We must catch him before he sees us. Advance now, Silence will catch the EU mage Lu, and we will eliminate the rest. From now on, no mistakes are allowed. Lihon looked on with suspicion. What are those things lying there in the bright daylight? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Under the altar are the mummified bodies of team members, including Kasim, Lihon's comrade. Lihon couldn't help but shout in excitement upon seeing Sim lying on the ground are members of Lihon's team. He is now so furious that his mental energy keeps surging out. Zhu kept calling out, "Lihon, Lihon." He observes with suspicion. Her mental energy is overflowing, so why did she suddenly become like this? If it continues, everyone will be in danger. Wizard. You can detect mental energy, Zhou reassures himself. It probably won't happen. At this moment, he ordered everyone to stay still. The whiskey team all retreated. Tinlang and Simong, both receiving the order, hurriedly retreated. Rose saw that Lihon couldn't stay calm and felt disappointed. Maybe I need to take care of this bastard. That still isn't enough for him to notice us, as long as no more energy leaks out. However, just as Zhou thought about it, a powerful surge of energy appeared, precisely emanating from Lihon's location. Joy muttered silently, "Damn it, Wizard Yu also seems to have noticed something unusual." Z quickly rushed forward, and at that moment, Alu launched an attack, pushing a huge force toward Lihon. It turned out Z managed to push him away in time, but that also meant he would be the one to take the hit. Lihon was the one who directly witnessed this scene, and soon Zhou was knocked out of the fight. The power of that attack was incredibly strong. Lihon, seeing this, shouted in panic, "Sergeant Red, Z can still ask, are you still conscious? You seem to have come back to yourself now. If I can no longer fight, you will take command. Now go immediately." Lihon tremblingly ordered, "We are retreating. Cover me." X-Mong receives the order, draws her sword, and rushes forward. On the way, slow footsteps suddenly appear. Lihon was helping Ron, who was badly injured, move, cursing silently in his mind. Damn it, he's a mage. Retreat." Those strange noises suddenly made the soldiers charge forward as if given a command, and Tin Lang was not afraid and fought immediately. Her sword strikes were all incredibly precise. The soldiers then turned their attention to the others. Simong immediately covered them, continuously firing, but they all easily dodged. Seeing this, he suddenly became tense. Simong exerted all her strength using her mental power to control the large stone, then moved toward them. Simong used all his strength to attack, and the stone also hit the enemy soldiers. However, luck was still not on his side as they detected him. Simong couldn't help but curse himself for being too slow. Is it over yet? At that moment, the warrior raised his weapon, but luckily, silence arrived just in time to save the day. Simong was stunned by this unexpected scene, unable to believe his eyes. Silence. How could Lihon defeat that thing? Sorcerer Iolu then ordered again, and the warriors stopped attacking and gradually retreated. Simong looked at that and became very suspicious. They gave up chasing us. After a while, Lihon was still blaming himself, saying it was his fault. "Because of me, Tin Lang, without any regret, rushed forward and punched you." Lihon, unprepared, was knocked away and fell from the beam. X-Mong saw that Tin Lang was losing composure, so he patted his shoulder to comfort him. "That's enough. We can't proceed with the plan anymore." Stubbornness only makes it worse. Simon suggested we should retreat, but Lihon was too stubborn to agree. "No, we are sticking to the plan." Tin Lang can no longer stay calm and pushes X-Mong's hand away. She walks up and slaps Lihon in the face. Simong quickly rushes over. "Tin Lang, I know you're very angry, but now Lihon is our leader. If you keep like this, I won't let it slide." Tin Lang, after hearing this, seemed to calm down a bit. Then she sighed and called out, "But Lihon, are you aware that everything happening is because of you? If you come up with a half-hearted plan, I will kill you before I have to retreat. I will decide after I carefully consider your plan. Although I don't want to admit it, you are the smartest among the second years." Lihon was surprised to hear these words and immediately steadied his mind. "Stop being so grumpy and listen. Overall, Tin Lang, things aren't actually that bad right now." After hearing this, Tin Lang's clenched fist trembled uncontrollably. X-Mong also felt confused when hearing Lihon say that. "Not bad, huh?" You nod firmly in agreement. "That's right. Why do we want to rush this?" "Because of you, the mage's spiritual fire, and the ability to escape through teleportation, but we no longer need to worry about that." Simon also nodded in agreement. "Regarding the mental energy, you're right. He used up the remaining explosion charges. But why do you think he stopped teleporting?" Lihon explains carefully for them. "For the past 10 years, these beings have lived in hiding because they are very cautious and cunning. But now, even though their lives are at risk, they still refuse to break formation. The truth is, the one earlier tried to eliminate the last of the mental energy from the crystal. In reality, he had the EU warriors turn back to protect him instead of continuing to chase us. He wouldn't need to do that if he still had the ability to teleport. There must be a reason he can't leave it." Suddenly, the space fell silent. Tingjing nodded softly. Then Simon dared to speak. "All right, Lihon, tell us your plan." Lihon confidently says, "I will catch Mage E and ambush them from the space crack. You two can distract from the front. Even if Mage U detects spiritual energy, if it emanates from the space crack where the energy is strongest, he will have a hard time noticing us. His line of sight will also be obscured by the light of the crack," Mong quickly said with concern. "I also have to deal with the obscured vision and pressure from the crack, right? Can I control myself under such pressure?" If there are any mistakes, I will have to die. But Lihon is not worried at all. I am confident in my ability to control my mental power. It's not that I want to hide my mistakes, but because I am the only one who can do it. Lihon's gaze now becomes more determined than ever. Mong probably thinks of her as a comrade among the corpses. He's like a machine, a cold-blooded bastard. But if he doesn't react to that scene, then he's not human anymore. But even when things get worse because of his own mistakes, he can still observe the enemy and plan what to do next. It's incredible. That's why Team 13 trusts Lihon so much. Lihon breathes a sigh of relief as he arrives. Luckily, he arrived just in time and kept throwing equipment into the crack. Lihon looked at the sphere in his hand, missing the mark by a mile. Mong on this side blocks the timing and announces the 15-minute countdown. At the same time, Lihon begins his plan, repeatedly throwing the teleportation orbs behind him and then jumping down, precisely stepping on the orbs. Seizing the opportunity, Lung and Mong rush towards the sorcerer. Aolu and the patrol soldiers return, and Mong, tense, realizes the enemy numbers have increased with more warriors. Lang continues to use instant teleportation to handle the enemies, while Mong follows, firing his gun repeatedly, causing the warriors to scream in pain as they are hit. Lang also keeps fighting without stopping, and now Mong and Lang regroup together. Mong suddenly raised his gun and aimed, the bullet whizzing past Lang. It turns out a warrior was about to ambush, so Simon took care of him. He nodded slightly to signal, and Lang on this side understood immediately. Now Mong could only hope. Come on, Lihon, you can't fail your first mission. Over here, Lihon is under a crack, a discomfort rising inside him, making him grit his teeth. Damn it, it's that feeling again. This must be the fear of dragons. Lihon tried to reassure himself that it was just an illusion. Don't hesitate. He decided to bite his finger hard, letting the bright red blood flow out, but he remained determined. However, in front of him now was a giant dragon. Over here, Mong was also fighting continuously, exhausted as he counted the remaining warriors. There are only 2 left now, just 2 warriors and Mage Yu remaining. Mong quickly realizes they must protect Mage Yu, so they definitely won't advance. Mong realizes that weakness and immediately raises his gun. Sorcerer Yu begins to unleash some kind of power. A shield quickly appeared, and both warriors also had one. Mong immediately realized it. They saw the trajectory and used external force shields to defend well. However, now a shadow has appeared from behind, but only in front, and that is Lihon emerging from the crack below. He rushed in to seize the Mage Yu. The 2 warriors suddenly turned around to watch, but at this moment silence charged in. In the blink of an eye, just 1 slash was enough to take down the 2 warriors. A needle of some sort was pressed against Yu's neck. It is struggling to break free from Lihon's control, but it seems he has no intention of letting go. Come on, go in. This one will teleport. Quickly, Yu finished injecting the solution into Yu, the mage, and its body gradually disappeared. Lihon shouted in panic. Seeing it disappear so quickly with the naked eye made him even more frantic. A bright flash appeared at this moment, and Lihon opened his mouth in shock. He looked confused as he saw Mage Yu collapsed in his arms. Safe now. Time seemed to pass unnoticed, and they had now returned. The steady tapping of keys echoes as Lihon quietly observes Z there. So after that incident, he lost a leg. Zoe impatiently called out, "Don't just stand there watching like that. I can wear a prosthetic leg and even get a veteran's allowance. Just retire already, no more apologies." Lihon hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes, sir." John still couldn't help but praise. Carrying out the plan was the right decision. "If you retreat, my legs will be sad and cry." "Very good. Thanks to you, I've finished the strategic report. Now I just need to hear the details from the captured one." Lihon hesitated, wondering if she could interrogate a creature from another world. Someone who can read minds from Akron takes out a cigarette and reveals it. He's the only one who can do that. Lihon looks at the cigarette in his hand with great discomfort. This is the hospital room. At this moment, a figure enters from outside, and seeing Lihon there, Lang understands and steps outside as if called by Ron. After finishing, Lang went inside, quickly asking, "Are you okay, sir?" "Roy, vuived up lie. I was planning to go on a diet, but now I don't need to anymore because I'm much lighter." Lihon looked at Lang beside her with suspicion. Is he smiling? Lang just looked at John silently, but he was able to smile happily. Lihon stood beside him, bewildered, still finding it hard to believe that someone like Sergeant Red could be talking to Lang. After a while, John finally told them to leave. "Get out of here. The old man and the fake ninja. I have to reflect on my lost leg, and then I will be silent." At this moment, Lang apologized nervously, saying, "Sorry for hitting you. If I were in your place, I would have done the same." Lihon immediately explained, "No, I deserved it. I put everyone in danger. Lang encouraged you, but you managed to get through it. I see now why Sergeant Red has high expectations for you." On the way back, Lihon shared his doubts. "I don't think Sergeant Red can tell what the teacher likes or dislikes, but either way, he's just going to bully him." "All right, see you later." Lang, Lihon happily waves goodbye. Silence also quickly responded. She started typing something again. Then a small object was thrown at Lihon's head. "You understand and turn back immediately." Lihon just gives a slight smile and nods when seeing the message from the other person. "Study hard so you can move up to the 3rd grade soon." She left with her middle finger raised. Lihon recalls during the match when Seem Mong asked, "You also felt the pressure from the crack, didn't you? Can you control the hoverboard in that situation? If you make a mistake, we will all die." But at that time, you were still very determined. I trust in my external strength. The reason I did it wasn't to make up for my mistakes, but because I had the highest success rate. At that moment, Lihon stood confidently before the crack as a plane landed and a group of well-dressed people stepped out, led by Visit, Genzu, and Yue. Inspector Du was a bit annoyed inside. It's too hot. The team slowly moved inside. Soon, someone announced that the inspection council had arrived and a row of cars had long been waiting there. Alexander immediately ordered, "Please escort them safely to the conference room." The soldiers all saluted respectfully. "Thank you for coming all this way. We will escort everyone to the conference room immediately. In case you get lost, we have equipped communication devices for close-range contact along with a map guide." Inspector Du happily looked at the watch on his wrist and said, "I only need this." At this moment, everyone agreed. "Inspector Yen Du, let me escort you." But he outright refused. "It's okay, I can handle it myself." "Does the inspector have this kind of authority?" The soldier nodded slightly. "Yes, sir, but I couldn't help feeling uncomfortable inside." Damn it, he's the kind of person that's hard to deal with. Inspector Du also has his own thoughts. After all, the information you're about to show us is just for display. He sighed in frustration, causing the soldier to feel confused. Inspector Du suddenly turned back and asked, "Where's that bastard Lihon now?" I don't know how long later, member of Team 13 was holding a bunch of candies, happily meeting everyone. "Team 13, Inspector Du cheerfully greeted. "Come on, there's still more, so let's put it in your pocket for now. You all are just like my own children, so I will treat you well." At this moment, Han Li showed her true attitude. "Sir, we need to continue training." He nodded hesitantly. All right, I won't bother you anymore." Lihon quickly refocuses. "Everyone get ready, we are heading to the shooting range." Du Inspector stood there observing. That must be Lihon. According to its level 1 information, there's nothing special about it, but during the competition, it became famous and achieved results at the Space Canyon. Detective Du was standing in a corner of the arena waiting, tiredly stretching. Du Inspector kept yawning repeatedly. Damn stubborn kids. Ever since the space crack incident, there haven't been any more competitions. The other teams have already taken a break, so why are these guys still training? At this moment, a sound drew his attention. Inspector Du watched the soldiers go out and wondered, so is it over? But life doesn't go as expected. Lihon continued to give orders. "Everyone, we are now heading to the armory." He also sighed. "You really are stubborn." At this moment, Inspector Du is watching Lihon from a high corner of the training ground. "Kuro, train with me today." Kuro was so scared he turned pale. Lihon is very enthusiastic. What stance does he take? Kuro is trembling with fear right now. Why does Lihon want to pair up with him? It feels like this isn't an ordinary training session right now. At this moment, Lihon silently thought that the lesson I learned from the space crack was that you can't fight in real life just with mental strength. Kuro must become a versatile warrior. Maybe at level 1 he's still weak. Since our bodies have become super advanced, it's now just a matter of mental strength. Lihon speeds up and rushes toward Kuro. "I'm here." Kuro is overwhelmed and frightened by this immense power. He was defeated in just a second, but that didn't mean Kuro would give up. He kept moving the staff in his hand to dodge the attacks, and Lihon didn't seem to intend to hold back either. Now Kuro's sword is covered in sweat. I was so nervous I thought I was about to die. Lihon swiftly knocked Kuro's hand away, with each stick pointed directly at Kuro's neck. Even if you can see the near future, you still can't win by just defending. Lihon remains determined not to give up. "Go ahead and try attacking." Kuro can't believe it. "It's me." Kuro quickly adjusts his breathing to continue the fight. But overwhelmed with tension, he could only close his eyes tightly before summoning all his strength and rushing forward. Lihon just stood there silently, unmoving. Before long, Kuro's staff disappeared. Lihon quickly adjusted his opponent, telling him to open his eyes wide when attacking and to hold his weapon tightly. Kuro, feeling guilty after the criticism, lowered his head and apologized. But Ryan also seems to realize how unreasonable he's being. He softly advises, "Kuro, this time try attacking me with all your might." Kuro was stunned after hearing that, not even daring to believe it here. "What did you just say?" The entire training ground suddenly fell silent. Lihon still called out firmly, "Kuro, from now on I will attack you with everything I have, so please do the same." Jose couldn't help but worry. Just by looking at their weapon skills, Lihon seemed sure to win, but Glut didn't think so. But adding mental energy still wasn't a sure thing. Seeing Kuro remain silent, Lihon provoked him. "What's wrong, Kuro? Are you afraid I'll get hurt?" He lowered his face in sadness. "I really don't know why you're like this. I'm sorry, but you must have a reason for doing it. I trust you completely." After hearing that, Jose and the others were stunned. Immediately afterward, Kuro instantly used his mental power. "So I will do everything you ask. I trust you. Li Lihon is here now, invited to have some tea." "All right, Lihon, what brings you here today?" W. Chen happily invites you. "This is oolong tea. Try it." Lihon looked uncomfortable, but still praised. "It's delicious. Thank you, teacher." Inside, he couldn't help but scream. This tastes too strange. W-Che looked at that and couldn't help but pucker his lips. Just look at him, he's really just a kid. Lihon no longer beats around the bush and went straight to the point. The truth is, I came here because of Kuro. He hesitated a bit after hearing that. Kuro, you assess Kuro's actual condition. Kuro still lacks many attack techniques. He is quite hesitant when fighting. I'm afraid this could end up killing him someday. One gently explains that people can experience psychological shifts based on the dangers they face. Lihon was a bit stunned after hearing that. A psychological shift? He then explained that it was a refusal to harm anyone. Even the bravest soldiers sometimes waver when they have to kill someone. But once they have undergone a psychological change, they will be able to act. It is indeed a bit cruel to make Kuro fight someone, but he needs a chance. Like that time when he pushed himself beyond his limits in the desert when he completely trusted you. Now Kuro has used his spiritual power to activate his combat ability. Lon also understands what W-Chen meant. So this is the true change of a person's mindset. Jose now can't help but feel angry. That bastard Kuro, he refuses to listen to anything. Clue hesitates a bit. Should I stop them? From the high corner, Inspector Du watched this scene in shock, truly amazed. Is this the power of a legend? Lihon greets it with ease, unconcerned. It really is unbelievable. What should I do now? Should I pretend Kuro isn't here? Jose realizes with worry that Kuro can now see all of Lihon's moves and dodge them easily. Clue is also on the side and agrees. If they attack now, it will be very difficult for him. Kuro quickly used his power to control the branch, and Lihon didn't seem to be any less skilled. You successfully caught the gourd thrown by Kuro, but Lihon can't deny that although it was thrown with telekinesis, its power is on par with when he throws it with his physical strength. Both Rose and Glue are speechless. Oh, so he just needed to catch it instead of dodging? It sounds simple, but few can do it. Lihon continues to boost his confidence. You only threw one spear? Are you looking down on me? Do you need to do more, Kuro? Kuro's spear grip unconsciously tightens as he hears your words. Kuro, in the end you have to attack me too. Stop avoiding it. Just attack me with the spear in your hand. Lihon charges forward this time to attack, blocking the blow. I'm here. Kuro keeps moving to strike but still can't hit Lihon. At this point, you've been warned that there aren't many weapons left for you. Kuro, he decides to put all his strength into one final attack. Lihon now also clearly feels it. He quickly takes off his jacket, then used it as support to successfully push Kuro's energy. However, Lihon's steps also came to a halt. He doesn't give up and keeps rushing forward, with Clud and Joss cheering him on enthusiastically. He used his power on the coat to push the spears aside, lift the spear, and fight Kuro. But when Kuro faced Lihon's determined gaze, he hesitated slightly. However, moments later, he regained his focus and charged forward. Lihon did not hesitate and broke Kuro's staff in one strike. Now both of them are facing each other, but suddenly Lihon raises his hand and gives Kuro a sharp pinch. Lihon praises with satisfaction. It's good that you can still keep your eyes wide open during the attack, Kuro. You even happily pat Kuro's head. Joss keeps crying out, that's too cruel. Clue beside him is also shouting, Kuro, you really need to try harder as a fighting machine. Lihon also honestly remarked, Kuro, you're still too inexperienced. Why did you aim all the fireballs at one point on my body when you threw them all at once? If you threw them in different directions, it would be harder to dodge, and I might get hit in the arms or legs. Kuro hesitantly explained, I was worried it would hit you, and I didn't expect you to use your jacket to block the attack. Lihon, after hearing that, could only sigh. Is that really true? Inspector Du now has a different impression of Lihon. Lihon, he's even more than the rumor said. I'm sure he will bring many good things to the future. That's something Evil hasn't told me. At this moment, he slowly stepped down and then made a request to Lihon, saying, Can you spare some of your time for me? But Lihon remained silent, not replying. After a long while, the two of them had a private conversation. Lihon then asked, What did you say happened at the space-time crack? I've already included everything I know in the report to the council. I just wanted to hear directly from you. Come on, sit down naturally and get ready. Detective Du, at this moment, is very confident. My special skills have been honed through countless negotiations, and I am highly expressive, not telepathic. So if I agree with you at a certain point or action, it's amazing because you'll feel comfortable and unconsciously say things you didn't intend to say. It was truly a crazy idea at the time, completely out of control. I'm almost there. What happens next? Lihon felt confused after hearing that. What do you mean exactly? What do you mean? Inspector Du asked with a hint of hesitation. That is all the information reported so far. Is there nothing more to that story? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, all the detailed information is in the report. Always expressionless. Truly a kid with a reputation. Finally, Lihon bowed politely. I will go train some more now. Inspector Du also had no choice but to agree. Fine then. Lihon smirked to himself with satisfaction. I've been ordered to keep this secret. No matter what happens, your uncle won't get any information from me. Inspector Du. At this moment, Inspector Du takes out his phone, observes very cautiously, then dials a number. Investigate for me Lihon from the spacecraft incident until now. Report all the information you have to me immediately. The next morning, Lihon continued training again. 1-2, 1-2, 1-12, 1-2. The other teams are also training with them. 1-2-1-2-1-2 Michi is very enthusiastic now. 1-2-1-2-1-2. He approaches and starts a conversation, and Lihon responds happily. You still try as always, right? Come on, Michi. Only now do I realize I have to do my best no matter what.
See that guy over there? He's a detective from Russia who's been following us for days, and it's really bothering us. Always talking about fighting for the country, even after the battle with the Dragon Clan.
Lihon couldn't help but feel confused. After the battle with the dragons, he wondered what we were fighting for. Evil will be resolved after the war. Both teams are still running tirelessly. Dimichichi suddenly whispers, Lihon! His superior wants to start a war to conquer the world. After defeating all the dragons, Lihon was stunned when he heard this. Rose is now intensely training, this time facing Kuro as his opponent. Lihon just stood silently in the corner, observing. He remained silent, but inside he was in complete chaos. It's truly confusing. Even after defeating the strongest enemy humans have faced, peace still hasn't arrived. Suddenly, the door opens and Inspector Du walks in. He smiled with great satisfaction. Lihon, I finally found you. The period when you disappeared after the incident in Sinu clearly indicates that you were involved in a secret mission during that time. All members of Team 13 stopped to observe. Inspector Du is now very confident. I will turn that rumor into reality today. Even if it scared you, at first Team 13 was completely confused. But then they received some news and their attitude immediately changed. Inspector Du couldn't help but feel a bit confused as he saw this scene, and he saw Lihon glaring at him with a furious face. Lihon, what's going on? The guards behind immediately drew their guns, but Kuro had already used his mental power to control them all. Their hands were soon twisted and everyone cried out in pain. Lihon said firmly, We must protect you immediately. Inspector Du tremblingly asked why you didn't explain everything beforehand and kept speaking mechanically, saying we received orders. Please cooperate. Inspector Du still felt confused, but why? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and immediately after, the ceiling began to collapse, and Lihon quickly announced. The enemy attacked, issuing an attack warning to protect the nearby inspectors immediately. Inspector Du couldn't help but feel confused. Why target inspectors who might be involved? Lihon begins assigning tasks. Jose, I will entrust the inspectors to you. Jai and Gnu are armed. Kuro, curious, asks, Who are the enemies? Are they the Europeans? Lihon thought for a moment before replying, Probably humans. At this moment, Inspector Du and his two bodyguards are tied up and sitting upright in the yard, each with 2 magazines, totaling 60 rounds. Lihon and the others check their weapons, and he quickly asks, How many people do you have to protect each day? Team 1 reports immediately. 4, followed by Dimichi. 2, then Simon. 6, Inspector Du from a corner silently marvels. The other team leaders completely accepted Lihon as the leader. That's understandable. His experience and achievements are truly outstanding. Lihon quickly thought and then ordered the team to gather at Simulation Arena 4 with all their gear. They hurriedly left with the team carrying weapons to protect the inspector. Lihon suddenly asked, Do you know anything about the enemy inspector? Inspector Du remained silent for a moment before continuing. It seems you learned something when I showed you the message. And I don't think you're a mole. Thentra. After hearing that, he only smirked purebred. They call themselves that. Jose was very curious after hearing it. Purebred. Inspector Du then clarified that there is a group of people who do not consider spirit users as humans and want to kill them. They operate based on religion and the fear of the unknown power of the new humans. Clue suddenly shouted, In 3 years the dragons will invade us and they still want to kill me? Inspector Du added, They believe that it is the Spirit Force users who caused the dragons to invade us. They think that killing all the Spirit Force users will make the dragons disappear, but, of course, it's all nonsense. The Spirit Force user appeared after the gate opened, and at that moment a helicopter arrived. The scarred man saw them and couldn't help but feel excited. Found them, the monsters fighting against the Lord. The helicopters quickly launched their attack, and the ones below immediately responded. Soon, the entire area was in chaos, gunfire echoing everywhere, and the purebred people were closing in, while Lihon's group also raised their guard. They are approaching, and Lihon is concentrating with all his might. Smoke and fire fill the air around them. They have to move very carefully. The enemy's plane has crashed nearby. Is there a high chance they survived? Can you count how many people are on there? Clue also responded immediately. 4 people or so. I have my own reasons for passing through this place. The reason I want to cross the simulated battlefield with many of your spots is because I want to avoid the conflict as much as possible. Lihon closed her eyes to sense the situation, then quickly confirmed what was happening. She decisively ordered, Everyone get ready now. Our only task is to wipe them out. As soon as you finished speaking, gunfire erupted non-stop. The natives kept getting shot, and the soldiers fought with all their might. At this moment, the leader crouched down to dodge. A purebred soldier lay dead on the ground. He pulled his comrade's body up and used him as a shield. He himself engaged in combat, and the soldiers here were also wounded after he fired his gun. The leader kept shouting, The earth belongs to humans. You monsters do not belong here. Lihon's face darkened as he declared, We need to kill now. Jose remained silent, and Jijo did the same. Inspector Du silently observed them, Now most of them are useless. Maybe there's a kid. Only Clut remains determined. Suddenly, Lihon called out, "Clut, let's go!" Inspector Du watched them leave, secretly thinking those bastards are much stronger than ordinary trained soldiers. But there is still one difference. When it comes to killing, the opponents are veterans. Suddenly, a glowing piece of metal appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, Lihon and Knut were walking to investigate. You ask again, can you do it? Lihon turns to look at his teammate with a trusting gaze. Clut seems to be gaining strength. I'll pretend they're deer and take them down. We will die if we don't kill them. Lihon suddenly grew serious. This brings back not so pleasant memories of my time in Korea, Shun. The sound of the chase kept ringing out. Stop right there, you dog. Outside, the rain was still pouring heavily. The small feet kept running quickly forward. Lihon tightly clutches the fruit in her hands, refusing to let go, while the man behind keeps chasing her relentlessly. At this moment, the red light signal had already turned on, but Lihon seemed not to intend to stop. How can a child's strength match that of an adult? He was quickly grabbed, but Lihon still struggled to break free. At this moment, the train has also arrived. Lihon delivers a powerful kick to the opponent's face. The man was thrown far away, and the train passed right in front of Lihon. He was already beyond saving at that moment. Lihon saw this scene and couldn't help but panic. And it was that apple bag that became an unforgettable memory for him. Returning to reality, Lihon is still leading the way. After assessing the situation, he signals with his hand. The two of them quickly stopped, and Lihon took out the teleportation orb from somewhere in the corner. Now only the moving clothes remained. The continuous gunfire seemed to have no effect, and the purebred was still dazed. What is going on? But I didn't realize Clue had been behind me all along. At this moment, the sphere begins to work, and Clue rushes out firing continuously at them. Soon, one purebred is wounded, and the other, seeing this, can't help but become angry. Damn it. Just as he was about to charge, he got hit in the head. It turns out Lihon had been ambushing from a nearby corner for a long time. He aimed with perfect precision. At this moment, Knut suddenly started trembling uncontrollably. He was trying to calm himself down. Damn it, I have to aim precisely. The purebred is about to curl up in pain on the ground. Damn it! Clue was so scared at that moment he didn't dare to open his eyes, and the purebred now was also trembling. However, Clue tries his best. Opening his eyes, the purebred also faces the tension head on. Finally, he managed to fire that shot. Lihon gently approaches and calls out, Clut? He nodded and said, I'm fine. Right now, Thanchara Duo is trembling all over. Investigator Du also realizes this kid has lost it completely. Not even sure if he can kill a tiny ant anymore, and he's just staring off into space. I don't know when he managed to untie the ropes, but thanks to that, suddenly a shout was heard. They are coming! Inspector Du couldn't help but feel anxious. What is coming? Kuro tried to suppress his trembling. If he didn't shoot accurately, Du Inspector would also hear the noise now. It turns out a purebred had appeared there. Kuro quickly shouted, Everyone get down! Zeus also responded immediately. Jiro's gun was suddenly snatched away by someone, and that person was none other than Inspector Du. He kept firing at the native, quickly finishing him off, and suddenly Kuro realized his gun had disappeared. It turns out Thanjia Du is finished dealing with them, and now there's another guy in the corner. At the critical moment, Kuro used his mental power to move the wooden door to block the bullets for Inspector Du, who then shot back accurately at the attacker. The back door then also collapsed heavily. Inspector Du immediately asked, Is it over yet? Kuro nervously nodded. Oh! At this moment, he also couldn't help but praise you. Even though he couldn't shoot, your mental strength is truly impressive. Lihon just happened to return at this moment. Is everyone okay? The inspector has already returned the gun to Kuro. You're a smart person, so I believe you understand the current situation, right? Lihon nodded slightly. You quickly ordered to continue, but then a loud explosion sounded, and there had been a group waiting there all along. The purebred leader is looking ahead. They just blew up a hatch, he quickly orders. The last rat hole is finally exposed. Let's clean them up now. The leader loudly declares, They are deceiving the world. The dragons will no longer invade the earth. It has been 10 years since they disappeared, and what these bastards are plotting after training the divine spellcasters is to dominate us. With this new species called divine spellcasters, they are scheming to conquer humanity. Let's start the purge now. Because at this moment humanity is at fake training ground 4, Lihon and the others have been here for a while, and all the second-tier soldiers are already assembled. An angry inspector shouted, How dare you bastards think of our inspectors as who? Do you really believe there will be no consequences for how you treat us? Once we return, Xmong will ruthlessly grab his collar and silence him, before killing him. The old man still doesn't understand why he's being choked. One of you traitors orchestrated all of this. A damn traitor, and because of that traitor, I had to kill someone. I've never felt so disgusted in my life. That refined person was so scared he was trembling all over. Lihon quickly went to reassure him. Come on, Simong, our only job is to guard these inspectors. Simong listened to your words and then let him go. He didn't know what to think, so he walked away. At this moment, Jose also felt strange. Does that disgusting Simong listen to Lihon so easily? At the same time, at the level 1 weapon training facility, the bright red Simong didn't need to run down to the floor. Yu Chen just finished dealing with a purebred, and he's also covered in sweat. There are already countless purebreds dealt with on the field. The students behind are terrified, screaming uncontrollably. W. Chen tremblingly checks the time. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nonstop. Leading the group, Lihon ran quickly forward because he knew those bastards were targeting the 1S headquarters. Earlier, W. Chen told Lihon that these bastards had already reached the hideout. Based on the distance, only a 2-second window could stop them. The teacher entrusted it to me. Sensing the urgency, Lihon pushed forward even faster. Apart from the trainers leading the way, everyone else is just level 1S. If we arrive late, we'll be doomed. Now at the headquarters, gunfire is non-stop, and another person has fallen to the native forces. The leader said, "It's really annoying. This place has too many complicated paths. There's a door over there. Have you guys at Delta Alpha found anything?" "This is Delta. We are still searching." "This is Alpha. After breaking into the hideout, we found enemies behind preparing for battle. Lihon and his group are now nearby. He raises his gun and calls out, 'We have no more time. We must face them head on.' They don't have any heavy weapons. Simmong, can you hold them off?" Simon nodded in agreement. "Let me show them. Fire on my signal." Lihon turned to the others and said, "Simmong will lead. Everyone stay behind Shimong." And so, the battle began. Fire at the front, Shimong, and unleash your full strength. He aimed precisely and ordered the shot. Powerful streams of energy immediately appeared. Purebred humans feel extremely confused. What the hell is going on? They keep getting shot, even though they're wounded and lying on the ground, but they still keep cursing. "Damn monsters, you should be eradicated from this world." Clutched his teeth so tightly they ground, "You are the real monsters." Lihon patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Calm down. Clue, we still have enemies inside. And for you guys, I will establish a temporary combat team with this number of members because we are quite similar. So keep this in mind." Lihon's face darkened. He silently thought to himself that the cost of being driven by emotions had become deeply ingrained in his bones, and he would not make that mistake again. Lihon sternly warns, "From now on, you must suppress all emotions. If you can't do that, the entire combat team will be doomed." Lihon had already made detailed plans earlier. "I know this terrain better than they do, so deploying troops here won't cause any problems. Team leaders should depart with their squads and then gather immediately by team." D. Michi suddenly froze. "Can I quickly take care of this now? I'll hand over my responsibilities to the deputy captain." "I need to go verify this." Lihon also nodded in agreement. "Feel free to go ahead, Michi. Right now, someone is lying on the ground in some room." "Hey, Michi!" His face darkened. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing here?" Former captain of the 5th team couldn't help but be surprised. Didi shouted loudly, reminding him that he was grabbing his own teammate's collar. "Stay alert." But he seems not to hear his own team. "Do you think he's on our side? I don't know if you're aware of this, but you'll be sent out to fight in real life when you reach 3rd year." Dimichi remained silent. The former captain of the 5th team went berserk. "During a mission, I was so scared and hopeless that it felt like my instincts and intuition were screaming that I could never defeat it." Dimichi frowned and looked at the opponent. "Are you afraid of the dragon?" Finally, the former captain has given up on the enemy, and the villain now orders me to take down that thing. The villain sees us as mere pawns, and I am a faulty piece, but throwing me away would still be a waste. So just imagine what they will do next. Recycle me. They want to do that by binding me up and injecting mind control drugs into my brain. Do you think that's the only place like this? Our homeland, the invaders, they are all the same. Their only goal is to exploit or kill us. Protecting humanity in this situation really isn't worth it. Michichi just chuckled again, and the team leader looked at his expression with a sense of unease. Ichiro straightforwardly put down his gun. "I don't like monsters either, but I have to protect my family at home, understand? So first, I will punch that dragon mother, and then I will take down any bastard blocking my way." The purebred leader is closely monitoring. It seems Alpha Team is done. EZ Delta, the enemy. Alpha Team, Delta Team, the enemies are heading towards everyone. Please hit them accurately for us. He is still slowly loading his gun. I will use this gun to take them all out at once. Now the signal shows they are getting even closer. Lihon and the others were also surprised to find such a place inside. How do they know about this place when we know nothing? As expected, the only way to understand this situation is because there is a traitor among the Qing Ti. Suddenly, Lihon realized something. There was a trap set right under their feet. Lihon immediately stopped him. "Wait, it's a trap. You can't help but regret. Should I have let Kuru go with me?" Somewhere, the purebred leader was watching them. They quickly broke the door and found us. Eliminate them all. However, there was one hesitant guy, but he was just a kid and didn't even carry a weapon. Still, the leader's attitude remained resolute. "I know. Private, abandon your compassion. Those monsters will try to sit on the necks of our descendants, and the children are now so terrified they can't stop crying." That soldier is clutching his head in despair. This is just too crazy, almost like a massacre. But because he hesitated too much, he was executed, killing children. No one else but the leader. Even as he died, tears streaming down his face. Future generations will decide whether this was right or wrong. I only do what I am forced to do. Suddenly, Lihon's side was attacked. Clue is worried because Kong Mei has been injured. But the two of them immediately pulled him to safety. Then Lihon continued. Mong, let's go. We fight together against the natives. The numbers are heavily in their favor, and Lihon is worried because he notices they are armed with grenade launchers. Mong was also stunned. I didn't have enough time to set up a shield, so Lihon immediately used mental power to block it. This isn't good. Even a shield might not be enough. However, I also struggle quite a bit. I have to imagine myself holding a grenade in my own hands, and then I will have to do it. Lihon pushes himself to the limit and throws himself back at the enemy. The purebred team is momentarily thrown into confusion. A second later, an explosion rang out, and they seized the opportunity to charge forward, with Lihon continuously firing. Soon, the purebred team was defeated, and one of them was holding a watch. Suddenly, it made a noise that caught Lihon's attention. Delta team, this is EZ team. Lihon's face darkened. They've announced that the center has been cleared. Moving on to Zone D, Demichi was now thrown aside and was no match for the former captain of Team 5. Demichi had no chance to counterattack. The former captain showed no mercy, tossing him aside like a sandbag and then knocking him to the ground. He immediately spat blood and the former captain now grabbed a piece of iron, preparing to deal with him. Even after all that explanation, you still don't understand why. Each of us has an opponent that no matter how hard we try, we can't defeat. He is now unconscious. That guy used all his strength to attack, but Demichi still seems very calm, and the former captain is also taken aback. Ichi is now protected by a stream of energy. I still don't understand how I could lose to a coward like you. Clue. Injured? Is sitting in a corner to recover? He remembers the memories from when he was repairing. Attention, Joss introduced him back then. Lihon. You also know that person, right? He is the guy from Class B over there. Lihon nodded in confirmation. Of course, he is the talent our squad has been looking for. The expectation. I'm not worthy of those things. How ashamed I am. Sorry, we are currently unable to send any squads to assist with your evacuation. Please wait here for us. After that, they left to continue fighting. CL now feels even more guilty. At the same time, the simulated battlefield was ongoing, and the purebred team was still attacking. They kept firing, and the remaining members were also focusing intensely. Suddenly, a purebred is about to throw a grenade. They immediately shout out, "Grenade at 12 o'clock." Someone is using mental power to control it right away. Luckily, it exploded in the air. The purebred enemies are now panicking, and our weapons can't hit anything. Damn it, the air support still hasn't arrived? We don't have much time left. The frontline squad is about to be wiped out, and the other evil members will arrive soon. If there is an airstrike targeting them, we can kill all those monsters. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel happy. Lihon's plan was successful, and here we didn't even need to aim at the enemy. If we stay calm and hold them off like this, the rescue army will arrive soon. Somewhere, the sound of sand shifting still echoes as a frantic subordinate runs over. In an emergency, the enemy is rapidly approaching us via the shortest route. It seems they have used Delta. However, the leader remains very confident, young, but with a body completely different from an ordinary person. I think they are just a bunch of scared kids. But it seems they are not caught in a panic after seeing the area cleared by Delta. Lihon and his team are rushing forward quickly. Everyone was extremely tense. Lihon took out her watch to observe, then ordered a halt. Now they are only separated by a corner of the wall. The enemy squad, easy. Lihon's squad. Lihon tries to speak as softly as possible. I will explain the plan. Outside, the plane is being continuously shot at. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere, and the entire sky was filled with smoke and fire. The alarm target, the first automatic bomber, is heading to the simulated Battlefield 4. Mong, after hearing, asks again, "Are you going to crawl into the vent?" Lihon nodded in confirmation. "These pipes are connected to the inside of the room. I will go inside before those doors open, through the ventilation duct, and attack from behind them." Mong is still hesitant. We still don't know if the metal panels of the ventilation ducts are bulletproof, and if you approach from behind to distract them, the risk of death is still very high. But Lihon has run out of options, and we really don't have any more time. But at this moment, someone approaches. I only heard half of the plan, but I think I can help. Lihon was very surprised. "Clue, your leg." Clue chuckled awkwardly in response, as if he saw it himself. Mong only now realizes that it might be due to the healing element's effect. That ability suits you. CL also happily accepted. "Thank you for the compliment." Clue quickly slipped into the ventilation duct wider than he expected. He is thinking seriously. Lihon also makes her position clear outside. Zim and I will go ahead. Once their attention is distracted, we will attack all at once. Lihon quickly tilts his head out to observe. The noise from the pipe attracted attention, and the sounds above grew louder. The leader immediately ordered, "Someone up there, start shooting." Clue quickly panicked and dodged. Down below, Lihon urged them on. "Hurry up!" They rush in immediately. Gunfire from the ventilation shaft keeps erupting non-stop. Lihon took the opportunity to shoot, hitting the purebloods repeatedly, while the leader was still frenzied. At this moment, Mong used his spiritual power to create a protective barrier in front of them. A loud explosion rang out. Clue fell down. The leader immediately asked, "Did you handle them?" Open the door and get in right away. Lihon saw the situation was unstable and shouted, "Don't let them in, everyone move now. Clues now stands up. Do you think we're going somewhere, you bastards?" Lihon and Simon are both stunned. The purebred ones are the same. Clue's healing ability has taken effect. Do you have any idea how annoyed I am? Always getting hurt at the most critical moments, thinking you're useless or a burden to everyone. This is amazing. That's right. What? The healing element must be at least this strong. At this time, outside, the sound of planes flying overhead continues nonstop. Kuro, in pain, clutching his head, causing Jaws to panic as well. "Kuro!" His eyes suddenly lit up, and fragmented images appeared out of nowhere. Above them was a bomb. Kuro only managed to look up. Lihon, luckily you weren't here. Then came a devastating explosion as the giant plane in the sky kept dropping bombs below. What is that? The frantic sounds keep ringing out. Bomb missiles are being deployed. The screams for help grow louder, making the atmosphere even more tense. Do something. We're going to die. Suddenly, a fleeting thought flickered in my mind. Life in evil is hard, but I'd rather stay here than go back to my old life. Kuro silently thanks from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Lihon. These are to honor you. Luckily, you're not here right now. You shouldn't die in a place like this. His eyes are wide open as he looks up at the sky. If you were here now, Kuro would almost certainly be thinking that you wouldn't give up. As that distant thought faded, Kuro unleashed his power with great force, blinding the people behind him with the light in front. One of them gasped in shock. What the hell is that? A giant hand suddenly appears in the sky, reaching out as if to target the falling bombs below. The bomb head collided with the invisible barrier of Kuro's hand and was stopped. Immediately after, a devastating explosion erupted as if destroying everything around, accompanied by the screams of the crowd. One of them trembled and thought to himself, I've never heard of anyone capable of using mental power like this and on such an unimaginable scale. Another one couldn't hide his malice. These are truly a cruel and worthless bunch who don't deserve to exist. His eyes hardened with the look of disgust and evil thoughts, at least if he could escape from this. In the next second, he pulled out a pistol from his shirt pocket, aiming it straight at Kuro, who was desperately holding his ground in front. In another room, Lihon's group is trying to wake someone up. Clue! Wake up! Clue, can you hear me? What is my name? Clut quickly sat up and answered. You are Lihon. I'm fine. Lihon looks at you with worried eyes. Clut, you immediately questioned the actions that Clut had taken. In the end, everything settled smoothly, but you were too reckless. Even if you found your own strength, you can't justify yourself right now. So I said, I told you already. I'm fine. Yet you still lecture me. He helplessly helped him to stand up and announced that, fine, the first level migration zone has been overrun anyway, and immediately the sound of reports kept ringing out. The first level migration zone has been cleared. Area A has been secured. These are also positive updates regarding the recent battle. What's wrong with you? Captain Lihon replied somewhat seriously, I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep the first 2 nights without medication. Inspector Du smoked a cigarette while still listening to him, as some people were still in critical condition, smashing glass and furniture without reason. Lihon couldn't help but comment, it's too hard to stop evil intentions towards humans. Through the mission, we've also seen the countless corpses of level 1 seconds. They don't even have the strength to protect themselves, just like we did a few months ago. His eyes lit up, combined with a fierce expression. Those bastards treat us like animals and mercilessly slaughter us. But it seems they are just humans like us. They say they're afraid of being oppressed by Spirit Force users. Maybe it's because of this situation. Inspector Du, with his cigarette burning to his lips, dared not move any further. But I don't want to become a monster like this. People shouldn't kill each other, no matter the reason. It just should be that way. It took a moment before Detective Du finally responded. I don't know if the person behind me is really a teenager. He involuntarily smiled strangely and said, I was very frightened when I saw Kuro's power. I don't even remember throwing away the cigarette filter, but you're scary in a different way. Lihon instinctively pondered this, and Du Inspector broke the brief silence to thank you for saving Kuro. It's nothing much, just realizing there's actually a traitor among the inspectors. Recalling the situation at the time made Inspector Du feel headache, didn't expect them to cause such damage, targeting the day with the fewest people active at the agency. He stroked his chin to signal that the higher inspection committee would no longer talk about evil, then suddenly paused, as if realizing something, and Inspector Du stood in front of Lihon to make a judgment. Probably because you don't like adults since they only care about personal gain and grades, especially when everything becomes meaningless if we lose to the dragons, if we lose to the... He spoke at length and then concluded with a question. Humans are always logical and rational. We keep repeating the same mistakes even when we know the consequences. Do you think we can find weapons anywhere else, if not from the dragons? Lihon responds with a serious face upon hearing the next sentence. They are above each other. Then Inspector Du turned to leave and reminded him, I am also acting for the country's future. I know it's hard, but one day you will understand. He didn't stay long, only giving a wave to you. Lihon lowered his eyes, lost in thought, then looked in a fixed direction with an unreadable expression. Then Lihon spoke, causing Du Inspector's group to pale. What a cowardly excuse. If he knew it was a mistake, he shouldn't have repeated it. They turned around, but in the end, they could only manage to say a few words. You really are terrifying. In a room, an image magnifier displays a person and 3 children. 2 disasters after the suppression incident left a terrible mark in their memories. The bag is placed on the ground inside, holding the device just now. Lihon calmly slung it over her shoulder and walked on. Most of the levels are dead, only half survived. A car passes by the building, highlighting the blinding sunlight. He walks slowly through the deserted hallway of the building. All the remaining Level 2S have been scheduled for regular psychological treatment, until finally their steps were halted by someone else. A mysterious man wearing a skull mask stands in front of Lihon. He also avoids eye contact with him, overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts. And I became the only one to reach Level 3. The masked man silently stared intently at Lihon. He also wondered and looked back in the quiet atmosphere, finally being the one to speak first. Is something wrong? Is Lihon gradually realizing his own height from the masked person's measuring gesture? Come to think of it, when did I get this tall? Just as our faces were close enough to eye each other, we both froze. The masked person suddenly turned away without a word. Lihon was caught off guard and hesitated, raising his hand to call out, "Wait!" But the masked person still didn't stop and kept moving further away from you. The scene shifts to Level 3, Area A8, where Lihon notices a moving figure ahead, his gaze falling on the nearby words, Divine Force Battalion. Joni suddenly appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Exactly. Here we don't distinguish between first generation and second generation Spirit Masters. We just call them all TLBC Divine Force units. He extended his hand generously for a handshake. I'm Johnny SW, and you? I am. Joni has difficulty pronouncing it clearly, so Richard has to repeat it slowly. It's Lihon. He didn't see anything wrong and just let it go. All right, Richard, nice to meet you. Johnny quickly notices that the masked person is still standing nearby, waiting. Your senior is waiting already. Then good luck to you. Young recruit, yes. The firm pat on the shoulder forced Lihon to respond. Thank you. Then he and the masked person went to another room, and looking inside made Lihon gasp in surprise. It's so big. He immediately lost himself in a jumble of thoughts. This room must be twice as big as his in the Level 2 dormitory. The masked person was succinct and said, just leave your luggage in the room and go have breakfast. A moment later, they arrived at the dining hall. The dedicated chefs preparing the food looked very appetizing. The kitchen seems busy and bustling. The 2 people carried their plates and followed the mask wearer's instructions. Here, as long as it suits your taste, you can have anything you want. The Japanese and Chinese eat everything here. Lihon hesitated and spoke to the masked person. I am Korean, and here you don't need to queue for food. But I'm just a bit unaccustomed because the atmosphere here is different from Level 2, which is too strict and rigid. He quickly filled his plate without forgetting to ask. I don't know much about Korean food, but they also eat plain rice, right? Lihon slightly objects and reminds him that I don't crave Korean food, I just haven't had a proper meal lately, but it seems like you're eating quite a lot of sweets. The masked person gave a very reasonable excuse. Spirit energy users need to consume a lot of sugar, especially since mental strength also requires the brain to operate continuously. You have to eat the whole coin to be able to exert your power. Lihon sat stiffly beside him after hearing this and understood. You look down at the steaming bowl of rice and can't help but think that a meal with rice reminds you so much of the past. Your mind drifts into deep thoughts again. Seeing the sparkling eyes of the masked person, Lihon couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Followed by a series of questions and answers between the 2. Do you know how to use chopsticks? Yes, chopsticks are considered a mysterious part of Western culture. I heard they even use chopsticks to catch flies. Just hearing that made Lihon freeze in place. Huh? The masked person quickly explained. There's a scene in Long Tran Ho Dao where a character catches a whole fly with chopsticks. I've watched that show more than 10 times. Lihon, hearing that, couldn't help but wonder. So your mask is also from a movie, right? He confidently responds with renewed enthusiasm. This mask is actually the face of a C3 model decoding unit from the Exterminator Assassin movie, but I asked the mech to move forward a bit before attaching the armor. You also seem quite helpless, he casually said. After dinner, the 2 quickly moved on. Just then, a man recognized Lihon and asked, Are you the new recruit who just got promoted? That person didn't hesitate to introduce himself first. Master Lao Cha, it's a pleasure to work with you. New recruit. Lihon also quickly responded with a military-style salute. Sergeant Lao Cha, you can't help but give a few words of praise. Good observation. Sir is not a PF, so he still has his rank. But then Lihon suddenly threw out a question. I am the one who blew off Sergeant Red's leg, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Cha's face also hardened, and this seriousness made Lihon feel a bit worried. Lihon quickly responded, Yes, but it would have been better if I were the one caught in the explosion. That response made Lao Cha burst out laughing loudly. Oh my god. Lihon was dazed and confused when he suddenly made a remark. You're really not a house cat, but a wild tiger. Suddenly Lao Cha raised his head, his fiery gaze fixed on him, and ordered, Are you free this afternoon? Then remember to be at the training center. Lihon thought to himself in this situation. Are you planning to spar with me? He exudes the same kind of fierce spirit as those two. This man is incredibly strong. Time quickly passes until the afternoon at the training center. Lao Cha is now shirtless, issuing a challenge. Let's see what you're capable of. Little Tan Bin Lihon also stepped in and warned, if you get hurt, I won't take responsibility. On the contrary, Lao Cha saw this as a joke. Oh, so scary, so scary. Around Lihon's ears now are the whispers of those around him. He's fighting really well. Good luck, Kid Tan Bin. You naturally understand what those words mean. They're cheering for me, not for Lao Cha. Do they really think I will lose? While Lihon was distracted, Lao Cha quickly charged forward and delivered a deadly strike. Don't lose focus, kid. You can feel the undeniable strength from him, and Lao Cha is also starting to take things seriously. Then both of them fiercely charge at each other like hunting tigers, beginning with a basic combo. Lao Cha couldn't help but secretly admire Lihon, simple but powerful. It shows that this kid doesn't just rely on his enhanced physique, but has also undergone proper training. But after the word but comes an even stronger punch. The punch was delivered directly to Lihon's face along with his words. But that enhanced physique still has a weakness. Lihon felt quite sore after the previous hit from his opponent. Before he could catch his breath, Lao Cha threw another punch that left Lihon stunned. He couldn't help but think quickly. Another hit, and I'm done. I need to find a way to take him down. His hands clenched tighter and tighter, then he threw his whole body to embrace Lao Cha and received a compliment from him. Good thinking. The compliment ends as Lao Cha says goodbye. But this is where it all ends, kid. Then he easily slips out of Lihon's grasp. This left you stunned and amazed as you instinctively charged straight at the wall, despite Lao Cha's calm demeanor. Lao Cha sat calmly in place with this outcome, slightly panting, thinking that an ordinary person hit like that would be seriously injured. Yet Lao Cha stood up and approached Lihon to ask, "Are you okay, kid?" But it was met with a surprise attack from him. Lao Cha couldn't help but laugh for no apparent reason. Lihon's strike is now close to his neck. That's enough. Lao Cha blocks your staff with one hand and ends the match. Lihon immediately bows deeply and loudly says, "I'm sorry." Lao Cha didn't see this as a big deal and simply replied, "It's okay. Your fighting spirit is good." He handed you a towel and casually made a few comments, saying that while you might not notice it during self-training, physical body enhancement still has a weakness. I see now. Lihon wipes her face and hesitantly asks again, "You mean that the body becomes heavier as you increase your physical strength?" He also didn't hesitate to continue explaining. Yes, because your body has become as hard as iron to adapt to that mental energy, you also have to bear a greater weight. Remember the move you used earlier, he continued. That is a great technique to instantly change your attack state. But if you realize that I am stronger than before against physical damage, you should have started by restraining me from the beginning. Before leaving, Lao Cha also taught Lihon a few things. The reason is that you're still too inexperienced. You still have a ton to learn. That's enough for today. See you again tomorrow at the same time. Right here. He stood still for a while before suddenly remembering something. The next day, time quickly passed, and the following day, Lao Cha happily greeted Lihon, glad that he had returned. You also responded very naturally, saying, "Hello, master." Only then did he point behind and ask, "Do you see those fools over there?" There is a fierce person training wildly behind him. Lihon hesitated for a moment, trying to recall, and finally remembered who it was. Lao Cha confirmed and added a few more details about Johnny. Yes, he is a pioneer in spiritual power, focusing solely on close combat to strengthen his body. He has fought in 2 battles against dragons and even captured a werewolf with his bare hands. Immediately after, Lihon heard him give an order. "Go and take down Joni." Lao Cha doesn't stop. He even starts provoking you. "Are you scared?" Lihon quickly made a guess in his mind. The teacher must have a reason for doing this. "I'll try my best." After reaching a sufficient distance, Lihon finally hesitated and asked, "Teacher Sku, can you fight me?" Joni immediately recognized him. "You're the rookie Richon, right?" Lihon helplessly corrected her spelling. "It's Lihon?" He asked casually, "Have you ever used mental power before?" You also have some information about the person in front of you. His specialty is physical enhancement. Finally, you spoke up and said, "I will not use my mental power." To which Johnny responded with a clear voice. "All right," both of them quickly started the fight from Johnny's words. "Let's begin." Lihon puts on his gloves again and adjusts his words. Immediately after, Johnny charged forward aggressively. They're both the same. At this point, Lihon quickly adopts a defensive stance. Lao Cha stands outside, calmly watching the fight. The gym quickly echoes with the sounds of clashes as Lihon lies on the ground, stunned. Johnny looked up at Lao Cha and said loudly, "This kid isn't good enough to fight me, Lao Cha." Lai quickly sat up and straightened herself, saying, "Let's do it again." Lao Cha also didn't want to stop now, so he immediately ordered, "Just beat her until she gets it." Joni seems to ponder for a moment, then looks at the boy in front of him and agrees. All right then. Time quickly passes and suddenly it's the afternoon. Inside the training rooms, the lights are still on. Lihon with an unresigned face suddenly appears. Lao Cha approaches with a bag and asks, "Are you still upset about losing?" "No. Even if I fight him for the 3rd time, I still lose." He naturally replied, "Of course, you have no experience in hand-to-hand combat. What you're good at fighting with weapons has nothing to do with hand-to-hand combat. In front of Lihon's gaze, he continued, It's not like you used Boston crap to fight the dragons. At this moment, the image and voice of Demichi appeared again in his mind. Are you planning to kill the dragon with Sambo? I could also try to choke the dragon if things get worse. Lao Cha looked at him and asked, What's wrong? Nothing much, just now you finally spoke up. If that's the case, sparring with me won't be very effective. I've been very curious about the past few days. Then why did you tell me to do that? What would you do if I told you to take Joni down again? Lihon responded immediately without hesitation. I will switch to armed combat mode, Lao Cha said excitedly. That's right, we're not athletes. You just need to defeat your opponent under favorable conditions for yourself. I understand now. Then, Lao Cha taught me many things, and his teammates treated me like a younger brother. Time quickly passed, and a few days later, Lihon and his group were walking and discussing something. Is that movie based on a true story? The constant chatter continues. Yes, Lao Cha really defeated 2 American soldiers with just a dagger. He's a national hero of Thailand, so that story was turned into a movie. Lao Cha looked at Lihon and excitedly asked, So what do you think? Do I look cool or what? You also agreed with him that the actor is really handsome. Hearing that, Lao Cha was surprised. Huh? So you were just joking? People say he's the most famous actor in Thailand. The group immediately identified their next target. It's not time to go in yet. Let's have a few drinks first before everyone rushes to invite you. Leha, let's go. Lihon immediately refuses the invitation. No, I don't know how to drink. The scene shifts inside the building. Lihon is walking alone, suddenly noticing something. The mysterious person reappears after a long time. Silence. Lihon immediately approached to greet him. Is your mission already over? It's been 3 days, hasn't it? The masked person couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Why are you just getting back now? I just watched a movie about a hunter fleeing the depths of the forest. The scene shows everyone engrossed in watching the movie. On the screen, a scene where the actor taunts the monsters. Come on, you pig-headed fools. Immediately, the monsters rushed forward. The actor had single-handedly stopped the entire horde. I want to try shooting a scene from a movie. Lihon finally explained the purpose of the trip. Is it any different from real life? The masked person looked for something before saying, If it's a movie, I can also show you. Liha watched the person opposite fumbling around confusedly. After a moment, the masked individual turned away and left with a simple phrase. Good night. Huh? Hey, quiet down. You look at his back and think to yourself, so hurried, then Lihon suddenly smiles softly. He remembered the past when he first met her and felt a terrifying pressure. Now, seeing the silly walk of the masked person, Lihon couldn't help but think, but in the end, Silence is just a kid like me, isn't it? Lihon and Lao Cha quickly catch up. He slightly smirks at the boy. You want to fight back? Lihon looked at Johnny, unable to hide his excitement. That's right, it's been 3 days since the last battle. Do you think you're ready to take down Johnny now, Brad? He watched him continuously blowing smoke and chuckled to himself. That teacher is no different from a giant bear, and even more terrifying when wielding a weapon. Johnny musters all his courage and shouts loudly, Hey, I'm here! Richard Lawn immediately rushes over to intervene. It's Lihon. He watches as the other man aggressively raises his sword without a hint of hesitation. Over the past 3 days, Lihon quickly recognized Johnny's attack and managed to dodge it in time. I have memorized all of Johnny Asadu's moves and attack habits. Soon after, he kept swinging wildly. But to Lihon, they all look slow. I can see all of his moves in advance, which allows me to slip past Johnny as if I can see the future. Lihon's staff immediately jabbed into Anne's stomach, causing Johnny to feel a pain that pierced to the bone. He was stunned and wide-eyed. Johnny, clutching his stomach, trembles as he looks at you. Is this the person who just reached 3-star level? Before he could react, Lihon launched another strike aimed directly at his ankle. Just as Johnny fell, he pulled out the stick, feeling pain but still surprised. Are you done? Lihon just stared at the stick in his hand, so I'll stop here. As soon as Johnny steadied himself, he pressed the end of the stick against him again. Lihon gave Johnny a fond look before striking. Seeing this scene, he keeps sweating profusely, but in the end, Johnny still has to endure your attack. However, his strong hand quickly blocked it. Lihon glanced at Johnny and smiled. You lost. When he blocked your attack, Johnny skillfully placed his sword on Lihon's shoulder. He tilted his head and sneered. You're very strong, very good, Richon. Oh, she made a mistake. If she hadn't hesitated at the end, you might have been a bit annoyed and held up your name tag. It seems that the teacher can't even get my name right. I'm Lihon. Who cares? Johnny calmly turned around. Let's go eat. I will introduce you to my friends. He was putting on his shirt while urging him on. Hurry up, damn it, and quietly walk over here to pat Lihon on the shoulder. Good job. He smiled softly as if comforting you. Victory isn't always the best outcome. You've understood that now. Kid, you preserved his dignity and created an opportunity for you two to grow closer. You mean there's no need to defeat your teammates to prove your strength because there's still so much I can learn from you, Johnny. Then he and Tin Lung went to the entrance and met Octo. Hurry up and come here. Lihon casually greets. Hello. He greets you with a friendly smile and a handshake. I will reintroduce myself because you have reached level 3. I am the chief engineer of Team Baeg Sumaker. Lai also introduces herself. I guess Octo is a nickname. You silently watch the puffed up head responding to you. That's right, because O2 is sticking out his belly like a badge of honor. I finished the job very quickly as if I had 8 arms, which is why they call me that. 8-armed to bang. Lihon looked a bit stunned at these words. Yes. But she realized that he was just improvising on his own. He doesn't realize he's being talked about behind his back and continues to focus on operating the machine. The psychic energy required for the device Lihon is about to use only needs to be C+ level. But B is the best. You're the first guy with an A-level mental power to control it there. When he saw the object emitting blue light, he was amazed. Huh? That's to pushing his glasses and confirming. That's right. Do you see? He points at the giant robot, staring intently. This is a veteran who fought in the final battle. Lihon quickly recognizes its identity. A mental energy armor. You seem a bit hesitant about the robot in front of you, but it appears now. It just looks like a leftover frame. OC2 looked at the robot and reminded Lihon of a few words. It's the old man Ba. I've restructured the remnants, and now it only functions for training purposes. You will be trained every day to become compatible with this armor. He then began repairing the robot further. Sparks flew as O2 worked, and he looked in panic at Han's spear being pressed down. I guess I can't carry it myself, right? Tu quickly reminded Lihon as she moved. That's why you need engineers and machinery. Don't move or you'll end up with another hole in your shoulder. But what will happen if you still intend to speak, but then hold back? At a tense moment, Lihon asks a strange question. What if I need to go to the bathroom? You just snap your fingers and scold me. Do you think that's a big problem when you're rushing into a life and death battle? I can't afford to consider such trivial conveniences. I think in some way I've been disillusioned. Oxyto doesn't care to continue guiding. Once you're stable inside, we'll open the cylinder for you to connect to the armor's control system. It will be like holding a powerful weapon in your hand and having to get used to using it skillfully. At this point, he immediately pumped air into the glass chamber. Today we will test the maximum time you can stay inside the mental energy armor. Begin. In the sky, a helicopter is flying on a mission towards the Mental Power Research Lab in northern Shanghai, China. Joni has changed glasses to present a new look for the report. They are paralyzed, and all operations have ceased due to EU's attack. The facility has officially requested military reinforcements from China. Har hesitated before looking at him. How large is the enemy force? She responded with 2 cold words. Just one. Joni suddenly remembered the fierce and vicious serpent monster. That's what they told us. There was only one, but its combat ability was outstanding. They sent 2 special forces teams for reinforcement, but they were all wiped out. Jai is a bit worried and suggests should we bring in more personnel. The situation seems more dangerous than we thought. He quickly analyzes its strength. It is highly likely that Yu is a soul shield user. An ordinary soldier wouldn't be able to fight against Yu. If it uses the soul shield in the narrow tunnel, it will be quite difficult to deal damage to it. At this point, Joni's smile becomes brighter than ever. But we are different. We are Spirit Force warriors. We just need to smash that soul shield and everything will be solved. He then happily turned to look at Lihon. Isn't that right, Richin? You just know how to sigh and go along with it. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, John jumped up. Huh? That's not how it is. Aren't you supposed to say Lihon? Lihon bluntly objects, and he didn't even consider correcting her name. The 2 people beside him are laughing happily, and Joni is also laughing with great joy. In an instant, everything was transported to a barren land. He looked at this scene with a touch of solemnity. It's been a month since I leveled up to 3rd grade, and this is my first mission, and it's Elu again. Lihon's mind involuntarily visualizes his first mission. It reminds me of painful memories. You in my memory is playing with a pile of blood. He was very excited when he saw the red liquid in his hand. When the helicopter landed, a soldier quickly approached to give instructions. Is this the Psychic Research Center? Everyone just got off the helicopter and is chatting excitedly. Why do you look so stunned? Many countries are conducting research on psychic powers, but most of it is top secret. So, Joni explains quietly because if they are discovered, they might be attacked by the human faction. Suddenly, he froze as if he saw something. Joni quickly turned back to look at Lihon.
Did I say something wrong? Before I could speak, a hand held my shoulder back.
Usually, we wouldn't order you to kill anyone. The leader of the purebloods suddenly widened his eyes. What happened was very unfortunate, but there's nothing more we can do. No other options left. Moments later, he gently returned. But you're not used to killing. He couldn't stand this scene and immediately spoke up. Please him. Johnny suddenly hesitated and elongated his tone. Richard responded with Lihon's hostile look. Are you going to call me Richon again? Johnny burst out laughing after hearing that because I got so angry right after saying it. A car quickly arrived at their location, followed by 5 more vehicles, and the announcement that the regional leader had arrived. The Special Forces soldiers quickly got out of their cars, followed by a group of people in blue, and Johnny's team immediately became alert to the strangers. However, they stepped forward and spoke first. Welcome. Everyone bowed to welcome them. Thank you for making the journey here. You glance over the black outfits in the back and recognize them as the Chinese research team. And are those soldiers behind them? Sensing the meaning, Lihon quickly lines up and salutes the Chinese hero. Jai and the others immediately responded. He took the initiative to step forward and give them instructions. GI, and I will talk to them. You guys wait over there. The young group can't stay here, so we'll take you away too. They haven't gone far when Lihon's shoulder is grabbed again. So this kid is also one of the evil ones, huh? He looks back with a murderous glare. Lihon doesn't hesitate to break the knuckles of someone from the research team. Stop touching me. He's in so much pain he's crying out loud. I see. When he left, he even deliberately looked back and was met with two gun-shaped eyes. It hurts like hell, and it's really hot. But he doesn't realize Har has noticed something's wrong. What's going on with him? In an instant, the newcomers were brought to the base. Joni led his followers into the elevator.
This elevator only goes up to the first floor. Other routes are restricted, so we can only take this one. Meanwhile, he has already outlined the basic layout, which includes a total of 3 floors.
Confirm the map and the route we will take. Johnny signals with 2 fingers, indicating we have 2 targets. First, to obtain the research data, and second, to check if there are any survivors. He quickly drew up a perfect plan. If we don't encounter the enemy, just ignore them. After completing the mission, we just need to regroup and blow up the research center. Finally, Joni ends with a word. The end. Lihon suddenly wondered, do we have any more information about the research data? He also quickly moved past this. The research team is very secretive. The side faction also complained, and the army was very annoyed about it. They said their comrades had died in vain. Hearing that, he suddenly looked at you seriously. Don't forget this, Richard, even if the 3 of us die on this mission. Johnny pointed at Lihon and said, don't seek revenge, just retreat. People like you who are jealous are an invaluable and irreplaceable resource. You can't die. He slightly raised a sinister smile. So basically, if you're too weak to survive this easy mission, it's better to die early, right? He didn't say anything, just smiled and sighed. The red number on the screen changed as the sound rang out, and Joni ran to the elevator door shouting, Victor Squad, start the mission. Their eyes had already scanned the first floor corridor. He confirmed everything, then gestured for the others to follow. They kept their guard up, guns ready, as the group moved into the empty research room. After a while of feeling around, the 4 reached the staircase connecting the 2 floors, with nothing on the first level. Lihon followed his teammates into the corridor leading down to the 2nd floor, but he remained uneasy inside. Something feels off, like I've forgotten something important. In just a few minutes, they reached the 2nd floor door. Joni cautiously slowly turns the doorknob. There's a smell. He turned around and described it to his teammate as smelling like blood. Just based on this, his expression changed in an instant. Lihon suddenly realized, so that's why I felt something was off. You quickly report to Johnny that there are no signs of a fight from the 1st floor all the way to this exit, leading down to the dangerous 2nd basement. Lihon quickly deduces that this is most likely not an external attack. He chuckled softly, pushing his glasses up. I understand now, I get what you're implying. I also find something strange. Johnny suddenly recalls the research location from his memory. It's like the reason why only the 3rd floor doesn't have a direct elevator connection is because they need to tightly control the 3rd floor. At this point, he realized something was off and ordered the 3 of them to move out. Let's go back. We can't continue this mission. The researcher provided false information. They have to be held responsible for this. Before they could escape, the surrounding space turned pitch black. Joni quickly put on the infrared glasses while saying a few words. The elevator shut down at just the right moment. So, as if they were eavesdropping on us. But this made him realize something, like they were listening in on Lihon, who suddenly remembered the hand that patted his shoulder back then. So, that kid is also one of the villains? You looked back with a cautious gaze. Eavesdropping, Lihon has discovered something strange about the researcher. Immediately, he reached his hand toward his left shoulder, where his teammate looked confused. What's that? Rashawn, through the infrared glasses, can also clearly see the round object in his hand. Only then did he realize with a grim face that he had been eavesdropping. He also quickly agreed, just as I thought. Johnny was momentarily stunned when he saw the red alert on the watch. The communication device had been blocked. So he immediately decided that if he wanted to escape, he had to find the power room and start the generator, with no other choice but to move forward. Under the urging of reason, Joni pushed open the stairway door, his eyes instantly darkening. Gia immediately froze in shock upon witnessing this scene. In front of them was a pile of corpses scattered throughout the corridor. Har clenched his teeth silently to avoid screaming, while even Lihon was overwhelmed and stunned. Joni immediately spoke up without hesitation to assess the situation. This is horrifying. Is this some kind of display? It's really disgusting. He also guessed and looked at you with horror. Lihon, are you okay? Joni kept shouting Lihon's name loudly. Chan, Richon, are you okay? He shouted so loudly that your head was spinning. Richon, after a while, Lihon was able to hold water to drink. Har, are you feeling more alert now? You've pulled yourself together. And he replied, yes, I'm sorry. As he took a few steps forward, he still comforted Lihon. It's okay. We've never seen such a terrifying scene before. You're already doing well not to faint. You're only about my youngest sibling's age. He was a bit surprised by this confession. I have a younger sibling. I also have a younger sibling at home. Har nodded confidently and recounted his situation. I have 2 younger siblings, and my whole family was killed in an ambush. I remembered my terrifying past. I jumped at them and cried out loud. Har was also very strong as a child, working the land to face the big tigers. I realized that doing so was useless, just like back then I really wanted to die. At that moment, it was still clinging to his hand, ready to bite like a severed person. But if he wanted to, how could he die? Har quickly faced a large robot. Then I joined the military and risked my life in battles. You recount everything so calmly, but it's like death itself is mocking me. I somehow didn't die, and my reputation only keeps growing. Hearing these words, Lihon's heart suddenly felt heavy.
Private Harrow had to endure such things. He didn't want to think about it, so he quickly put his glasses back on.
I wonder what it feels like to lose you all. I guess I didn't want to think about it. After finishing his action, his teammate immediately approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Richard nodded as a sign. The second floor is empty, with no sign of survivors or that bastard. Let's go down to the third floor. They all felt uneasy inside, but still moved forward. Something was very suspicious, and only the entrance to the third floor could be controlled. He looks at the gap without forgetting to assess it. The power's cut, so it's probably fully closed. But, Joni smirked slyly. That doesn't matter, just wait. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then his body seemed to be stimulated and grew much larger. Lihon watched this scene in shock, so this must be the ability to enhance physical strength. In front of you is his body trying to pry open the two doors. And as soon as a gap just fits, a figure appears before Johnny's eyes. That person's body looks exactly like Lou in my memory. They're holding a rifle in their hand. His eyes unconsciously couldn't clearly see that figure. Is a soldier really the one who survived? But as the gun flashed, Joni directly saw Yu smile. It was a savage smile mixed with crazed excitement. He hesitated not at all and shouted loudly to cover. Yu couldn't wait any longer and immediately fired. Almost every bullet fired hit Johnny. He still laughed joyfully, shaking the gun in his hand. At this moment, Joni's clothes are torn to shreds, but he doesn't care and even pushes himself harder. Finally, Joni completely throws away his helmet and charges straight at Yu now. However, it had prepared in advance and was just waiting for him to charge so it could pull the pin on the grenade. Johnny's bright eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds. A grenade? He hadn't even caught Yu yet when it was already swallowed up by the flames. Now, Johnny is left alone in the smoke. He scans around before turning to question his teammate. Is he gone? In response, Johnny let out a piercing scream. Johnny, Lihon, and everyone else rushed to his side to defend him. Is that a sea serpent? I can't believe a swamp eel would use human equipment. This has never happened before. The battle just now was a nightmare for you. Not only that, but it also lured someone out of the group to fight it like a human. Speaking of this, Johnny's anger flared up again. I just wanted to go to the power room at first, but we need to find out what's really going on here. Lihon watched his back with some hesitation. It had found an opponent that couldn't be destroyed with firepower, so it would definitely not rush to attack again. But where did it disappear to and how? In another place, Yu's thin legs reappear. It struggled to cling to the wall and staggered forward. Yu's hand slipped past the number 2 as its thoughts surged. What the hell is that bastard? Human weapons are nothing against him. I have to become stronger. Now I want to tear them apart into tiny pieces, followed by an explosion of bodies drained of their life force. All humans turn black as their life force drains away, while Yu still revels in the pleasure of absorbing human yang energy. All vitality has gathered into a stream and flowed into its head. It tilts its head back and laughs loudly, having just absorbed human knowledge, its eyes unconsciously shining with a strange light. Then, purple aura streams appeared all over Yu's body as it floated around. After a notification sounded, Lihon removed her infrared glasses to absorb the light. The emergency power is activating, and others quickly take off their glasses. John, meanwhile, casually swaps his glasses. All right, let's go. Har looks a bit funny with that expression. Is he still wearing sunglasses at this point? He continues to lead the group forward. Just as I thought, there's a place not marked on the map. Let's see what they're hiding. Johnny clenched his teeth tighter as he spoke. Even if the data belonged to the survivors, all the information they provided was wrong. They tried to get real data after we handled it, and suddenly you had a thought and spoke up. It seems like a trap. He can only guess as well. Almost certainly, I believe they are trying to train it for military purposes. They are secretly doing this behind the back of the evil and the higher-ups. They just kept walking to a dark intersection. They've reached the fork. Lai suggested we should split up, but Johnny immediately rejected the idea. He leads everyone to a fork with a corpse and a marker. This must be the research team that died while fleeing. They quickly entered a horrifying scene scattered with the bodies of the researchers. Just as I thought. Joni immediately confirmed that after catching them, they tried to explore new fields through research and modification, but they only made it so powerful that it became uncontrollable. He quickly typed onto the keyboard with skill. The countries involved in the evil project are responsible for reporting any research related to spiritual power to the authorities. But basically, it's just on paper. I'm sure the other countries are the same, they just haven't been discovered yet. Lihon beside me couldn't hold back her disgust. This is just another human versus human battle. I'm sick of it. Johnny is still used to accessing data. I doubt the higher-ups will let us go easily. Damn it, everything is in China. Check these documents. Just copy the important parts and we'll leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something unusual and shouted a warning. Detecting the enemy at 6 o'clock. They quickly took the field to face Yu in his new form. Waiting for just one command, the two immediately opened fire nonstop. But no one expected it could also use basic soul shield skills. Lihon refused to give up and immediately grabbed the spear. If you want to disable it, you have to use the spear. By the time you prepared to act, he had already stopped you. Richard, step back for me! Joni forcefully pulls out his sword and leaps up.
This time you don't seem to plan on running away, huh? The sword moves with his motion, drawing a line in the air. I will split you in two.
As soon as he finished speaking, a sword slash split him in half at the waist, but in an instant, his body vanished into thin air. Joni stared at the scene in shock, then grit his teeth in surprise before vanishing instantly. In a flash, it rushed behind Har, saw him threatened, and shouted, Har! Haro immediately ordered Lihon to attack. Even though he was trembling from holding the sword for so long, Lihon's urging voice still echoed in his ear. Attack it quickly! I once imagined myself stabbing through Yu's body. I knew it was the right thing to do. However, Lihon remembered Kuro's face from before, but he had also been threatened by a giant eel, so he couldn't attack him. As he pulled his mind back to reality, he didn't hesitate to fire a shot. It was shot so that even the bandages on its head were torn apart. Har was lying motionless at the same time. Joni immediately urged Lihon to focus on Red Chan. He stared intently at Yu without blinking. Lihon saw a blue glow on its forehead, a magic stone. Before he could act, Yu hurriedly ran away. He looked at his two teammates in front and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how is Gi Haro? Jai hugs him, softly shaking his head. Seeing that, Joni's anger flared up again and his eyes suddenly looked a bit different. Immediately after, Lihon closed his eyes and coldly said, We must chase after and finish him off now. He was a bit surprised by this statement. Are you trying to take revenge? Ran. Because this is the best time to chase after it. It was injured in many places and its mental energy also seemed to be almost exhausted. But then Johnny interrupted you. Red Chan, I agree. Let's start the hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them stood up to pursue. After walking for a while, he finally spoke and asked Lihon, What did you learn from what just happened? Trung Tun's guess has been in his mind for a long time. He can't use Blink continuously, nor can he use Blink and Soul Shield at the same time. Lihon once again recalls the scene where Haro was threatened by you. That is why he used Sergeant Haro as a shield at that moment. That ambush was risky, but it succeeded. Joni quickly let out a sigh. Luckily, we injured it. Like you said, this is probably our only chance. When they reached the intersection, he suggested splitting up here. Before parting ways, Joni had a few words to say. Everyone find a direction, and no matter who encounters it, don't die. He didn't reply and just kept walking. Lihon kept a vigilant eye all around, then suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The road ahead is filled with people pinned to the wall. Lihon's steps faltered with a sense of helplessness, but his hand still held the gun firmly. Lihon bit his lip to comfort himself. It's okay, he continued to walk through that strange path. Soon, Lihon escaped from the dark corridor, but he didn't realize there was a blazing eye on the wall behind him. Ilu, hiding for so long, still waits for the moment to appear behind you. Lihon continues walking along the path lined with corpses. Based on the experience at the crack, this performance is not meant to provoke or scare the enemy. As you walk, you remember the wizard Yu once used a blue gem to recharge the spirit stone to recharge mental strength, a power of the mind. At this moment, Yu's face and smile suddenly appeared. It recalled the feeling of hatred when humans imprisoned and harmed it, and the satisfaction of tormenting them. And so, its mental energy was strengthened. Lihon silently guessed to himself, unaware of its presence behind him, and he was sure it was here. Yu couldn't win in a direct fight, so he launched a surprise attack with his knife, but I quickly realized and dodged it. Although feeling some pain, Lihon still managed to turn around and ready his gun. He fired a shot directly into its body. Lai took advantage of Io's moment of distraction to rush forward and swing the sword in his hand. Driven by reason, he poured all his strength into the tip of the blade. I have to finish it off as quickly as possible. Lihon decisively thrust the dagger straight into its chest. In the next moment, Io's body gradually disappeared into the air, transforming into a streak of blue energy that vanished in the blink of an eye. But that didn't stop him from raising his sword again. Lihon aimed at that aura and threw the sharp dagger. Io immediately returned to the human form, struggling on the ground before him. Lihon was momentarily stunned, gasping for breath. Har was quickly settled into the sleeping bag. G swiftly zipped it up to hide his pale face, while you were still drowning in pure hatred. These people shouldn't have had to die. Joni immediately agreed.
They wouldn't have died if the person in charge had handled the situation more wisely. But they didn't care about the soldiers' deaths.
Those who can command hundreds of people with a snap of their fingers or a word wouldn't do so if they truly valued a life. He didn't lecture much, just gently reminded. In the end, his emotions became numb. He gradually got used to it. Hearing this, Lihon suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Used to it. Lihon, recalling her fighting style, wanted to argue back. It's sad, but that's human nature. A brutal experience becomes dull if repeated enough times. Johnny, noticing her decline, patted her shoulder in comfort. Red Chan, if your heart becomes so numb that you can no longer feel it in your chest, he points to the sun to remind you that at least you should remember with your head that all lives are precious. Lihon also understood this truth. I will never forget those who died beside me, and I don't intend to forget it in the future. The scene shifts to the elevator door in the desert. Johnny steps out with a large stone, followed by Yu and him carrying Har outside. He nonchalantly slammed the huge stone onto the ground. Even the two people behind him exuded an oppressive aura. Facing the three of them was a group that had ambushed earlier. Joni hesitated and asked should we break through the encirclement as planned? He clenched his teeth and proactively suggested, let me negotiate with them. He anxiously watched that figure's back. Will he be okay? However, GI dismissed all of Johnny's subsequent words. I don't think they would open fire in front of so many soldiers when I don't have a weapon. As he approached, the snipers immediately recognized that it was Jai Run. Jai Run was walking and shouting loudly, My comrades, the research center has deceived the army. He openly exposes the researchers protected by the army, who created monsters through inhumane acts and caused unnecessary sacrifices by soldiers to hide this truth. A fake researcher, not wanting his failure to be exposed, quickly ordered the army to shoot him, but they interrupted immediately. Shut up, can't you see Jai Run is speaking right now? This made him angry, but he couldn't do anything. What? GI, fired up with support, shouted loudly. You are not slaves. You volunteered to carry guns, but doesn't everyone realize that they are pointing their guns at the wrong people? As soon as these words were spoken, he realized something was off. From the start, the order didn't seem right. Why should we shoot down the evil soldiers just after they left the laboratory? He kept rambling in front of them. Soldiers are the source of the army's strength, and for that reason, we have a duty to question and refuse to obey baseless orders. Because those behind GI were strong enough to protect him. At that moment, an army gun was aimed at the sky. Everyone was stunned by the sniper's action. Then, a silver coin flew straight towards him. He watches this scene, quietly adjusts his hat, as expected. It will end like this, not too surprising. He has always admired GI when recalling his past achievements. Jai Run, the national hero of China, who made the greatest personal contribution to the country during the First War. Many soldiers here signed up after hearing about him, while that researcher hurriedly ran over to seize a gun. What are you all still doing here? He shouted like a madman. This is treason. Order them to open fire. Right now, he is deliberately threatening the lives of the soldiers' families. If you don't kill them, not only you, but your entire family will be at risk. Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out immediately afterward, and Johnny, Lihon, and he all showed expressions of shock. In front of them, the military gun that just fired was still smoking. After that sound, he fell down. After finishing everything, it was already nightfall, and the three of them didn't stay to bother and were immediately escorted to the helicopter by the soldiers. Jai still couldn't rest and kept asking questions. Are you really okay with this? Not afraid to share your hardships? We have to prepare for punishment for disobeying orders, but he still willingly accepts it for the sake of his ideals. But what happens at the research center will eventually reach the ears of the leaders. So if we want to prevent the escalation in Northeast Asia, all the blame will fall on the research staff. He has nothing to say except thank you. Thank you for your brave actions. He modestly smiled brightly, all thanks to my brave subordinates. He also took the opportunity to praise his rank a little. Even if they discipline me, at worst I just won't get promoted. You're truly the brave one. He gave up all his glory and riches to join the evil side. In the end, he truly saw off his admired person onto the helicopter. Lihon was too exhausted after the recent battle and immediately fell asleep. He just happened to pass by and witness everything. Joni pointed at him, but his eyes were on me. That was the first time I saw him sleeping so roughly. Jai also somewhat understands Lihon. It's not too different from what he's been through. He listened and then pouted silently, noticing the relaxed face of you sleeping peacefully. The helicopter continues to fly through the sky as usual. In the blinding sunlight, a line of soldiers raises their guns and begins to fire. Below, all the other soldiers stand respectfully, bowing their heads in silence. Everyone surrounds a line of guns planted on the memorial stone. At this moment, Lihon also stood there solemnly in front of the stone statue, his eyes showing a hint of regret. After the ceremony ended, Lihon said as he walked away, I was really worried during the negotiations. He slightly tilted his head to look at Jia, who had been silent all along. If his words hold no weight, they'll start copying before he even has a chance to speak. In his mind, he kept thinking about Harrow and Lauka, so he responded very softly. All the soldiers of AC, including Harrow and Laucha, will be heroes when they return to their homeland. But I'm not that special. My job is just to recruit more soldiers. As they were talking, a figure approached and said, Don't be so modest. You deserve to be a hero for all your contributions since joining the evil side. Johnny stood straight and told the two to come with him to a place. Lihon was a bit puzzled. Right now, why? He extended his hand and said, Only you are summoned. Follow me. Soon, Johnny led you into a luxurious room. After completing the task, he left, waving goodbye to Lihon. Wait here. They'll be here soon. I was a bit confused, turning back to look at Johnny's back, asking who. Johnny said nothing and just left, leaving you alone in the room. The TV next to the screen was still on. Inside the TV, images of Jose and Jian are shown with tense expressions as they prepare for battle. Leon quickly approaches the TV, unable to hide his shock as he sees them. Team 13, the match for the 2 S rank will restart. Who is their opponent? As soon as the match begins, Jose swings his arm to create a large flame, leaps high into the air, and charges at where Simon is standing, attacking forward. Glue, I'll hold him back. Simon looked at him with a complicated expression. When Jose launched his attack, he quickly created a shield to protect himself. He shouted loudly for Clue to go. Clue, obeying the command, ran at full speed behind Shimong to ambush. Zimong uses his remote control ability to manipulate the fire, which keeps growing larger and chases after Clue. He tried to run, but it was already too late. The flames quickly rushed in and engulfed him. The blazing fire burns fiercely, engulfing Gnut completely. He screams in pain. Lihon watched the entire fight and thought to himself that Simon had become much stronger. Rose, you must avoid direct confrontation when facing Simon. You suddenly realize something and pause, wondering, Kuro head, I don't know when Alexander suddenly appeared behind Lihon, surprising you. I called you here because of Kuro. You are Lihon. He approached to introduce himself, saying, I am Alexander Rico, the commander of Lon, and saluted respectfully. The boy looked a bit worried at the man in front of him. If he's the commander, he must be part of the command center. This is someone with real authority at AC. Alexander sat down seriously in front of Lihon. Sit down. Do you want to have a cup of tea? After a moment, the two quickly sat down at the work table. This is a crucial turning point. Lihon sat across from Alexander, gently lifting the teacup and listening as he spoke. I wonder whether I should report to my superiors that Kuro cannot be saved. He paused briefly, his gaze steady and contemplative. Suddenly, his next words made Lihon look up with curiosity. I think you are the only one who can persuade Kuro. In the end, Lihon agreed to go see Kuro, constantly recalling the reason why Kuro gave up training. When Kuro unleashed his enormous power during the Pierce ambush, he awakened his S-rank ability. Keto pointed his gun at him, while Kuro couldn't keep his composure. Demichi quickly arrived to ambush and capture him, but what happened afterward caused him pain. Just as everything seemed calm, as if he sensed something, Rose looked over and shouted, Damn it, they're here again. Kuro is now in a state of uncontrollable transformation, erupting fiercely. Seeing him like that, everyone there was stunned and caught off guard. Kuro's whole body distorted, his eyes shone brightly, and he roared with overwhelming power. Streams of power burst forth and gradually soared into the sky. The small plane flying above was quickly surrounded by these sources of energy. It quickly flew right in front of the soldiers on the ground before suddenly changing direction and rushing straight at them, causing screams of terror to echo. What is that? A huge explosion quickly occurs far away from where Kuro's group is standing. Kuro believes that his power has caused harm and killed people, so he refuses to train. With this in mind, Lihon slightly bows his head, silently hoping to persuade Kuro to return to training. We can't let an S-rank psychic talent leave like this. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. Lihon has arrived. He quickly approached the door of the room. A soldier standing there then said, Go ahead. He slowly walked inside, giving a quick signal to the soldier at the door. Inside the bunker, Kuro is being held captive, with many guards outside. Lihon approaches and pushes the door to enter his room. As soon as Kuro spoke, his expression quickly changed. Long time no see, Lihon? You can't believe that this is the friend you haven't seen in a long time. Kuro continued to ask, Are you still doing well? Later, he quickly sat down opposite Kuro to chat. It wasn't his fault, just an unfortunate accident. He smiled bitterly, his face always full of self-blame. I didn't see everything with my own eyes. Maybe deep down I want to kill them. Lihon's eyes remained fixed on Kuro as he said firmly, Even so, he only did it to protect his friends. No one can blame him. He asked softly, Is that what everyone is saying? Don't let him explain anymore. Kuro just keeps tormenting himself. Sorry, I think I can't go on anymore. It's time for everything to end here. Lihon looked at him with compassion. Kuro, that's because you're too kind in your perception. Empathy for an enemy is truly a luxury. Lihon couldn't help but recall the memories they shared together. Unlike other children who have their own motivations, he simply wants to follow me or even face danger when EU threatens him. If I keep going like this, I will lose a dear friend. I don't want to experience that despair again. Lihon still holds that intention in his mind. Just keep going, Kuro. At that moment, he suddenly spoke, causing him to be stunned. Then, just give up. Kuro. He looked up at Lihon in disbelief and quickly continued. Maybe you're really not cut out for fighting. Lihon lowered his gaze slightly and looked straight at him, saying, So it's okay to give up. So it's okay to give up then. Kuro, he said seriously, I will kill everyone who threatens you to protect you. Lihon's words kept echoing in Kuro's mind, causing a slight tremor. But you don't need to do that. Give up this fight. With your abilities, you will surely find work in a different field. Outside the interrogation room, the two soldiers started to realize things were getting out of control. He told Kuro to give up, I should pull him out. Just as they were about to step in, Lihon quickly stood up, clenched his fists on the table, and began unleashing a powerful energy. Then, without hesitation, he threw it forcefully, surprising Kuro. Just as the two soldiers shouted angrily, Damn it, we can't open the door, Lihon. Open it now. They're smashing the glass while giving orders. Open the door now. That guy keeps threatening. If you don't open, before he finishes speaking, Lihon angrily shouts, Shut up, I'm talking. But the soldier still doesn't give up and continues shouting. We will break down the door and bring the tools to do so. Lihon clenched the table and said, I should listen to them and try to persuade you. But with this situation, I'm not sure you can survive until the end of the battle. My eyes were firm, and I knew I would spend the rest of my life in suffering. Kuro hesitated slightly, lifting his gaze to look at him. Lon looked at him with concern and muttered, "You will be punished for this." "Who knows? I am a soldier who can go to the battlefield at any time, so even if I am punished, it will only be a light one." The door quickly deformed, and upon hearing the noise, Kuro looked at you with some concern. Finally, under intense pressure, the two soldiers managed to break down the door. One quickly rushed in and pinned Lihon down. Seeing you being overwhelmed by those two, Kuro couldn't stop trembling. He tried to hold back, then suddenly Kuro's eyes lit up. "Don't bully him." Kuro gritted his teeth in anger. "Lihon?" At this moment, a commanding voice suddenly echoes, causing them all to freeze and look over, stopping in their tracks. Kuro is now unleashing an incredible surge of power. The two soldiers quickly lost their heads, and after a while, Lihon kept rubbing his bruised wrist. You walked away silently without saying a word after what just happened, then suddenly Lihon stopped and looked up. In front of him, Alexander was gradually approaching and quickly reached right in front of Lihon. "Are you deliberately doing this? I can't believe I was fooled again. You should have told me beforehand." Lihon remained silent with a faint smile on his lips, recalling the moment when Kuro's power erupted, while the two soldiers painfully clutched their necks, trembling. My neck, no, both of them are looking at his rage. Fear, that is an illusion of fear. Kuro's face was darkened, his eyes constantly shining with incredible power. Even blinded like that, he could still kill everyone in the room. The two soldiers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but tremble violently. His eyes narrowed, still emanating deadly intent. Until suddenly Kuro widened his eyes and released a suppressive force, causing the surrounding air to diminish and him to gradually regain his composure. "Han has successfully convinced me I will continue training and reach level 3. Kuro looked at Lihon struggling on the ground and said he should let Han go immediately. He was looking at Kuro, then quickly turned away. Seeing Lihon's actions, Kuro hesitated for a moment. "Lihon!" He lowered his gaze to look down at Lihon, who was lying on the ground, blinded and restrained. Even someone as confident and strong as you can become vulnerable sometimes. Kuro still stood there, watching Lihon slowly being helped up by those two soldiers. "Now I have the strength to help you. You have always protected me before." He was silent as Lihon passed by, feeling completely confident. "But now, things are different. I will stand beside you." On this side, Lihon slightly pursed his lips and also chose not to talk much with Alexander and walked away. He gently turned his head to look at Liance's gradually disappearing figure, and then suddenly confirmed, "Just as you said, this kid really has a magnetic pull." Johnny suddenly appeared right in front of him, while Alexander kept muttering non-stop. But this attraction seems a bit dangerous. Soon Lihon was back training with Lao Cha. He struggled to defend himself while Johnny didn't hesitate and charged straight in. He lifted Lihon's entire body and then threw her backward. He shouted loudly, accompanied by a crashing sound as the sky quickly darkened outside the large building. "See you again tomorrow, Richon." Lihon painfully clutches his neck as he walks, while the other two stand there laughing happily, saying goodbye to him. Lihon walks with Tinlong, his legs trembling as he keeps complaining that he shouldn't have said he wanted to learn from them. Remembering Lao Cha and Johnny's expressions makes Lihon shiver. They teach so passionately. Did you see their faces? "Why are you learning martial arts? You never really needed it." Lihon glanced briefly and calmly replied, "Who knows, maybe I'll need it someday. By avoiding trouble and disaster, I can win in any situation." Hearing that, Tinlong hesitated slightly before staring intently at Lihon without saying a word. But Johnny's expression clearly showed surprise. This kid should relax his mind a bit. Remember when Lao Cha enthusiastically helped you practice non-stop? Do you feel it yet? "All right, why are you so quiet?" the gentle boy said calmly. "Just a little more, just a little more." Lihon, strained from the pain of stretching, cried out. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Still, he said that unexpected situations don't happen often. Remembering this, Lihon slightly bowed and instinctively hugged Hong. Silence smiled softly and then turned to ask herself, "Do you want me to carry you?" "You're good at saving face. I can still tolerate that." Zoe suddenly kicked the door open from somewhere. He happily said loudly, "I am back now." Immediately after, Zoe Hien confidently entered the room in front of everyone's eyes. Lihon is currently training, panting non-stop. Sergeant Red Johnny smiles brightly and points down, praising, "You look good when you're skinny." He stepped forward and subtly lifted his foot to show off. "Do you want a new pair of shoes or something? Are you also coming to the front to ask Han if you'll be returning to your work department? I will be guiding the 1S level again for a while. We need to recruit more people at level 2S, and for now I still need to recover my own functions," Z said with a smug smile. "I heard you did very well on your first mission as a level 3. Are you floating on cloud 9 from all the praise? I can deny it by lowering my head as much as possible." "No, that's not true." After a while, the two of them went outside together. Lihon stood silently, observing every gesture of the person in front of her. You look at him and speak as usual. The teacher never cares about no smoking areas, right? Jaw just raised the cigarette to his mouth but froze. "Shut up, there's no place to smoke here." He puffed on his cigarette and spoke. "I've already expressed my opinion on this matter at every meeting, but they have no intention of changing it at all. Lihon stood to the side, listening and feeling a faint sense of helplessness. I no longer think this should be considered strange. At this moment, Z looked over at you. Well then, Lihon, do you still remember that Yu made you captured? Lihon immediately remembered the scene of attacking Yu and quickly replied, of course. Has everyone found out anything new from the interrogation? His gaze is terrifyingly steady, his face fierce as if split in two, full of murderous intent. The war will start in 3 years, and it will be an attack by the Vanguard. It seems to materialize right there, evolving alongside the strange, deep voice. Meanwhile, the Vanguard army was almost fully prepared, with the attack imminent. Lihon's face quickly showed a look of shock. Joe Ha lowered his cigarette and continued slowly. The prophecy that we will be attacked in 10 years is not wrong, but if there is an entire Vanguard army, the battle will come much sooner than we think. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold breeze swept through the silent air between them. Time kept passing, and Joni suddenly raised his hand to knock loudly on Richen's door. Immediately after, the door was opened. Is there something you need? He handed it to you and said, this is a gift for you. A memory card? Johnny saw your face and gently smiled. This is a video of a middle school competition that took place yesterday. That belongs to Team 13. You'll be the team captain of this team soon, right? Hearing that, Lihon was so surprised he couldn't believe it. He confidently spoke up. And on top of that, what are you doing stuck in your room on your day off? This bastard isn't hanging out with these old guys more fun? You quickly leaned forward and whispered, it's not exactly fun, after all. Basically, we're just talking about dirty stuff. I still don't even know if I have enough words to describe that woman. Hearing Lihon say that made Johnny burst out laughing. Well, it's just a bunch of guys hanging out here, but I do feel a little embarrassed now. After chatting for a while, he also returned. Well, I'm leaving now. Remember to watch the video. Lihon quickly straightened up and saluted. Thank you, sir. He turned his back and waved, telling them to stop thinking about useless things and to stop hiding in their rooms. Juai suddenly froze, then subtly turned his head back, but Lihon had already run into the room and turned on the TV. The TV screen shows Simong and his team. Our opponents are a 3-star team again? On the opposite side, Jijo, Jose, and Glue are watching the three of them, probably because they no longer have many second-tier members like before the attack. After watching the footage on the TV, Lihon suddenly realized something. As soon as he saw Jay's image, he was utterly stunned. Is Jai the vice captain? Thinking of that, Lihon wondered why Jose and Glue easily stepped back. He sighed softly and muttered, well, Jiro's personality isn't the best thing about him, but he's quite smart. Lihon sat there watching the video and exclaimed, oh my god, it's just a complete mess. After a long while, the TV showed Simong angrily grabbing Jijo by the collar and pulling him up. Team 13 won thanks to Jijo. He was stunned when he heard the sound, thinking that he could stand alone and somehow hold him back until sunset. It really is just like how Jijo would do. After watching the video, it was already dark outside. Lihon quickly collapsed to the ground. He lay back with his hands behind his head, a thoughtful expression on his face, thinking that someone will soon reach a higher level. Lihon's expression slightly changed. He wondered who would be the next to step up, Simon Demita or Locke Knut. Outside, the sky was dark and silent, and suddenly I realized I was feeling lonely. Over here, Jai with the grimace shouted, I will handle Simon alone. Jose and Knut, standing opposite each other, turned to look at him, then exchanged thoughtful glances. In his mind, he pictured Jijo's mischievous grin. Wasn't it earlier when he said Zay whispered quietly to Glut, if you're planning to make me handle it, might as well kill me now, right? He stood far away, heard that, and blushed, shouting out loud, Hey, you fools! Jiru remained calm, pointing directly at him to question him because last time Jose planned to attack there directly. If only the three of us attack him directly, we'll just end up getting beaten up ourselves. Jose clenched his fists in anger. I really don't like the way you talk. Suddenly, he frowns, and a cunning glint appears in his eyes. I don't plan to rush in and fight him head on. My butt is too weak when it comes to teamwork. Although he's better than before, if I challenge him, his pride won't let him back down. Hearing that, Jose looked at Joe in confusion. Didn't you just say you wouldn't confront him directly? He calmly replied, yes, I didn't plan to do so, but I will make him think I did. I will handle him myself, and you guys take care of the rest. Once the three of them are in position, the control announcement sound rings out. Team 3 and Team 13's Capture the Flag round begins. DJ holds the flag on his shoulder with one hand and gestures a challenge with the other. If you're confident, come here and fight. Wearing my ass sim, Dongju the Great will face you. Simon quietly tilted his head and turned back to see him standing at a safe distance. Gij maintaining the standard safe distance of Jijo. Then suddenly, Xmong turned and ran deeper inside, making Gij shout, Am I being too cautious? His face was covered in sweat. I really don't want to do this, but I guess I have to play the bad guy again. I can't take this anymore. Gij calling me Mong made him stop in his tracks. Hey, you genius loser. Simong frowned and turned back, still cursing at him nonstop. How can you call yourself a genius? Lihon is better at fighting than you, and Kuro has more spiritual power than you. Jiro boldly shouted at Simong, It's quite certain that Lihon is also taller than you. I heard he's now up to 1.8 meters tall, even taller than you. Hey, After a while, the sound also stopped, and all I could see was his back. He hesitantly glanced forward with a shy look. Suddenly, Simon slowly turned back, and Jiro immediately looked alertly in his direction. As expected, Simon lost his temper and unleashed his power. Their fight was recorded and recognized as the longest in history at A. In a small alley, Jaw calmly stepped forward. 7 years ago, he stopped right behind Nuitron, who was standing nearby. Suddenly, he glanced at him and said softly, "I thought I told you not to follow me." Don smiled, then took out a cigarette, bringing it to his mouth in admiration. "Well, it's my duty to bring out your evil side." Nuitron then turned to face him directly. "I understand your situation, but I don't care about your false flag training center." His face grimaced, especially when he was teaching the children how to kill. Immediately afterward, Nuitron recalled the haunting image from the past. "When I was young, I received help from the sect that my old master revered. That place was called the Tranquil Sect, and it was just one of many sects that emerged during the war. Since he was young, he was forced to train relentlessly until exhausted. I operated as a member of the organization and trained in a ruthless manner every day." Nuitron was quickly caught in the act. "I started with small animals, then moved on to dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys, and even humans. Soon I will be able to kill them without hesitation." He bowed his head in deep regret. "I can't let the children suffer the pain I endured. If you understand, then go back." Hearing this, Jaw couldn't help but frown. Then he dropped his cigarette, crushing it, and declared that if we can't win the upcoming battle, humanity will no longer exist. "You can discuss justice after surviving." Z's current expression is hard to look at, and his deep voice echoes. "You won't make him kill anyone. At least take the coach position before you go." Wei Chun looked confused by his words. "Aren't you listening to me? Anyway, I have no intention of cooperating. Go ahead and don't worry about the Sai. Father, what should we do now?" "I need to go with you, but you refuse to go with me no matter what I say." He smiled softly and stared intently at him, asking, "Do I have to use force?" Nuitron slightly bowed his head and said, "Don't violate the life like that." As he finished speaking, he grabbed something glowing and rushed forward like a gust of wind. Seeing that, he was momentarily stunned, eyes wide with surprise, then swung his hand horizontally across Nuitron's face. He quickly dodged reflexively. Duong swung the knife directly at Nuitron's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, the knife was knocked into the air. He quickly reached out to catch it and then grabbed it to fight back. Even though he dodged, Joe's neck was still wounded and bleeding. Nuitron's face darkened as he warned, "I won't kill you, but you should know when to stop." Before he could say more, he angrily slammed his fist down on Nuitron's head. The knife in his hand dropped far away as he trembled with a terrifying smile. "You should consider killing me." Nuitron was seriously injured by his sudden blow. In the dark alley, a large airplane suddenly flies overhead. The scene in the alley is now very tense. The two stand face to face, neither willing to give way. Zoe suddenly pushes forward with all his strength. He quickly raised his hand to block. Then Nuitron swiftly swung his elbow back to strike him in the stomach. John was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, simply being knocked back by the blow. Nuitron held his hand ready, now with a wound on his face as he looked at Zoe trembling and in pain on the ground. "You're quite something, too." He glanced at him briefly and then spat the blood in his mouth without saying a word. At this moment, Zoe slowly stands up, looking at the knife in the distance and taunts, "If you want to end this, you'd better do better with what's down there." Hearing these words, Nuitron frowned and remained silent. Run chuckled softly, a look of exhaustion on his face, but Ko raised his voice. "I guess I'm offending you. Is it the honor of a martial arts master or something like that?" He then made a move, raising his hand toward him and saying, "I will end our business with this. You won't die, but be careful." Nuitron's hand clenched, then gradually emitted a faint electric current as Joe watched intently. His hand slowly slipped into his pocket, making me wonder if his hand was even more dangerous than a knife. The two of them faced each other, both ready to strike. Above in the sky, a large airplane continues to fly across again, signaling Nuitron to charge forward without hesitation, his eyes blazing with caution. Without any unnecessary movement, his outstretched hand directly strikes his eye. The hand creating the flames quickly ignites and swings straight at Nuitron's head. After a long while, the sky had turned a peaceful shade of crimson red. Joni then appeared silently, looking inside without saying a word. "What just happened? Did he kill you, or did you kill him, or did you both kill each other?" Zuo jumped up quickly, shoving him away and saying, "He just fainted. I choked him out with my fireball." Johnny casually asked with his hands in his pockets, and despite being injured, the fire he used to light his cigarette still burned brightly. "Yes, sorry for cheating. It's all because of these things." A small shining stone gradually appears in Johnny's hand. "It's a mineral that Odo lent me. It boosts my mental strength, which is why I can control my fire perfectly." He turned to look at Johnny and then pointed at Nuitron, saying, "I probably won't burn his face to ash, right?" Johnny, a bit annoyed, replied, "Honestly, your fighting style is really troublesome. I should have investigated him first." Jaw slowly stood up and said, "Anyway, let's bring him back." He stood facing with his arms crossed and said, "This is the transport request." Johnny raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him as he announced that the mission was complete. After a long moment of silence, Johnny asked, "What was his name again?" Before Z could answer, he quickly shouted, "Richon!" Z laughs in response. He's Nui Tren, the fool. Johnny happily takes a sip from his can. Lihon sat beside him, quietly glancing at Johnny. After a moment, he let out a relieved sigh. Before the can in your hand was finished, Johnny quickly opened a new one. He held it up and asked, "Do you want to drink?" "There are still many more." Lihon smiled softly and replied no. Johnny continued to bring the can to his mouth and took a sip, then sighed. Well, it seems a bit confusing. Although his body is that of an adult, his mind is still very childish. He lowered his gaze. Johnny looked at him and softly said, "Try to stay alive, Richin. You can't just die without tasting alcohol first." Then suddenly he was tearful, raising his can of water. "Don't die before you've ever gotten drunk. It would be so sad." Lihon looked a bit helpless and asked, "Are you going to talk about getting drunk?" Above, the sky has shifted to the afternoon, but below everyone is still diligently training. 1-2. In front of the yard, everyone is running together. Johnny sits on a bench talking to the boy. "I believe in 2 years at most, you will surpass me as a champion." He gently clenched the water bottle in his hand, secretly thinking that by then even evil wouldn't be able to control him, if a mature warrior turned their back on evil. Suddenly, a tragic past scene appears. Him with a face full of wounds, grinding his teeth and panting. After a long while, Johnny manages to defeat his opponent and then turns away. He said in a low voice, "If you turn your back, humanity will be gone. Don't become a monster." Richard suddenly lifts a white balloon-shaped air orb high into the air with a device. Lihon, now wearing armor, looks up with a face covered in sweat. You keep raising your hand to reach that white ball. Osito stands by the computer screen, watching Lihon's every move with pride. "It's really worth it. This is amazing for an engineer," he proudly praised. Lihon is really talented. Oxto still watchful of Lihon's every step, pondering. Everyone knows his mental strength is quite low, but his mental energy distribution for controlling objects is surprisingly good. He continued to focus on his training without stopping, while the old man watched silently from afar, meaning no mental energy was wasted at all. It allows better control and mastery over everything. If someone can split their mental energy into 10 parts, he can do up to 20. Lihon. Octo gently pushes up his glasses as he contemplates. Oh my god, that's impressive. If he keeps training like this, he can split his mental energy even further. After a long while, the system notification sounded. Training complete, Lihon lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Octo stepped closer, holding up the card with a pleased smile and said, "The active time is now 25 minutes, a little longer. Good, stay still and respond. It will be a long time before it can be applied in actual combat." He quickly reassured him, "You're just starting out. There's no need to rush." Lihon lay back, tilting his head up and panting heavily, saying, "I've given it my all." Hearing that, O2 excitedly shouted, "That's right, sorry, I'll take it off for you." After a while, the armor he was wearing earlier was finally removed. To be careful in the laboratory, Lihon keeps drinking water from the glass. The man leans on the chair arm and asks, "Han, are you okay?" I gently turned my head, raised my hand to rub my shoulder, feeling like my muscles were screaming. To quickly climbed up to sit next to Lihon. "Obviously, you used all your muscles at the end, and your mental energy was depleted as well. You'll get used to it gradually. Besides, the old man suddenly raised 2 fingers in front of you. Second generation mental energy armor will be much more comfortable." Lihon was a bit surprised. The second generation, the visual simulation of wearing the armor, is also described through the analysis of the turtle. Yes, it was created to support each specific role, but there are only 80 second generation armors. Because of the shortage of materials from the dragons, we can't produce more. Lihon hesitated to ask. So the number of people with mental energy armor is also determined, only 50 at level 3, so we need 30 more for the remaining armor users, he said softly, shaking his hand with a sly smile. "I'm just part of the tech department. I'm not interested in distributing those items." After spending some time here, the two finally said goodbye and went their separate ways. After saying goodbye to Oto, he slowly walked away. Just as Lihon was strolling down the street, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw him, he stopped and looked up. Lihon asked Joe, "Are you back from the dormitory?" He smiled brightly and called out, "Lihon, Jen is close to you," hands on his hips, saying, "I just saw a moment of calm." Hearing that, Lihon happily replied, "I guess he's back after his mission." He chuckled and guessed, "I bet seeing him made you really happy." You didn't hesitate to look straight at Joe. "Yes, he's about my age. I really haven't met him. I'm a bit bored." John quietly took out his cigarette and said, "He's also talking about you. You two have a good relationship." A calm image suddenly appears. Lihon calmly says, "I am still asking him for a favor, and everyone around is also kind to Tin Line." Du quickly put the cigarette in his mouth, thinking to himself that it's not necessarily so. He smoked while recalling the image of the child's efforts when he was young. Lihon, he always cares about others despite his young age. Tin Lang's silhouette also unconsciously appears. Zeke kept thinking that if he pretended to care, everyone would easily notice, and he wasn't stupid either. You always understand what needs to be done. Everything is only harmful if someone acts insincerely. He gently puts out the cigarette in his hand and asks in a rough voice, "Do you like it if I talk to you while treating you like a crazy person?" Lihon hesitates a bit and replies, "Probably not." Then he stared straight ahead again and was silent for a long time. But suddenly Lihon spoke up to catch John's attention. Curious, he asked, "Why does silence always wear a mask?" Hearing this question from Lihon, John was stunned for a few seconds, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. "Are you really not sure?" "I don't know either. The mask doesn't really have any special function. What else is there to stay silent about?" Lihon also started to feel a bit worried. Suddenly, he let out a gentle sigh and chuckled softly. Then, Z's normal, unremarkable voice echoed in the space, just for show. Time kept passing until a few days later, Johnny smiled softly and extended his hand. "Welcome, Tianbin. My name is Johnny Sku, the first generation." The person across quickly responded to him. Then Johnny turned around and said, "There are many people here who want to see you." "Then let's go." The other person also followed at a steady pace. Among looks seriously ahead while JY casually puts his hands in his pockets and slowly follows behind. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "You are the genius from the rumors." Hearing Johnny's words, Simon's face immediately darkened. "I have high hopes." In my memory, hands reaching out from the darkness. "Genius." As Mong demonstrated his skills, everyone there kept applauding and praising him. "Amazing, Simon. You have reached this level of telepathy." Hearing the praise made him feel proud. At this rate, he would become the best, even in evil. Very quickly, many shadows appeared ahead, and X-Mong had already stepped forward. His hair fluttered in the wind, and excitement welled up inside him. "So this is evil." In front of everyone, he strode straight in. X-Mong confidently walks forward. While the other kids hesitate slightly, C-Mong begins to show signs of worry, thinking there are many people here, all of them spirit warriors. "But I will still be the best in this place." Suddenly, a faint sound from afar quickly caught his attention. As Simon turned around, he saw Kuro standing and crying among the crowd. "That brat doesn't belong here." A wave of hatred flashed through his mind, and Simon's clenched hand trembled uncontrollably. Kuro just stood there crying uncontrollably. He stared intently at him, thinking to himself, "It irritates me. That kid also has a spirit warrior's strength like mine." Z-Mong furrowed his brow in discomfort, forcing a smile that was hard to accept. He stared directly at Kuro's tearful, frightened face showing hostility. Then, without hesitation, he swung his fist straight up. However, he relentlessly used all his strength to hit him without hesitation. Meanwhile, poor Kuro sat on the ground crying non-stop, clutching his wounds and looking at Z-Mong's back, which I couldn't accept. The truth is, he's a better spirit warrior than I am. In his memory, the image of his overwhelming power explosion appears. S rank belongs to a realm completely different from those chosen, impossible to reach just through training. Unable to contain his emotions, X-Mong punches the wall with all his strength. Damn it, what can he possibly do? He lowered his head, panting non-stop. What has he done besides cry? X-Mong has been staring at himself in the mirror all this time. Since he was young, he has always tried to train to showcase his talent. I have worked very hard. While others are sleeping, C-Mong stays awake practicing to continue being a genius. In another quiet, empty room with a table in the center, Lihon whispers nervously, "This is an urgent meeting. I don't know what has happened." On the opposite side, Jingling sat calmly and said, "Who knows? Since both you and I were summoned, it must be another special mission." Suddenly, a noise rang out, and Lihon quickly stood up immediately. He looked a bit excitedly towards the door, Sergeant T-Sigi standing there waving back, "Long time no see." After a brief greeting, they quickly moved to sit at the table. Lihon placed his hand on his chest and said, "I am preparing to act as vice captain." He pointed his finger at you and gently confirmed, "Yes, we are missing many first-generation spirit mages, so we don't have a captain. You know about the Tirana space crack, right?" Hearing this, Lihon paused for a moment. Tirana's space-time rift? The image of the land mentioned immediately appears in your mind like a map. Tirana is the capital of Albania and the site of the second rift after the first battle. Inside the raging fire, terrifying images of monsters appeared. At that time, humans could not stop the Dragon Legion, and the entire Bancano Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, had become a dead land. The minions are probably trying to reopen the crack, like in Sinu, where the monsters are very terrifying. GI hesitated and said, "This situation is even worse, as all the troops stationed at the crack have been slaughtered by the minions." He looked straight at you and announced seriously that the second phase of the war would be announced soon. "The entire evil army will need to prepare for summoning." Lihon hesitated and asked cautiously, "You mean there are many minions there?" The EU mages combine their powers at once to unleash an incredible source of strength. A few EU wizards have opened a time-space tunnel, which is why the minions can pass through with such a large army. Thanks to it, all the monsters inside are getting more and more excited. The number of minions keeps increasing, as if they are announcing that this time they will succeed in opening a huge portal. Hearing this, Lihon couldn't help but glance down at his constantly clenched hand, then slowly open his palm and contemplate. This time, the situation was progressing faster than he had expected. Lihon looks up thoughtfully, thinking that this time a dragon might appear. Suddenly, a noise draws the three of their attention. Some footsteps are gradually approaching the room. I arrived a bit late. Johnny walks in, followed by Simong, pointing at him. The last member of the team is here. Simong walks in, his face always serious and alert. He stands casually nearby and greets with a nod. I guess you don't need an introduction, right? After all, the two of you have fought together before. Both Lihon and Xmong instinctively stare at each other with deadly intent. He feels a bit uncomfortable and remains silent. That's right, this bastard always does that. The image of Kuro as a child being beaten by Xmong flashes in my mind. At that moment, Lihon stepped forward without hesitation to shield him, blocking the way as if daring you to try. He fearlessly raised a stone as a weapon, his eyes never leaving his target, while one hand quickly pulled out a chair and sat down. If it weren't for me, he would have been kicked out already. I will surpass him at any cost. Joni stepped forward to the center and spoke. All right, since everyone has gathered, I will give a summary. He is starting the main task. The goal is to prevent the space crack from opening. Everyone will be equipped with armor to attack. The 7 legions from the first generation will support everyone with mental armor. However, we can only send up to 3 Air Force units to support you. We don't have more. To stop the massive deadly monsters from attacking, he devised a plan in advance. If the plan fails and the dragons invade, we will counter them with mental energy armor. Everyone fell silent, and Lihon's hand clenched tightly, trembling violently without stopping. He raised his fist high with determination. I'm ready. This is the purpose of all this training. At that moment, Lihon gently lifted her eyes and looked straight ahead. You look at him seriously and ask, when do we leave? Joni sits silently in the distance for a moment. He gently pushed up his glasses and declared, right now, everything is ready within the Army's designated area, Tirana Fortress. 20 kilometers from the Tirana Fissure, Major Kang stands there and states, this is a satellite image of the fissure. We have detected quite a few super spiritual seals in the area. Inside that area, a powerful energy continues to emanate. He keeps analyzing, and the dragon summoning ritual is being carried out in one of them. However, we have no clue which of the enchantments inside the barrier is conducting the summoning ritual. Major Kang stands on the podium, looking down at everyone sitting below. Although airstrikes to wipe everything out in one go would be ideal, those barriers would be unaffected even if nuclear bombs were dropped. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled and affirmed, I can confidently say from my years of combat experience that we won't be able to solve this with airstrikes, because the surrounding terrain is urban and the Grants will burrow underground. After this statement from Major Kang, everyone below remained silent. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he gently loosened his tie and stepped back. Outside the old building, everyone gradually stepped out of their tents. Lihon's team quickly gathered together as he said, I will summarize this campaign. Each armored tank gradually leaves the military zone, with soldiers standing solemnly on top, while the enemy facing them has already assembled in large numbers, ready to attack. On the other hand, the plan inside outlined different strategies. While the combined forces fight the small monsters, a TLBC team will set up a barrier and eliminate the Eolu mages. Each military plane is controlled high in the sky. As everyone knows, there are 7 spirit armor suits always ready in the air, and we can request help from up to 3 of them. Lihon, with a serious expression, said, but that is the last resort. Although there will be sacrifices, we need to hold out as long as possible. In the end, those bastards wanted to quickly wipe out our forces to force us to activate the mental armor. A huge explosion soon erupted, throwing everything away. The army with advanced weapons keeps firing from their tanks as Grant charges forward in large numbers, but they are quickly hit. The giant Grant bares its sharp teeth and rises up, as if bullets mean nothing to it. With advanced weapons, the Grants are no longer a threat. If there is something terrifying, it's their frenzied swarm effect. They open their mouths without hesitation, swallowing the incoming bullets. The larger Grand creatures are advancing. They quickly manage to take down a tank and cling to it. The gnashing sounds made by their teeth rubbing together only make their behavior more frantic, with 30 to 40 of them willing to die just to destroy a tank. If it weren't for their rapid reproduction, they would have gone extinct long ago. In a corner of the ruined area, continuous explosions echo. The other soldiers, equipped with weapons and armor, rush forward at the same time. Lihon is also wearing her observation armor, detecting the enemy ahead. 4 large Grand quickly appeared, blocking the group's path. But before any of the 4 could act, a massive explosion erupted nearby, and a giant monster gradually stepped out from the other side to stand right in the middle. Lihon tenses up, gripping her weapon tightly as the beast charges straight at their team, opening its mouth to roar. There is an ogre. Quickly, both Lihon and Tin Long glance back together. Private T.I. stay quiet. The 2 of them turn toward the Grant guards and say, please handle the Grand crowd. Lihon stands behind Simon, raising his weapon slightly and calling out to him, encouraging him to take down that ogre. He slightly tilts his hips and smiles gently. Quickly, silence falls as he charges straight ahead. The huge monster suddenly moved, raising its hand and shouting loudly, startling him, but luckily it was hit and thrown aside. Lihon stands straight, watching the white smoke gradually dissipate. He quickly swings his arm to another direction to distract the monster. This way, monster! Hearing the noise, the giant beast immediately changed direction. It roars in anger, baring its sharp teeth, then forcefully slams its paw into the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Lai jumps up high, raising the sharp stick in her hand to aim. I will target its head. Zim, make way for me. Simon raises his hand to unleash his power. All right, thanks to your power, the stones on the ground are also lifted high. Simon nodded eagerly and shouted to Lihon. Go now, Lihon! He flies above, aiming the spear at the monster while he supports from behind with his strength. Lihon pushes himself to the limit without hesitation, charging straight at the giant monster to attack. Lihon moved close to its face, swung his hand to strike directly, then quickly unlatched a bomb. Just as the monster opened its mouth wide, he raised the bomb in his hand ready to throw. Then the small bomb in his hand was thrown precisely into the monster's mouth. Along with Lihon's action, Simong also moved from behind. The explosion threw him back, but luckily Lihon was protected by the shield his companion had created. The giant monster was blown apart by your small bomb and collapsed powerless right in front of Lihon. He, holding his weapon in one hand and panting, said, "Let's go, Tin Lung and Jai have already taken care of the 4 grand ones." He chuckled softly, full of pride. "Oh my, is that really the kid I used to know?" Lihon leading everyone forward with weapons in hand. I used to think he was very outstanding, his back steady and unwavering, but now, even though Min has been on the battlefield almost his entire life, I feel like I am being guided by a trustworthy superior. The city area is now desolate and ruined. Lihon's group slowly enters, with him leading and signaling everyone to move forward. As they continue into another alley in the city, they see bodies lying scattered everywhere. Lihon paused and bent down to check. Looking at the marks on his hand, he announced, "They have been dead for a long time." There are 2 guards outside. Jai also crouched down and found something, calling out softly. "Lihon?" He picks up a strand of fur and holds it out in front of him. "There are some wolf hairs here," Jai confidently asserts, causing Lihon to hold his gun in caution. "I'm sure there are some small waste hunters here." Then, a strange aura emanated from deep within the alley. Lihon softly transmitted through the system to the 2 guards outside. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The 2 of them immediately paid attention to the sound of his voice, ready with close combat weapons. Lihon quickly picks up the stone from the ground, crouching and guessing that if they are werewolves, beheading would be more effective than shooting them. Without hesitation, he throws the stone forcefully into the deep alley. The small stone hit the ground with a loud noise. Then the atmosphere returned to normal, silent, and nothing happened. Lihon quickly reached out and grabbed his weapon. His team was also ready. Lihon quickly and decisively pulls the pin of the bomb with his hand and runs forward. Just as the ferocious wolves charged out, Lihon threw it directly away. After dropping the bomb right at the wolf's feet, he also covered his head and jumped to another side. As Lihon just jumped out, a massive explosion threw everything away. A blinding light kept flashing through the hazy smoke. You and your teammates seize the opportunity to strike. Through the smoke, Lihon's team is ready to swing their swords into battle, preventing the wolves from regrouping, everyone fiercely swinging their blades to hit them. Very quickly, the 2 savage wolves were defeated. As Lihon turned his back to look outside, he suddenly sensed something unusual. On the building across the street, a Yu mage was already standing there, aiming his bow at your group. Lihon quickly shouted a warning. "Hide fast." As soon as he finished speaking, it shot an arrow straight down. At that moment, the body that was initially on the ground suddenly was controlled to fly up and block the attack. Simong used his power to lift up and shield everyone, then let out a sigh of relief. Silence as Tinlong watches Simong's actions, then looks at him angrily and shouts, "What? Our lives are more important." Lihon quickly pulls out a bomb and prepares to detonate it. "We need to take down that bastard." Yi rushes over quickly to stop him. The grenade can't reach this distance. The other 2, seeing his action, were also startled and had the same thought. That guy will easily dodge this attack, but he will still get hit. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Lihon begins to unleash a source of power. The bomb was thrown with great force, flying straight like a bullet. Sorcerer Eolu quickly stood up, trying to dodge the bomb. The one below clenched their teeth in tension, surprised as the bomb suddenly changed direction and targeted the mage Eolu, exploding in the sky above, as silence fell and they approached Lihon, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder to show praise. X-Mong stands silently to one side while Dai takes a deep breath and says, "I don't know much about supernatural powers, but it seems he succeeded against all odds." He thinks with some surprise it's a difficult technique, comparable to scoring 3 points from the center of the basketball court while spinning around. At this moment, many Grand are gathering near the protective wall. Soon after, a massive explosion occurred, knocking them out of the barrier. A large circle was formed at the site of the explosion. Point 9, the superpower barrier has been activated, orders to eliminate, and all soldiers quickly rush there. Lihon is running and reporting nonstop. Team is approaching point 9, only 1 kilometer left. We will finish within 5 minutes. Everyone else remains silent, weapons in hand, following behind. Gi runs closely behind him, remaining silent and saying nothing much. At this moment, Gi's mind kept thinking about Lihon's request earlier. Sergeant Sanday detonated and pulled here, using a few more grenades. He slightly tilts his head cautiously and says that because of the commotion, the henchmen will flood into this area, so we need to set a trap. He looks up and quietly confirms that he has become a faster warrior than anyone else. Watching Lihon run ahead made Gi feel uneasy, but it also hurt him. He's just a boy barely 10 years old. The sky gradually turns yellow and red. The grand monsters are gathering in large numbers outside the circle. The ambush team is sitting on a nearby building waiting for orders from Lihon. Everyone, except Tin Long, clears the way to the super spirit barrier leaf. He calmly devises a battle plan, and meanwhile we will protect the retreat route. Tin Lang will cut through the barrier and eliminate the EU wizard. Did she nod slightly to accept the mission? You also tilt your head to look at Silence. Her entire body seems to be emanating a mysterious source of power as Lihon's encouraging voice echoes. We are counting on you, Tin Lang. In the past, a childhood image of Tin Lang appears. She gently raises her finger to turn on the TV. Silence sits in front of the TV screen, smiling with delight, then returns to the present, stomping hard on the rooftop to attack. I am E. Silence feels the gentle shifting in her body, her mind constantly repeating the phrase. I am E. As her teammate attacks the ground below, she jumps right above them to strike. Lively, precise slashes from Silence break the sphere, revealing inside the chubby sorcerers. Immediately after, the words seem to appear in her mind. Killing the silent monster as soon as its safety was broken, she boldly swung her sword to cut off the head of the wizard Elu. In no time, she was also surrounded by the grand enemies. The words on Silence's mask changed to another message. She skillfully dodged and delivered precise strikes to eliminate Gren while the others were distracted. Silence soared high and dropped bombs down. A massive explosion erupts, throwing everything into chaos. The fierce flames blaze intensely as Tin Lang descends right beside her teammates. Why are such childish rumors spreading? You gave me goosebumps. The sky quickly turned to night. A spaceship takes off into the high sky. Then suddenly a part below starts to glow. The spaceship then launches a large iron box downward.
That metal box was dropped forcefully onto the roof of a nearby building, drawing Lihon's attention. He looked up wearily and announced,
A mental armor has been deployed to support the ground. We need to act quickly. Before Lihon could finish speaking, a voice was transmitted. Can you hear me? This is Alpha 1. I was a bit surprised, thinking if it's Alpha 1, then this must be the leader of the Alpha team. Lihon raised her hand to press and listen in response. At least this one, I hear. Derek is running and talking to you on this side. The next point you're heading to is Outpost 8. Since we are nearby, we thought about joining you. Hearing him say that, Lihon couldn't help but shout out loud. Have you finished handling your assigned position? I'm a bit surprised inside. They're quick, Derek continued. Luckily, we were fast. The voice coming from the communicator sounded hesitant, but there was an issue, and Lihon wondered to himself, what issue? He felt increasingly confused inside. Are they being chased? Derek's voice sounded hesitant. So we just eliminated the EU mages, ignoring everything else, and went outside. His face now looks very worried. That's why we are being chased by a pretty large army. His entire team is now being relentlessly pursued by a huge force. So we are in a difficult situation. A powerful barrier was created, splitting the city in two. Lihon is now holding up a small screen in his hand, silently observing. Alpha team leader Alpha 1. His name is Dick. And his special ability is to generate electricity. He frowned slightly in thought, imagining a place where he could use that power. Lihon's voice quickly echoed on the other end of the line. Alpha 1, can you hear me? I hear you clearly. You told me to wait but didn't say anything. I think you've abandoned us now. Lihon then begins to give directions. If you turn left for 500 meters, and then go straight for another 200 meters, Derek was stunned and widened his eyes as soon as he heard Lihon's words. You will find a large outdoor swimming pool. I'm sure it will have some rainwater, even though the whole city is without power. His face darkened as the relentless wolves chased behind him. I think I know what you're looking for. Derek was unexpectedly surprised, as he quickly devised a plan to use his special abilities. He slightly smirked when Lihon said, We will go to that spot and wait, but Derek's sudden call surprised him a little. Not much, just one. He clenched his teeth, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. If we get through this and survive, we'll be back. Let's just be friends, Lihon calmly responds while holding her gun. All right, on Derek's team, everyone is trying to escape from the pursuit of the savage wolf. It ferociously swung to attack, causing one of the team members to scream in fear, and they were overwhelmed by the monsters, losing their weapons in terror. How much further do we have to go? Derek runs ahead and softly turns back to reassure. We're almost there. Soon, a small corner appeared right in front of us. That's the spot. As soon as we return, I will burn them all to death. He begins to use all his strength to generate his power. On this side, Lihon is so stunned he can't speak. It's empty. Your team quickly moved to the lake, but inside it was surprisingly dry. One side of the wall had been shattered, and thick smoke was billowing out. X-Mong looked down at the basin and observed that because the floor and walls had been shattered, there was no water left. When Lihon saw this scene, he could only remain silent, clenched his teeth tightly, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as if trying to hold back. Jai quickly noticed Lihon's unusual behavior and lowered his head in deep regret. His mind kept echoing. It's all my fault. I let everyone fall into danger. Just as he was losing control, a voice called him back. Lihon, worried, rushed forward, gripping his shoulder to comfort him. Stay calm, everything will be fine. No one has to die. Hearing Ji's words, he was a bit incredulous and turned around. He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. Receiving Ji's encouragement, Lihon then looked ahead with determination. All 4 of your team members are now ready with weapons aimed at the noisy space ahead. Lihon furrows his brow, a surge of power beginning to rise as the enemy approaches quickly. Get ready. From far away, the figures of Derek's team are running at full speed. Team Ace is ahead and all four of them move without hesitation. He turns back to urge his teammates, run quickly. Behind the team, the savage wolves are relentlessly baring their claws and chasing after them. In front of Lihon's team, they are also ready with weapons and rushing forward. He looked ahead and shouted, "Priority is to protect Team Alpha." As soon as the savage wolves charged in, Lihon's team also didn't hesitate and charged forward. Everyone was both protecting Dirk's team and firing their guns continuously at the monsters. He quickly turned to his teammates and ordered them to retreat. Just kill any that come close. The pack of savage wolves, numbering in the hundreds and constantly threatening. While everyone else tries to defend and retreat, G.I. anxiously shouts now, "Lihon, we can't retreat anymore. We need to request a mental energy shield." Lihon, upon hearing this, quickly fell into silence. "I have to decide very carefully. Everyone's lives depend on it. If I request reinforcements from the ground, as Sergeant Tai suggested, we might escape from here in just a moment. While the monsters are rushing in, your team is still trying to buy time with bombs and bullets. Only 2 units left. If I request support, only 1 unit remains for the others." Lihon is now feeling quite confused. "We have to escape on our own." Think. After a while, Lihon suddenly saw something, right from where he was. A large water tank was visible. Looking at the old water tank, Lihon thought he was seeing things. Is there really a water tank there? Maybe Tinlang is still fighting the savage wolves. Simong also doesn't hesitate and, while fighting, hears Lihon's calm call. He moves to the other side of the water tank. Following your command, both of them jump quickly in that direction. Lihon turns to order Alpha Teams 2, 3, 4, and XJ3 to hold the defensive line and lure them into the water tank. She and Simon quickly flew over there. "Be careful and check. There's a water tank behind that tree right in front of you. Check inside first." Tinlang pointed his sword straight ahead as Lihon instructed. Just half of that water tank would be enough. He also began to extend his hand to unleash his power. Simon, get ready to destroy the support system. The savage wolves keep charging without stopping. Lihon just finished dealing with one. Suddenly, a brief message flashes on the screen. "Okay, I received the signal," Lihon shouts loudly to everyone in front. All troops retreat. Seeing an opportunity, Derek turns around and laughs excitedly. Alpha 1 is ready. Over there, where those two are, the water tank's leg is just broken. Soon after, the large water container also wobbled and nearly toppled over, spilling its massive contents straight down. After completing the mission, both the Silence and the buttocks are covered in exhausted sweat. The tank overflows with a huge amount of water. The monsters were lured down, and although they were sinking, they showed no sign of fear. Suddenly, a brave figure stepped up to the edge of the pool in front of the monsters. "I guess it's time to restore my reputation." Derek clenched his fists together, tensing his whole body as a tremendous power radiated from him. He smirked with amusement and said tonight's menu is rotis. As he finished speaking, Derek boldly unleashed his powerful electricity into the water, affecting the monsters. They writhed in pain from the electric shock, struggling non-stop. He tried to maintain his electric power for a short period. And so, a whole sky lit up in the midst of the ruined, dark city. After a while, the colors of the monsters had turned black and lay scattered everywhere. Derek, leaning on his hand happily, shouted in victory, unable to contain his laughter as blood kept flowing from his nose. Finally, Derek fainted on the spot, exhausted. Lihon hurried over to support him. Derry turned to look at him with a gentle smile and said, "Sorry, I've given it my all?" Lihon stared silently, not taking his eyes off him. "I am entrusting Team Alpha to you. At least that? Yes, I know you're very tired, but we have to go now." Derek looked helpless and said, "You stubborn kid." In the abandoned field far from the city, the gathered monsters are struck directly from above by a powerful force, and everyone seizes the opportunity to charge forward with their weapons. All support units equipped with mental energy armor have been dispatched. Lihon led solemnly. "We have the upper hand now." That is the last place. They walk proudly through the pile of monster corpses. They couldn't help but marvel. Have they already defeated all the minions? I think it must be at least a ton. In the distance within their sight, that huge sphere still glows with hundreds of monsters. Only one last place remains. Near the shield, the army continued to fight the monsters without stopping. The battle was still ongoing. Even the giant monsters in Lihon's group have already reached the scene. He quickly shouted to Silence, "Silence!" Following Lihon's orders, she also took her weapon and flew straight through the monsters, piercing the shield and breaking the defense. Everyone quickly followed, and Silence charged straight down. Seizing the opportunity as the shield cracks, everyone rushes inside. As soon as they see the scene, they seem stunned and speechless. Why are those monsters inside constantly reaching up towards the light? There is something there constantly emanating a source of power. At this moment, Lihon rushes forward to warn everyone. "I don't have time to wait. I must kill Sorcerer Yu immediately." Outside the wall, there are still many monsters around. Suddenly, the shield explodes loudly, knocking everything nearby away. The monsters kneel on the ground, making loud noises, and Sorcerer Yu Lu lies motionless, the steel helmet suddenly falling. Lihon gritted his teeth and stared directly at it as the light kept blazing and forming a small black vortex. He was stunned with wide eyes as a huge hand emerged from the black hole. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monster is that? The creature gradually became clearer in front of Lihon. He stood still without a single movement. Although he could only see its front claws, there was no doubt anymore. In Lihon's memory, a classification chart of all monsters appears for comparison. Compared to the dragons we learned about in A, this one is at least twice as large. He stood there in silence as the dark thing slowly approached, moving closer to Lihon at a sluggish pace. Seeing the situation getting worse, Silence rushes forward as fast as she can from afar. She doesn't hesitate and runs to Lihon's side, or he will fall into the crack. Back before the battle began, Lihon suddenly heard her name called. Tin Lang, whose hands were still pressing on the electronic screen, approached everyone. Suddenly, Tin Lang's words startled him. Don't die. Immediately after, Lihon looked at her seriously, understanding that bravery isn't the absence of fear, but overcoming it. Hearing Tin Lang worry for him, he sighed softly and smiled gently. At this moment, she also suddenly rushed over and embraced Lihon tightly, and those words kept echoing in her ears. I have no intention of dying either. Where did you hear that? In the movie Samurai Tramgui, when I return to being evil, I'll show you. Tin Lang kept holding his entire body and shot out of there, while that source of power kept emanating, and the two of them retreated a distance. From that huge gap, the three mouths and sharp teeth emerge, and hundreds of worms shoot out of its mouth into the sky before everyone's eyes. As soon as Tin Lang saved you from danger, both of you immediately collapsed to the ground. Lihon lay face down, trembling in pain. She struggles to get up. Bahamut is gradually revealing itself halfway.
It raised its head proudly and looked at Bahamut with a look of awe.
It is devouring everything that follows it, ceaselessly slaughtering, with filth sticking to its sharp teeth. As soon as they saw this overwhelming scene, everyone below was terrified. Even Simong couldn't help but tremble, gaping speechless. After a long moment, its massive foot stomped down hard on the ground. The surrounding monsters were gone. Bahamut slowly steps out of the gate. It's enormous enough to crush everything, with its eyes blazing red as if threatening. Lihon couldn't believe his eyes. Beads of sweat covered his face as he hurriedly pressed his hand against the device. Because the crack is too small, only its head and front legs can stick out, we need to urgently request support with mental armor. At this moment, Bahamut suddenly shouted loudly. It sound waved like it wanted to destroy everything. Bahamut raises his head to the sky, and immediately his sonic wave causes the silence to collapse and fall to the ground. Lihon's eyes roll back as he trembles uncontrollably, a change flickering in his eyes, sweat pouring down constantly, and red electricity emanating from his body surrounds him. Everyone else quickly started to show the same signs as Lihon. They knelt on the ground, crying out in pain and struggling, as if some force was trying to control them. One of them tried to resist but couldn't hold back, drew a gun, aimed at himself, and shot. After a long scream into the sky, Bahamut suddenly fell silent for a long time, its eyes blazing red. Then a strange sound echoed. So, the disgusting troublemakers are right in front of us? Right after those words, a strange redness appeared in Lihon's eyes, and finally, he couldn't hold on anymore, falling to his knees and clutching his head. Bahamut's voice, full of deadly intent, continued to echo. I will end everything on the surface once the crack is widened. Everyone was clutching their heads in pain, begging for it to stop, and Simong was also not doing well. Damn it, get out of my head now. It exudes a powerful aura, declaring that first I will eliminate those things. In the sky, a plane suddenly passes by. Bahamut's voice full of hatred echoes, which you have created with the flesh of my kin. Lihon heard that and quickly looked up at the sky. It's targeting the cargo plane. I have to stop it now. Lihon forced himself to stand up, pushing his hands firmly into the ground, struggling to rise. Then suddenly he opened his mouth wide, a swirling vortex of power gathering like a tornado. X-Mong helplessly looked in that direction. We're doomed. The giant Bahamut shows no mercy. Lihon bows his head, the words constantly flashing through his mind. Everyone will die. Lihon's face darkened until suddenly he looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Unless I do something, while Bahamut is busy creating a storm of power, Lihon rushes forward. He reaches out to grab the staff, the distance closing in, and he struggles to hold on. Even with his head still aching from the sound wave's effect, he managed to grasp his weapon, shouted loudly, and charged forward. Lihon, with his bloodshot eyes, ran to attack Bahamut. Not only Lihon, but Sim is also trying to hold up his gun, but a strange voice echoes in his mind, making him let go, die. Those words kept haunting X-Mong's mind, as if his inner self was being suppressed. In the end, Shimong couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, his face grimacing in pain, with veins gradually protruding on his forehead. Shimong is sweating heavily, his eyes bloodshot and rolling back in pain. X-Mong looked surprised at Lihon. How did you do that? He looked at your back, constantly wondering why you were the only one. Just as Bahamut raises his head to summon strength, X sees Lihon charging forward with a weapon. Why is he the only one still okay? Going back to the day the file was presented, this is what you asked for. After placing the file on the table, Jaw leaned back in his chair and casually asked, So what are your plans for this third-rate list? Johnny carefully examined the file, flipping through the pages, and then said, I plan to assign one of these people to carry out a Tirana mission as a member of Richard's team. Hearing that, Jay suddenly interrupted. Richard, Johnny gently lowered the paper and calmly explained Lihon, Richon is a nickname I gave him. Jaw sighs softly, takes out a cigarette and asks, is its purpose to make people laugh? He raises the cigarette to his mouth and puffs, then keeps muttering the names Lihon and Richon. Then Jaw turned to look at Johnny and said, that's also the silly nickname you gave to Juan. Haven't you matured since then? He asked, he act, so what about smoking in the non-smoking area? Suddenly, after flipping through the paper, Johnny spoke up, wait a minute, Glutmayer, the therapist. He was on Richard's team. Right after that, he showed Joe the paper and honestly said, I like this one. He looks just like me. Hearing that, Jay stayed silent. Then he stood up and approached Johnny to suggest this guy is better than the other. He looked at him and teased, John, I don't know anymore. He seems more like you. He also doesn't say much, using his hand to create a flame and light a cigarette. Just do as I say and they'll become a perfect couple. Johnny quickly folds the documents out of curiosity. Do they have a good relationship? Jaw calmly replied, not at all. He turned to look at Johnny standing beside him with his hand on his hip and recounted that honestly, they don't have a good relationship, but they've never let that affect their mission. He hates losing more than anything else in the world. After John's words, Z-Monk suddenly unleashed his power unexpectedly, but it was definitely something that pushed him forward. He slowly straightened up, his eyes white with power. Lihon, if you can do it, I can do it too. Lihon, who was rushing from afar, sensed something and quickly turned back to look at you, crouching down to prepare his body. Bahamut remained in his head-high posture, and Lihon swiftly shot straight up into the air. You jump past its head, and at the same time, Lihon raises his weapon high. Lihon looks down with a bit of worry, his lower body still trembling as he raises his hand, his eyes bloodshot muttering curses. Damn it! X-Mong refused to give up, his eyes turning fierce. After a tremendous force, X-Mong couldn't hold on and fell forward. On this side, Lihon swung his weapon directly at Bahamut's large eyes. Even though he's acting, Lihon still feels a bit worried. I don't think the strike will do much damage to this monster. Your straight spear also radiates power downward. Lihon uses all her strength to stab directly into Bahamut's eye. I wish I could change its deadly breathing trajectory. Keep stabbing deeper and deeper. Very quickly, a stream of power shot out from its mouth. Bahamut trembled uncontrollably while Lihon was knocked back out. He was stunned and fell from above. As that source of power shot straight into the sky, the flying ship was also hit on one side. After a moment, it also stopped. Lihon fell straight down to the ground. Bahamut's terrifying sound echoes, but you still tremble and get up without paying attention. That effort is futile. You foolish idiot, there's no hope left for anyone. But for some reason, Lihon is not afraid to face it. You still think you have a chance? Bahamut seems to be provoking you. That look of yours is making me angry. Do you still think you have a chance to win? Immediately after, Bahamut swung his huge foot to try to grab Lihon. Faced with such situations, he still sat calmly holding his wound, suddenly feeling as if something was holding him back from moving forward. Bahamut feels unbelievable about this. Am I trembling? As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly pushed off the ground and was dragged away. Lihon, still clutching his wounded arm, looked up at the screaming voice, wondering why the wound was closing up like this. The crack and the hole that Bahamut crawled out of are slowly closing, and it struggles wildly to escape. Bahamut swings its sharp claws toward Lihon, shouting, If I just kill you, its huge foot once again aimed straight at your position to attack. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Lihon glanced down and muttered, Damn it, my leg, as the sharp claw reached close, and he still couldn't move. At the critical moment, something suddenly rushed right in front of Lihon, causing a small explosion and dust to scatter everywhere. He raised his hand to shield his face, then slowly lowered it to reveal a suit of armor standing proudly there, using its body to protect him from Bahamut's claws. A mental energy armor? Lihon looked at it in confusion and wondered to himself, did it come down here on its own without needing an activation command? It seems I arrived just in time, huh? He was terrified when he heard that familiar voice. I think I am the only one who managed to survive, but... The armor gently tilts its head as if looking down at Lihon with tenderness. The boy tightens his lips. Blue Eye looked down at the foot of the armor being crushed by Bahamut's claws, stammering, Your foot! The deep voice of the other person suddenly rang out, making him quickly sit up. Live a long life. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire body of the armor was crushed by Bahamut's foot. Richard was pulled into the pink space hole, while Baham struggled to surface again but failed. Lihon couldn't hold back his tears, trying to move but unable to do anything as the space crack slowly closed right in front of him. The sky is also brightening, and he sits on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The sunlight gradually appears. The vast city gradually appears in ruins, and Bahamut's image emerges in the discussion. That Bahamut is the code name for the 8th dragon that appeared in the Tirana mission. Alexander gazes thoughtfully at the screen. Bahamut, you really gave it a grand name, Ray said seriously from afar. That bastard is unlike any dragon we've seen before. It's significantly bigger and more powerful. Everyone fell silent, listening to the explanation. The destruction of the 4th team with mental armor was an enormous loss for us. Even if we are granted additional reinforcement funds, it will still be very difficult to re-equip all our forces in such a short time. The other person turns around and uses the control device in their hand to switch pages. The good news is that thanks to the presence of the dragon, many other nations have shown concern about participating in the evil plan. He sat there seriously pondering, and even with some of them being well-meaning, thanks to Bahamut's appearance, their position has become quite difficult. Suddenly, Alexander suddenly froze as he realized. Alexander quickly interrupted. Wait, stop the screen for a moment. Inside is an image of Bahamut being injured. He quickly asked, who is responsible for injuring its eye? On the other side, in the subconscious, Lihon and Johnny are fighting. Sometimes you're no different from a heartless person. He looked at the opponent in front of him, who kept defending and panning, and said, you act as if that's the reason for your reckless behavior. Johnny quickly launched a series of relentless attacks. Even if you have to walk a path that leads straight to the gates of death, if you believe that is the right choice. Lihon grits his teeth and struggles to block his strikes with his hand. I'm sure you'll seize that opportunity without hesitation and then suddenly rush forward, grabbing your waist and lifting you up, catching Lihon off guard. Then he prepared to bring him down to the ground. A loud, crashing sound echoed loudly in the training room. Lihon was thrown to the ground by Johnny, gasping for breath. Don't even think about dying. No matter what, you have to survive. His eyes opened wide and unshakable. Lihon remained silent and still. He knelt down beside him, reaching out with a grin of satisfaction. Lihon's figure, the tall image of Johnny, gradually faded away and disappeared. Jaw is sitting quietly beside Lihon's hospital bed, watching intently. As soon as he sees any movement, he quickly asks, are you awake? Sergeant Red. After a while, he sat up on his hands and asked, how long have I been unconscious? He quickly replied, you've been in a deep sleep for 2 days. Sir SSWZ on the opposite side immediately interrupted Lihon's words. Yes, he has gone into hiding with that bastard. He was reported missing instead of being confirmed dead. Suddenly, your gentle voice startled him a little. Can the teacher? Lihon's hand was gently clutching the edge of the blanket on the bed. Please, let me have some time alone. Immediately after, Z also didn't want to bother too much and opened the door to step out. As soon as he stepped outside, he let out a long sigh. In front of Z now are Rai and 2 others waiting there. Is this supposed to be a kindergarten or something? Jaw gently closed his eyes again and sighed once more. Lihon just woke up. I think he needs some time to regain his composure. Inside, Lihon sat dazed, silent. The light from the window illuminated half of his face, his hand clenched unconsciously, and his gaze gradually became more determined. The meeting at the headquarters is still going on intensely, with many countries showing no signs of activity. Most of them seem to have been wiped out in the Tirana battle. Alexander tiredly takes off his glasses. That's a relief. At least we can rest easy for a while. Is that all for today? At this moment, Octo suddenly raised his hand and shouted, wait, there's something I need you to look at. He leans on the table and looks at Octo with a determined expression to voice his opinion. I suggest that the current second-generation prototype being considered by Team 1 should be transferred to us. A member of Squad 3, who was present at the meeting, disagreed. What the hell are you talking about? Osito retorted sharply. The prototype could be activated immediately. The man angrily stepped closer and said, what are you spouting nonsense for? Even that name Red can hardly move it, despite being especially sensitive to controlling spiritual power. The success rate for the dragon creature is too high. Osito sneers as he leans in. Just say outright that you want to have it instead of making excuses. After all, you're just going to send it back to the factory after disassembling it. Alexander's face darkened completely, and the man quickly grabbed his collar and shouted, even so, I won't say a word for you. What kind of nonsense are you trying to create now? Octo quickly gestured to the side, indicating that there was someone who perfectly matched this sample. Trust me, Director. Only then did Alexander slowly lift his head. The stern man demanded that I send him your plan. Mr. Octo, I think I might go crazy if I stay here any longer. Time passed quickly, and Lihon had recovered and was walking normally. 3 days later, as he was walking, X-Mong from the opposite side also arrived. So they met each other. Still, neither of them said a word and just passed by. The sound from Lihon suddenly echoes. Thanks. Simong, hearing this, couldn't help but be amazed and widened his eyes. He turned to Simong Chanthan and said, because of your cooperation in the previous mission. Hearing such words makes him feel uncomfortable. But in Zong's mind, he still can't forget the image of Lihon hitting Bahamut last time. He clenched his teeth and then trembled uncontrollably with anger. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can look down on me just because you've been made team leader a few times? Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, don't treat me like your childhood friends. When X-Mong mentioned this, his eyes immediately darkened, and the two of them radiated hostility. So how many times have you beaten my little friends, huh? I forgot about that. Recently, you suffered a crushing defeat in a match against Jiro, right? X-Mong was provoked by your words and confidently pointed at himself before threatening you. If you're so good, follow me to the training room and I'll break your other hand to show you. Lihon didn't hesitate to accept the offer. Fine, I agree. After finishing their conversation, the two quickly moved on, with Shimong leading confidently and the others not bothering much to follow. Damn it, everyone has their own thoughts. Lihon also feels uncomfortable with Simong. He looks quite proud. Have I made everything worse? You're no different from guessing with your thoughts that I've already shown him my insecurities. X-Mong also feels uncomfortable with his actions. What the hell am I doing with this crippled guy?
If you're walking behind, you keep wondering if you said something too serious by mistake. Even with that thought, no one wants to back down.
Anyway, I won't let myself be seen as a joke, especially because of that guy. As we head to the match venue, two other figures approach from afar, not those guys. They quickly shouted out their names, causing Lihon and Simong to stop in their tracks. Lihon, Simong, D. Dimichi, and CL happily approached the two people and loudly said, "Long time no see. Have you heard the news? Clue and I have been promoted to level 3. Seeing these two appear, both you and I instinctively glanced at each other. Lihon narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "I think we both need to cool down a bit." "Do you think so?" X-Mong also helplessly nodded his head. "Then just don't come to see me with that face of yours anymore. Even if I calm down, I might not be able to hold back from getting angry again." The two of them grinned happily, so excited that their limbs trembled. Soon after, both Dimichi and Clue ran over with their backpacks, waving their hands enthusiastically. Wherever Lihon goes, he is warmly welcomed, and they keep praising him whenever they see him. "Lihon, I heard you chased after him with just a spear. That's so cool." "Good morning, Lihon. The one beside you also enjoys teasing. How does it feel to be honored like a hero?" Lihon calmly and somewhat helplessly replied, not lowering his head. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, drawing their attention. It would be easier to handle the accident if they just kept it to themselves. Holding a tray of food, he happily looked at Lihon and said, "Lihon, you still remember the promise to be friends with me if we survive, right?" At this moment, the image of him in the Alpha 1D battle flashed through his mind. Surprised and with an astonished look, he looked towards Lihon. "Does he already know my name?" "Nice to meet you, Lihon." After a while, everyone went back to their own tasks, no longer paying attention or making noise, and suddenly everyone turned to look. Derek forced a faint smile. "Here we go again." Tin Lang is now carrying a tray piled high with food to Lihon's table. He was a bit surprised and softly called out, "Tin Lang."
Derek also quickly called out, "It's been 5 days."
In Lihon's subconscious, the image of Tin Lang sitting upright and serious reappears. According to rumors, if he needs to think about something, he will stare at the wall for days without even taking a sip of water. He calls it wall training. Anyway, the amount of food he eats after training is pretty crazy. Lihon looked a bit helpless. I noticed he even eats more than himself. Clut nearby nervously said, "I bet it's reaching the limit of a human stomach," and just as the two were talking, Tin Lang approached the table and forcefully slammed the plate of food down in front of him. Lihon hesitated slightly and asked her, "Have you changed your mask?" Tin Lang gently replied, "I just forgot to charge my phone," and then wondered to himself, "So how does he eat without it?" Lihon asked, "What are you practicing wall building for?" Then she immediately remembered the battle with Baham Hamu and felt disappointed in herself for just sitting trembling on the ground while Tin Lang looked annoyed. I realized how cowardly I was, just sitting there watching him fight alone. After a while, she also noticed the person next to Lihon. "Who is beside you?" he whispered, glancing over and pointing to the introduction. "This is Claude Mayer. You've met him before." He happily waved and greeted quietly. "I'm glad to meet you, though I'm not sure if you remember me anymore." She calmly replied, "I will try to remember you." Suddenly, the button suddenly fell silent, wide-eyed, staring at him with an expressionless face, holding a still posture. Nut's gaze remained fixed, never breaking away. He now sees the calm face gently lifting the mask to eat. When he sees half of her face, Clut blushes. Time has quickly passed and the meal is over. Everyone is now in the training room. He is sitting alone, training his muscles furiously, sweat pouring down his forehead, his face tense with effort, while his eyes remain fixed on the calm figure running on the opposite side.
There's no way there's a girl in Evil. If not, then do I actually like the girl?
Clut grits his teeth and is determined that to get rid of this awkward feeling, he has to check. He is very proud of himself. Claude Mayer grew up looking at the North Sea in Norway, and instead of fearing the unknown, he believes testing is enough. Clue's mind immediately flashes with the image of Tin Lang's mask as he keeps breathing heavily, thinking this is his chance. If it's that mechanical mask, then you can't tell. Clue finished training, pretending to whistle as he walked past Tin Lang practicing. There are rumors that the guy has a scar on his face. He nervously guessed that if it was really the case, just apologizing would be enough. So CL quickly swung his hand, but she reacted immediately, and Tin Lang kicked him straight away. Clue was then kicked away to another spot. Tin Lang slowly approached. She proudly raised her finger and wagged it to warn him with authority never to lower his guard, no matter where he is. This is the demeanor of a soldier ninja. Clut, furious, sits on the ground watching her back as she walks away. Just wait and see. What kind of ninja soldier is that? Suddenly, Lihon also stepped forward from behind to advise you to stop. He can't give up. Unlike you, once I'm curious, I can't stop. Dirk also came up behind Clue and placed a hand on his shoulder in sympathy. "Clue, your damn brother. I understand how you feel." He grinned slyly. "Let's meet on the dormitory rooftop at noon to discuss this in detail." Clue, feeling like he found someone with the same goal, curiously asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Lihon looked a bit uneasy as he watched the two of them. Dare happily high-fives him and shouts, "Okay, see you later," then gently strokes his neck with his hand. calmly observing everything.
Behind the training ground, the area is vast and the land stretches endlessly. From the upper floor, Derek's cheerful voice rings out.
All right, Clue, let me introduce you to our secret organization of A, the Mask of Silence. He spreads his arms wide, standing between his two teammates to introduce himself, called Smo.
We gathered together to see Teen Lang's face. They happily placed something in Knut's hand and shouted loudly, "Welcome, Comrade Knut." In his hand is a small glowing badge. The badge is made from a bottle cap. CN's expression slightly drops, and Derek's voice echoes again. You seem disappointed, huh? You can't do better. This looks like trash.
What kind of organization looks as shabby as this badge? Hearing that, he not only didn't get angry, but even smiled more brightly like a piece of trash. This is exactly what we're aiming for. It's one of the reasons we can keep our secret identity. Dirk confidently placed his hand on his chest, realizing that pursuing silence alone was impossible. But if you join us, then we will have 4 people, the minimum number required by the evil to carry out the mission. What is it? CL clenched his fists tightly, looking hesitant. 4. Hearing that, he eagerly reached out and grabbed Glue's arms. Exactly. So we will truly become stronger when we have 4 people and Smo's last empty seat is filled. Although not very interested, he still asked, "All right, what's the plan?" Derek smiled as if his wish had been granted. Everyone now moves closer to the edge of the rooftop to look out, and in 20 minutes, he will be looking down at the training ground below. At Area 7, a training session will take place to test Teen Lang's flashing light ability. As Derek said, Teen Lang quickly appeared on the field, stretching and preparing. Then he won't blink, and afterward, we will surround and ambush him. Clue looked a bit confused and turned to ask him, "Aren't you a bit cowardly for thinking that?" Derek looked seriously and replied, "You don't know anything about silence, do you?" She also bent down below to start practicing, and although he didn't say it out loud, his voice still carried a hint of caution. "Just watch and you'll see." Silent leans into a murmuring stance and says, "Okay, Silent, let's begin." She observes and analyzes the various equipment on the training ground. 6 lights flash continuously within a range of 35 for each, and as always, the last light is upright. The air on the training ground is now very dusty. Jing Jing takes a stance, ready to look straight ahead. As soon as the command is given, her figure quickly disappears. It begins like a tornado, with each sign on the field turning blue and lightning crackling around Teen Lang's body. She ran at full speed, faster for a moment, and Jing Jing didn't stop there, going even further. As if gaining momentum, Jing Jing leapt high into the sky and then fell straight down to the ground. Even when blinking, the acceleration won't disappear, so all the kinetic energy will be released when I fall down. As soon as I hit the ground, an explosion erupts, and the purple energy radiates intensely. Fortunately, just as she was falling, a safety mattress was deployed to catch Teen Lang's body. Dirk above watched very seriously. "See, as long as you blink, you won't be able to catch him." Clue is a bit worried after watching her performance. "That bastard is scarier than I thought." Teen Lang prepares to continue training, looks down and says, "He will do 2 more rounds like that. Don't hesitate. Get ready." The two lean in close, grinning mischievously. Finally, today we will uncover the greatest secret of evil. On the other side, as soon as the door opens, Lihon slowly steps in, carrying a tall stack of books. Lihon kept recalling the excited images of those two and felt worried. He quietly hoped for them, wishing they were still okay. Clue Dirk approached, with his 2 teammates following behind. The 4 of them formed a circle around the silent figure under the blazing sun. Clue looked at the sky and said, "You guys are too weak." Dirk frowned and replied, "Why not think it's because our opponent is too strong? And it seems I can't use my special ability to generate static electricity either." Clue angrily stood up. "It's not possible. He's seriously discussing the next plan. I need the leadership to direct us, and you will oversee the strategy and guide us." The door to the room was suddenly knocked. Lihon opened it. "Cut, Derek," and the 2 of them sat facing Lihon. Lihon hesitated and said, "I don't want to do things he doesn't like." Clue saw this and said, "Lihon, 7 Dragons is leaving. Aren't you curious too?" Lihon listens carefully to Cian's face behind that mask. Does he quickly answer no? Clud sighed, holding his head, thinking I thought he would hesitate for a moment. "All right," suddenly Clue said. "I suddenly remembered something from the past. I mean the situation when I joined Team 13. Even if I wasn't there, I'm sure you would manage to set up your own team somehow." Then Clue stood up and saluted. "I'm leaving now. Baotrong, he's just calling it quits." Lihon quietly apologizes, and remains silent. "You call CL back," Clue then say. "I only help you once, but if you fail again this time, give up." CL happily thumbs up. 1. Afternoon in the corridor with a repair warning sign. While repairs are ongoing, Lihon discusses a plan with the 2 of them. "I will lure silence onto the machine. To be sure, I will create various traps throughout the building. You press the device in your hand to share the data with them. I've marked the location, now I'll share it." The 4 of them gasped when they saw the number of traps set up. There are quite a few, so we need to move carefully. Everyone wondered how you could draw such a detailed map in such a short time, and even set traps. "See? I told you to let Lihon handle everything. Lihon reminds you to move in pairs when I'm not around and to stay at least 20 meters away from silence, or you might be caught in an instant. If the silence disappears nearby, turn around quickly, and if you're lucky, you might avoid him. Everyone was excitedly listening. All right, you're really clever. Lihon claps and gives the order. Let's go now, everyone. Everyone raises their hands and cheers. Let's go. Lihon is on the rooftop checking the trap and communicating with everyone. All communication is working. Confirm the communication status. Smo 1, 2, smo 3, smo 4. Do you copy? Lon stands on the rooftop, observing through the device and informing everyone that the target will appear in front of the team. Just for a moment, Simo lures the target towards Smo 2. Understood. Close enthusiastically chases Tin Lang down an alley. Suddenly, Derek jumps out. Vu grabs Tin Lang but is quickly dodged by her. The message has been sent to everyone. The target has entered the building. Clue and Derek herd Tin Lang into the building. Lihon is in charge. All right, Smo 1 and 2 head back to the rooftop. It's Smo 3 and B's turn now. As soon as they entered the building, Tin Lang was caught in a trap. A can of soda hitting her on the head. Tin Lang is stunned, observing her surroundings and thinking to herself, a trap. It seems more organized than before. She turns to look at the two others and wonders, could it be that they suddenly became this smart so quickly? So someone smart must be guiding them. After a while, it seems she has guessed who the mastermind is and silently curses. That bastard. A scream transmitted through the radio made Lihon alert. Suddenly, the target. The two teammates, seeing Tin Lang easily bypass all the traps, panicked and ignored the first grenade, then swiftly passed all the traps at incredible speed. I don't think we'll catch him. The important thing is that he recognized the traps. Ba is ready to face Tin Lang on the rooftop and let his guard down. Tin Lang easily bypassed the traps, secretly despising it. There's no way I would get caught by that. Tin Lang runs up the stairs, thinking as she goes, but something feels off, like that bastard commander has her completely in his grasp. The two teammates chasing behind report that the target is heading for the roof. And very quickly, Tin Lang reaches the rooftop. On the rooftop, Lihon is ready to face her, and Tin Lang, seeing him, is certain of her judgment. So it's you. Lihon and I face each other on the rooftop, and Tin Lang thinks, this is so absurd. She looks at the trap set to catch me, as if I'm some monster. Those two teammates chased after her from behind, quickly running ahead. Jingling assessed the situation. I just jumped over the first trap. And after jumping to the second trap, I will be by Lihon's side in the blink of an eye. Lihon seems to read Tin Lang's thoughts. That's what he will think. When Silence jumps to the second trap, suddenly the trap's net retracts strangely, but I didn't touch anything. It turns out everything was under Lihon's control. He had tied the trigger for the net to his index finger. I can activate the second trap myself. Silence and Lihon looked at each other with no choice but to blink. Silence unleashed her power, but was quickly hit on the head by Lihon with a box, causing her strength to vanish instantly. Sorry about that. Lihon quickly retreated, and everyone rushed forward to surround Jingling. Now is the time for everyone to attack. Lihon observed seriously, thinking that those movements only seen in movies could actually happen in real life. Even though they were almost surrounded and had lost sight, Tin Lang quickly took care of everyone. But I think she's an exception. Her physical skills are unbelievable. Silent Lament stepped in front of Lihon, removed the box covering her head, and said, "You're the worst." Making you feel uneasy, Tin Lang left without saying a word, and Lihon looked back to watch her go. You watch Tin Lang's figure and silently think, I've made him angry. A voice calls out to you, Lihon. Clue helplessly said, if you have time to put a bucket on his head, why not take off the mask instead? Hearing this, Lihon just looked at him. I said I would attack together. Why are you just standing there? Then you replied, I'm not one of you. The door was knocked. Lihon is standing outside the door. He calls for Tin Lang. Silent Lament stood behind the door, but she said nothing, only listening as Lihon said, I came to apologize. You're the one outside apologizing. I'm the one apologizing. Silent still stands right behind the door and says nothing. The communication device on Lihon's hand receives a message from Silent. Why did you do this to me? Lihon said sadly. I couldn't refuse the button. He made the big decisions for me in the past. He lowered his eyes to the door and then said, no, it's all my fault. Honestly, I thought it would be a lot of fun. Ting Sheng sent another message. Does that make you happy? Lihon said, I want to see if I can catch you with my abilities. Lihon scratched her face and continued. I am also a bit curious about what's underneath that mask. Silence observed Lihon through the device on the door, sighed, and gradually opened the door, surprising Lihon. Lihon, surprised, looks at Tin Lang, who has put on the mask and opened the door. Lihon then says, so it's charged now. Tin Lang stands in front of Lihon, but still sends a message saying, don't do that again. Seeing this, Lihon agrees. Lihon thought to herself that he probably had his reasons. I have no intention of exposing him since he hates it so much. You said, I will definitely tell CL to hold back. Should I make him come and apologize? Tin Lang sends a message. It's okay. I just want you to apologize. Hearing this, Lihon turned to say goodbye and prepared to leave. All right, see you later. Tin Lang quickly grabs your hand. Lihon is surprised by this action, and Tin Lang suddenly pulls Lihon into a nearby room, leaving only the quiet corridor behind. And everyone is gathering to board the fighter jets. The loudspeaker is announcing that today is the last day we suppress the Puristus. There are two people leaning against the wall watching everyone. How can we find their headquarters? Everyone must thank Baham Hamut the dragon. Lao Cha told Jia that once the enemy's appearance was confirmed, one of the Puristus executives traded his safety for their location. Jai, with a complicated mood, replied, "It's a mix of happiness and sadness." Then they followed the crowd onto the fighter jet for humanity and our next generation. Probably so. The fighter jet flies across the sky above the school where students are running below. Lihon asked Gut, "Have you apologized for the silence yet?" Gut replied, "I've already been there." He said, "It's fine. I really like the laid-back attitude there." While they were talking, a classmate of theirs rushed from behind at high speed. "That means you gave up." "Just like I promised." That friend didn't stop and said loudly. So Lihon asked Clue casually, "Do you want to watch a movie tonight?" "A movie?" Tin Lang lent it to me last night. Back to yesterday when Lihon was pulled into the room by Tin Lang, she quickly pressed the device to send a message to you. "Do you remember I said I would show you a movie?" Lihon just remembered that the samurai is cat and wheat, right? Tin Lang turned on the light and said, "Wait a moment while I find that file." Lihon silently looked around, thinking, "Wow, just a bunch of film fees, huh?" There were many film fees from modern to ancient times, from documentaries to TV dramas. Lihon glanced around and said, "You really love domestic films." Tin Lang replied, "That's the only way I can see the outside world." Lihon was surprised, thinking the outside world. Tin Lang was still searching diligently, while Lihon was deep in thought. What is he thinking? He said he has been in evil for a long time. He probably came here when he was 7 or 8 years old, or even earlier. Tin Lang shows the film file for you to see, while Lihon is still lost in his thoughts. So the only world Tin Lang knows might be the world from movies or the artificial island of evil. Tin Lang hands the file to Lihon. "I know these movies are just for show, but I can't help but admire them. They're truly amazing." She handed it to him and wished him a good movie. At the track, everyone who just finished running was happily chatting with their teammates. Lihon looked around, wondering why it seemed quieter than usual today. He glanced around, noting that this is only a high school. Where did all the soldiers go? A major is waiting upstairs for Lihon to arrive. The major orders Lihon, "This is an emergency situation. I'll give you some time to change your clothes and come down here. After you change and come down, the major will be waiting for Lihon in the car. Here is your helmet. Take it." The major said, "Get in. I won't answer any questions on the way." "I understand." The car sped off quickly. As it drove, I kept thinking, what urgent thing has happened? A major should be the one to pick up the regular soldier by car. The two of them arrive at the destination. What if Ha-Ak is really under evil control? The major led you inside. Soldiers at the evil base joke around like that. When I went inside, I was surprised by this. Military weapons displayed before me, far beyond what I imagined. The major and you stand there as a man approaches. Alexander, the head of the evil staff, says, "I will guide him from here." Lihon says, "General, please proceed to a fingerprint and face scanning device to verify his identity." Lihon stands behind, allowed in as the door slowly opens. He and the officer walk down the corridor into the building.
You asked the officer, "So what's going on? I don't think I'm allowed in this area."
Alexander replied, "You're right, but there is someone who really wants to see you, even if it means breaking the rules, and that person doesn't have much time left." Alexander said, "We have arrived, Lihon. The person you are about to meet is the current deputy commander." Hearing that name, Lihon was struck like lightning Juger. They entered the room, which was beautifully decorated, and the deputy commander invited him in. "Please come in," Duan asked. "Are you Lihon?" The old man gestured with one hand towards you, while the other hand still had the IV inserted. "Come closer," Lihon said nervously, looking at the old man's IV arm. "Besides that, there's a red scar on your wrist. Jen reassures you that there's nothing to worry about." Lihon reached out his hand. As soon as he shook hands with the old man, a red cage appeared, enveloping Lihon and Jen. You look confused as you stare at the cage and ask what this is, and your body seems to shrink. This is your inner self and also your true body. The old man observed you, then said, "You recover quickly, just as I have heard." Yujin, still holding your hand, knelt on one knee and said, "Talent truly waits for no age. Has your environment shaped you into someone like this?" The old man reached out with a sinister look and said, "Can I look inside you?" As his thin hands prepared to touch you, you pushed him away and escaped from the cage. Lihon leapt back to escape and bumped into the bookshelf behind her. You panting, ask Jiun what he did to you, and Alexander shouts angrily, "How dare you!" Du spoke up to stop him. "It's okay, Commander." His reaction is normal. The old man looked at Lihon, who was full of suspicion. He was sensitive and his mind was surrounded by walls that even I couldn't see through. Lihon voiced his question. "Sir, you are the only one in the evil organization with telepathic abilities, and the interrogator wizard you is you." Duan sneered at him, but he didn't answer and instead said, "Since I met you directly, I am certain about that, and I can trust you to handle it." Lihon was surprised to hear that name, the second-generation mental armor. Second generation? Jen yawned tiredly and said, "Can you guys go home now?" On the way back, you ask Alexander, "Is the commander having psychological issues?" Alexander snorts irritably and says it's not your business and you will keep quiet about what you saw today. Of course, I just wanted to be sure. I noticed the bruises on his wrist from being detained and the door to his room is locked from the outside. It seems the commander's ability to stay calm was quite brief, Lihon concludes. So that's why the wrists are often bound. Alexander interrupted him upon seeing this. Stop, don't say anything more. Do you want to show off how smart you are? Suddenly, Alexander hesitated as if he realized he had said too much. He held his head and said, yes, as you said, he has been tormented for a long time. Du is sitting in a chair with his wrists chained, surrounded by medical equipment, doctors, and soldiers. The time he can remain conscious under the commander's watch is extremely limited. In that brief moment, he analyzed the documents and decided the course of action for Alexander, pointing at you and said, today he dedicated that precious time to you. Do you understand what that means? He said seriously that the second-generation mental armor allows soldiers to enhance their strength and fight on an equal footing with the dragon. In another sense, hearing Alexander say that, Lihon remains cautious, because enhanced soldiers could be just as dangerous to humanity as dragons. Now you understand that Genyan did that to see if he would be the one to save or destroy humanity. Alexander turned back and continued speaking to you. Anyway, you just need to know that it's a difficult decision. He replied, that's definitely the case. Lihon said, leaving Alexander stunned, entrusting everything to a child. You're only 10 years old. He thought for a moment and then replied, you're rubbing salt into my wounds. Brave warriors are fighting on the battlefield against dragons to protect humanity. Even I, the commander, often forget that although we are patient and shameful, we are also entrusting the future of mankind to these children. Alexander thought to himself that perhaps they had been searching for a child like you all this time, a talented person they could trust with heavy burdens without feeling guilty. Come on, let's get going. On the desolate wasteland, the group is camping at a deep water stream. Klut yells, the tent is burning up. Here, everyone has their own job. No one cares about the button, only complaining to their teammates. I can't even step outside to the pleasure spot. X-Mong angrily grabbed his collar and said loudly, you're so annoying, sit still and watch. But if you just sit still, it'll be boring. I'm going to grab your collar and throw you into the abyss now. Lihon pondered silently. This is the desert in North Africa, where the fourth dragon appeared in the past. You think of the fourth dragon from the story told by Alexander, a dragon capable of shooting destructive energy beams. Therefore, many canyons have been formed. The local people call these canyons Dragon Abyss. And it seems that a fossil believed to be of a dragon has been found in that canyon, with someone shining a flashlight on it to reveal the shape of a dragon's footprint. That thing is even more miserable than human history. Clue turned to look at Tin Long, who was wearing a hood, and asked, hey, Tin Long, don't you feel hot? You're wearing a helmet in this furnace-like weather. She confidently used the sending device. I asked the research department to install a temperature control device inside it before we left. The battery can carry Clue shouting. What? He tried to steal it by climbing over, but two teammates stopped him. Give it here. Let me see. Tĩnh lặng, thấy phiền qua liền ra một Phật ra ngoài. Lý hắn bất lực ốm dầu. Nghĩ mình muốn quay về qua ạc. A group of people in white coats are approaching them. The leader says, it's pretty hot, isn't it? She asked, is anyone willing to go down there with us? No one intended to go down even with the emergency button pressed. Lihon looked at everyone and saw that they all intended to avoid it. So he stood up and volunteered. Let me go. You go over to the research team. Tinlung also raised his hand and volunteered. I'll go too. It's true that each group needs 2 people. I'm not hot-tempered. Everyone entered a device to move downward, including the 5 members of Lihon's research team, Tinlong, and 3 guards. The deeper they went, the darker it got, each carrying a flashlight to light their way. Someone spoke up. It's over there. Lihon was stunned. They had reached a fossil site, marveling at how huge it was. If this really belongs to a dragon, Lihon examines it closely and assesses that it is on the same level as Baham Hamut. The leading girl asks, can you confirm that? Lihon reached out to touch the fossil. He used his power to examine it. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, your power is spreading through the entire fossil. Just about to give up, as Lihon seemed to be pulled into the fossil and couldn't break free, Jingling suddenly rushed over and decisively pulled his hand away. She caught Lihon. The boy gasped and thanked her. Thanks, the team leader girl said excitedly upon seeing that. That's amazing. It really is a dragon skeleton. Leave the rest to us. We'll handle it well. Stay quiet and help move the equipment. No way. If that really is a dragon fossil, then your fear and judgment mean that dragons existed before humans? One of the research team members seems to have stepped on something. Seeing his teammate sitting down and fiddling, the other approaches to ask, is something wrong? Did I step on something? The staff member reached out to touch the discovered object. What is this? Lihon and Tinlang are walking when they hear a desperate scream. The research team and a security guard quickly run toward the sound. What is happening? Part of the researcher's arm has been bitten and swallowed by that strange object. The injured researcher painfully said, please someone pull this out of me. It keeps biting and releasing greenish fluid. The employee being bitten is still struggling. Help me, do something. A researcher pointed at it and shouted, it's swelling up. The 3 security guards quickly opened fire. The researcher was swiftly bitten and swallowed by it. It's too late. It's already swallowed him. Lihon quickly arrives and orders everyone. Everyone head to the elevator now. The researchers quickly realize it's a zombie. Damn it, it's a mutant. How is it still alive? Lihon was quite surprised. According to what I learned in the evil, it will soon form a cocoon to transform. Everyone quickly move into the elevator to go up. We need to get back to the surface immediately. Lihon uses the communication device to contact the ground. Team IS hears the response clearly. The device door has closed and everyone is gradually moving up. Lihon announces, "Get ready to form a battle formation. The zombie is transforming. Our opponent is a zombie. It is preparing to transform into its second form." Very quickly, the mutant bug broke free from its cocoon, catching Lihon off guard. It's so fast, it's already hatched. It quickly rushes toward them as the researchers cower in fear. "It's coming this way." The death worm let out a cry that made everyone clutch their heads in fear. Even the security team of An Lihon and Tin Lang were startled. "Help me." It wraps around the moving ladder to go up with everyone, causing fear, and its huge mouth opens toward Lihon, but is blocked by the barriers of the moving ladder. Only the sharp teeth can pierce through the gap, but they can't harm the people nearby. Seeing this, everyone screams in fear, causing Lihon to turn back and say, "Please stay calm. We're very close to the ground." Stay calm and listen through the communication device as Lihon begins to explain the plan. "We have to predict its direction and cut off its head as soon as possible. No matter what, we can't lose. If anyone dies, its evolution speed will increase significantly." Very quickly, the ladder brought everyone and the corpse up to the surface. Lihon announced that the target had appeared. Everyone moved quickly, Clue and the others with guns rushing forward as the researchers scattered in all directions. Clue keeps firing at the zombie. "Hey, you bastard!" The zombie gets hit directly. Clue saw it was no use and immediately threw away the gun. "I think firepower is useless." Clue uses his power to face the Trung head on. He grabs its mouth and says to another teammate, "Damn it, that hurts." "Damichi, grab its tail." Dashi also quickly rushes forward, forcefully grabbing the tail of the zombie. Both of them used all their strength to hold the mutant insect tightly. One of their teammates shouted loudly and jumped away. Derek flies up on his hoverboard and then jumps down, wielding the spear enhanced with power, piercing through the creature's body with a precise strike. Lihon and Tin Lang run over from a distance. Clue signals to Lihon, "This bastard Lihon is paralyzed now." Tin Lang, "This is the rest of your brother." Tin Lang gives a thumbs up to Lihon. Tin Lang leaps up while Lihon uses her mouth to precisely remove the fuse and aim at the mouth of the two Trung, then throws a grenade inside to blow it up. The mutant insect explodes. Silence watches the scene from above, then rushes toward the insect. Silence wields two swords, using speed and gravity to decapitate the mutant insect, then quickly retreats while Lihon seems to have noticed something. He immediately warned his teammates that the god was gradually approaching the head. Don't let it reattach. A security guard driving the truck said, "Leave it to me. I'll push it off the cliff." The truck quickly sped towards the body of the mutant, rammed into it, then veered off the cliff and swiftly turned the steering wheel to make the mutant fall off the cliff and die. You insect. A security guard with the gun walks toward the head of the giant insect. These disgusting insects. Lihon shouted, "Don't come near it!" The security guard with the gun, "Shoot it! I will crush you with bullets!" Even though he lost part of his body, causing the security guard to scream in fear, everyone rushed to help. But it was too late. The mutant had already taken him down efficiently. Damn it, these amateurs should stay out of it instead of interfering. After the mutant insect absorbed the security guard, it began to enter its next stage of evolution. Seeing that, Lihon ordered everyone with wings to transform into their third form. Silence fell, and they prepared for aerial combat. The death worm quickly completed its third stage of evolution and soared into the sky, calling out to everyone. They all stared in amazement before it swiftly flew ahead of them. It's gone now, Lihon thought. No, if I lose it now, the casualties will be greater. Quickly, you give the order. Simong, prepare the flying boards. Simon quickly gets the flying boards ready for Lihon to take him toward the two Trung. Lihon approaches a certain point, then raises her grappling hook, aims precisely at the death worm, and fires, easily hitting its tail and pulling Lihon along. You channel your strength into the spear you're holding. The ground would suit creatures like you better. A stab to its head causes a viscous fluid to spray out in all directions. Lihon's teammate rushes toward the falling corpse. Everyone shouted loudly, calling out Lihon. In a laboratory, a person wearing a blue mask is sitting on a chair as researchers examine their stats. A researcher looked at the results and said, "Among the A ranks, he is very special. Truly an extraordinary person." Someone else asked, "Is it difficult for him to become an S rank?" "I think we need a little external stimulation. He must be an untapped S rank." The machine's sound finishes the check, and a girl from the Research Institute approaches to say, "Good job, Kuro. Do you want to eat something?" Kuro replies, "No, I just want to rest." She shyly replied, "Well then, let's go back to your dormitory." Kuro looked at her with a displeased expression, sensing her kindness was fake. Kuro followed and thought to himself that her attitude would change immediately once he became useless. She talked about the next schedule with Kuro. "The checkup schedule is almost over. You'll be promoted to 3rd grade soon." Kuro looked up at the light through the glass and thought, "You're in 3rd year now. From now on, I will protect you because I now have the strength to do so." On Lihon's side, the zombie is falling down, and his teammates are running toward it, shouting his name. As he falls, He hits the zombie in the head again, and they both crash to the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. When the dust settled, the zombie was already dead. Lihon was shot up by the zombie's spit. As the dust around Lihon disperses, he sees X-Mong's hoverboard glowing. Teammates run towards him. Lihon. Lihon picked up the hoverboard and looked at it. So Simon saved me. Everyone rushed to ask if you were okay. I'm fine. Lihon turned to X-Mong and said, Thank you, X-Mong. Simong, annoyed, said, Damn these division soldiers, then turned away. I won't let them rest in peace. As I walk, I think about how they dared to revive that bastard we almost killed. Are they really soldiers? Klut wondered. Why is Simong always so angry? Silence is also part of his bad traits. At the headquarters, this is a report on Kronos, a recently discovered dragon fossil. A scientist is speaking about the find. It seems to have existed since the Cretaceous period. There have been countless theories about the origin of dragons, and that's enough about those origins. Alexander spoke up. You can research whatever you want, but after we fend off the dragon invasion, what does that fossil matter? Now we can produce a bunch of dragon bones and spirit armor. Why don't we skip this and head to the ferry house section? Is that an order from the commander? Isn't it still too early? Red's teammate intervened. Hey, Red, calm down. Why are you being so rude? Shut up. We haven't been treated yet. Alexander watches the scene with discomfort. Damn it, help him calm down. Everyone hold him back. Red, furious, shouted as everyone moved away and unleashed a fiery blast that scared everyone around him. Red glared at Alexander, who then punched him hard. Alexander angrily looked at Red and said, Stop losing control. John Red, furious, looked at Alexander and said, Do your feelings matter more than the reason? He explained with Behemoth and Kronos. Everything we've faced so far has been unpredictable. What if the dragons attack us before the plan? What should I do? Red closed his eyes and then opened them, appearing calmer. I'll reconsider myself in the detention room. Alexander turned around and said, There's no need. I understand how you feel. Red watched Alexander's shadow, thinking of Catherine, as everyone in the dining hall was happily chatting. A few days later, the seer Clue told everyone it was just a recent rumor among the soldiers. I heard that the seer has awakened, Derek asked with curiosity. Is that someone who can see the future? Clud replied, Yes, I heard that they have awakened that person recently. Has Tin Lang ever met them before? Hearing her own name, Tin Lang was eating, and she shook her head. Michi saw Tin Lang eating a mountain of sweets and said, What the hell? How can you eat all that? A girl standing at the door, the automatic door opened, and she stepped inside. Everyone whispered among themselves when the girl entered. She's a fairy. It's a fairy. Clue, who was eating, turned around at the noise and asked, What's going on that's so noisy? Katerina pushed her hair back and wondered, What are you all looking at? Have you never seen a human before? Clue patted Derek and said, That must be the Oracle's house. I didn't expect it to be a girl. Wow, most of the spiritual masters of our generation are men. Tinlang paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lihon, who was also stunned, panic in her eyes at her own thoughts. She looks too young. Is it really her from the first generation? The first generation in Lihon's eyes are big, muscular, and look wild. The first generation in Lihon's eyes is mostly around 20 years old. She must have started fighting at what age? Quietly watching Katharina carefully. I don't like that girl. Someone spoke up, drawing all eyes to them. The House of Prophecy. Red walks up to Katarina and emanating menace asks her, What do you think you're doing here? I have permission to go outside. Why do you have to care? Red replied just as confidently. They only allow casual walks. That idiot. Then Red took the cigarette from Katarina's mouth and said, Are you about to smoke as soon as you step outside? Are you crazy? If you want to die, just say so. Red used his power to burn the cigarette and then pulled Katarina along with him. That damn Katarina angrily shouted, Let me go. Who do you think you are? Seeing that it was unsuccessful, she shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Clue observes the scene and comments. They are both really fierce. What did she do to get caught by Sergeant Red? Lai doesn't think so. No, Sergeant Red really is Red. He lost track of Katharina and is searching for her. Damn, where is she? Katharina is in a corner observing the situation. Osito is in front of the surveillance screen. Are you ready, Lihon? Wearing the armor downstairs in the control room?
This is her first major training session. Lihon is wearing the second generation mental energy armor.
You are ready to begin. An energy source surrounds you, the power you are about to gain. The second generation mental energy armor, Katarina cheerfully said as she walked down the hallway. How dare he control me? She muttered angrily. He's truly A's loyal dog. Then she continued forward, bending over and panting, having completed the training. Octo approached and clapped, saying with a smile, You moved really well this time. I knew I chose the right person. He cheerfully told Lihon, Keep practicing like this, Lihon. The upcoming test won't be a big deal for you. You wonder and ask what test. Alexander Sasakri are the supervisors for the results. Sooner or later, I will have to present in front of everyone. Just get ready to show them your best side. Lihon wiped the sweat and suddenly had an idea. You asked Octo, you're pretty close with Sergeant Red too, right? Jaw Red? Lihon asked again. Do you know anything about the fairy house? I heard she just awakened. Upon hearing this, Octo seemed to remember something. Is she unable to move freely? He adjusted his glasses and told Lihon that the seer had been frozen, which cost as much as installing a mental armor, but her abilities were very valuable. Lihon asked curiously, why does she have to be frozen? Octo explains, because of the sudden surge of mental power, some people awaken their mental abilities too early and can't withstand their strength. Hearing this, Lihon was quite surprised. Their bodies are gradually turning to stone, and they will die. The fairy house is in a state where they could die at any moment. Katarina suddenly appeared behind Octo and spoke, making him scream in fear. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Octo turned back to ask the fairy house. What are you doing here? I need to ask you for a favor. What is it? You're making a request. Please give me a handheld game console. I'm so bored. Where am I supposed to find that thing anyway? And why should I? When she heard that Oto couldn't make it, she angrily grabbed his collar. He's the technician. If you don't have it, make it yourself. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, Katarina stopped and turned to look at Lihon, confusing him. Her hand was still grabbing Oto's collar as she said, "Oh my God!" She quickly got excited and jumped onto Lihon, happily feeling his arm. Are you part of the second generation? You're so muscular for someone so young. Oh my God, look at these muscles. You're growing up too fast. It's so unfair. Katarina sinisterly looked at Lihon and said, I have something to tell you. Do you want to go somewhere quiet? Octo immediately saw an escape and pushed Lihon towards Katarina. All right, take him away. He's finished training. See you tomorrow, Lihon. He whispered to Lihon, take her out of here. I really hate stubborn girls like her. When Katarina saw Octo say that to Lihon, she said, I heard you. Lihon turned back and told Otu to stop playing games, while Katarina pushed her away in anger behind him. Let's go. Outside the base, Katarina stands facing Lihon. What do you want to say? She asked Lihon. You heard what Octo said, right? Regarding my current situation, Katarina said quietly, yes, I don't have much time left, and soon my hair won't look like this. Then she turned back with a pitiful look and said, I still want to live happily for the remaining time. Do you want to run away to a faraway place with me? Lihon stood watching Katarina for a few seconds before turning away coldly. I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving now. Katarina shouted loudly, Wait! She scratched her head in annoyance. You really don't know what humor is, do you? Just like Red said, Lihon said seriously.
So, you know who I am? Katarina used her power and then turned to face you.
I know, and I want to tell you this. She reached out with her energy and touched your forehead, surprising Lihon. The two of them looked at each other seriously. Then Katarina spoke first. If you want to live, don't get involved in this activity anymore. I'm only telling you because Red cares about you. So, hearing her say that, Lihon asked, Do you see my future? Katarina replied, I say this because I see nothing. General Traknij confirmed to Lihon that in most cases it means you will die. And if you're dead, there is no future. Most cases mean there is still a chance I will survive, right? So what? Lihon turned and said thank you for the warning, but I am always close to death. From the beginning, I knew the death rate was very high. You left, but Katarina was still stunned by what you said. Then she also turned around and thought about Red, causing Katarina to bite her lip tightly, and furious, turned back to look at Lihon as she left. Fine, then live or die as a loyal dog. Let me go, it hurts. What's wrong with you? Pressing Katarina against the wall, she's not new to witnessing the dragon's invasion today. Why didn't she say anything earlier? Katarina also ignored him and shouted, Isn't it true that you already know the reason? Because I don't care about this world. Red was furious at those words. Stop acting like a child. Catherine, you're not the only one who has to sacrifice yourself. Do you know how old the second generation kids are? Lihon and her friends fighting with all their might are only 12 or 13, and they're risking their lives out there. And what if Katarina answers? Hearing that question, Red froze and Katarina continued. Sacrifice sounds so noble, so comforting. I have to sacrifice? I can't even survive until the next invasion. At least those kids still hope to live in a peaceful world after the dragons are gone. Katarina kept crying and shouted, Why should I care about my ability to see the future when I have no future myself? Red fell silent and spoke sadly, because Katarina was still wiping her tears. But when she heard Red say that, she suddenly froze. You are a good person. Then Katarina wiped her tears strongly, left behind a truly ridiculous remark. Stupid idiot. The fighter jets are flying in the sky above the city. Everyone on the street marvels. Seeing a city so intact, it's both amazing and strange. Clue looks around and says, Since all the residents have evacuated, it looks like a ghost town. Dichi said, I guess this place will be destroyed after 7 days. Simong replied, Probably. According to the seer's prophecy, a portal and a dragon will appear in Paris within the next 7 days. Fighter jets fill the sky and armed soldiers march along the streets. Because such a major event is about to happen in an unprecedented location, a large group of people blocking Lihon's team drew the attention of special forces worldwide. A large special forces team is standing in front of Lihon's group. They are approaching Lihon's group. The leader asked, Are you evil spirit force users? Could you please move aside? Little guys? Dichi said irritably. Why don't you move out of the way if the road is so wide? That group of soldiers laughed loudly and said, Aren't you guys illusionists? Why don't you fly over our heads? Didi angrily said, Damn it! Lihon raised his hand to signal that he was provoking him. Who are you? You look like you're from the United States. The leader confidently looked down on Lihon's group and said, these are high-level special forces from the U.S., also known as Hellboy. Lihon glanced and silently assessed. I've heard about them. These guys are about my age. In his mind, he images a group of people with tubes inserted into their bodies, who, despite lacking spiritual power, have undergone physical enhancements. Their level-up points are said to be higher than evil, so maybe that's why they are even bigger than Dimchi. The Special Forces leader's teasing made everyone burst into laughter. Judging by their size, if it weren't for that mental energy, they would have been crushed like tiny shrimp. Lihon calmly walks past the group and says, that's really funny. All right, everyone, let's go. The leader of the Special Forces team turned back with disdain and said, so boring. You bunch of weaklings. Turning back, he encounters the burly man who is about their size, and he approaches angrily, causing the leader of the Special Forces to pause for a second. The angry man brushes past and says, see you later. The two groups quickly pass each other as fighter jets fly overhead. Lihon's team stands in front of a luxury hotel. Walking into the luxurious room, Clue couldn't help but exclaim, wow, I've never stayed somewhere like this before. Clue happily jumps onto the bed. Hey, Lihon, this bed is so soft. Lihon also touched the mattress and said, I've never felt anything this soft before. After feeling it for a while, Lihon concluded, is this silk? Now I understand what luxury really is. Clue runs to the fridge, opens it with admiration and says, look. He points inside and asks Lihon, there are so many drinks in the fridge. What do you want to drink? No need. Clue devours it as if he's never tasted anything so delicious before. Clut happily sits on the bed eating. Oh my God, it melts in my mouth. What does it say here? I don't know French. All right, do you think I know? Then he invited Lihon to go. All right, let's go. Lihon asked curiously, where are you going? Clut just pointed to the box of cakes and said we should steal this from other rooms, right? Those soldiers wouldn't eat this anyway. Seeing that, Lihon spoke up to stop him. Don't go wandering around. Besides the soldiers, there are many other units. Clue walks to the door and waves at Lihon. This isn't a mission where he needs to be the leader, right? So I didn't listen to you. Lihon is annoyed with him. It is indeed Clue, as if something just occurred to him. He took out his device and checked the city map, thinking he should memorize the locations of the main buildings around here, while he still had time. Without proper preparation, he wouldn't be able to win. Before leaving to investigate, Lao Tra pats Lihon on the shoulder and advises her not to use everything prepared for the fight, but if needed, those things will bring victory. Lihon silently promises herself she won't forget. Hearing the noise, Lihon stopped, but there was no more sound, so he looked up and out the door. Get! But the person pushing the door open was not Nut, which surprised Lihon a little. He looked at the person standing in the doorway, quietly about to sneak into the room when he heard the girl's voice, causing her to stop. Wait a moment, Tinlong doesn't know what to do in this situation. Let me sit like this for a while. What is she thinking? Katerina, exhausted, leans on Lihon while Tin Lang still stands outside, wondering about that girl. Katerina still tiredly leans on Lihon while he holds her by the shoulders. Tin Lang stands listening for a while, but seeing nothing, she leaves. Tin Lang runs down the corridor, thinking to herself, what is she doing with Lihon? Dishi is walking alone outside, too scared to go alone, huh? Then, he's surrounded by Hellboy Special Forces soldiers, and they even invite your friends to join. The leader looks at Dim Mihi and says, don't worry, I'm the only one fighting you. They're just watching, of course, unless you run away. Dim Mihi sneeringly said, so what? Dim Michi shrugged and said, don't worry, I won't use that magic you're afraid of. The two of them looked at each other uncomfortably, so let's just get started. The elevator is moving, Tinling thinks of Katerina. She looks up at the moving elevator, then thinks of Kan Lihon and Katerina hugging in the room. Tinling places her hand on her chest, feeling uncomfortable, and decides to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air. The elevator arrived quietly, and Silence stepped in just as the button was pressed to snatch a delicious cake from other rooms. He thought quietly, where is he going? Down below, Demichi is still fighting the leader of the Special Forces group. You throw a punch at the guy and then adopt a fighting stance. The leader, not for nothing the leader, quickly realizes Dichi is about to go all out and immediately prepares a defense. Demichi, exhausted, thought to himself, damn, this bastard's body is ridiculously tough. The continuous attacks keep coming, but I haven't even landed a punch on them. Demichi tried to punch him in the face, but was blocked. The other dodged the punch and prepared to counterattack. The punch flew straight at Demichi's face, but he braced himself with his forearm, causing a cut to open on his cheek. Demichi raises his hand to the shoulder of that guy and prepares a strategy if the punch doesn't land. His teammates of the Special Forces leader gape in shock as Demichi grips his wrist tightly, legs clamping onto his arm. That guy looked annoyed, with Demichi smirking in triumph. If he didn't want his arm broken, he should just give up. But Demichi suddenly froze when he saw that guy throwing him with all his might. Demichi was thrown away, crying out in pain. The other guy raised his foot to crush him, but Demichi quickly dodged the kick. Demichi kept his distance from the guy and said, "It's dangerous. You're tearing your shirt trying to be serious. Now I'll fight you properly." The sound of a door opening behind made Demichi stop, and Tin Lang approached. The leader mocks Tin Lang. Get out of the way. What if you get hurt? That guy really wants to get himself killed. Tin Lang was feeling really annoyed. So annoyed that she looked at him with anger, wanting to destroy something, then used her power to break one of his fingers, making him scream in pain. Damn it, that guy threw a punch at Tin Lang. Do you want to die? Tin Lang easily dodged that punch. She then aimed her hand at the side of the guy's body and delivered a powerful punch, causing him to bend over in pain, unable to speak, clutching his stomach as he kneeled down, while Tin Lang stood there confidently watching. His teammates were stunned at first, but quickly rushed in to catch him. Demichi watched the scene in shock. Clue also went up and witnessed it. Clue said SM is not weak. Tin Lang is just too strong. Demichi turned to look at SM. The guys who rushed forward were all severely beaten by the calm one. Demichi watches calmly as he walks past, lost in thought. Demichi says, I don't think I can fight him back. Lihon looked at Katharina with pain and said, I will inform the bandits above. Katharina entered the room and said Lihon will die if he joins this operation. As long as I say the word, you'll be taken to a safe place immediately. Lihon looked at Katharina with a resigned expression and replied, I thought we already discussed this. Seeing that, Katharina shouted, a dragon will appear. You've seen a dragon. You'll die. You're still too young to die. Suddenly, Katharina's power erupts uncontrollably and she collapses. Hold on. Lihon hurriedly ran over to help her. I will call a doctor right away. Katharina reached out and touched Lihon's shoulder, saying no. Katharina begged. It's okay. Just let me rest for a while. Lihon looked at Katharina, who was still uncomfortable, and wondered, was that a burst of mental energy? The survival rate is 0. Under the wreckage, a group of people hide behind a rock, waiting for the right moment. In the distance, a slender figure stands on the window ledge, Katharina with her defiant eyes. That courage made Z below momentarily stunned. He then turned and raised his hand to order a ceasefire. Someone is still alive. But as soon as she finished speaking, Katharina's steps moved forward. At that moment, her eyes were filled with despair as her figure fell into a look of regret. Under the shining sunlight, she gently closed her eyes filled with regret. Suddenly, the dream ended, and Katharina woke up in shock. In the now silent room, she was motionless amidst her chaotic thoughts, realizing it was just a dream. As Katharina sat up and looked at Lihon, her irritated gaze was as sharp as a crab. The diligent figure of Lihon looks quite similar to Scarface John. As she observes carefully, Katharina can't help but feel suspicious. Why do they look so alike? The elders weren't wrong. Like attracts like, and the same kind seeks each other out. Seeing the movement, Lihon turned around quickly and asked how she was doing. You're awake now, feeling better? Seeing her serious look, Katharina felt a bit guilty. I'm feeling better now. Lihon quickly pushed her out the door, his voice cold. Then go away. With a sharp look, he told her not to come see him anymore. It's too troublesome. Feeling insulted, Katharina was annoyed. What the hell is going on? The scene shifts to the main production room, where Katharina's figure comes to find Joe. Okto, hearing her shouting, becomes so worried that he breaks out in a sweat. Are you trying to wear a mental armor? Katharina looks angry, her mouth constantly moving. Are you crazy? Are you so different from others that you have 2 lives, or what? As if she's fed up and can't take it anymore, she points at her leg, and cigarette in hand tiredly retorts, don't say anything else, I'm just trying to compromise here. I don't have many reinforcements left either, so if I join, we'll have 1 more person. Katharina calmly explained, his point is either to shut her up or for both of them to leave. Then she gestured with her hand. Follow me. There's somewhere I want to go. And among the 3 with fancy signs, John raised his beer to invite. Here, drink this. Seeing Katharina full of worries, Ja seriously offered. If you're worried, then look into my future and see if I live or die. Katharina shouted angrily in protest. I have no interest at all in your future. I only feel pity for your ridiculous actions. Hurry up and pour the wine, she said contemptuously. And also give me the alcohol. Do you think I'm a child? Seeing that, Joe helplessly turns away. Drinking alcohol is not good for your health. Katharina, with an angry look, unconsciously slams her glass and shouts, why do you only think about my health now when it's already too late? Seeing her like that, Duang also lost patience and snapped. I told you I'm working on a cure. That's why I had to stay in the laboratory to be a test subject. Suddenly, Katharina spoke softly. You knew and left Zhao stunned without a chance to react. She looked sad and then shared her feelings. I won't live until then. Zhao felt the weight of those words and couldn't help but hold his head in helplessness. The image of the two sitting there with a touch of loneliness and their thoughts. Damn it. KT, I truly feel a deep pain inside. He is the one who doesn't want her to wake up more than anyone else. As soon as he forcefully grabs the bottle, he calmly says, enough, let's not talk about that anymore. He was pouring the wine but couldn't hide his troubled expression. Fine, if you want a drink, then drink. Katharina also worriedly spoke up. You should have a drink too. She sighed heavily and then agreed. Yeah, the bar is crowded, but everyone has their own worries. Moving past the luxurious bottles of wine to Katharina's dreamy gaze and John's active drinking as if pouring out his feelings. Katharina was so captivated that her hand reached out before her arm could wait, unexpectedly touching John's head. In his amazement and tousled hair, Katerina complimented him. He looks even more handsome with this messy mane. Suddenly the scene changes and Katerina wakes up in shock, quickly sitting up with a look of disbelief. Looking around at this strange room, Katerina's mind was shaken. This is Red's room. Thinking about it, she groped her body for a while, looked at the empty space beside her, and sighed quietly. Probably he was sleeping somewhere else. Her hair was tousled and her face looked annoyed, forever the perfect, flawless gentleman. The scene shifts again. A camera zooms in on Katerina's face, now devoid of regret. Zoe below continues to order ceasefire. There are survivors. It's a call for help. Then he felt something strange and turned his head, but really, could there be someone there? Suddenly, in an instant, Z's face subtly changed as Katerina's figure leapt powerfully out of the window. Z, both shocked and rushing forward, nearly reached her in a second, and in the foggy silence, Katerina, dazed and awakening in Joe's arms, had his face filled with pure terror. In his hurried breath, Jaw looked down at her. Wasn't she the one signaling for help? What was she thinking that made her jump out the window? Katerina looked at him with calmness, then suddenly burst out laughing happily. I knew it already. I saw you would help me return to reality. In the hazy water, Katerina stands in front of the mirror, looking somewhat dazed at the scene before her, with countless reserve bags in the open wardrobe. After staring for a long time, Katerina suddenly makes a connection, thinking he's not a woodpecker, even though he looks like one. Katerina, dressed in luxury, picks up a missing cigar, puts it in her mouth, and steps out onto the balcony to admire the view. She appears calm on the outside, but her mind is already in turmoil. She thought about John's handsome face and the compliment I gave him. His hair down makes him even more handsome. Her face immediately flushed as if she couldn't stand it, and Katerina's limbs flailed wildly. You're crazy. You're really out of your mind. She immediately reached for the cigar and fiddled with it. Seeing it was useless, Katerina put it aside and wore her shirt, but there was no lighter here. With a calm demeanor, she opened the door, but her gaze suddenly paused. Surprised to see Tin Lang appear, Katerina was a bit taken aback. Are you Tin Lang? Tin Lang didn't answer, but silently doubted. This is Sergeant Red's room. Seeing Tin Lang's fiery gaze, Katerina quickly backed away. Actually, without waiting for her explanation, Tin Lang quickly swiped the screen and a distorted notification appeared. Katerina was stunned. What the hell? Seeing Tin Lang leave, Katerina hurriedly said, Hey, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Unable to hold on, she frowned in frustration. I don't know why, but he really seems not to care about me. The scene shifts to the lobby. Octo looks at Lihon and then says, Let me show you my new toy. Immediately, he raises his hand to hide it. First, this. Seeing you like that, Octo quickly explained. He's not familiar with Spider-Man? He shoots webs like this. Lihon felt a bit helpless and said, I don't understand what you're saying. Seeing that, Octo then pointed out the tool on his suit and walked away, revealing a replacement device for the hook on his left arm. Quickly, Lihon also glanced at the equipment. Osito's voice continued. It's removable, so if you don't need it, just take it off. He pointed and explained happily, including a power bank, which is essential when hunting those terrifying flying creatures, but you should be careful not to get hit from behind. If it explodes, you'll definitely be seriously injured. The staff behind quickly chimed in. Every time the boss said you get hurt, which means there's a chance you might not make it, so you need to be twice as careful. Seeing that, Lihon's heart was filled with fear. I can imagine what would happen if this heavy device exploded. I have to be careful. In your stunned eyes, Octo spoke seriously. The prophecy is about to come true. Lihon, you probably already know, but you'll be in the reserve team. Thinking about the scene of the giant dragon, he spoke cautiously. The 4 first-generation Spirit Armor warriors will face the dragon first, and the best-case scenario is that they will succeed in killing it. Seeing the controller in his hand, Octo hesitated slightly, unable to believe that we had prepared all these things ourselves. In the bustling main hall, his heart was weary. Throughout the peaceful 5,000 years, people have become too complacent. If I can't stop that dragon today, the end of the world will come. Lihon looked at the big screen and spoke with a confident tone. I won't let that happen. His eyes now are strangely determined. I don't fight for humanity. I fight for my friends and brothers. Outside, the sky was endless and foggy. A voice echoed, signaling the gate to another world. Cut to the base, showing the external signal monitor. Alexander sat and watched for a long time before speaking, saying that if it's like the previous space gates, the ground will crack open and the minions will crawl out. A warning message then appeared, indicating the predicted location of the space gate, which seemed dangerous. All squads will be assigned to their respective positions. The predicted location of the space portal is also clearly displayed on the screen. Lightning suddenly struck from nowhere outside the central tower, and Clue looked up in horror. Damn it, he looks worried, voice trembling with fear. It looks disgusting and makes me feel sick. As I watch the swirling magic circle, the broadcast information reappears. All the mental energy is concentrated in one area, specifically the space above the predicted location. Alexander said seriously. All right, the whole team is ready to fight amidst the surging powers in the sky, with all forces below on alert and cannons on the city walls. But there is still one person nervously cautious, as if his instincts are warning him, and he speaks up. Something feels strange. The American soldiers, seeing the peaceful scene, proudly spoke up. Why is nothing happening? Or are they stuck and haven't arrived yet? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly above. looking up at the sky, where a glowing energy ring was expanding, blindingly bright. To everyone's surprise, even Lihon and Octo, who were watching, quickly shouted up at the sky. And at that moment, the monsters burst out from the white light, breaking free from their chains and rushing forward in a continuous stream, thousands and hundreds of them plunging from the sky below, unleashing a series of bloody scenes. Seeing such a tragic sight, the soldiers couldn't help but be stunned. Klut's eyes narrowed tiredly. What are they trying to do? Continuous gunfire against the monsters accompanied by loud screams. What is going on? Lihon watched in shock through the screen. Is there a portal in the sky? Watching the crowd's reaction, he clenched his teeth while everyone else just stood silently. Surely even the commanders are at a loss. After all, they have always prepared and set up defenses for battles underground. Amidst the chaos and the repeated alerts, the survivors of the apocalypse have been confirmed. The ones who died are probably just meat cushions for them. The diverse monsters with various shapes are better off if we prepare ourselves alongside their ravenous hunger, as the powerful announcement signals the start of the attack, with continuous shots aimed directly at the monster's centers. Each shot shatters the monster but can't do anything else. The American soldiers laugh nostalgically, saying it's like playing a game. It's already easy to win and make money. Over here, a person with a gun, exhausted, thinks to himself, damn those arrogant bastards, if things only end like this, one group after another, falling and then being destroyed. Watching everything unfold continuously, one of them sighed, damn it, there's no end in sight. Are they trying to drain our ammo first? The circle kept producing countless monsters, but suddenly some others appeared, looking quite strange. There's another life form. Those flying monsters are rushing out. The flying monsters are confirmed. The fixed guns are activated, each one rushing forward aimlessly and quickly being destroyed. In the continuous explosions, more unaware creatures rush to their doom. It charges forward, causing a nearby tank to explode as well. Alexander watches on the screen, unable to bear it, and stands up. Are they self-destructing? At that moment, the insects with their swollen bellies charged forward. The ongoing explosions cause massive casualties, and a nearby person, terrified, must keep fighting. Damn it, we're in a losing position now. Before they could finish speaking, another group of monsters advanced, bullets fired but unable to harm them. The message also ordered a ceasefire and to delay the detonation of Zone 1. I suggest everyone retreat, but a soldier still fights bravely. Seeing their stubbornness, Clue angrily shouts, "You heard me right. Let's get out of here." His voice sounds tired, if we stay any longer. But before he could have finished speaking, the monster was already close. An explosion shook the area, and on the other side, silence fell as a series of swift, precise strikes took down the monster. She also uses her power to control the situation, creating a shield to protect everyone from the explosion. An urgent alert sounds. Keep moving. With the dark red circle on the screen, the plan resumes. Area 1 is ready to explode. Alexander, with a serious expression, orders to hold steady as the scene outside is in ruins. A person helping a teammate while comforting. Hang in there. We have to get out of here. The guy with the orange hair sighed as he supported him, saying this place could turn into a wasteland at any moment. The teammate beside him gave up and said, "Just leave me here, or you'll end up like him too." The guy with orange hair said with a pained expression, "If this idiot dies, he should die with us. Who do you think we are?" That guy also joins in, the warriors from hell. The orange-haired guy responds with unwavering determination. That's right, but suddenly their momentum waned. The two still smiled as if nothing was wrong. Watching the monster rush toward him, the orange-haired guy bid farewell. "See you in hell, brother." In unison, the two shout their slogan, "Who do you think we are?" Warriors from hell. Light shines on the lonely figures seemingly without hope until another one suddenly appears. That figure was almost swallowed by the explosion. The blinding light made both of them shield their eyes, and when they looked up again, they were both stunned in shock. Why rush into the explosion without getting hurt, with eyes blazing with determination? But your voice carries a teasing tone. Do you think that slogan sounds a bit childish? The orange-haired guy and his teammate looked up in amazement, while Dai turned around triumphantly to praise. Still, their loyalty is quite commendable. In the silent scene, the explosion falls away along with the deadly silence. Clue, standing apart, trembles as the blazing flames consume everything. His shattered armor and fear reflect his despair as he turns to look at his comrades only to find himself alone. Clue's hatred reaches its peak. In the warning energy flow, he staggered forward, the blinding light shining brightly. CL seemed to have changed, stronger but no longer himself. His eyes bloodshot, his body trembling with pain. "Damn bastards, I will kill you all." Watching the tragic scene on the screen, a message inquiry appeared. Are there still surviving soldiers? Should we hold out? Alexander, overwhelmed, softly said, "Detonate the bombs." As the explosions continued outside, with flashes of orange and red everywhere and buildings shattering into chaos, a voice rang out, declaring that the glorious reputation of Paris would be completely destroyed from this moment on. Tu's brow furrowed, her voice somewhat disdainful. Even this beautiful city is just a tool for defense. Even if we win, Paris will become a wasteland. Lihon silently wondered if everyone could evacuate in time. Back at the evil base, an officer nearby spoke. Most of the henchmen had been eliminated, and no one would appear from the gate anymore. Alexandro remained calm. keeping an eye on the remaining henchmen and tending to the retreating soldiers, preparing the first-generation mental armor. The black circle is expanding, and his voice turns serious again. It will appear soon. After all, I will finally see the divine power of the troop with my own eyes. A large circle of 4 powerful warriors appears around, forming a blockade as if ready for the final battle. In Jay's fiery eyes, he reminds everyone, "Do you hear what I'm saying?" Looking at the black hole in the sky with the strange creature, the message continues. We will end this battle. Quickly, a series of noble Jupiters emerge from the black hole, appearing difficult to confront. The signal is given, and the blue team begins their operation. They will use the dragon's breath. As soon as it finished, a Jupiter opened its mouth to attack. The warriors kept fighting, and the reminders kept coming. This is a familiar type of attack. It's not much different from what we saw in the battle with the first dragon. This power is even weaker than what we've seen in the past. Seeing Jupiter surrounded by 4 people, Ja feels a bit worried. Although it may not be Bahamut, we must be very careful. We are proceeding according to plan, targeting its wings. Following the order, the group quickly destroyed one wing of the flying Jupiter dragon using their mental powers. However, they couldn't do so once they lost their wings. After all, sensation and imagination are essential for the dragon's mental power. Z used his ability to surge forward while signaling at the same time. I will limit its vision for a moment, climb onto its back from behind, and quickly, with one hand, cast a spell directly at the Jupiter, causing it to scream in agony. The 2 from behind rushed to attack its opening, slashing and splattering blood everywhere. Seeing an opportunity, Ron spoke clearly. Let's choose to cut off its wings and prepare for the ground battle. Suddenly, Jupiter regains his sight, his eyes blazing red, with waves of power surging from them, causing each warrior to suffer heavy backlash. The opponent on the other side is no less formidable. Zhu was stunned to see that, unable to believe it. A person trembling all over with a sword still steadfastly delivering a strike. And in that very strike, his body collapsed, wrung with grief, his eyes filled with sorrow. I will not forget your perseverance. Quickly, the 2 figures collapse. Jay was the last to step forward, following the command to pursue it. We can't give it any time to rest. Ja charged down. The 2 warriors followed without hesitation as Jupiter landed on the ground. Joe clenched his sword, but his body surged with incredible strength. Zhao was a bit suspicious. What is he doing? After a while, his gaze gradually darkened as he looked at Jupiter with a more solid stance, feeling anxious inside. It changes shape. Watching Jupiter approach, their conversation suggests you might call it a new species of beast. Our old method won't work against that monster, Ja calmly said, but that doesn't mean we will accept defeat easily. If this were a ground battle, we would still have a chance. Immediately after, he raised his hand and signaled, adjusting your jet thrusters to maximum power and following me as closely as possible. We will attack it with a coordinated assault. I will go ahead and attack it with an electric charge. My teammates asked worriedly, but what will happen to you? Red Z thought for a moment and then replied casually, if I'm lucky, it'll die before I get electrocuted. And with that resolve, he shouted and charged forward. No time to hesitate now. Let's go. The teammate behind is also risking everything. Damn it, fine. Jupiter, sensing danger, its glowing red eyes shine brighter as it swings its arm, sending rocks flying and causing a shockwave that shakes everything. It's not that simple. Zoe's eyes widened in shock and telepathy. As the rocks were controlled and flew toward Z, Jupiter's huge claws quickly slashed at the teammate on the other side. With just one hit, the protective armor cracked in several places. Zoe, enduring the pain within the armor, managed to stand up and look at Jupiter tearing apart his unfortunate teammate. Quickly, with a bloodied mouth, it glances at Joe. Seeing that, he curses in hatred. This damn thing, it's the first time I've seen something like this, so damn disgusting. Watching it rush towards him in helplessness, I just need to hold on a little longer and reveal its other abilities before I die. But suddenly, somewhere, a signal blared, and Lihon began her attack. But immediately, in Z's shock, what the hell is that? Lihon didn't know where she suddenly rushed over. Z is still stunned by the announcement, with a face full of fear. There's no way the commander of AC would give such an order. Then he exclaimed in confusion. Watching Lihon rush forward fearless, Zoe felt a pang of pain. Why do you have to get involved in this battle? Lihon shifts to the evil base, and Katharina comes to find Alexander to get the truth. Are you going to just let Red die? She looks exhausted, as if she just raced with death. Alexander's gaze silently sharp as a nearby guard steps forward to block Katharina. Seer, you can't do this! Katharina shouted angrily, waving her hand. Don't touch me. Alexander's voice remains calm. Just let her be. And in her exhaustion, Alexander softly spoke. Seer, you understand the importance of this, right? He thought of the devastating scene when Jupiter attacked. That dragon belongs to a new species, and we still can't fully understand its abilities. If the second-generation reinforcement forces die due to an unforeseen event, it will mark the end of the world we live in. Katharina seemed to realize this and fell silent. Right after she pulls out a gun and threatens him, she says, if Red dies and leaves me behind, that will also be the end of my world. Alexander was panicked, but she was doing it. Katharina, fearless, pressed the needle directly against his neck and continued to threaten. If Red dies, I will go with him. Her eyes seemed determined.
Alexander also saw Katerina in a different light. Immediately after, in the main hall, a sound echoed.
Lihon and Katerina remain silent on this side. I apologize. The voice comes through the communication device. I know I'm a bit conflicted right now, but in the end, I warned you not to get involved if you still wanted to live. Lihon's expression also shifted from surprise to seriousness as Katerina continued to beg. You can hate me as much as you want, but Red is a plea. She can't bear it, tears gently falling like streams, her face crying out desperately. Please save Red, I beg you. This is Lihon speaking quietly on this side. Please get me ready. O.C. To was stunned. Lihon, it's you. And in Katerina's desperation, Lihon responds to the ferry house, his power surging on the other end. His eyes determined, whether she asks for help or not, I will go out there. I also don't want to see Sergeant Red H die. Seeing that expression, Katerina couldn't hold back her tears and sobs. Equipped and ready, Lihon quickly rushed onto the battlefield, appearing right behind Jupiter. Seeing the movement, it also turned its head with a sharp gaze. Seeing that, Jaw quickly shouted, "What are you doing out here, idiot?" Lihon still firmly replied, "Can you burn its eye again?" Seeing the monster turn its attention to Lihon, Jaw retorted, "No, now I'll be the bait. That will definitely work better." Lihon was dissatisfied. "It's guaranteed you'll die then." "Sergeant, when did you start arguing with him?" "John, shut up and do as I say." Before she finished speaking, Lihon sharply intervened. "I don't fight for humanity. I just don't want to see my loved ones have to leave." Jupiter, furious again, uses telekinesis to make rocks and dirt rise as it unleashes a powerful attack. But Lihon, agile in her armor, quickly dodges. Seeing the old trick, Zoe quickly warned Lihon, "Watch out, it's using telepathy." And you also activate the thrusters behind you to fly up and dodge. With a ready stance to strike, Lihon gently suggests using burn to block its line of sight. "I will tear its head apart." Duan looked up in worry. "I can't do this. If I don't, then maybe he'll think of something." He grits his teeth, using all his strength, raising his hand to attack in helplessness. Then, I unleash a powerful wave of fire straight into Jupiter's eyes, quickly followed by Lihon using his energy to shoot directly at it. A swift move slips past its massive horn, seizing the opportunity, his eyes blazing with urgency. I must retract the laser cord as fast as I can. Using all the power from the thrusters, Lihon launched a bright beam of light into the sky, then maximized the thrusters again. Lihon charged down with weapons and blew away the dragon in a single strike. Seeing that scene, Zotram has many worries. What will you do now? Lihon Jupiter just escaped the trap and charged forward with his power. Remembering the past, does he have a way to handle the electric current? Octo quickly responded, temporarily releasing all his divine power. Lihon was stunned. What's going on? Octo points and explains. He may be a rude and crude brat, but we can't let him die. Then he suggests that if you are in danger because of the dragon's power, unleash all your divine energy. Returning to the decisive moment, Lihon, with a reminder, charged forward. Because the dragon material in the second generation suit had increased, he launched a direct attack at Jupiter's weak point. It will neutralize other types of divine power when I use my own divine power. Right after that, at the very center, a powerful explosion erupts. As the smoke gradually clears, Jay's figure appears. To his amazement, Jupiter has been defeated, but Lihon remains unharmed. He looks exhausted as he sighs, gazing at the powerless dragon lying helplessly, while a surge of blue electricity swirls around Lihon. That blue power again shocks Joe. Who knows what might happen? Seeing Lihon's determined expression, Zhao hesitated. Perhaps this was the kid he chose, then turned his gaze to Jupiter's disappearance. He quietly hopes to save this world. Removing his armor, Lihon's body remains strangely resilient as he gazes ahead with an incredulous look. Suddenly, a blinding light seemed to pass through him. Then the light softened. Lihon slowly opened his eyes, his expression slightly uncomfortable as he frowned. Looking carefully ahead, the scene is strangely peaceful. Lihon can hardly believe himself. Each strange creature approached him as he wandered aimlessly, with small animals in the distance. As it approached the front, rows of high stones died in a deep blue of life. Lihon's pupils kept constricting as he stared intently at an animal lying on a tall rock, looking very at ease, but with sharp eyes. Lihon pondered silently, and immediately behind the dragon, another dragon stretched out its body and threw a cold gaze down at Lihon with 3 seemingly terrifying eyes. It stood up, spread its wings high, then looked down at Lihon again, before swiftly rushing to stand in front of him. In Lihon's shock, that figure approaches again with a calm face and a voice full of pressure. "Humans, I will prove and test my free will." Suddenly the dream disappears, and Lihon opens his eyes in confusion. You stare at the stark white ceiling for a long time before hesitating. Is this a hospital room? Seeing Lihon wake up, Clue gently apologized. "Sorry about that. Did I wake you up?" Lihon saw Clue and was a bit stunned. Clue, after composing himself, asked softly, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days Lihon remained calm. "Why are you wearing hospital clothes?" Clue clenched the tissue and replied softly, "I went for a psychological checkup, and they told me I need to stay in the hospital for now." Clue's face seemed full of worries, recalling the past, with explosions ringing clearly, even the helplessness of seeing comrades' bodies, the despair within himself, and the shameful rush forward. The light bursts out in the most painful moments, revealing a surge of power. With extreme hatred, he says, "I will kill you all, you bastards." And finally, he charged forward without hesitation, his eyes filled with pain and determination, fighting fiercely in solitude as a nearby monster ambushed him but was swiftly slain by Clue. A calm yet vengeful strike, the spear with greenish light and the strength from his arm made Clue stand his ground without a hint of retreat. He continued to advance and fight the monsters, but unfortunately Clue was cut off at the leg by a monster, yet his body seemed unharmed and kept healing. That only made Clue more courageous. A spear pierces straight into the monster's head, blood splattering across the face along with a desperate scream. Another creature slashes with its claws directly at him. But suddenly, a powerful explosion made it vanish. On the other side, similar explosions kept occurring. Back in reality, Clue calmly spoke, "Lihon, you always say you will fight to protect your loved ones." He unscrewed the water bottle cap, his voice trembling. "I will also fight to protect my friend." In that instant, her eyes flashed with determination. "Anyone who harms my friend will die at my hands, even if I have to follow them to the depths of hell." Lihon looked at that back and felt a surge of emotion. "Whew!" In the silence, a sound suddenly echoed as Katerina appeared quickly. Clud smiled and said, "I'll give you some space. We'll continue later." In front of her, a tired Katerina approached to ask, "How are you feeling?" Lihon calmly raised his hand and said, "I'm fine. I'll recover quickly." Seeing her shy expression, Lihon was a bit curious. It seems she has changed her mind and agreed to cooperate with the royal faction. Seeing this, Katerina also calmly looked at him. "It's because I overstepped my authority and sent you." That's why she was so moved. Her lips pressed together and her body trembled. Thinking of the comrades who sacrificed, she continued to recount how those who forced 10-year-old children to train as if it were normal. "I hate all those soldiers who are always ready to fall for duty." And then there's Lihon rushing out heroically. Katerina seemed to choke up, "But even so, I told you to go save Red, and when you left, I felt so relieved." Expressing my feelings moved her to tears streaming down her face. I'm no different from them. That scene is still lurking somewhere among the lights. After a while, Katerina regained her composure and wiped her eyes, saying, "Sorry, I came to thank you, but now it's like this." On the other side, Lihon continued watching her intently, appearing sympathetic. "She is too fragile." Immediately after, the clock sounded an urgent signal. Katerina hurriedly put on her coat and left. "I have to go now. The funeral will start soon. Take care of yourself." Seeing that, Lihon looked surprised at her lonely figure and softly said, "You don't need to feel guilty. You're just doing your job." Then he suddenly stood up to explain. "It used to seem crazy, but now it's just normal, to protect those you love." Fearing she wouldn't believe, Lihon, with determination and a steady gaze, said, "I will keep fighting until all the dragons are dead." Once again, Katerina burst into tears, her lips pressed tightly together. Without turning her head, she softly replied, "I understand." Finally, the hospital door closed along with Lihon's lonely figure. The scene shifts to the main hall, where Simon stands facing Kuro. Seeing Simon, Kuro looks a bit surprised. "Simon, why are you here? Lihon and Glute are both injured." Simon, with a serious expression, said, "Both of them have already been hospitalized. If not, what do you think I'm doing here? Use your brain a little." Hearing the shocking news, Kuro hurriedly asked for details. "What? Are they still okay?" "I find it annoying." X grits his teeth and responds, "Who cares? If you want to know, go crawl over and visit them yourself." Just after he turned his head to glare threateningly. "Try to keep up. If you fall behind, I won't care at all." Kuro feels a bit resentful after being scolded by a guy. I guess Simon still doesn't like me as much as he seems helpless to speak up. Fine. Now, Sim Mong's face is full of anger and determination. Just seeing that stupid face makes me furious. That bastard will only wake up when a friend dies in battle, as he has decided, he warned himself. I absolutely will not trust that guy with my back, even in the most desperate situations. Although they didn't get along, Simon and Kuro still headed towards the elevator. 3 days later, in the tea room, Alexander was delighted. "It's good to see you discharged," and Lihon was invited to drink quickly while it's still hot. Following his words, Lihon also took a sip of the tea. He set the cup down and sighed, saying, "You're good at flattery now too, huh?" Next, he picks up a sugar cube, which would taste better with a little sugar. The 3 sugar cubes floating in the water look quite tempting. Seeing the roundabout talk for a while, Lihon grew impatient and said, "I guess you're not calling me here just to sit around, right?" With Alexander's changing expression, Lihon guessed that something related to Kuro was going on. The weak point has been identified. Alexander suggests, "Please guide Kuro so he can join the battle because he will also fight in a second-generation mental force mech team." Seeing that Lihon did not object, he proposed a plan again. "We have decided to train an additional 11 units, forming 3 teams with 4 members each, and one of them will be yours." With a cup of tea in hand, Alexander's voice remained clear. "We have killed all the dragons that appeared outside Vanamu. We could even kill them with just 4 people in the first-generation mental power mech team." Then thinking of Jupiter, he hesitated slightly. "But now, that is impossible with the new dragon species. They are evolving to fight back against us. Now our future depends on the second-generation mental force armor team." Outside, Lihon walked slowly down the corridor, his figure full of thoughts. Right now, I have 2 ace cards in my hand. The combat suit and abilities of Kuro. Unless they restore it to its original form, I am the only one who can operate it. Additionally, Kuruto is only strongest when he's with us. Thinking of how serious it is, Lihon's eyes turn fierce and bloodshot. Right now, all the advantages are on our side. Simong, angry, kicks the wall and says, "Hey, hurry up and move your foot." He's losing patience, cursing constantly. "Why are you so slow and sluggish?" Kuro looked a bit confused. "Sorry." Simong regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. They demanded that everyone in Class A meet at the laboratory. "We're late. Let's go quickly." Kuro behind is full of thoughts. "I've decided I won't be weak anymore. But no matter how many times I try, his face keeps getting sadder. And without Lihon by my side, I feel like I'm returning to who I used to be." When I arrived at the laboratory, a few people had already appeared, and Simong, coming from behind, looked around confused. "What is that?" a teammate cheerfully said. "That's the new mental strength assessment device. Just looking at it, you can tell it will evaluate our mental strength level or do something similar." The nearby scientist also smiled and said, "This device will compile your mental energy limit based on your level of expression. Just sit down, put this hat on, and try to use all your mental energy." At this moment, the person who just finished the experiment has completed the assessment, and the notification appears that the evaluation is complete. There is no Method 8. No Method XM looked at it with a bit of disdain. Then he stepped forward to speak, pushing aside the other person who looked a bit confused. "Huh? All right then." Without hesitation, he sat down and put on the experiment hat. The preparation was complete, and the notification appeared, signaling the start of the evaluation. Everyone around seems excited and cheering. I wonder what his stats will be like. Who knows who the genius of England is? In the spiritual world, Simong takes a deep breath, and suddenly he seems to go crazy, unleashing his full strength. With a sweaty face and determined look, the progress bar quickly reached 10 without method, 10 without method, ending the experiment with sweat-drenched appearance, the surrounding cheers echoing wildly. Wasn't that the highest record so far? No one had surpassed level 9 before. View ignored the surroundings. Simong's sharp gaze seemed to focus directly on Kuro, who looked confused. X-Mong spoke up, saying he might as well go for the evaluation himself. Kuro hesitated and refused. "No need. I was already evaluated earlier." Simong seems dissatisfied, feeling disrespected.
Then he approached and asked Zos's disciple what his mental strength level was. Kuro looked a bit confused and hesitated.
Suddenly, Jia Sha appeared unexpectedly and spoke up, saying there is no method. And this is only based on his average results. Her expression was very bad as she provoked Simong. X-Mong also looked unhappy and clenched his teeth. Suddenly fell silent with a groan and left amidst everyone's confusion. "It's really unfair." Seeing this, the girl with the braid spoke up. "Doctor, we don't have to ignore and dismiss him from afar. With his stubborn personality, he's definitely not going to give up until he finds out what he wants to know." Kuro's mind was overwhelmed as he rushed outside under the fiery sunset sky, and on the plane in the sky, a doubtful voice asked, "Method?" Kuro pointed and explained, "It's a measure of each person's mental strength, like the stats in a game we often see." Lihon was a bit curious. "Although I haven't tried it, I think I understand what you mean." Then he fell into deep thought. Evil would create something like that without any purpose. Maybe they will use it in the war somehow. At this moment, Clue hesitated before speaking. "Captain, what is our mission this time?" Lihon glanced, and Tin Lang also nodded slightly, determination shining again in his eyes. His voice echoed once more outside. "I will start discussing it right now. Returning to the past." A contemptuous voice rang out. "Hey, you pathetic failure!" And with Ren's appearance at that time, Tin Lang drew his sword and loudly declared, "Let's fight. I will beat you to a pulp." The sword points directly at Reben as a challenge, and immediately after, his challenging gaze questions the reason for this fight. The silence spoke without any fear. "I just don't like that you and I have names that are similar, that's all." Seeing this, Reben faintly smiled. He assumed his stance and urged, "All right, I think that's enough, come on." She abruptly stopped her train of thought, returning to the quiet present with a look of surprise. She raised her hand to touch her helmet and thought to herself, what just happened? Is this a memory I lost after the injury? At this point, the group has just arrived. U2 is a small village located in the Pyrenees Mountains. Clue looked at the crowded crowd with curiosity. Are all the soldiers from the battlefield in France fleeing to this place? When no one responded, he thought it seemed quite unusual given their habits and mindset. Thinking about the EU monsters, Lihon reloads his gun and speaks. There must be something controlling those bastards.
Maybe one of the Ilu is checking this village a bit more. After a while, he encounters someone covered in wounds.
Lihon seems to hesitate and then focus intently. Judging by the weather and the state of the corpse, it's only been about 2 days, and there haven't been any more bodies since then. Are the others somewhere else? Suddenly, Clue spoke up. Lihon has someone approaching from the front line. Cautiously, everyone in the group raises their weapons as a figure carrying a vehicle appears. Lihon, with a serious expression, speaks. Please confirm your identity. The man in front puts down the vehicle. Jack, with a serious look, explains. You guys are soldiers of evil, right? As you can see, I am just a farmer from this village. Noticing something unusual, Lihon becomes cautious. carefully examining each item before asking. The skull with the diving helmet in his hand is a common tattoo among the Marines. Then Lihon subtly warns, if you still refuse to speak, we will have to use another method. The equipment in his hand also signals an aggressive database scan, indicating helplessness. Jack dusts off his hands and introduces himself. Call me Jack. Lihon still remains cautious. What is his full name? Jiaxia frowned. That's so uncooperative? Lihon responds straightforwardly. Better Vo Duyen than missing a risk factor. He's tired and just puts on his hat, introducing himself as Jack Z. Guller, worried that he might not be understood and will have to spell it out. I found the information, Lihon spoke up. He retired 6 years ago and was a former member of PF. Jack didn't argue and simply responded. Yes, I've decided to meet you after all these years of running away. Lihon then questioned, you're not even a soldier anymore. So what's the problem? Remembering the past, Jack recounts how the alchemist was always watched even after retiring, with no freedom at all. They are always afraid we will use divine power to commit crimes. Touching a sore spot, his face darkened as he approached the injured man. Jiak turned and asked, will you help me? I can't bury each one individually, but I want to give them some dignity. In the flickering firelight, a line of people stands around like a ceremony. Oh. Jiak looked at the blazing flame and then recounted, I initially settled here to avoid surveillance, but gradually grew fond of this place. I want to spend the rest of my life here. But for a moment, he fell silent. Suddenly, Jack looked up and asked, I guess you're hunting those bastards, right? I'll join you. Lihon couldn't believe his eyes. Then Jack looked at his arm and gently explained, I can only watch as each of you dies. With this power, I have decided to live as a coward. Seeing that, you keep thinking, even though you don't know how powerful his combat ability is, this mental strength is very useful for our terrain investigation. Seizing the opportunity, you hand the gun to Jack and introduce yourself. Nice to meet you, Jack Gunner. My name is Lihon. I will temporarily hire you. Take the gun and the sword with a more serious expression than ever. A moment later, he earnestly asked for their care. Commander Lihon left the village area, and the group continued deeper into the forest, seeming to move quite slowly compared to the others. Lihon noticed he was exhausted and panting, then spoke up, let's rest and take turns watching. Jack. After sitting for a while, Jack opens a water bottle and looks annoyed. Good grief, are you guys even human? I didn't think I would tire out this much. He looked distressed as he lamented. I probably can't keep up with the fully equipped soldiers. Lihon sat nearby, calm. We are spiritual energy amplifiers. Hearing this shocking news, Jack seemed to find it hard to believe.
What? So you guys are first generation Gan?
Are they still continuing that project? Seeing no one respond, he calmly observes again. Now that I look closely, they really look like kids around 13 or 14 years old. They're probably stronger than the first generation of jealous ones, but still too young. Suddenly, Lihon spoke up. Why did you leave evil? His serious gaze fixed on the water bottle as he explained. Jack sighed and looked at the sky because to me, evil has become as wicked as dragons and minions. Tin Lang on this side also couldn't help but glance at him. She carefully thought, if that happened 6 years ago, it would also be the time of the injury incident. Remembering each scene of the crowd and the light that caused her pain, a hand reaching out to save. Come with me. We were not born to be raised like livestock. He smiled mysteriously. Everyone outside is our enemy. Ignoring the dead beside him, Ren reached out and beckoned. Let's go with me. His eyes gradually became crazed and his voice turned into that of a demon as they returned to the base, walking down the corridor. Katerina now looks full of thought, with Joe behind her appearing unharmed. The two head towards a room. Katerina, looking serious unlike usual, spoke up. Don't just stand there. Open the door. The door opened slightly, revealing bookshelves and thick documents. A clear voice states that most of the files have been digitized and stored on the server. Don't think I'm an idiot. The records from those 6 years were altered during the 10 years I was asleep. I will find out the truth about what happened during that time. Returning to Lihon, he is questioning Jack if his hatred is because they recruited and trained children like us. Jack seemed to fall into silence, but then closed his eyes and advised, do not place too much trust in evil that has taken children like you. When suddenly the signal from his device sounded. This is easy too. We're tracking a low-level monster. Looking ahead, there's a creature that seems to be struggling. It can't move due to severe injuries. It seems it has been abandoned by its pack, growing weaker by the day. Seeing this, Lihon removes her hat and orders, let's go. Seeing Tin Lang remain still for a long time without getting up, Lihon looked confused and silent as she tried to remove her hood. In hesitation, Lihon called Kuro. Kuro, under your command, handle it. Kuro's face suddenly turned fearful, and his body seemed uncontrollable. Lihon continues to order to kill it. Clud stands aside, worried, thinking that after all, the goal of this mission is for Kuro to gain combat experience, and he also needs to get used to destroying enemies like this. And then, Clud walked away leaving Kuro with a comforting phrase. Deal with it, Kuro. Kuro is now alone and seems afraid as the monster stares intently at him, but still, Kuro does not make a move. Finally, in the indifferent gaze of the monster, Kuro gathers all his courage. I will kill you. His hand trembles and hesitates to pull the trigger, his eyes filled with sorrow. If he doesn't eliminate you, thinking of the countless people burned, the pain surges, and my friends will face the same fate as the bodies we saw in you. As if gaining extra strength, Kuro grips the gun more firmly. Amidst the echoing gunfire, the forest remains silent as Lihon continuously tries to calm the situation. Quietly, she endures pain with a calm mind. I need to regain my composure. I am not wrong. If there is any fault, it is this world. With a hopeless expression and a dazed look, someone was shot repeatedly. That child is gone. Lihon's voice echoes through the silence. Her face full of urgency, she grabs Tin Lung, and after a moment, she seems to stop struggling. Suddenly, Lihon's face became tense again, accompanied by Tin Lang's heavy breathing. But then she calmed down, falling and reassuring, I'm fine now. At this moment, Clue and Kuro returned and spoke. It's time for the shift change. Han. Lihon called out. Kuro then turned around to look behind and finally patted Kuro on the head. Good job. That pat seemed to move him even more. Seeing the busy crowd around, Jock was a bit suspicious. So these kids are the second generation, right? He watched intently, saying they are completely different from the second generation he knew. They don't seem like children forced into this role, but rather children who have grown up naturally. On the other side, screams and papers flying everywhere. Damn it, she's not here anymore. Katarina, furious, no longer cared about her image. Right after she faced John, she spoke frankly. He knew it wasn't here from the start, but still didn't stop me. Jaw speaks seriously. Limiting her actions goes against my principles. Katarina angrily curses, Why don't you go to hell? Calmly regaining her composure, she gently asked, Because I won't move an inch until I find out the truth. Tell me why the files were altered. Zoe New sighed helplessly, holding the key in her hand, then hesitated before revealing that there was a different generation between the first and second generations of cybers. He turned away with a grim expression. The 50 children with the highest mental strength had been chosen. After saying that, he tiredly grabbed a picture, his face dark as he explained. But they lost control right from the early stage of the program. The plan has failed. Opening a safe, Zoe takes out a document titled Top Secret. Katarina managed to hold it in her hand, but her face showed fear. Don't tell me we're returning to the forest and a monster appears again. Finally, we have found them. Lihon calmly turns around. Jack, you are our scout. Report the number of their equipment and who their leader is. As he finished speaking, Jack took off his hat, his cold gaze untroubled. Moving quietly through the forest, I look up to see a herd of monsters completely unaware and unalert as I slip past them with my invisibility ability without any harm. Counting the monsters, I feel a bit disdainful. There are 17 low-level monsters, a task so easy even the first-generation fighters could handle it. And then he continued to sneak around looking for it. I still haven't seen the leader yet. Where could it be? It must be nearby. Lihon seems a bit worried as he calls out. Rack, you've been gone for quite a while now. Head back to the base or you'll be spotted if there are any lurking mages there. You're worried but still searching. Just a little more. It's fine. There are only low-level monsters here. Suddenly, I sensed something unusual behind me. A bright-eyed monster ambushes secretly. In the silence among the four, Lihon speaks anxiously. I lost contact with Jack Clue, one of us said. We have no choice but to keep moving forward. Lihon quickly interrupted. Our top priority is to ensure Jack's safety. Quickly, he ordered, split up. Along with Lihon's solitary footsteps, his figure advanced alone into the deep forest. Suddenly, a wave of power from afar followed, each step leaving a trail of dark energy on the grass. Perhaps it was Jack who was controlled in the past, his hat falling off along with a curse. Are you serious about this? Jack responded alone. You're planning to kill those kids. The teammate, calmly holding a cigar, replied, It's not killing, but controlling. Still, some might die in the process. Not believing the calm facade, Jack shouted loudly, That's basically murder. I cannot follow such orders. Immediately after he looked at his hands, he firmly declared, I will leave evil. I can't let the blood of those children stain my hands. And right now, it's this very hand holding a sharp knife pressed against a teammate's neck. Quickly, Jack swung his arm, blood splattering from his fallen teammate's body as his body lay aimlessly on the ground, driven by Jack's madness. On one side, Jack and the evil members have been defeated, while on the other, Tin Lang is rushing towards the monster, cutting down a series of enemies with each strike. Bodies of Lu lay scattered on the ground as Lihon ran past, issuing commands. Let's move forward. Kuro, use your mental strength to support me. Kuro responded without backing down. The determination surging in his heart made him clench his fists. I have to do well. With a determined, shining gaze, I will protect Han at all costs. His eyes shining brighter, his energy flowing around his body, as lightning sparks surrounding Kuro seemed to be awakened. The fury and mental energy unleash a burst of destructive power. With just two clenched hands, the target monsters are crushed in an instant. Rocks and earth explode around as Lihon watches in amazement. Then another hand emerges to grab the remaining debris and crush it into fragments. Finally, Kuro looks exhausted and breathless. Lihon observes the scene and reflects inwardly. So this is S-rank power. I understand why evil is so determined to keep him. Right after you praised him. Impressive, Kuro. But you should save your strength. You don't need to go all out for a low-level monster. Kuro looked a bit awkward and apologized. Suddenly, Clue called from somewhere on the other end. This is Easy Thori. In everyone's shock, his voice was strange. Did everyone hear clearly? Watching Jack walk away, Clue's voice continued, and Jack, sensing it, turned his head. Behind, Clue quickly stood up with a sharp gaze, revealing that he is probably our enemy right now. His hat fell off, but his voice kept going. I don't know why he's doing this, but let's go from here. The fake and the provocation are a decisive battle. The two are truly like two Tai Chi. Receiving the message to hold, footsteps echoing, calling for Team Y. Then to Tin Lang's place, Lihon calmly orders everyone to gather at Easy Thai's location. On this side, Clue is still risking everything with Jack. The weapon thrusts forward, but with agility, Jack dodges. He also didn't hold back when clashing fiercely with Glut's weapon, delivering a straight strike that wounded him badly in pain, causing more blood to splatter. It seemed Glut had no more strength to fight back, and his weapon fell to the ground. The moment Jack is about to strike again, a sharp blow aimed at Clue gets closer to Clue. But at this moment, his eyes shine brightly, and his power surges. Jack stared in amazement as Glut, now recovered, dodged Jack's deadly strike. Sorry, old man. He seized his weapon, aimed at the trash foot, and in an instant, he collapsed in pain. Sitting to one side, Clue strokes his hair tiredly, because having the ability to recover doesn't mean he doesn't feel pain. At this moment, Lihon rushes over with Kuro, looking urgent. What happened? Clue explained with frustration. He attacked me from somewhere, but from his eyes, it seems like he's being controlled in the silent forest. His voice echoes clearly. Don't go near him yet, he's still dangerous. Seeing Jack's serious wound, Lihon hesitated slightly, but he will die if we leave him like this. Suddenly Jack seemed to sense it, raising his head with eyes filled with intense hatred, as if being controlled, losing all reason and shouting loudly. The weak shifts in everyone's shock as the aura disperses. Lihon senses something unusual. What is that? In front is a soul emerging from Jack's body, looking strange. What is that? No, that's a spirit of the mind. Seeing the powerful ghost swallowing its scream, Lihon quickly explained, it exists and can breathe. The ghost floats around everyone. Clue also hesitated before speaking. It seems to be in control. Lihon also quietly suggested that if he was being controlled by the spirit energy, he would be vulnerable to weapons made from dragon parts. Knowing this, Clue proposed working together to take it down. Lihon calmly refuses. No, I will handle it myself. You seriously consider Kuro's power and remain calm. If it can infiltrate and manipulate people's minds, we can't let it exploit Kuro or silence. Compared to them, my combat skills are weaker, so it's best if I let myself be affected by that power. And Lihon, with a determined look, suggested, while I hold it off, you guys go save Jack. As soon as he took off his helmet and weapon gear and threw them aside, Lihon charged straight at the ghost, which quickly seized the opportunity and rushed toward him. An attack streaked towards Lihon, but luckily he dodged just in time, as continuous strikes rained down from both sides, and in anger, Lihon used his power, gradually enveloping himself, delivering a slash that made the ghost appear somewhat weaker. Seeing the ghost unharmed, Lihon looked a bit stunned. Does it work? I'm not sure, but give the order. Save Jack now. Clue also responded clearly and continued with attacks that dispersed Lihon's ghost. But at this moment, he is tightly restrained by its power. Everyone watches anxiously as the shadow gradually consumes Lihon. Han saw them move forward, Lihon scared and trying to stop them, so he stepped back. Deep inside, he thought he needed to drain a little more of his energy. Uncertain of what to do, Lihon throws his weapon away again. The ghost seems determined to invade his very being. In an instant, it burrows into his body amid everyone's shock, merging with him, the ghostly figure suddenly unleashing its power, eyes wide with malevolence and a scream of agony. In the dark forest, with red light and screams, Lihon's body seems to reach its limit, shouting loudly, his blazing red eyes controlled by 3 people. He kept writhing in pain. Once he calmed down a bit, Kuro asked, what should we do now? If this continues, I'm exhausted just thinking about it. We've already reported to the base, so maybe we should bring him back like this. Realizing this, he turned and asked, Kuro, can't you use your power to infiltrate? Kuro was a bit doubtful. Me? Do you really think I can do it? Cluse's voice hurriedly says, try everything we have for now. Kuro hesitated. Then Kuro also used his power to invade Lihon's body, causing him to scream in agony. In his inner world, there is the figure of Lihon and the ghost. Lihon appears anxious and curious. He looked at the evil aura and the surrounding scene, pondering where this place was, then remembered a long time ago and carefully observed everything to realize this was his own consciousness space. It seems we've gone much deeper this time. Suddenly, thinking of something, your eyes turn sharply forward, facing the enormous ghost and its spreading power. Somehow, it gradually takes on the shape of the current Lihon. It's hard to believe that he has been able to maintain his consciousness until now. This is the first time. Immediately after, it seems the ghost appears behind Lihon. Then, the ghostly figure fully transformed into you with provocation. I will destroy you once and for all. Seeing that, Lihon refused to give up and looked down on him. Sounds just like me, huh? Suddenly, Lihon speaks up. Did you see anything? Kuro stunned everyone. Seeing the situation, Kuro spoke up. I think Han is fighting right now. If Han can push that thing out of his body, he looks at his hand and hesitates. Maybe I can catch it, but I can't be sure of anything. Clue also gritted his teeth in pain, summoning all his strength. He shouted loudly to give the order. Damn it, take it down. Lihon feels like everyone inside is the ghost trampling over him. It uses the very weapon it recreated to aim straight at you. This is your end. Die. Seeing your pain, the ghost sneers contemptuously. Don't be sad. Soon all your friends and family will reunite with you. A fateful slash in a word. This is the only thing you can be proud of. And in the pain spreading through your body, the ghostly figure laughs maniacally and praises you. You are the only human able to last this long. Suddenly, a blinding white light appears from nowhere, and the ghost's face shows a hint of surprise. One hand is gone. What is this? All. 4 limbs are gradually disappearing without support. The ghost falls down like helplessly shouting. Is my power, mental energy, being rejected? Lihon is shocked. Being rejected? It seems you remember the past, when someone once said from afar, Han, we've never encountered anyone like you. Never seen anyone use mental power and be rejected by their spirit energy. Then, looking at the struggling ghost, Lihon understood and remained calm. Maybe it's because of my special circumstances. The ghost saw this and became cautious, and with a sudden opening, Lihon grabbed it with one hand, threw a punch with bright, determined eyes and a threatening look. Just stop impersonating me here. Lihon grabs the ghost tightly with one hand and warns him to stop impersonating me here. Again, he quickly raised his hand and threw a punch before shouting, run away. His small body with limited strength was enough to injure the ghost, and in an instant it was thrown far away by a force. Looking closer, the face drawn with pain and suffering, the ghost beaten away glares fiercely, this kid over here. Lihon also darkly considers that I must leave this place. His power is too dangerous. Suddenly, from Lihon's mouth, the shadow burst out and slithered away, leaving Kuro, Clue, and Tin Lang in shock. A moment later, the shadow shot up with intense anger. Up there, Kuro, can you do it? Kuro responds with his power, I will try, and quickly channels his strength throughout his body. With incredible strength, the ghost suddenly found itself in Kuro's grasp in an instant. Seeing that he had controlled the ghost, Kuro shouted loudly, I got it! Looking at the shield wall in front of him, the ghost was deep in thought. After a moment, a loud explosion echoed again, causing everyone to panic. It's trying to escape by turning into smoke now. And at this moment, Lihon returns to his normal state and speaks. Let me try. Seeing your injuries, everyone asks, Han, are you okay? Lihon struggles to hold on, noticing the metal gloves and commenting, I didn't think I would actually use this in real combat. In a flash, Lihon raised his hand straight to the sky, the power from the gauntlet surging through and shooting out. In that instant, the ghost was torn to pieces in pain. Finally, its life ended in an explosion. After finishing, Lihon, a bit exhausted, lowered his hand. Clue, excited, asked what just happened. Han Lihon looks a bit confused. Tortoise Toe's latest experiment. After speaking, he remembered the Kim Long skeleton and OC Toe's excitement, then explained that he secretly took some bones and skin when they excavated Kim Long's remains. And finally, Lihon hesitantly raised the pair of gloves. I'm not comfortable using this in real combat because it hasn't been officially approved. But now that I've tried, maybe it's suitable for someone like me, who has no particular strengths. Then the group gathered around Jack again. Jack! Lihon anxiously calls out a few times. Jack, can you hear me? With that call, Jack Sao, who is critically ill, has woken up and whispered softly to Han. Seeing this, Lihon quickly calmed him down and kept his spirits up. Evil had sent a messenger bird and a medical team. Jack interrupted in a deep voice, No, it's too late for me. His body in surrender, but even if I die right now, I have no regrets. Thank you for avenging those bastards and remembering the happy times with the villagers you long to hold on to. It won't be long before I see my friends again. It seems like my final words, so you don't need to feel guilty about my death. CL's eyes are filled with sorrow as he remains silent, ashamed. He turns away in regret, and it seems Jack is nearing his end. My hesitant voice rings out clearly. I should rest for a while now, right? Finally, as the dawn light appears, his breath gradually ceases. Back at the base, everyone is discussing the ghost. That's how we refer to this spiritual parasite. It seems to use the consciousness and skills of its host. A manager spoke up. It can be said that they are even more formidable than dragons. We need to conduct a thorough check on Hai, and then someone else speaks up with regret. Jaw Gunner, the veteran soldier, has died. Katerina, with a speechless and sorrowful expression. The scene shifts back to when she asked Zhao if he had killed them all, and Katerina's eyes were filled with contempt. Did you kill all the children from the original plan? Zhao seemed to be hiding a big secret, and thinking of the children's figures, he couldn't find the words. We tried to capture them alive, but they were stronger than us, and in the final battles, we had to use mental force armor to destroy them. Katerina seems unable to believe it. Why did you do that? Zhao still answered calmly with regret. There were some casualties during the process, but most were captured alive, and I really don't know where they are now. Hearing that, Katerina seemed to lose faith. Do you want me to believe that? Jia justified himself. I will never lie to you, especially about this. Back in the meeting room, Katerina's heart was heavy, known only to the chief advisor and close confidants. As she said, perhaps they were already dead. Her eyes then sharpened as she glanced at Alexander, suspicion rising. What did they do to the children? The scene shifts to the bathroom, the shower running quietly as if to soothe the tension. She steps out dressed neatly, lies on the bed exhausted, clutching her head in helplessness as waves of fatigue wash over her. Why did that come to mind? Then suddenly she remembered that Ren reached out his hand toward her. Her calm and intelligent demeanor far beyond her age, her persuasive ability making others nod unknowingly, yet her emotions seem slightly unstable and then drift into imagination. Lihon smiles kindly, but her heart is hard to describe. He reminded me of Han as he moved to a wardrobe full of black t-shirts. The door swung open and light poured in. And along with his ability, the t-shirt and jacket are quickly put on by Lihon. He continues to use his power to take notes with a pen, calmly thinking about what he wants to write. The lines of text appear with the past. After the Space Gate appeared in Paris, we received requests from other European countries to deploy. This is Team E discovering minion fleeing and chasing after the LLU, identified as 5 LLU warriors handling them. And Kan Lihon shouted loudly, "Kuro!" Kuro quickly responded and arrived. With a flick of the hand, rocks rise up to block the path of the LLU, leaving them trapped with no way out, while each spinning projectile quickly returns to attack. Lihon rushed forward and ordered clues silently charged. He immediately used his golden gloves to deliver a perfect punch that completely subdued the LLU and didn't wait for Clue to follow up, firing a rapid barrage. Tinlang also swiftly leaps up, her small body slicing their heads and bodies into pieces with a super cool strike hitting the ground. The scene returns to the quiet, dark night as the team, having completed their mission, marvels at the silence. "You really are a monster. How could you cut them so cleanly?" Tinlang calmly explains. "The real monsters are actually those who can create things like this that rise up from the ground." Cluck glances at her and nods. "You're right." Lihon smiles and praises from this side. "You did well, Kuro. Your ability to assess the situation has improved greatly." Suddenly, Tinlang gently nudged Lihon's shoulder. He turned around in confusion. "What's going on?" Tinlang pointed at the glove and explained. "Just give it to me," Lihon said with a smile. "This thing won't be useful to you." "You're wasting your mental energy. That should be used for teleportation," Tinlang still stubbornly insisted. "Anyway, give it to me." Seeing her curiosity, Lihon happily offered. "All right, if you're willing to take off the mask." Glut suddenly sat up in panic. "What?" Without waiting, Silence immediately raised her hand to remove the mask. Amid Glue Koru's tense anticipation, she continues to lift herself up alongside Lihon's hopeful waiting until a long moment of helpless silence settles in. "I don't think I can. This is who I really am." Lihon chuckled softly to himself. "That's why I said that." Then he kindly spoke up. "Don't be too discouraged. Next time I'll let you borrow it." Receiving the promise, Tinlak happily punched Lihon. "You promised, okay? Do you agree?" Lihon feels a bit helpless. Silent agreed to the pain. The helicopter approaches with Glut's laughter. What about me, Han?" Koru also hesitated to speak up. "I want to try it too. I want to try it too." Lihon finally shouted, "All right." The notes kept being written. During the 2-week trip, we managed to control most of the chaos originating from Paris. In Lihon's exclamatory tone, it feels like we've been through years of training in just 2 weeks. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Lihon was a bit curious, and the message brought a delighted expression to Oto's face. And when he arrived at the laboratory, he showed off his new invention, behold the 2nd generation 11 spirit power armors, all containing the prototype data of you. Getting closer to observe, Lihon heads straight to the core, so he called me here to test them. Octo nods in approval. "That's right, we can't afford to produce any defective products." Right after he puts on the headset and gives the order. "You'd better restrain your strength to handle all 11 armor suits." Lihon obeyed the order and equipped the new armor with weapons, making her appear more powerful as the system announced that her body was beginning training and testing, prompting Katarina to stand up and speak. 30 days from now," her voice echoes powerfully in the conference room. The location is in the northern Arizona area, Grand Canyon Canyon. She then looks up at Alexander and states that this will be where the dragons appear. Alexander also takes it seriously, so he's starting the countdown again. He seems to be thinking of Lihon and her armor. There are 11 second-generation psychic mechs in this new batch. Thanks to Lihon, she almost single-handedly defeated all the dragons using the prototype. We are now better prepared than ever with weapons. In front of everyone, Alexander stood up and ordered the preparation of 2 second-generation psychic armor teams 10 days early, selecting suitable candidates for the mission from non-boss students. Ja also secretly marveled, "Aren't there 3-star teams?" The sunset scene outside the base shows Jose and Gij appearing together with the sound of Joe calling, as Jose points and praises. "You're more talented than you think, Gij. Be careful." Jose didn't reply, but continued listing the other's strengths. "He's clever, knows when to stab someone in the back." Gio got so angry he lost his temper. "What?" Jose continued to speak and could make up for his shortcomings with his cunning, just like Hanjio angrily saying it straight out and in his bewildered expression. Jose calmly said straightforwardly, "It's time to level up to 3, and the scene shifts to a mysterious room. Zahn softly spoke, "This has never happened before." With a serious expression, he said, "To be evaluated for promotion, I can only assume you're ready for the test, right?" Jose Rose was a bit dissatisfied, but after a while, his hand clenched firmly again. Remembering the news report, the host reached out and smiled. Do your children have the mental strength? The TV broadcast was full of tempting words. Apply today and you will receive numerous government-sponsored benefits. At this moment, a man spoke up. None of the kids have mental strength. If just one of them does, we can live peacefully for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, a muscular hand grabbed him, causing him to cry out in pain. Rose's mother looked angry and cursed. Instead of wasting time on trivial nonsense, she should watch the kids. Rose's father looked a bit helpless. All right. Suddenly, Rose's mother turned her head with a smile. Jose, are you planning to go out and play? Rose calmly replied yes. Can you do me a favor when you get back and buy some things for dinner? Rose, looking gaunt, rides her bike across the wide road outside the Old Town area, passing by like an old small house, with a sense of urgency coming from nowhere. They run through the basement past billboards with faces, then gather again in the town center with their friends who use mental powers, some kids playing soccer while discussing. It's a scene of people with supernatural abilities, lively and full of youthful spirits. I heard the government will pay you a very generous salary. You'll even be richer than a football player. Jose panted, doubtful. Really? Just then, someone holding a fruit bag refuted all the lies. The boss with a grim expression muttered softly, those bastards just want to drag kids out and have them die in battle against monsters. And he's like, Kending on Jose, if you have any special abilities, make sure no one finds out. With an ominous voice, if discovered, you will die. Rose walks home alone with his bike. Looking at the orange in his hand, he wondered if what the salesman said was true. Then suddenly, his power erupted, causing the orange to float. Rose seems to realize something, staring intently at the orange with a blue energy flowing through it as the scene remains quiet. In the end, he chooses to let go and not tell anyone. After all, he doesn't want to fight monsters. I'm home with the fruit bag. You're back? Perfect timing. Seeing the children still happily playing, Rose gently reminds them, stop causing trouble. You can leave it there. Rose placed the fruit on the table and obeyed. Yes, suddenly, another younger sibling pushed the third brother really hard. Hearing the clear cry of disapproval, I told these mischievous kids not to cause trouble. He ignores his crying younger brother and focuses on the teapot wobbling, almost about to fall. To everyone's amazement, the teapot suddenly fell towards the sleeping little brother in his cradle. And in the face of danger, Jose used his glowing power, astonishing everyone. Their father and both younger brothers are also stunned in disbelief, and he anxiously looks ahead at the teapot floating in midair, making the youngest brother completely fascinated, creating a strangely surreal scene in the house. Returning to reality, Zhao hands over the list and sighs. He has always been on the potential list for promotion, and there is only one reason why he was removed from the final test list. After saying a word, he turned away coldly. It's because your mental strength is still lacking, but I don't think you've shown your full potential. And looking directly at Jose, Jay softly spoke. Now is the time for you to show everything you have. Quickly, Jose also understood, and his power surged fiercely, filling the room. The two are a bit surprised, but don't stop, as Jose continues to control the flames skillfully. Seeing the fire grow larger, his teammate shouts, Hey Red, isn't this too dangerous? And with a calm demeanor, Zoe takes out a cigar and explains that this fire is created by mental energy, and he can even choose to burn specific objects. But hesitating, of course, Joe's eyes light up as he faces Jose directly. That assumes he can control it perfectly. Once ignited, the flames burn even stronger, making it unbearable for those nearby. Going back to the past, the shop owner and the tattooed man are just bluffing. He sits in a trance and keeps reminding himself that if he has any special abilities, he must ensure no one finds out. So that's what a serious expression looks like. If you're caught, you'll die and return to the present. Hey sir, I don't need to hide anymore. I pass by the half-smoked cigar, still trembling from the crowd. I'm fine. Joe stands straight, holding his cigar with a hint of admiration, saying, This is truly a great way to light my cigar. This skill far exceeds what's needed to pass the evaluation. His face became more serious than ever. Jose, starting tomorrow, you'll be in Bam's class. Jose also obeyed. Immediately after, he left with a touch of loneliness. Now I have nowhere left to go. I will do everything I can to destroy them. A feeling of longing for her torn family rises in her heart as Rose advances to the third year. The ceiling light turns on, and the table suddenly lifts off, scattering everywhere. A loud noise drew everyone's attention, and they clenched their teeth in anger, frowning. He's losing his temper again, just because he was rejected from becoming a second-generation reinforcement soldier. Dimichi replied, I heard they only select third-year students who have been at this level for at least a year. He's only angry because Han is the only one given special treatment. In the forest at night, the Iron People gather. This is our first mission. Our official mission is to wipe out the minions, but our real goal is to get familiar with the mental armor and how to work as a team. Someone responded about the formation, but the voice cut in. I think I can handle this mission alone. He glanced over the team, and Lihon silently thought Moose is an A-class psychic from South Africa. Someone else spoke up. I mean, we don't need these suits just to take down a few minions. It's as easy as pie. Do we need a team system like this for other things? Mus, are you listening? Our main goal is not to eliminate minion. Amiya is a bit annoyed. We need to get used to the mental armor and work as a team. Mus calms down. All right, don't be so serious. Amiya, I was just joking. You stand there quietly watching the laughter. Lihon quietly assesses both Moose and Amiya. They are both as skilled as Simon and Kot when it comes to their abilities. But meanwhile, there is another person also paying attention to him. It seems Han has a lot on his mind. The hurried footsteps echoed as the team quickly drew their guns and moved out. Lihon reported, "I've identified minions silent and I will approach first and carefully. It's time to get excited and work. Just find something interesting." Seeing him rush ahead, you call Moose back. "Slow down," Lihon told the team. "Stay close to him." Mus rushes forward at full speed, excitement on his face. "Let's see what you've got." Mus immediately encounters a pack of wolves and doesn't realize there are so many demon wolves here. He's not afraid at all. "I will wipe you all out to the last one." As soon as I finish speaking, a burst of fire erupts, and Moo's face lights up with an excited smile. One by one, the wolves are shot down. Howls and flames erupt. Teammates rush forward to organize, but then the voice suddenly stops. All support units halt. A sharp set of teeth appears, and the weight of footsteps approaches. Everyone immediately freezes. "A dragon?" Lai was the first to notice. "No, that's not a dragon." He's shouting, "Basilisk is on our side." The Basilisk is a large minion monster that can crush tanks like squeezing a matchbox. An ordinary soldier can't defeat it, but with the second generation of mental power armor, it's a different story. Everyone started assigning tasks. Silent was ordered to mark the Basilisk. Amiya, support Silent. "Everyone disperse and take action. I will go help him." "Understood." Amiya throws the orbs aiming at its head. "Take it down in one hit." Lihon was surprised. Did he use 3 Ebbies to distract Basilis and then 4 more to move it? He's really skilled. Then he struck Basilis with a single blow, causing that huge body to collapse. The other 2 are dealing with the last pack of wolves. Only when the sun rises do they finish, clearing them all out. Lower the energy of the mental armor and rest until it decreases. Everyone sit down on the grass. Mus and Amiya take off their hats with a slightly mysterious expression on his face. Mus fiddles with the pistol in his hand. Seeing that, Amiya stepped in. "Mus, you're just pretending not to hear what he's saying again, right?" He begged, "Come on, just a little longer. Our mission is already complete anyway." Mus seems really excited about this new weapon. I mean, it's truly amazing. These weapons perfectly match the size of the mental force armor. I love the sight of the henchman melting away like ice with just a single burst of fire. This time Lihon spoke up to remind him. Mus only then finally stopped. "I understand now. Captain, you silently reassessed the previous battle. Although the second generation mental force armor was made with fewer dragon materials, everyone adapted to it very quickly. They are definitely veterans when it comes to battlefield experience." Lihon looked up at the sky, silently thinking to keep them under his control before the attack at the canyon, as the wind blew fiercely, whipping his hair. Suddenly, a loud shout came from somewhere. The Exer tree receives a signal, and the savage wolves rush forward in a frenzy, closing in on Lihon and quietly. Quickly, Lihon raises his large gun. A loud bang follows, and the monster's body screams in pain as quietly and the continuous slashes behead you. At this moment, Moose eagerly drew his sword and said, "This one is mine." And before his attack, Yu summoned her shield to defend. But with just a quick dash, Yu and his shield were split in 2. After finishing, Moose took off his mask with a smug look, contempt hidden behind his eyes. This will become a big problem. This is too easy and not fun at all. After handling a series of them, everyone just focuses on discussing. Lihon calmly pressed on the equipment and said, "Mission accomplished. I've already informed the others. Everyone can rest now." At this moment, Moose softly asked, "Are you bored of only being able to support me?" "Next time, let's bet on who can kill the most regions," Amiya replied coldly without waiting. Seeing him refuse, Moose looked dissatisfied and pressed further. "What is it?" "Why not?" Amiya immediately responded calmly. "He only asked me because he knew he couldn't beat Teen Lang," M argued back. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think I am?" Now the topic shifts to silence. Let's bet on this silence. Lihon, annoyed by the chatter, could easily imagine himself single-handedly slaying the monster, as the team's strength completely overwhelmed the minions, making slaughter just a game for them. Let alone the threat to life itself. It's like fighting a werewolf on the brink of death, just a figment of my imagination. It seems Lihon's gaze is filled with renewed determination, and suddenly he speaks. Moose Amiya speaks sincerely. "I hope that in the battle you can put your egos aside and follow my orders. Your presence is like that of a true leader, full of authority and determination, and neither of you should doubt my judgment for a second or under any circumstances, because even a second is enough to put us all in danger." Back to the present, Moose and Amiya are walking down the corridor. "That's right, hands in pockets," with a serious tone. "What do we have to worry about when we have 8 second-generation mental force armor suits out there? Even 3 or 4 dragons can be defeated as easily as eating cake." Thinking of Lihon, his face shows annoyance and sarcasm. "And the way he treats us like subordinates makes me so annoyed. I mean, in terms of skills, he's no better than us." Amiya clearly objects, but Han is our team leader, so technically what he says isn't wrong. Mew growled in anger. I could see the figures of the 2 people walking side by side with his complaints echoing, but I have my limits, you know that. He should have paid attention to it. From afar, Tin Lang immediately rushed forward without hesitation. In an M's shock, a blow knocked him down flat, and finally, feeling guilty, she wondered if she shouldn't have killed him. It was all just her imagination now, as Tin Lang was lost in thought, and at this moment we can't replace teammates nor fight a 3-person team. Then, she turned around, put her hands in her pockets, and walked away. I spared him because I respect Han. The scene shifts to a large canyon with bases spread across the desert, and in front of a tent, a voice exclaims in surprise. Nuclear weapons? Inside, there's a group of people discussing, so there's no need for close combat here. It seems they plan to wipe out the minions with nuclear weapons. Dirk looks puzzled and curious. Isn't it going to kill us right away? Daiichi glanced at him and replied calmly. They will give us protective gear. Clue seems worried and yells. What if we turn into mutated monsters? Will I start growing horns on my head and a hairy tail? Kuro found it funny and retorted, You are already a monster now. Over there. The annoyed blonde-haired guy interrupted and told him to stop talking nonsense and go back to his place. You're starting to get on my nerves. Clue, upset, stepped forward and said, I don't like the way you're talking to me. Why are you angry with us? Right after, he refused to back down and retorted, It's not our fault you failed to become a second-generation reinforcement soldier. What? I dare you to say that again. He stepped forward with a threatening aura. Get out quickly. Clue won't be outdone. If you want, bring it on. As the two of them walk further away, stepping out of the tent as if preparing for battle, Dirk feels that something is wrong. Should I stop them? Daiichi said, clearly excited. Go check it out. Feeling helpless, Dirk turned his head to look at him. Moving to the hospital, Katerina wakes up in shock. Looking exhausted, she sighs tiredly. Why did I faint again from a seizure? Sitting up on the white bed, feeling overwhelmed, the intervals between seizures grew shorter. Maybe dying now would be better. Just then, her eyes turned bright red and a monster suddenly appeared. Bakngan Lung, the strange purple circle, countless monsters, and even the white-silver wolf, shattering Katerina into pieces. Feeling the danger, she runs away. To eat. The prophecy is breaking apart. I need to inform someone as quickly as possible. The strength has caused the Eye of Eye needle to come loose. Katerina hesitated no longer and ran to deliver the news. Suddenly, a blazing red portal appeared again. An emergency alert echoed. A red alarm sounded and a space gate was forming, as everyone's heart seemed to pause at the sight of the reappearing space circle. A faint pupil appears somewhere in the center of the circle. On this side, Alexander angrily slams the table and shouts urgently. It is 5 days earlier than the prophecy predicted. On Lihon's side, the equipment is gradually being upgraded, reaching up to the neck, and finally completing a super-grade armor, still the same golden glove. Lihon, with a determined expression, raises her fist and the scene shifts to the red circle, where some creature has already slipped in. And at the base, Katerina is urgently reaching out. A message is sent out. Alpha Team and the Blue Team prepare to receive orders. Shaking, Katerina looks ahead, her eyes now filled with worry. Time is not the only thing that has changed, but also the entire prophecy. But how? Seeing the monster gradually emerge from the space, Katerina's body stiffens slightly. How is this possible? Is it because of that white-silver dragon? The newly emerged monster was instantly torn apart beyond expectations. Seeing the shocking scene, Alexandro and Katerina both gasped in surprise. In front of them, the giant black dragon was devouring the creature from earlier. Its gaze is as sharp as the Grim Reaper demanding a life. Through the broadcast screen, the information is clear that the Black Death Dragon is about to devour its own kind. It seems to be swallowing the core of the White Silver Dragon's spiritual power. On the scene, Moose is extremely shocked. What on earth is happening? Why are those dragons destroying each other? Everyone, stay calm. This might actually work in our favor, meaning we will face one less dragon. Seeing the massive enhanced black dragon, the message is clear that the gate has closed. A nearby person reports that only one dragon remains with no sign of minion here. Alexander remains serious and orders, Alpha Team, Green Team, it's your turn. As he finishes, the black dragon roars and charges forward, soaring into the sky with a surge of dark energy. It spread its wings, waves of energy rippling through the air. The announcement reminded everyone that all EBIT units were on standby. In front of the small green weapons, the announcement continued to explain the plan. We will target its left wing first, then the blue team will destroy the right wing, and we will move straight into phase 2. Lihon calmly orders each person. I will assist silently like an attacker. Mus, you will go with the blue team and distract the dragon and Amiya. You will support us from behind. Watching the screen, everything seems peaceful, and someone nearby says, It looks like we have nothing to worry about. After all, Han will take down the dragon alone. Alexander, with a serious face and a hint of anticipation, said, This time, we have 8 others from the second generation. As long as this one isn't as strong as Jupiter, we'll be sure to win. Jupiter, that's the nickname of the golden dragon, the one Han captured earlier. Then she clasped her hands together and prayed sincerely. Watching the screen constantly for attacks, Lihon then gave the order. All right, we've got its attention now. Attack. Destroy its wings. Upon receiving the news, Tin Lung appeared beneath the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, she shot up and swung a strike. A sword pierced through the black dragon, but it caused no harm and seemed to stabilize it, causing Tin Lang to fall undefeated. And Lihon quickly caught her hand. Your face looks pained, Tin Lang seems to realize. Immediately after a long moment of silence between the two, Tin Lang used her power to leap up and cut off the black dragon's wing while saying thank you. Seizing the opportunity, Lihon pointed and shouted, "Attack now!" The four of them rushed in from all sides, tearing off its wings and limbs, making it impossible to move. With one strike, its second wing is cut off. Looking at the screen, the crowd couldn't help but cheer with joy. Losing its flying means Haklong's heavy body quickly falls down. In the ruins and its exhausted body, the others quickly scramble for the loot. Great, let's clean it up. Samu, Angry, and the blue team bastards are trying to take all the credit for this. Seeing Lihon unmoving, he impatiently urges him on. Han, what are you waiting for? We should go now too. In front of the massive body of the black dragon, a group of people surrounded it. Lihon's team also landed with their own signals. We still have time. Musk confidently rushes forward. Cut its throat now! Suddenly, behind Lihon, everyone froze in shock. His body seems frozen with these thoughts. Something's not right. Why would they send such a weak dragon here? As the scene gradually shifts, Lihon shouts loudly. There must be more to this. Everyone retreat quickly. Looking at the screen, Alexander bursts into crazy laughter. A sure victory, amazing. His eyes are full of ambition. The final exciting project, I shouted with clenched fists. Our evil plan has been completely successful. Katerina felt anxious inside, hoping this would be the end of it. On this side, the blue team announces that their sword has been infused with dragon energy and is ready. Someone orders us to move together and attack, gradually getting closer to the black dragon. Suddenly, Han runs through, cutting across everyone. Everyone, wait a moment. The green team, you guys also retreat immediately. M just shouted as if he was hearing a joke. What? What strange problem is happening, H? Lihon calmed everyone down and explained softly. When everything unfolds in our favor, we must be extremely careful. It could be a trap. Take some time to stay calm and assess the situation. You seem to seriously risk your life. If I'm wrong, then you can mock me however you want. But if something is truly wrong here, it could lead to death. This is not just a simple game. Then the green team raised their hand and asked, so what do you want us to do? Wait until it wakes up or what? Alpha team, do whatever you want. Then that guy immediately demanded, just leave the dragon's head to us. Hearing this, Moose Lean cursed in anger. Damn it, Tin Lang is watching everything from behind. Then a moment later, Moose replied, it's just a joke. Amiya gently reassured, Moose, your shadow and your competitive spirit. Don't try to stop me, Amiya. I just want to settle this quickly and rest. The very next second, he turned around and asked cautiously, make sure you think this through too. You wouldn't want to become an anonymous part of the hero. Amiya hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Why him? Behind Lihon, a serious voice was heard. Amiya, get back to your ready position immediately. Sorry, Han, but I think Moose is right this time. Lihon watched his figure walk away, his face showing an indescribable sense of helplessness. Just hope that my worries are unfounded. At this moment, the group approaches Black Dragon, asking for confirmation. Are you all ready? Along with the command, everyone raise your swords and count to 3. 1, 2. At the signal of 3, both Moose and Amiya decisively swung their swords and swiftly approached the Black Dragon, but suddenly blood splattered everywhere and Moose was pierced through his armor and body. What is this? Where did it come from? On the other side, an Alpha Team member's head is severed, while another receives more deadly strikes. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Lihon shouted loudly, Everyone stay calm! As he was both scared and trying to understand what was happening. What is that? What is attacking them? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Moose Lihon, observing carefully and quietly suggesting they all might be using invisibility magic. Then, out of nowhere, Sir Yu and the hunters from EO seemed to appear at the same time. Seeing the Knight Yu standing tall with overwhelming dominance, it drew its sword at once, and the others, receiving the order, charged without hesitation. Lihon looked tense. They're here. At the same time, the hunters rushed forward while covering their faces with cloaks, and Lihon couldn't believe his eyes. In the fading figures of them, he scorned the invisibility spell. Lihon, exhausted, quietly senses his surroundings while devising a plan in his mind. They use cloaks to turn invisible. I can do nothing but guess their direction based on their speed. And with his sharp eyes that could see through every footprint, he guessed they would definitely be here. Lihon didn't wait and immediately used the golden gloves, his speed increasing rapidly as he skated across the ground, sparks flying. With precise judgment, some of the Aelu hunters were burned to crackling. Lihon shouted loudly, then moved silently and swiftly, clearing them all in an instant. Looking at the defeated monsters, only Knight Yu remains. Lihon hesitates. Where is the last one? Sensing something, he lowers his head and immediately, something breaks his helmet. Lihon clenched his teeth as he looked at the battered helmet and said, I knew it. Then he remembered the Eolu hunter, who had only one weapon capable of destroying the mental armor, thinking of the sharp serrated weapon with mystical power, a weapon made from a part of a dragon, as they all wield weapons crafted from dragon parts. In that moment of thought, the hunter Eolu had somehow appeared behind Lihon, making him suddenly panic. Damn it, I don't have time to dodge it. A swift slash aimed at Lihon, but Eolu's arm was instantly cut off by the silence. Seizing the opportunity, Lihon aimed his weapon at the hunter, causing it to explode. The body disintegrated as Lihon turned to express himself. Thanks, silence. Then his gaze shifted upward, aiming at the leader. Now the only remaining one is the resilient knight Aolu in his sturdy armor. Seeing that, Lihon's heart seemed to tighten a little. The knight and the black dragon had awakened, bringing with them an oppressive aura. The black dragon, after awakening, let out a powerful roar while Lihon's pupils shrank in fear. Oolong, his body trembling as if unable to bear the strain. But immediately, in the face of that overwhelming pressure, Lihon steadied himself. No, I won't make the same mistake twice. Taking advantage of their distraction, Knight Yu turned invisible and charged, causing Lihon to alertly shout, "He's coming." Black Dragon stomps it down with powerful claws, forcing Teen Lang to jump back, and Lihon quickly activates his jetpack to leap away, moving swiftly and sweating as if making a decisive choice, seeming safer to approach from below. Lihon immediately swooped down beneath the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, Silence was also scouting above. She immediately uses her power to charge straight, with two swords attacking the Black Dragon. Boom! A burst of light erupts, causing a shockwave. And Lihon didn't wait, swiftly striking straight ahead, but unfortunately, the EU Knight suddenly charged out to block the deadly blow. Lihon, stunned by the severed weapon, didn't react in time as the Knight Yu delivered another kick. She was thrown back in pain, but thanks to her special ability, she narrowly escaped as smoke dispersed to reveal the shadow of Teen Lang charging straight at Hak Long. But after a moment, she was stunned to see that its sword didn't penetrate deeply, and then it was Lihon's deadly dodges again. No matter how many times it seemed Lihon kept encountering a malfunction, his body stiffening and a look of unrelenting fury in his eyes. Just as the deadly strike is about to land, Lihon jumps up to brace himself, then swiftly runs to dodge the attack. A slip and a swoosh from Lihon's attack signal, a moment when he unleashes a burst of lightning straight at his opponent. The restrained knight is caught off guard, and Lihon seizes the opportunity, rushing forward with a face full of deadly intent. At that very moment, everything around him seemed to freeze as he threw himself at the Knight Yu, and after a moment, both of them fell. The Knight Yu seemed to be dead but was unharmed. It looked sharply ahead as Lihon climbed up, the spear just inches from the knight in an instant. In a flash, Lihon thrust all his strength to pierce through its chest. The blood-red sword was incredibly sharp, and the body of Knight Yu also collapsed into an uncertain fall, but something huge was still waiting behind. The Black Dragon roared loudly along with the continuous slashes of Silence, feeling helpless. He thought to himself, "Stop it. Why aren't you dead yet?" Carefully watch as the Black Dragon concentrates its breath. It's using its breath. We need to get out of the way. But next to the silence, it's strangely quiet. Lihon looks over curiously. Then suddenly, an explosion erupts and spreads before their eyes. It seems all hope is lost. Lihon seems unable to avoid it anymore, closing his eyes and giving up everything in exhaustion. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots straight out, rushing like lightning toward the Black Dragon. A cold, humming sound rang out, and Lihon opened his eyes in shock. Long, dark streaks had appeared on the ground, unknown when they had formed. Does Lihon doubt himself and wonder if he's still alive? Suddenly, a reminder pulls his gaze away. That incredible power. As an enigmatic person in black armor, they spoke again. "You created a canyon in the blink of an eye, huh?" In Lihon's shock, he immediately reveals, "You did well. It would be a shame if we let you die so soon." And with the dazzling light from the mask, the voice rang out calmly. "From now on, my team will handle this." Without fully understanding, Lihon and Tin Lang were stunned, but the voice of the man in black armor continued. "Omega Team X." Lihon looked up at the armored figure with a swelling heart, as if recalling something that made his face suddenly freeze. In the past, Lihon asked Z what we would do with the remaining mental armor. Joe calmly smoked his cigar and explained, "Just to be cautious. It's not that you don't trust me, right?" Then he turned his back coldly and said, "As you said, other teams also exist. Don't ask anymore. They say that being too curious can cause a lot of trouble." Lihon looked at Joe with a suspicious expression. "Then you spoke up, and Jack told me that 6 years ago, the evil had killed the children they trained." Seeing that Lihon knew a bit, his expression darkened. "So you would do that to us if things don't go as planned?" As if provoked, the surrounding aura flared up violently, with blazing red eyes and hands full of flames carrying a deadly intent. "Do you think it looks like AOC has the ability to eliminate you now?" Lihon looks at Joe and falls silent for a moment. Returning to the present, his mind is filled with worry. "I don't know how the children are being cared for, but maybe not all of them were killed. Seeing the strong figure in front of me, my hesitant thoughts wonder if they could become something else." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious energy ignited the claws of the Black Dragon, causing it to thrash and roar in pain on both sides of its head, while its arms were weighed down by heavy weights, rendering it immobile. One by one, the other Omega Team warriors stepped onto the field, and the one with the sharp sword suddenly called out to Tin Lang, "Will you help us?" The spear-wielding person looked at the Black Dragon and explained the plan. "If you can focus your attack on its neck, we will try to go underneath and target its core." After a moment of silence, Silence did not respond but charged forward with the others, their blades slicing sharply, leaping and striking again. It seems the Black Dragon has reached its limit and roared loudly. Waiting for that moment, the spear-wielding swordsman charged forward. Lihon watches with a resigned look, deep in thought. The Omega Team strikes a decisive blow, causing the Black Dragon to fall helplessly to the ground. Back at the base, Jingling suggested, I want to talk to those kids. Facing her was Zoe sitting upright, looking at her, seemingly just looking for an excuse to avoid her. They are too dangerous. They are criminals who not only kill trainers, but also their own teammates. You know this better than anyone else. One of them might be the one to shoot you in the head. Are you sure you can hold back your anger when you face them? Hearing that, she seemed to reflect on Ren's face before finally speaking. I can't say I hold no hatred anymore, but I won't fight them. Seeing this, Jaw gently closed his eyes. He looks helplessly at her, his mind exhausted. Sorry, but I need to convince you from now on. Thinking about the scene where someone loses control and attacks people in the base, Zahn desperately tries to explain. They have become monsters, those who have given up on being human. I don't know how he managed to control them, but then he suddenly fell silent, with a slightly fierce expression, and continued. No matter what, there's no doubt, it's not for the faint-hearted. Outside the room, a lonely, silent figure. After a while, she rummaged through her shirt pocket and took out a small listening device. Did you hear everything? Lihon on this side also sensed it, gently removing the earpiece and lost in thought. What Sergeant Red said is true. You remember Jen's urgent expression, and this is probably the work of the Chief of Staff, the one truly in power, not the unstable-minded Commander-in-Chief. If war breaks out now, the Chief of Staff will be promoted to Supreme Commander, followed by Alexander's greed. Omega Team is probably a creation of the Chief of Staff, who then shifts his gaze to the headset with suspicion. Why would he create them? Over here, Zoe appears in a washroom, his body exhausted. His mental health reaching its limit makes him suspicious. He can't believe he said those words. Have the monsters given up being human? It hurts. Zoe raised his hand to cover his eyes, telling himself it wasn't their fault. Then he looked exhausted again. Free from guilt, Zoe silently told himself it was A's fault, not his. But suddenly his mouth felt uncomfortable. The pain of torment made me shiver from the haunting atmosphere that engulfed everything until the war ended. By the time the war was completely over, Lihon stood in the fire with a determined look. The system announced mission complete, and the color of the dragon's spirit faded into the sea of blue flames. Clue looked around, shook his head, and said to Lihon, This place has been completely destroyed. It's now uninhabitable. X-Mong and Tin Lang stood in the sea of fire watching. The system voice echoes from the headquarters. Alpha Team has completed their mission. At the same time, the Chief of Staff said, The teamwork of Alpha Team is perfect. This is their sixth battle since the event at the Big Canyon. Along with that, the images of the 4 members of Team Alpha, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, and Alpha 4 appear. Then suddenly his eyes glance back. But this is also the 3rd time. The fairy house is worriedly watching him. The prophecy was wrong. The Tianqi woman objects. She said, I think it's because of Bai Yanlong. The image of the path appears with her worried eyes. I have a feeling that the prophecies about the future change every time the white silver dragon appears, just like how the path shifts when we pull the lever. Recalling the close-up of the white silver dragon from the prophecy and how it was killed by other dragons, it seems they will conflict with dragons of different colors. From that speculation, Alexander Liko is serious. She means that the dragons will have different characteristics based on their colors. It's still possible that the white dragon has something to do with the open gate and must turn its back on its kind. After the chief advisor finished speaking, the female scientist interrupted. We have been able to conduct in-depth research on the captured individual, but the truth is we know nothing about dragons. He paused for a moment and said, but we have no choice but to trust the predictions of the seer. Alexander continued to mention that the only thing we can change is how we respond to them. The tense table was full of tension, and it seemed our best course of action was to deploy the Black Crows and mobilize the troops as soon as possible. His inscrutable gaze looked into the distance. Now it's time for us to prepare for the final battle. The light shone through, and we must have undergone a major restructuring. The warriors are heading towards the plain. One by one, they board, and the youngest will not be recruited because there isn't enough time to train any new superpowered individuals. All the superhumans who used to be mentors have returned to the battlefield or gone back to their homeland. A broad-shouldered, muscular man carries his bag proudly on his shoulder. A figure behind the man asked, Are you going back to China? The flame from the person's hand ignites the tip of the cigar in his mouth as John Red slowly approaches the man. I know you agreed to join only as a guide, but I thought you would change your mind after the kids showed you so much affection. He just smiled and said his last words before leaving, worrying about himself first. Zoe watched the plane leave, standing there smoking the last of his cigarette with a focused gaze, his eyes showing deep thought. Du felt a bit regretful and sad to see him go, as the shadow of the plane fell on the window where her assistant, tearful, watched after it. Although I think there must be someone even more upset than me, the hideous monsters roar and the entire pack frantically chasing the warrior.
This is Red 2, he reports, calmly running while the monsters swarm behind him.
Lead the minions to the designated area. The warrior's teammates report has successfully attracted about 200 of them. This is Red Bar leading the target as requested. I have about 300 here. The sound of my teammates' report is still ongoing, but I'm running fast as if leading the monsters into a trap. This is Red B, and I have about 500 of them here. The voice keeps speaking steadily. That's right, stop joking around. This is serious. Get serious! The 3 warriors appeared together, bringing the number they had lured. It doesn't matter how many there are. Just bring them all to the target location. The three of them arrived, with their captain already there in the middle. Their voices continue as our team leader will handle them all at once. The team leader stands in the middle, his hand burning with fierce flames that scorch everything around him, the powerful fire burning and exploding, leaving all the minions charred and silent. His teammates cheerfully say, he will never stop reaching new heights. The four of them sit chatting under the tree, admiring the captain. I still can't believe it. With that firepower, how could he only burn the minions? A person lifts the helmet of the armor to reveal the captain, but he just stares into the void with a vacant look. Is that the captain of the red team? The chief of staff surprisingly destroyed all the minions with just one spark. Impressive. The three of them looked at the screen where Jose's face appeared. Jay responded to him. His fire ability is especially powerful when facing large groups of basic minions, and he is also the top superpower user when it comes to fire abilities. Jaw's face darkened, but his greatest skill was hiding his power. He always controlled his abilities to ensure he never stood out. He remembers how Joss trained tirelessly until the fight, like being placed in Class D despite mastering object control, and how he concealed his fire ability all the way through survival training and beyond. He chooses to stay in the back as a longtime member of Team 21, even though he could have a better position. Jaw looks at the screen, wondering why he suddenly showed such skill. I am worried that he is in danger. The chief of staff suddenly spoke. Seer, what is the current state of your prophecy? Do you feel it has changed in any way? She looked at him seriously. The seer bowed slightly and shook her head. No. The next invasion will be Peninsula Island, an island surrounded by the sea and also by the bloodthirsty slaughter of dragons. I see a large army of minions and a dragon. Alexander frowns thoughtfully and assigns this mission. The four members of Alpha Team face off against the Red Team. The Chief of Staff says, deploy Alpha and the Red Team. Lihon and Jose's eyes blaze with the fire of battle. I won't let anyone else leave. Send them all to hell. At night, white snow falls on the ground and the soft glow of a house lights up. No one knows that his surname is Lai and his real name is Han. His full names are Han. The cradle is neatly placed on the step, a crying child and a piece of paper stuck to the cradle. Ali, the note only left the word Hlai. The past images appear. The boy runs quickly to escape from the savage behind. His voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. The kid on the screen, Major B. Han, is being interviewed. Today we have the appearance of Lieutenant B. Han Kong, head of the Korean branch, along with Korea's first superpower, Jirozong, on live television as the news continues. Outside, young Lihon is still struggling to run away. When the battle against the dragons ends, our military strength will depend on the number of superpowers we have. We must increase that number at all costs. The Prime Minister, through the screen, said, right now, humanity has a common enemy, but in the future, it will be a battle between the old superpowers. The man paused, panting heavily and looking exhausted. He shouted angrily, if I catch you next time, you're dead, kid. The boy ran into a quiet alley, and the crowd slowed down to catch their breath. Suddenly, Lihon was pulled away forcefully by someone. He was thrown aside, causing him to cry out. He winces in pain as the man approaches, finally finding the kid. What a petty thief. His face wore a grimace as he asked, are you Lihon? Then he reached out his hand towards you. Give me that bag while I'm still being polite. Lihon stepped back, eyes full of determination. If I don't give it, then what? He braced himself when he heard that. Bold move. Little kid, you're not an ordinary child. No wonder someone like you has survived so long on the streets. I think I have a way to make you useful. Darkness enveloped everything. He chuckled mischievously, and his words left Lihon stunned. Do you think I know your name for no reason? His eyes are bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. I know all the places you live. You can try to run away. The boy still held tightly to what was behind him, but his legs hesitated and stepped back. But do you think your siblings could do the same? A month later, Lihon is following an old man on the street. He unconsciously turned around, startling him. Lihon quickly pulled his hat down to hide his face. The old man took out something that made the boy wary, but it was just an apple. He gently called out, hey, little boy, do you like apples? That surprised him greatly. Lihon hesitated and wondered, is he just trying to give it to me? But then he had a thought, no, don't let yourself get burned. The old man now wore a sinister smile, a terrifying power emanating from him that made him afraid. Lihon suddenly ran up and lunged forward, catching the old man off guard with the apple, then quickly grabbing the bag of apples and running away. He didn't expect that little kid. The apple bag was just there. Lihon curled up in the corner of the building, unable to believe he was just being kind to me. I've never met anyone like that. The action just now made you think, I have to live like trash. Your eyes are now extremely dark, and for how much longer will someone suddenly shout, you little trash, here you are. It's that man again. He has found you. You know what's interesting? Maybe you'll learn a lesson if one of them gets hurt. Lihon thought to herself that she had already moved them all to a safe place. He stood up defiantly, you can try, but no one can touch a single strand of their hair as long as I am alive. His veins bulged and his eyes widened in a terrifying glare. Yeah, that's right. You're only good for your mouth, kid. The boy runs away once more. Seeing that, he yelled in fury. Maybe I should finish you off right here. He chases after this kid. Lihon runs as fast as he can, with him right behind. When you jump to another building, all he can do is stand there. This time I won't let you go. That damn kid! The fog is thick, the rain is starting, and the gloomy scene is only you trying to escape from that guy. Splashes of water splattered as he ran past, the thug still shouting and yelling, "Stop that damn kid!" The fierce pursuer, relentless, Lihon tightly clenched his apple bag, the sudden sound of the red light ringing out and the barrier slowly lowering. The track is about to be crossed by a train, but Lihon keeps running. It seemed like he escaped, but he was caught by him. Suddenly he yanked him back. The bright light of the train illuminated both of them struggling. He tries to kick him down. The force pushes Lihon off the railway track. The apples are scattered around as Lihon sits on the ground, panting. The other guy lies in a pool of blood, completely still. The boy with the dark gaze looks down, the apple on the ground soaked by the rainwater, sitting curled up after leaning against the iron fence. Someone there asked a colleague, "What's wrong with that kid?" The other quickly replied, "He was at the scene, so I brought him here." The man couldn't believe it. Do you think a skinny kid like this could push an adult onto the train tracks? The colleague was confused, but it was already triggered. He was surprised while the other continued to scan for mental energy at the west gate, and Lihon sat there in a daze. The man suddenly spoke to you again, saying, "Sorry, kid, but stay still for now." His words surprised Lihon, who might have superpowers. He continued, "We have contacted the evil to come check on the kid, so just stay there." His eyes briefly turned serious. "Lieutenant Colonel Kang." Lihon raised his face and repeated what he had just heard. Major B. Hanong told them, "I want to meet him in person. I have nothing to say to others." The other person was stunned, thinking this kid is too scary. I will protect them at any cost. His thoughts gradually fade away now. Lihon is ready to face the battle. He closes his shield, prepared to fight the fierce dragon. The image of the children remains clear in Lihon's mind. My brothers and sisters. The blue flames from the armor flare up, the remaining memories of this world, and even my friends. Just thinking about it, Lihon didn't hesitate any longer and charged at the dragon, spewing blazing red flames with determination. I will kill all the dragons. Kill! The gunfire and sparks keep flying as the red team attacks. The gunfire relentlessly rakes the fierce monsters, with powerful flames burning each one to ash. Pieces of flesh fly out. Even though they are just a bunch of grunts, they are quite smart. They use the dead grants as shields. The green warrior continues to wield his aerial power. Maybe LLU has taken control of all of them. Each bomb was thrown down by the green warrior. I'll leave the rest to you. Lihon from the red team inside the armor speaks. Alpha team will reach the dragon. The dragon appears from the mysterious door in the sky. Bright red lightning shot out from the gate around as the blue team warriors soared up towards the dragon. They advanced together. From below, the red team still blazes with bright flames. Jose unleashes a fiery blast that engulfs everything. The flames below blaze brightly as the blue warriors take to the sky to fight. Lihon calls out to Alpha 3. Clue immediately responds, "Understood." Then he flies up to the dragon's head, aiming his sharp horn straight at the target, shouting loudly, "Here they are. Look at those monsters." Clue plunges straight down. Blue blood splatters everywhere in the air. The dragon cries out in pain, joined by a determined shout from him. Clue pulled from that spot and stabbed down hard, but its scales were too tough and he was thrown off. Still, Clue was held firmly by X using his strength. He angrily scolded, "You're so foolish!" The fierce dragon flapped its wings powerfully, and from the quiet ground he charged up with his sword ready to attack. Well, at least he managed to distract the dragon. She creates a purple light zone, cuts off the monster's wings. The dragon loses its wings and heavy gravity as if about to fall. Once again she stands still, swings her sword down fiercely. Blue blood splashes everywhere. The dragon screams in pain. Lihon from below sighs. "Well done, we've seen its core spirit." He lunged forward, gripping his weapon tightly, fiercely piercing through the dragon as a blue light engulfed the entire city below. The dragon's form gradually sank, and the image of the dragon was projected again. The dragon we just defeated is a red dragon. It is the same type as the first dragon we defeated when we first started. A larger dragon gleams with a fierce yellow hue. Second-tier dragons like Jupiter have a distinctive pattern on their bodies. It is completely different from a level 1 dragon. The monster roars fiercely. Level 3 dragons are enormous in size with superior mental abilities to match their large bodies. It is highly likely they have a clear sense of self-awareness. Remember, just a sharp, thorny leg is already much bigger than you. Creatures like Kronos, whose ruins we found, and Vahamu are all of this kind. Lihon, while taking a bath and pondering, thought that we could handle level 1 dragons easily. He frowned at the thought, but they were appearing more and more frequently. The team has already attacked 2 of them this month. At this rate, you can imagine and picture the terrifying images you will have to face. Next year, there will probably be a war that we have to face. After bathing, Lihon saw a letter and slowly picked it up, which clearly stated in the letter. It stated in sending to Han. You stand there reading seriously and say, "We are still doing well, thanks to government support. I hope our efforts will contribute to our country." Suddenly, he crumpled the paper, causing Lihon to feel a wave of discomfort. My family would never say things like that. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Major Kang throws the paper into the trash can. Lihon lies on the bed, surrounded by swirling thoughts. His eyes reveal a hazy confusion. Lihon wondered if he was doing the right thing as the scene shifted to a blue beach. There are planes flying in space. 2 weeks later, Lihon and Claude are dressed in military uniforms. The airport is crowded with planes ready to take off. 12 enhanced warriors? CL asked in amazement. Isn't this a bit excessive just to show a space gate? Lai quickly replied that it only means they are trying to minimize the damage as much as possible. All the places we've been sent before have been completely destroyed. Mong also spoke up. Australia is the country that contributes the most money to evil. They want us to protect it as much as possible, because they are the ones paying. The other two listen carefully as we all go to the battlefield to prove to Australia that their investment is worthwhile. Clue looks at Mong with curiosity. Now that we have 12 enhanced warriors, defeating a dragon is a piece of cake. Lihon advises the other two. Let's take a quick nap. He looked at them for a few seconds, then closed his eyes gently as the sunset covered the sky, and the helicopter continued heading to their destination. Lihon stepped forward to announce, 1 room each, just choose. There's no training scheduled tonight, so do whatever you want. The other three looked at him. Clue was visibly happy, in a vast land filled with weapons. Australia, the K Air Force Base, and the surrounding sea, a beautiful city, most of Australia remains unaffected by the war. This has led to a large influx of intellectuals and talented people seeking refuge, making Australia one of the fighting powers to assert its position. Her calm hand gently strokes the mattress, and she thinks to herself that it's not so bad. It's been a long time since she had such a comfortable bed. Since starting the mission deployments, Lihon looked around silently, observing for a while before putting his bag down. As he was about to go take a shower, his watch beeped, emitting a quiet sound. What are you planning to do tonight? He replied seriously. Are you planning to meet O2 after you finish your shower? She just informed me from the other side, so I'll go with her. I want to make some adjustments to my mech. Neither of them had any objections. All right, see you in an hour. Lihon casually replied, okay. His feet walk along the street as Mong ponders, glancing over to see a bar with a few people inside. Mong didn't hesitate and stepped inside. The bartender, wiping a glass, noticed him. He observed him and then commented, he looks quite young, probably not of legal age. First time seeing you here, you're a soldier of AA. Mong looked up. He pointed to a glass on the other side and said, I will drink this one. After a shake, one glass was already on the table. Mong picked it up feeling annoyed. It smelled like cigarettes, then he drank it all in front of the boss. Chi reminded him that this isn't how you should drink it, gulping it down all at once. Mong ignores it, blushing as he hands the glass back to the boss. Who cares about another glass? On this side, Long is standing in front of Lihon's door and is very surprised to see it open. Lihon looked over with wet hair and was only wrapped in a piece of cloth, calmly saying, sorry, I'm not finished yet. Please wait a little longer. That scene left Lang stunned. She hurriedly closed the door. Lang stood there, stunned. Just then, Gut walked by and he curiously asked, Lang, what are you doing here? Gut asked again, where are you two headed? Lang didn't hide anything and said they were going to the laboratory, eager to join. I'll go too since I have nothing else to do. Lang said coldly, there's nothing to do, so just sleep. She replied softly, I wonder why I can't go with you too. But just then, Lihon stepped out and saw Clue, so he asked, Clue, are you also coming to the laboratory? Clue appeared relaxed. Wow, I was also planning to go there, but Lang was talking nonsense and was pushed away hard by Lang. The overwhelming force made the button hurt and collapse. Lihon looked over worriedly, while Lang remained calm and reminded him, let's go. Suddenly, someone else ran over and shouted. Han urgently announces, Mong must stop him. Over here. Zim is enthusiastically drinking beer amidst the chaos. He wipes his mouth and glances around. Everyone is knocked down and the belongings are damaged. They hesitantly spoke up. He's a superpower user. Oh my god, what should we do? Lihon called out loudly as soon as she arrived. Mong, you look at that person warning him. Enough already. Let's go back to the room. Mong suddenly burst into laughter, speaking in a drunken voice. Hey, look over there. Our great captain. Look who it is. Wait until our leader Lihon sees him. You're quite surprised by seeing Mong's combat ability. I don't understand what you're saying, but wait until you're sober and then tell me. The boy asked. Why? Mong shouted, his power seemingly controlled. Why? Why is it you and not me? Lihon listened seriously to the screams of those around him. It's too dangerous. Someone do something. Mong's anger unleashes a terrifying power. I can't sleep at all. But why doesn't it affect you at all? Lihon calmly blocks with the board, observing the situation inside the shop, and as soon as the table breaks, he rushes in. Lihon relentlessly strikes Simon on the buttocks, making him vomit everything out, causing everyone to grimace and hold their noses. Lihon, carrying Simon in his arms, expresses himself. I'm sorry for this mess. The restaurant owner just now peeked his head out. That night, Mong woke up, angrily kicking the leather blanket and shouting loudly. Mong Thon punched the wall hard. He felt ashamed and thought that if he drank again, he might as well end his own life. Just then, Nut passed by and called Simon. They're calling us to gather. Are you sober now? Why did you punch the wall? This made Mong even more embarrassed. He slammed the door in their face and stormed off. He clutches his nose in confusion. whether it's because of me or because everyone thinks they can kick me away whenever they want. The storm of disaster is approaching.
The massive planes are covering the afternoon sky. Lihon solemnly announces, "The local army will handle the minions. We just need to focus on the dragon."
Are you too confident in what you're saying? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? A small device flies toward the crater and sends a signal, detecting the portal formation, preparing to fire. The rifle's barrel rises, and the massive body of the gun emits a blinding light. The doctor was stunned by what was in front of him. A rifle? He froze, realizing they seemed to have more money to burn than we thought. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as monsters pour out from the red thunder, the portal on the horizon unleashing a wave of power that spreads across the area. Silence and calm are both stunned by that force. From there, many terrifying monsters crawl out, making Kenneth panic. They are beta deathworms, and they are too big. The one we caught earlier is just a baby compared to these. He asked us nervously if we should intervene to deal with such giant monsters. Suddenly, your group's area trembled as thousands of writhing monsters surged forward, and rifles shot beams of light that burned everything. Bullets fired directly into the monsters, causing a massive explosion. The doctor and the others were stunned as the ground shook violently and fires erupted, forcing the surviving monsters to look up, and the scene of destruction made everyone gasp. What is that? It's amazing. Are we really equipped with weapons like that? I bet I could use it if I just put in the effort. Clue helplessly advised, your back will break from the recoil. The destructive light from the rifle still emanates from the base. The explosions continue in rapid succession. After some calculations, Lihon finally speaks. It's time to focus on the battle. You signal your teammates. It's our turn now. A dragon tears through the flames with blazing eyes. The massive black dragon breaks through the gate as the system sounds non-stop, confirming the dragon's location at the gate, a blue dragon, and opening fire. The beam of light tears through the air again, exploding red across the sky. But the dragon was unharmed. The invisibility shield gradually revealed itself behind the smoke. Dr. Chalk suddenly shouted, "Just as I predicted, it doesn't affect the dragon at all. Young people, this is where you come in." His voice echoed through the system. "Destroy it now!" The warriors are ready to launch the dropships quickly. Small pods from the plane quickly launched directly above the dragon, the weight of the air causing them to fall like rain. The dragon suddenly looked up, opening its mouth to spew a destructive blue flame. Lihon was stunned to realize it was targeting us. The others were also caught off guard by the breath attack. The blue light tears through the sky, blowing away and shattering the passenger compartments. Lihon grimly shouts, "Shimong!" The black flames engulfed the entire area before gradually disappearing. A voice crackled over the radio. "Call me Alpha B, you bastard!" Then Shimong plunged through the flames and rushed down. Lihon asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The flames haven't disappeared, only Shimong is falling freely through the sky. "I'm fine for now, at least for now. I mean, I would definitely die if I kept falling like this." Suddenly, someone throws a power sphere at Simon, hitting him hard in the stomach and knocking all his equipment away. A powerful force pushes Shimong down. The crash causes the ground to explode in all directions. The other members are waiting nearby. Shimong struggles to get up and curses. "Damn it, I'm so exhausted I just lie there." At this moment, an arm reaches out. Clue cheerfully announced that he finally survived. X-Mong muttered irritably, "Go away." Lihon gently advises him to save his energy for the fight. Then you suddenly froze. Something was off. Lihon glanced up and saw the dragon had appeared, its eyes blazing, its massive body covering the sky ahead. The chaotic warriors ask each other, "Is the prophecy wrong again?" It seems so, but at least it's a good thing. The blue dragon roars, and the distant dragons start flying over in response to the signal. This is a 3-on-3 battle. The dragons are tearing each other apart in the red sky. Lihon watches nervously, secretly guessing that the white-silver dragon must have done something to change the prophecy. The warrior reports while observing, each team will handle each dragon in turn. You can consider this one as level 1 or level 2. Just treat it as level 2. At the signal, everyone charged together. Alpha team attacked, fighting over it. "So this green dragon belongs to us." The captain's voice echoes through the system. So brown and purple teams handle the 2 black dragons similarly. The other team rushes forward, and Ichi moves forward enthusiastically. All right, defeat them all. The giant monster in front is spewing out a wave of purple energy. But the warriors still charged forward and quickly shattered that power. He smiled brightly, "You know, I've wanted to try this for a long time." Dichi jumps up, aiming at the top of the black dragon's head. Childhood memories flood back. My spear isn't the only thing you should be wary of. Thinking back to my fight with Lihon, I've been practicing Sambo ever since I started walking. You never had a chance to beat me when I could still reach you. Even though Lihon is in pain, you remain determined. "Oh, I see. So you're planning to catch the dragon with that Sambo move?" He's caught off guard now. Laughing out loud, then Mishi thought, by then I might be able to defeat a few dragons. Right now, Demichi is quite confused. "Han, sorry for breaking my promise, but I don't think I can catch it. It's too thick." The man hit the dragon and then flew down. He shouts excitedly, but Demichi's face becomes full of delight. "I will try to break its wings." Demichi tightly grips the dragon's wing as the scene shows warriors attacking from the air with their strength. Lihon quickly signals, "Now, Silence and Clue brandish their weapons to tear through the dragon and take it down. Lihon doesn't hesitate to fly forward, his eyes shining. As he finishes off the dragon, it gradually falls, and the spectators cheer happily through the screens. The doctor exclaimed with joy, "Amazing! They defeated 3 dragons in the blink of an eye. Now level 1 dragons won't stand a chance against them." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the base's surveillance showed no signs of minion activity near the gate. The observers check the situation and confirm all the dragons have been defeated. A voice asks, "Is it all over now?" But he's already used his hand. Another sudden explosion occurs. The people who were just celebrating are now extremely confused. Doctor asks Goat, "What just happened?" The man, bloodied and terrified, looks up at the blinding light, trembling. Is the gate opening inside the base? Thousands of monsters fly up into the sky, swell up, and then explode in midair. The powerless soldiers shouted, "What the hell is that?" The devastating explosion caused everyone to be thrown back. Those monsters scattered everywhere and then exploded. They charged at the powerless to bite and tear, causing the base to panic and explode in an instant. Doctor urgently reports on the screen, "Han, can you hear me clearly? The airbase is about to fall." Over here, Lihon is extremely surprised, while the voice of the doctor continues to echo. "We can't send any more supplies to you now. We also can't send any reinforcements." He shouted as everyone pulled him away. "Survive at all costs." The staff member tries to pull him away. "Director, we have to go now." But the doctor still insisted, "Don't die no matter what. You have to survive." The base exploded in a sea of flames. Lihon clenched his teeth as Clue Nut was stunned, trembling as he muttered, "Damn it, what's happening over there? Are we losing?" Clue shouted in despair, "Even though we've killed all the dragons and their bodies are burning on the ground, everyone is furious, but Lihon thinks differently. She believes they used all 3 dragons as bait. You look at the nearest dragon's corpse, which means the dragons aren't the main focus of our team, right?" Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes in front of Lihon. They looked up at the source of the light. Something was emerging from the gate. Lihon urged everyone to move. "We should leave while we still can." Mishi is annoying. He's a bit resentful. "Fleeing is too cowardly. Just eliminate them all," the stubborn one said. "I don't think I can handle it if we don't." However, Lihon's mind was made up, and he knelt down to call for Mishi. The continuous explosions and the released power caused the doctor to be thrown back. This shock wave sends everything flying apart. The staff rushes to help him up and shouts for more people. "He is injured. Carry him quickly." The doctor shouted in fear, "We're doomed." Everyone hurriedly helped him run through the chaos. "This way," the young man reassured him. "Just wait a little longer. We have a way out. It will take us away." But the doctor insisted loudly, "We have no water. We need water. They have completely taken over the airspace here." Then a huge explosion erupted across the base, thousands of monsters still flying in the air. Chaos and explosions never stopping. Lihon nervously calls Demichi, telling the Demichi team that Nobel's mission is to eliminate all minions because there are no more dragons here. They must protect themselves until the rescue bridge arrives. But Demichi is annoyed. "If you insist on retreating, we will buy you some time." Suddenly, humanoid monsters burst out from underground. Lihon stared in shock, amazed by their enormous size. Most Amiya Lihon quickly made up her mind. "This time, I won't just stand by and watch." Suddenly, a burst of power streaked through as he was shouting at the brown team to drill, shattering Demichi's helmet with X-Mong's strength. X-Mong's face remains calm and unmoved, but that surge of power drives Demichi into a rage. He turns back and grabs Simon. Demichi clenched his fist around Simon's neck, causing him pain, his face contorting with anger. "What did you just do? Do you want to die?" "Even with a purple-tinged buttocks," Simon whispered hoarsely, "if we're going to die, let's die together." "You bastard, those combat stimulants must have scrambled your brain, huh? Come on, Michichi, lift your ass up and keep going. We are not invincible. When we run out of energy in our armor, we're all doomed." Lihon also stepped in to advise. "He's right. Let's go, Michi. If we encounter another enemy like a dragon, we won't be able to handle it." We go despite the anger, but there's nothing left. He grumbled, letting out a sigh and walking away under both of their gazes, saying the same thing. "I didn't think it through carefully." "Sorry, Simong." Simong also turned away. Lihon worriedly called X-Mong, but he only muttered, "Shut up, that huge-ass silhouette. I don't want to talk about it right now. Turn away, let it go." Lihon could only think that this name's power, released from the base earlier, caused the warriors to cry out in pain. "My ears." "What is that?" Another person from somewhere else replied, "We can't get through. Team XH told everyone. Things don't look good. Let's get out of here." Klut looked down and assessed, "This is too much like Zenitsu. I can't help but think of Sinu." Everyone looked at the distant purple light and said, "We are about 10 miles from the base, but it still disrupts our communication signals." Lihon found it hard to believe and felt uneasy, as if we were prey being hunted. Now is the time to move out and head to the nearest town. If we're lucky, we can use their communication devices. Lihon chuckled and quickly replied, "That's a good idea, and there won't be anyone in there because everyone has evacuated after the alert at the gate took effect." Demichi hesitated and looked away, but Lihon still thought to himself that it wasn't far enough to escape the interference of the radio waves. He looked up at the chaotic scene above, but with our supplies gone, At least we might find something to eat. Soon he spoke. Let's go quickly, somewhere else. The lights are on. The chief standing there, surrounded by figures of light from many people. They coldly announced, Chief, you have failed. He simply replied, We haven't failed yet. We still have the Australian army. Those people changed their stance. In other words, you failed to close the gate. The real battle hasn't started yet, but it is already a huge disappointment. The chief of staff, annoyed, thought to himself as if we had other options. Red dots appeared on the map of the country. One person assessing the situation, more optimistic than the open gate in Australia, which temporarily would not spread to other countries. But others immediately objected, saying it's only a matter of time. Those bastards might use teleportation or whatever else. They suddenly start arguing. We can't just sit still and believe that evil will handle this. The chief of staff is really annoyed. They sound so frustrating. He asks seriously, so what do you suggest we do? The other person thought for a moment before suddenly suggesting nuclear weapons, which shocked the chief of staff. What? Why would you do that? What are you talking about? We can't do that. He immediately recognized this as Australia's voice. This must be Australia's envoy. Another person stood up to warn Mian Nian like a cancer cell. To eliminate the cancer cells after a failed surgery, you should be prepared for a bloody scene. He continued to suggest, let's hold a vote. The chief of staff is speechless. These bastards are taking this opportunity to try to overthrow Australia, their strongest enemy. All these endless conflicts, this is truly madness. Using nuclear weapons, it's even better than our species going extinct. They keep arguing. Many countries have been drowned in a sea of lies during the recent war. Let's deploy mental force armor again after the nuclear attack. Someone sits down holding their head and says, please stop. We absolutely cannot use nuclear weapons or preserve any dignity. We are all making difficult decisions. Those guys are seriously committed to humanity. The chief of staff secretly sneered to himself, as if I could see their mocking expressions. Their faces gradually distorted, turning red like demons. He can only helplessly wonder if we can win the battle this way. On the other side, the sound of stones hitting echoes as the door crashes open, leaving a path for everyone. Someone turned on the screen, and the group sat happily eating and chatting. Did you find anything? This is pretty good. None of the TV channels have a signal. From the stairs, Lihon is trying to disconnect the wiring. He pulls the communication cable from the armor and connects it to the circuit. Tin Lang walks in and sees you tinkering, then offers you a sandwich. They both sit together at the corner of the stairs. Lihon turned and asked where his Tin Lang was. Tin Lang, who was reviewing the armor data, replied, I already ate. Suddenly she asked, Han, what do you want to do? When the war is over, Lihon hesitated for a moment and replied uncertainly, I haven't thought about that yet. I think I will go meet my siblings. Tin Lang nodded softly, mentioning her next goal, catching Lihon off guard. I will go with you when you meet them. Lihon smiled and let out a tired breath. All right. Suddenly, a warning light from Lihon's communication ring flashes. Both of them hurried over. He picked up and said, Ox sent us the mission plan. The two of them focused on the message, the nearest meeting point. The nearest meeting point, the airspace is no longer safe, so we have to move there. Lihon reattaches the communication bracelet to his armor and urgently urges, Let's go quickly, Tin Lang, we've been here too long. After that, an explosion suddenly occurs, and both Lihon and Tin Lang try to shield themselves. The explosion caused the house to burn fiercely from afar as the flying monsters approached. The warriors below are now helpless, checking on each other and switching all communication channels to the internal network. The other side quickly responded. The others observed as commands were issued. This is Alpha 1. Does everyone copy? Check the route I just sent. We need to take a detour to outflank them. Lihon is fully armored and carefully analyzing. With the remaining energy, it's just enough for us to reach the gathering point. So only those with remaining energy can stay behind to buy us time. He looked at the person nearby and reported, Quiet and I will handle the minions. Lihon continued to give orders, with the remaining people divided into two groups to move to points 8 and C before regrouping at the target. Didichi nervously asked, Are you sure you'll be okay? Han and everyone are behind the smoke out there. Zeem's face twists in discomfort. He shouted from behind, I will stay too. Clue also volunteered, We will stay together. He grinned excitedly, raising his index finger. Anyway, we're Alpha Team. Lihon seriously reminds Clue, Go help Simong. Simong was injured from the fall earlier. Clue was very surprised. What? Meanwhile, X's face turned extremely ugly because he was caught. He hesitated and tried to hide it. It's just a small scratch. I won't drag everyone down. Don't worry about me. The four of them stand together in the orange glow of the flames. Zeem honestly answers, I don't intend to sacrifice myself right now. I've decided this because I know we're capable of handling this. Lihon lowers his armor and looks at everyone. So please trust me. I will see everyone again after we survive this place. The room was gradually engulfed by flames. All four of them still stood there. Clue was the first to understand. All right. Zeem reluctantly nodded in agreement. The monsters are flying towards us at super speed, and the house is engulfed by a massive explosion. They gather together and roar loudly, preparing to fight. On this side, Tin Lang and Lihon ascend at the same time. She strikes in midair while he keeps shooting and killing many of them. Lihon's gun barrel sparks with a bright red flame. He grimaces and reports to Tin Long. We need to conserve the armor's energy, so we'll use the guns as much as possible. A scene of thousands of monsters rushing in, but for now the two can still hold them back. Someone is in the water over here. The warriors split up and crossed the river, whispering, I didn't think there was a river here. I think this is the best way to hide our trail. Clue is definitely not okay. He unconsciously recalls Lihon's instructions. Han was not wrong about the remaining energy of the armor. We might not be able to reach the rendezvous point. He was panting heavily from exhaustion, but a growing worry filled his heart. But does Han really be okay? That test subject's still absorbing even more energy. They crossed the river together under the moonlight, with Lihon now suffering from an explosion in her abdomen. You were bleeding but kept reloading behind Tin Lang. Lihon didn't hesitate to throw away the gun. He gasped for breath and called out, then suddenly Lihon took her weapon and killed the monster behind her. Lihon told Tin Lang to go to point C first and wait for him there. He tried to say more. If I don't come to see you within half an hour, just head straight to the meeting point. This made her hesitate, but your condition can't wait. Lihon suddenly shouted at her. This is an order for silence. Don't let her stand there frozen. Keep urging her to move quickly. Ting Lang looked up for a moment, then continued walking forward. Behind her, Lihon was still fighting the mutants, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. She was actually very restrained. I trust you, Tin Lang silently prays. Survive at all costs. The feet rush forward, kicking up dirt and rocks everywhere. Lihon is struggling to climb the towering mountain and finally reaches the top, exhausted, and collapses to sit under a tree. Is this the bus stop? You took off your hat and sweat is pouring down. Maybe the quiet has reached its final gathering point. I'll rest for a bit and head there later. Lihon closed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and after a moment was still resting. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open wide. Lihon thrust the tip of the sword directly at the person in front of him. Don't look at me like that. His gaze turns colder. You also make me afraid. He swung a blow that sent that person flying straight into a tree.
Lihon is sensing the surrounding energy. I can feel the spiritual energy with all my senses, as if it has become a scent or a sound.
Just rush forward with that cold, shining gaze. Come at me if you want to die.
The scene shifts to an open field with 3 helicopters in the center, surrounded by a protective barrier, and one person inside the barrier suddenly startled as if seeing something. Lihon is staggering forward, confirming he is an enhanced warrior and identifying as Alpha 2. They immediately called to report, Why is Alpha 2 alone? Yes, sir, I didn't see Alpha 1. Sorry, we can't wait any longer. The soldier hesitated, thinking that he had been ordered to bring Alpha 1 back at all costs. But he's telling us to move quickly. Alpha 2, we need to get moving. Then Lihon stepped forward and patted his shoulder. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, he spoke up as a reminder. They will level this place with a nuclear bomb. If we stay here any longer, we'll get caught up in it. Lihon stands still, clenched fists. The helicopter blades start spinning, creating a loud noise. The device on Lihon's sword drips slowly onto the ground. He trudges forward heavily. Lihon walks through the empty field, lost in thought. Am I too late? Suddenly, a helicopter sound echoes from above, and a voice comes from the helicopter. Just in time. Alpha 1, I will drop the rope for you. Seeing that, Lihon let out a breath of relief as the helicopter flew swiftly across the sky, descending with 2 people on board. He quietly stepped up and sat down, clenched his fists, his eyes becoming determined. Craving strength right now as his power gradually restored, his face filled with deep emotion. I was completely wrong. You painfully hold on to Axe Body while still managing to control the situation. All this time I took the Caesar's support for granted. I can't believe I only realized this after losing him. The helicopter suddenly soared up, causing everyone inside to sway in panic, while water splashed everywhere below. Dimong felt a little worried. We're just far enough away from that place. How big was that bomb? He wondered to himself. Ache controls everything. They decide who becomes a super soldier and manage them. Lihon is still lost in thought. They even control who will be the survivor. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounds from afar, and he wonders, what will happen to us when the war ends? Moving on, a few days later, someone asks, how are the kids? Z replied, all of them returned intact. Katerina asked, what about Han? He heard the question and glanced back. He picked up his glass and walked over. She's really interested in him. He's truly very strange. Even though I've tried to look into his future many times, I still can't see it. Yet he still survives. This is really strange, isn't it? He was at a loss for words. It seems that no matter where he is, he's still a special person. Her face suddenly looked sad, but at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly collapsed and died. He could die at any moment. Her lips seemed to be tightly pressed together. Katerina called Red, startling him as he looked over. She remained silent for a moment longer before beginning to speak. I want to go home once before I die.
Jaw's eyes also grew sad. His lips pressed tightly together, and he responded with a complex emotion. That place has been completely destroyed. There's nothing left. Katerina clenched her glass of water until it deformed. It doesn't matter. I just want to draw something there. She was begging. Please. Can you help me? With your position at A, you could totally do it. Jay decisively turns away. Sorry. She shouted, You bastard! How could you do this to me? He walked out the door, and she still told Theo, Red, I know would do that for me without hesitation. Katerina immediately threw the glass of water forward. He will do that for me. She collapses, holding her face on the hospital bed. X-Mong tells Lihon, I will request a transfer to another team. Hearing that, you looked at him with a complicated expression. The two of you stood silently for a moment, then Lihon spoke. I always thought we worked well together, at least on the battlefield. You keep talking, I won't force you to stay, but at least tell me the reason. Was it because of what happened at the bar that upset you? No. We sat down and talked, and it's clear we just don't get along. Mong said, That was obvious to me during the last mission. He glanced over and said, Do you think your team members are the people you need to protect? What I need is a teammate, not a protector. Lai interrupted, but protecting my team is part of my duty. As team leader, he upended his water bottle and poured the water onto the ground, watching it flow down his back, and said, I'm not as good at talking as you are, so just shut up. He immediately stood up, turned his back, and walked away, and you just watched silently. Clue was surprised when he heard about it. Is he switching to the red team? But that's Jose's team. When did those two become so close? He clenched his fists, then suddenly Joss avoided us. Seeing him so calm, Cut found it hard to understand. How can you be so calm? I remember when we were kids in the Zo Cave, you said, everyone should come to my house after the war ends. He continued, I probably haven't faced a situation as bad as yours, but I also used to live in a makeshift house. He smiled innocently. I mean, now they're all better. Of course, thanks to me. Ruo suddenly paused in silence, then lowered his head. My mother cooks very well. Then she happily looked up and said, I really want everyone to try her cooking, even though I'm not sure if they will like Spanish food. Lihon paused for a moment, then spoke. I'm sure Jose has his reasons. Give him some time until he's ready to talk to us. Z is in the room, lighting a cigarette and looking up at the sky. Z sat with his legs crossed, lost in thought, recalling Katerina's appearance at that moment. That team I know will do it immediately. I wonder how that team she knows thinks of me now. Ja opens the drawer and takes out several photos, holding one up to examine it. In the photo, there is a beautiful blonde girl named Katerin Sami. He remembers her as an American tourist who came to Sabrine for a vacation. After leading a group of survivors to safety for a few days, she sent out a distress signal. The soldiers were discussing among themselves, but this place is a hotspot for monsters. How could it be? Oh, Ja thought. She said she could move through safe zones thanks to her ability to see the future. Katerina took a puff of her cigarette and exhaled, letting the smoke drift with the breeze. The two of them stand on the bridge above the water, shooting spray everywhere. Katerina turns and calls out, Red, light it for me. He immediately turns to light her cigarette. She puffed out her cheeks and exhaled the smoke. Ron chuckled softly, confusing her. What are you laughing at? He turned and said, I've never liked that smoking machine. She poked a few times. So when will he be my type? Red, what do you plan to do after the war ends? I'm tired of the war. I get it now. She sighed and lowered her face into her hands, then spoke again. Do you want to come to Texas with me? And open a barbecue restaurant. Katerina's face turned bright red. My grandfather taught me his special sauce recipe, and cooking will be as easy as eating candy with your fire-starting skills. She continued. We will reject profit. I'm 70, you're 30. Zoo suddenly burst out laughing. All right, he turned to tease. But I'm 70 and you're only 30, silly girl. She was so angry she refused and just took mine instead. Walking down the road toward the future, the two of them teased each other on the bridge, looking very happy. Let's do it together. At this moment, he is holding a photo of the three of them taken together. Johnny is testing the camera. Okay. He tries a few more times, then happily says, All right, this crappy device works well. Johnny quickly runs over to Joe and Katerina to take a picture. He runs back and says, The countdown is over. Okay, smile. In the photo, Katerina is the one smiling the most. Joni immediately relaxes after seeing it. The weather is terrible. You should have done something more fun. Why do you want to take a picture? You know what? He smiled happily. We're almost done. We should take a picture to remember the time we spent together. Zai thought, after the war, only the seventh dragon remains. Ja and Katerina look at each other very happily. The war will end soon. After everything ends, I just want to live a normal life. Johnny saw that and frowned. He stood silently for a long time, then offered a cigarette and said, Take one, but both of them refused. I refuse. I also do not want to bother you. Joni, unhappy, turns away and kicks a stone. All right, I'll go by myself now. The clock on the table keeps ringing with calls. Jay glanced at the ringing watch. He just sat there watching without listening. In a serious meeting, Alexander asked, Professor Gray, what about the prophecy? Slightly worried. Soon she will have a seizure. Her body can't take it anymore. She continues to speak, but it seems she already knew about this. Ja's eyes grew sad at that. Then suddenly Alexander stood up, suggesting it might be possible to put her into hibernation again, which made everyone there extremely worried. No, her abilities cannot be replaced. She still can't die yet. He clenched his fist determinedly. We only need her strength one more time at the final moment of the battle. Hearing that, Joe broke out in a cold sweat in panic. He remembered the last time when he was happily running to find Katerina. I did it. TA then Z happily ran quickly forward. We finally did it. We killed the last dragon. He opens the door and sees Katharina clutching her head and shouting loudly. Tia then sees her trembling and John panics. What's going on? Catherine. She clutches her head tightly, tears streaming down her face. Oh no, this can't be. Seeing her like that, Jay also became frantic. He hurried over to ask Han if she had seen something. He continued, tell me what you saw. Katharina, still panicked, held her head. No, it wasn't him. Blue veins started to appear all over her body, and even her hair turned blue. This final battle was just a reconnaissance. 15 years from now, we will all truly be dead. Z slowly stood up from the chair, his face darkening, and until the very last moment, he looked at Alexander with a less than friendly expression. Do you intend to treat the House of Tianqi as a tool? He frowns angrily. How dare you? Do you really think you have the right to say that to me? Zuo's face was tense with anger. He ignored it and turned to walk away. He left without even staying for the meeting. Alexander's eyes followed his footsteps. He spoke like an order, keeping an eye on Red, and the scene shifts to evening, where someone looks at Joe's iron leg and comments, "You've kept it cleaner this time." The two of them are talking. I haven't been involved in that field for a long time. So Red is powerful but still caught in this situation. Like my grandfather, old man, what do you know? He continued. He's still far behind. They all still have to use my designs. They think that all of them are impressive just because they found a new way to apply what I created. Ro bowed down, ready to stand up and leave. I should go now. You'll be okay, right? Chalai's face looked a bit darker. This really is because of the fairy. Are you sure you won't regret the rest of your life? The old man looked sadly at his face, and John replied, I have done too many things I will regret for the rest of my life. He stroked his hair and sighed. Then Chalai turned and walked away, leaving John sitting there. This seems to be broken, but I fixed it myself and got it working again. He suddenly pulled the cloth away, surprising Zoe, revealing a giant robot underneath. Even if they manage to put her into hibernation again, there's no guarantee she'll wake up in her current physical condition. Alexander is willing to bet on the smallest chance. But Charlie continued, she has saved countless lives. Her days of victory are counting down, but she deserves to be happy in whatever time she has left. Do you agree? Z said as he walked, recalling the words, you and the fairy house will go to the brothel 4, and I will have the chance to test your mental strength, and a helicopter will be waiting for you there. He kept walking forward when suddenly he heard a call from behind. Where are you going at this hour? He froze in place silently. Behind John was Lihon standing there. Lihon seriously asked, are you planning to lead the way? John froze upon hearing the question. Sergeant Red clenched his fists, his voice trembling with cold sweat as he slightly turned his head. Damn it, Alexander. Jay thought to himself that he would indeed send the most troublesome kid to follow him, even though he said, I am just walking. And Lihon asked again, when you wear the military hat, you've never changed. His eyes suddenly turned cold. I know, you know. He said, so stop pretending. Lihon puts on his gloves, his eyes shining. He takes a fighting stance. This child always acts with purpose. Surely there is a reason behind his actions. Seeing that, Run also stepped in, thinking he had no other choice. He didn't do anything but ask, what are you planning to do? What? Lihon put on his hat. When the master takes the Tianqi home, does he know how to escape evil? He looked confused when he heard that. Aren't you following me? You came to help under the orders of the fairy house. He asked, and you just accepted the order from the house of Tianqi? Lihon points behind her and says, I've taken out the officers who were following the master. Han Zhao became cautious. Come with me. Why are you doing this? The boy moved closer to Zhou. I made a deal. I will help the master escape from evil safely. Lihon walks by, but still glances back to exchange a data file containing important information about the evil before walking straight ahead. First, let's take the fairy house away. There will also be guards here. Z watched their backs as they crouched outside the door, with the Tianqi house likely on the second floor of that building. Then Lihon plans to enter through the third window on the right, which is the closest exit and has no guards. Hearing that, he could only stay silent. Ron swallowed hard, secretly wondering what this kid really intends to do. He thought again that she had discovered all the blind spots of the surveillance cameras and found a way to get here. This is not something just anyone can do. He kept staring intently at him, as if he had prepared for a situation where the enemy was the one to fear. Suddenly he spoke, I know that among everyone, you are the one who understands why I prepared so carefully. Do you remember Lao Cha's words that only those prepared for the unexpected can survive? Still, I can't believe you went so far. You really are a stubborn kid. I told you, Ro continued. No matter what happens to this world, I guess you'll just keep living. They are changing their course. Wait here for a moment. His eyes seemed to be calculating, thinking to himself that with only 2 guards here, it means they haven't anticipated the possibility of an intruder. In the end, how could they have guessed that I, a sergeant, would betray evil? Lihon recalled the saying that evil is easily attacked from within, and suddenly he lunged forward with 1 foot. June was panicked and said, don't tell me you're going to fight these guys with that glove. He charged out like lightning, throwing punches. His punch knocked them all out. The defeated soldiers lay flat on the ground before Joe finally stepped in slowly. He looked around and asked, are these guys okay? I'm sure I only used enough power to take them down. I've run many experiments on the button to understand how to control the surge of power, so don't worry. It was late inside the factory, and Lihon used a drill to repair the robot. Katerina hands Lihon a USB, the thing you promised. She is grateful to you. Thank you. And take care of yourself always. Zuo's expression also softened. I never thought I would say this, but thank you. Han and the others turn away to talk. Who will pilot this helicopter? There is a pilot who has already agreed to help. You watch the two people talk, it looks like I forced him to help. Lihon clenched his fist and suddenly asked, "Do you have any final advice for me?" He turned around when he heard it. Lihon looked very serious as he wanted to hear the advice. He also didn't know what to say. A piece of advice? I don't know. You have more experience than I do when it comes to fighting dragons. Z simply offers a gentle piece of advice. If I could give you a small piece of advice, it would be to not show too many of your emotions outwardly. He continued, no one has the right to scold you, just because sometimes you act like a human for a brief moment. Lihon listened, her hand clenched so tightly that it trembled. Is that really what you have to say? Did training make you stronger over the past few days? His face darkened and he clenched his teeth. Ro continued, you will be exposed and eaten alive if you reveal your weakness. The boy shouted back, I know that better than anyone else. If that's the advice the teacher gave you, I don't need it. Zuo looked at you like that, and I didn't know what to say. He chuckled softly, then turned away and said goodbye. All right, it's okay. I hope you find luck in your fight. The image of the two people gradually disappeared from Lihon's sight. At this moment, images of Yu and Ja flashed through Lihon's mind. Memories pass by, and all he can do is say goodbye. Goodbye. Sergeant Red. The scene shifts to the cafeteria where someone calls him a bastard. Everyone is gossiping about how he could do such a thing just for a girl. How could he be a war hero betrayed by that person? People just keep blaming him. I thought he was a heartless bastard, but it turns out he's quite romantic. The people around are whispering and gossiping nonstop. Clue looked discouraged and turned around. Everyone was gossiping excitedly about this. Dichi ate and said, they're not wrong either. He's a pathetic bastard running away right now. Everyone else was talking again, but what was more strange was the silence of the superior, who didn't let Sergeant Red slip out alone. Everyone continued to say, do they not even bother to look for the accomplice? Lihon moved to the bedroom, glancing down at the USB in his hand. The corridor is now deserted, and a glowing screen appears in front of Lihon. He startles and glances down to see the words, I am sorry, displayed on the screen. That message feels like it was sent from someone. I'm sorry if I didn't do it. Red cuts to a scene where someone is carrying a deer on their shoulder, then throws it onto the back of the truck before starting the engine. The car starts up and speeds through the snowy road. By evening, the car stopped in front of a house. Katerina saw this from inside and happily ran out. She panted heavily and asked, You're late. Have you sold the game yet? That person smiled softly. That man is Joe. He replied cheerfully, Yeah, I even bought dinner already. Katerina and Ja sit across from each other, hot steam rising from the dishes on the table. She happily lifts her bowl. We should finish it all in one go, right? He listened to that with a helpless look. Oh, Lord, this foolish girl. Zhao also slowly lifts the bowl to sip, and even though their faces are covered in food, they still smile happily. I betrayed everyone just to see that smile again. The image of the two of them happy is shown through the window. I don't regret my choice. The scene shifts to Lihon's room, where his hand keeps pounding on the table as the message reappears. I'm sorry, if I hadn't done that, Red would be dead. Lihon looked at the message and fell into thought. Surely there was something else in this message. Is something about to happen? Someone slammed their hand down on the destroyed table. Alexander shouted angrily. Both of the first-generation superpower teams were wiped out by those damn traitors. The soldier hesitated slightly, but one of them had survived and returned. The soldier continued to report that there were no obvious injuries on him, but he is unconscious and being treated in the infirmary. Alexander's face darkened with a murderous look in his eyes. He stood up suddenly. I will go see for myself. He quickly moved forward. Alexander walked and thought to himself, I can't believe this is happening right after Red left. Even though we mainly rely on the second generation, we still need the first. He stood in front of the soldier's room. He's inside, and the door gradually opened. Behind that door was the blonde man. Before Alexander could understand what was happening, he started firing continuously, causing one soldier after another to fall. He saw everyone fall and shouted loudly. The man then pointed his gun directly at Alexander. He looked at the man in fear and stepped back. Suddenly, a sword slash cut through, beheading him. Lihon appears beside Alexander to save him, who is still stunned. The man suddenly fell to the ground and loudly asked, Hanley, why do you need to leave here? You say, it's not over yet. A red aura begins to surround the two of them. A red aura of energy emanates from the man's body. Spec Lihon desperately urges him to leave immediately. Now Alexander runs away but still turns back to call out. The man is badly injured. I will go call for reinforcements. You immediately refuse. No, this will take over your body. I will handle it myself. That red stream of energy transformed into a Lihon figure, but I wasn't ready. How can I defeat it? That power rushes toward you quickly. Of course, you raise your sword, ready to fight. If its goal is to take over a body, it won't dare to cause any physical harm to the form it wants to possess. Lihon keeps thinking, I have no choice but to fight it mentally. Lightning crackles around you, your face veins bulging and teeth clenched. Zoe is outside chopping wood. He swung the axe down, chopping each piece. Katharina looked bored, resting her chin on her hand, and Short yawned, calling Red, I'm bored, let's go inside. Z is also exhausted, panting heavily. If we don't want to freeze to death, we need some firewood. She cheerfully said, we can keep each other warm. Are you sure about that? As night falls, the two sit outside, on the ground a pile of freshly cut firewood, both looking up at the sky together. Katerina looked up at the starry sky and sighed. It's so beautiful, she cheerfully added. It's so peaceful. What I mean is, considering that we are almost facing the destruction of the world, Ja looks at her happy face and says, you still keep your promise, right? He repeats her promise. You promised you would never use your power again. John looks at Katharina with a complicated expression, but she still smiles. Yes, of course. Z is thinking statistically. She will die on her next seizure. She's okay now because she isn't using her power. But at any moment... She fell silent for a moment before Katharina turned to call Red. She giggled and said, I'm hungry. John was surprised and turned around when he heard her call. He sighed in relief and stood up. You scared me. Oh my God. Just come inside and do something to eat. But why are you so surprised? It's nothing. Lihon suddenly woke up and around him was the hospital room with someone knocking on the door outside. Lihon enters Alexander's room, who is sitting near the sunlit window. He speaks first. Sit down. The two sit facing each other. Alexander lifts his teacup as usual. I want to hear your report. His eyes flicked up, meaning he was continuing. About the recent ghost suppression incident, Lihon's gaze flicked downward. He looked at his hand. When I gained enhanced physical strength, there was a serious rejection of mental powers. They said it was unprecedented. They had never seen a superpower's body refuse mental abilities before. He continued, saying that his body reacted similarly to ghosts because they are created from mental energy. Lihon continued, it invaded to take over my body but voluntarily ended inside me. After saying that, the two of them silently looked at each other for a moment, and Alexander picked up his teacup again. Is that all? The boy answered seriously. Yes, sir. He frowned suspiciously, saying, You're hiding something from me. Handroy, all right, you're dismissed. He immediately stood up to greet him and then turned to leave. Lihon turned his back and stepped outside. He still sat there thinking that if the previous reports were correct, the ghost didn't die because Han's body rejected it. It was probably forced out. Alexander looked in his direction. He was definitely hiding something. I wish Red were here right now. Lihon steps outside and closes the door, raising his hand to look at it, not understanding what's happening either. Actually, I don't know what really happened yesterday. I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. All I did was reach out my hand. Lihon walks down the corridor. Because I didn't accept the mental power, the thoughts kept appearing in your mind. My mental strength was so low that I couldn't even control a properly functioning mental armor. That's why I always thought my special trait was my ability to control mental power well. Suddenly, he froze. However, Lihon looked down at her hand. Maybe this is really my true human self. 6 months later, Zoe is about to enter the house. Katerina immediately ran out to ask Han, You're back early. Is everything okay? He was about to go in, but she stopped him. Wait a moment, don't go in yet. Ja is curious. What's wrong? She immediately said, Go buy some salt. Having achieved her goal, she happily smiled. Ro pulled down his hat. Do you need to rush so much? I didn't even let you into the house anymore. I spilled the salt, but I already started cooking the soup. She pushed him away. Hurry up and go. Oh my God. Katerina pushed him away forcefully. Hurry up. He was a bit helpless. All right, I'll go now. He got in the car and thought, I guess everything has been fine so far. Z drives into the city. He kept walking quickly down the street. When Zhao stepped out, he immediately heard a cracking sound and flinched. Zhao looked down at the damn prosthetic leg. It seems I didn't take proper care of this thing. He kept walking, but his body was slightly tilted. Zhou approached a supermarket. He heads to the salt shelf, looks at it thoughtfully, then decides it's enough, right? Suddenly, his eyes seem to recognize something. He turns and elbows the person next to him. That person was knocked back and shouted loudly as Zhou swung his arm up. He punched him straight in the chest and pushed him to the ground. You've been following me from the parking lot, and I even took a detour on purpose. He pulls out a gun. Who are you? Wait a minute. All right then. Yet another person appears pointing a gun at him. Enough! Sergeant, put down your gun! Jun immediately lowered his gun to the ground and turned away without caring. You are with AA. After all these events, what do you want from a has-been like me? Because the situation has become so dire that we had to call in even those past their prime. Chief, it's been a while. What are you up to? He gradually approached Mr. Kie. Then John quickly ran away. A soldier called out. Stop right there! Red immediately intervened. Let him go for now, and then follow him. He thought, Ka Thi Nya Tien Chi. I didn't think she would still be alive after 6 months. Zonko runs quickly home. Suddenly, Zoko swerves the car. His car fell into the abyss, crashing into a smoking tree because for me, those were the days of my life with you. Ziz tries to open the car door and step out, his face covered in blood. He struggles forward, more important than the future of humanity. Zoe gasps for breath, trying to keep going. Suddenly, his prosthetic leg broke. Zoe fell flat on the ground but still managed to get up. He slowly walks up to the house door. Zoe struggles to climb each step. He reached the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, he froze as if he saw something. The image of Katerina smiling appeared in his mind. I love you. Red. She is lying on the floor surrounded by a blue energy stream. Forever. Alexander's car stopped in front of Z's house and a soldier turned to ask, "What now, sir?" He observes seriously. Let's wait a moment. Jaw frowns and hugs Katerina tightly. Her hands are covered in blood. Jaw's tears fell one by one onto her face as he cried out in unbearable pain. Alexander just watched without doing anything. The snow on the trees started to melt, and the snow fell with a pattering sound on the ground. Rose scoops the soup onto the plate and sits down absent-mindedly. He put the spoon down on the table, and Zoe picked up the plate to sip. After finishing his meal, he got up from the chair. His eyes looked lifeless. Everything is ready. The exam is about to start. Zoe stands in front of the mirror in the bathroom with water continuously flowing from the faucet. He picks up a razor to start shaving. Zoe opens the wardrobe. He put on a shirt. Z stepped forward to look at Katerina, who was unconscious. I thought about going with her right away. He stepped out and slammed the door shut. But it seems I still have a few things left to do. His eyes became determined. Jaw walks through the flames and steps in front of Alexander. Wait for me a little longer. His thoughts seem to be his true feelings. I love you. The soldiers are talking. Sergeant Red has returned. But why is that? They said he was on medical leave. It's ridiculous. Lihon turned and said, Aha, there's no time to consider those things right now. That's right, someone has announced the landing, and the blazing red engines are firing out of the plane. Kuro is exhausted and gasping for breath. I don't care if it's just for a moment. I just want to sleep, but there's still one more problem. Clue sighed tiredly. Me too. We haven't slept for 48 hours already. We'll die of exhaustion before the final battle, with endless missions and no time to rest. Lihon thought that if this kept up, all of us would... Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past. Everyone startled and turned to look. What was that? An explosion coming from the gate. Is that the Omega team? Kuro wondered. Are they being sent to block the gate again? Clue also wondered, are they really never going to rest? He was a bit worried. They are definitely worse off than us. Since they rebelled against evil, does it no longer matter if they die at any moment? Lihon thought to himself that evil was treating them like spare parts. He was startled to look down at his hand, the local network, his mask closing itself. This is Alpha 1, with multiple screens appearing. This is Omega 1 requesting support from Alpha Team. Lihon said, That's beyond our scope, can't you handle it yourselves? There was a voice notification saying, We cannot kill both dragons at the same time. One will escape while we deal with the other. Please request support through your superiors. Someone said, Are you serious? I think you guys are smart. Lihon was silent for a moment, then noticed and asked, What's going on? Han turned back and told everyone to request support from Team Omega. I will go alone. A stream of blue energy appeared in front of everyone, urging them to hurry up. Alpha 1. Ribbon smiles happily. I really want to see you. Han, everyone fly quickly over. Below are the monsters, Lihon shouts loudly. Ignore them all and head straight for the target. Everyone continues moving forward. Everyone dodged the monsters, which were snarling furiously below, when suddenly a giant hand reached out for the two of them. Let's each take one thing. You go first. One person runs up and beheads the monster. Lihon shouts loudly, then charges in and delivers a kick to take down the creature. Everyone continued to defeat the monsters blocking their way. The two of them stopped in front of a group of people. The two gradually lowered their weapons. Everything was settled. Urban happily stepped forward, thanking them for coming all this way. Han, it's a pleasure to meet you. Silence. Lihon stepped forward and asked, Did you lie to bring us here? He raised his hand. No, we really need help. You just arrived late. You flinched as the dragon's vital area exploded, causing all nearby communications to cut out for a moment. Ren sneered. You're a terrible liar. Omega 1. I guess I underestimated you. He continued. You're right, Han. It's better if we have an honest conversation. Lihon doubted. Don't tell me you're planning to restart the failed uprising from before. He looked straight at him. We were a bit reckless last time, you responded. I don't think much has changed. The reason we are still alive is because evil doesn't have enough soldiers, which means there's no guarantee they will let us survive after the war ends. Then he suddenly stops, no longer speaking, his face turning serious. But do you think things will be different for you? He continued. I'm sure you've thought about this at least once. You are startled by that. Rebbe looked straight into your eyes, asking what will happen to us when the war ends. He continued, The only way for us superpowers to survive is to stick together. Back then and even now, I only do what I have to do to keep myself and my team alive. You seem a bit confused, teammates. You are the one who killed those comrades. You're nothing but a murderer. Ren said that Tin Long told him to kill him. Hearing that, he was utterly shocked. Did I really do that? His body trembles uncontrollably. Silence is in shock. Lihon felt a bit worried. We might lose our way in this conversation. I need to stop Omega from getting what they want. Step forward confidently and declare that the liar will surprise him. Comfort him. He is lying. Stay calm. Don't let him deceive you. Urban Han looks a bit confused. Are you denying my statement? That doesn't seem like you at all. He immediately raised his sword to his neck. Urban thought to himself, this bastard trusts Han unconditionally. The henchmen behind drew their guns, but he stepped in, lowering his weapon. There's no need for that. Urban's gaze flicked to Lihon. We've finished our talk for today, he continued. I look forward to seeing you again. Omega 1 has some things that you and the others have completely forgotten. He continued, we needs to win this battle first. Everything else will follow. Then the two of them soared into the sky together. He watched their backs and silently thought, it's a pity. I thought about this a lot. He really is a stubborn guy who's hard to change. Ren recalled his figure. But one thing was very clear. If I can beat you today, I can beat all the third-year classes. Inside a building, Octo spoke up. All right, Kuro, are you ready? Yes, sir. Alexander wondered aloud. Osito, Kuro isn't even wearing a mental energy armor anymore. What are you planning to do? Oto did not answer, but raised his glasses. He will find out soon. Suddenly, 6 guns from below fired simultaneously. Alexander was startled and shouted, what do you mean? Stop right there. The 6 guns fired simultaneously, and suddenly a shield appeared in front of him, leaving him puzzled and not understanding what was happening. He happily explains that after his experience on the battlefield, Kuro can now use S-rank skills. Osito is excited, and by maintaining a high level of mental focus, he can counter physical damage without needing a mental armor. Alexander beside him is trembling in fear. Octo shouted into the mic to give the order, and then Kuro destroyed everything. His body suddenly began to glow. He blocks each shot as it comes. Oto continues. His power has surpassed normal object control abilities. In his current state, Kuro can easily walk across the battlefield without being touched. Alexander shivers and exclaims, oh my god, he's a monster. Then he cheerfully shouted, this time humanity will win completely. This proves that the evil project is entirely justified. Jay stands beside him, a bit worried, wondering if this power is something a gentle soul can handle. There was a knocking at the door. Clue slightly opened it and looked at him, pushing the door open in surprise. Han, what are you doing here at this hour? Klut's hand trembles uncontrollably, and he frowns in surprise. Klut hugs himself and says to Lihon, I don't feel very well. Suddenly, Lihon pushed him aside and quickly entered the room, where many types of medicine were on the table. Lihon picked up a bag of pills, looked at the label, then turned away to avoid it. I'm exhausted as I say this, but it's combat stimulants. I've faced countless near-death experiences, Klut said, and at some point, it became normal for me. He continued explaining, saying, if I don't do anything for such a long time, it feels like my body is crying out. Klut's hand begins to tremble, as if trying to feel the rush of the battle. He frowns deeply. Damn it, how did it come to this? Klut turned around in surprise. What? Suddenly, he smiled softly and said, if we win this battle, I don't know, and then he started dreaming. I want to buy a really big boat, big enough to make everyone jealous. Lihon breaks apart the medicine in her hand, and Clue feels a little guilty. Sorry for making you worry. Han, thank you. He walked into the room and closed the door, the scene shifting to Kuro looking stunned. After we win this battle, I never thought about that. I will open an Aikido dojo in Japan. Someone said, I can't believe this is our final preparation. Lihon puts on his golden gloves, clenches his fist with a serious look, and approaches a plane. Among a total of 22 teams of Spirit Force mechs, ranked 88. The planes are lined up in a long row, a culmination of all funds and manpower. Everyone lined up to form an army with humans as their weapons, and Lihon and his friends were ready, just like the other teams. There is an announcement, everyone board the ship, all of you get on the ship together. Someone approaches and calls for you. Lai and Glue turn back. The three of them exchange silent glances. Z said, I have something I haven't told you all yet, so he continued. Everyone please survive and come back. Let me tell you. Before I go, Joe reminded me that when we meet again, I will tell you everything. All right, Clue is also happy. Hello, see you again. Alexander is in the control room. They will try to invade us with multiple attacks. We will also divide our forces into 3 parts to prepare for such a situation. He frowned, seriously contemplating. If the invasion 15 years ago was just a reconnaissance mission, this invasion will be unlike anything we've seen before. He thought confidently, but I don't think we will lose. Alexander orders, display the Mongolian steppe on the screen. The image of the Mongolian Empire appears, with tanks rushing in. The armored soldiers also followed, along with many heavy missiles. Roth exhaled a cloud of smoke and lazily smoked his cigarette. He stands before the soldiers and declares, we have no mental armor, but you are still part of the mental force. Joe continues seriously, our job is to support the paratroopers and eliminate the henchmen. All you have to do is do what you have been trained to do. Gigi's arm is trembling as he tightly grips his own arm. Damn it, I can't hear what he's saying right now. He tries to reassure himself. Jai, stay still, idiot, don't be afraid. Jai is scared but still tries to reassure. Mei won't die, Mei will return home safely. He thought about the worst case scenario, but no matter what happens, you'll survive. Zhao suddenly glanced at him and asked, do you have a problem? No, sir. Zhou puts on his hat and stay alert. He looked up at the sky. Is this really a battle after all? He furrowed his brows and remembered Katarina's appearance. Wait a little longer for me. During the exam, the sky is still only filled with gentle breezes. A person with binoculars observes silently, so still that you can hear the ticking of a clock. Suddenly, the sky ahead flashes red. The observer Doss was startled by this, dropping the binoculars in fear and trembling. The observer stammered, "What is this? The people in the control room are panicking. Those are the gates." But even so, Alexander remains very calm. It's him who speaks up. "It's happening right before my eyes, but I still can't believe what I'm seeing."
He was surprised, so this is how their main army invades? Multiple gates are appearing, tanks start firing, and heavy missiles are launched simultaneously.
The continuous explosions keep ringing out, and monsters gradually appear. Both sides keep charging at each other, creating long bursts of noise. The soldiers controlling the tanks keep firing, while others keep shooting with their guns. "Die, you bastards." Aolu the hunter reached out as if trying to catch the continuous explosions. Z shouted loudly to remind everyone that many monsters still survived after the attack. "Stay alert." Alexander in the control room slams his hand on the table. He stands up and shouts, "Call in air support. We need to attack directly at their gate." The planes drop missiles, causing a huge explosion, and terrifying monsters gradually crawl out from the gate, filling the sky with their dark swarm. A soldier quickly reports, confirming he sees the dragon and requests reinforcements, as a blinding light shines and the deafening roar continues nonstop. The dragons are opening their mouths to attack, using their breath to destroy the ground. The observer in the room turns back and reports, "Should we deploy the first wave of troops now?" Alexander frowns. "I didn't expect much, but is it already over? It's a shame, but I need to keep using them as bait, at least for now." He clasped his hands together, not finished yet, and used PF to distract them a little longer. The dragon's breath blasts straight at Jiro, but he manages to dodge. He turns back, exhausted and panting. The ground was corroded by that breath, and while he wasn't paying attention, a roar came from behind. A giant hand reaches for Joe. He can't run and just stands there frozen in place. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started firing nonstop. He turned back and shouted, "Pull yourselves together." "Ja uses it." He gasps for breath in fear. Sergeant Red was told that thousands of our people have fallen in battle so far and nearly 10,000 are missing. The person then confirmed seeing about 200 dragons. "Sir," he continued, "you must deploy the first wave of troops immediately." Alexander, resting his chin on his hand, thought, "I knew it. Second-year BF students are not experienced enough. Do I really have no other choice?" The planes are starting to be deployed. The planes drop cocoons onto the dragon, and Alexander carefully observes them, as they are made from dragon material and can withstand any breath attack during descent. Another loud explosion echoes as small squads begin to appear and fight. The first wave includes 6 elite teams skilled in flying. Great. Next, everyone works together to take down each one, quickly destroying the dragons and making the sky look like it's filled with lightning as the dragons fall all at once. Jai, exhausted, curses, "Damn it, he's firing continuously at the monster. I'm exhausted and panting heavily. I won't die today. Damn it, the person in the control room is reporting again. 60% of the enemy's air force has been destroyed. Sir, the second wave is being prepared." Alexander frowns, defeating 200 dragons with only 24 people. "With this strength, we have no reason to lose." The dragons keep emerging one after another from the gate. Most of these dragons are Type 2. They keep emerging continuously, sending out the second wave, also known as the Elite Force, right now. Octo said, "We are counting on you for the second wave." "Did you hear that?" "It's our turn now," a voice sounded. "We don't know what awaits us after this battle. We don't even know if we'll make it out alive." Everyone's faces are tense, but I don't want any of my friends to go to the battlefield anymore. Lihon puts on gloves over his serious face. "This is truly the last time. Go finish this battle." Clue shouted loudly, then jumped up holding a spear in his hand. He jumps onto the dragon's back and thrusts his spear into it while Lihon simultaneously draws her sword and strikes from behind. He looked at the big dragon and ordered loudly, "Silence. Move to the right. It's a double-bladed spear." You hold your sword and watch the dragon fly away. Then Lihon unleashes her power to attack the dragon. In the sky above, a purple light flashes and the dragon charges at you. You rush straight toward it like a whirlwind, shouting loudly as you thrust fiercely at the dragon. The dragon let out a cry as it was hit. Demichi, standing below, watched everything and chuckled with delight. "Alpha team has already taken down 3. We can't lose, right?" He stretched his hand, looked at the monsters in front, and ordered his teammates. "Let's send these wingless fallen dragons back to the sky." Z strikes with a hand, eyes filled with deadly intent. He summons a large flame to attack them. Kuro's eyes are cold and a blue light appears in his hand. Immediately, a giant hand was summoned to destroy the monsters in front of him. At that moment, in the office, Alexander slammed his hand down on the table. He watches the situation on the screen, smiling with satisfaction. Everything is going smoothly. On this side, Lihon is pinning down a monster. He raises his sword high and drives it down with all his strength, thinking to himself, "We can do this." The battle is over. After the fight, the bodies of the dragons lie scattered on the ground, and everyone, exhausted, stands up to look at the surrounding scene. Lihon took off his helmet, wide-eyed as he looked at the scene before him, sweat dripping down his forehead. Clut, standing behind, reached out to wipe away the sweat and softly asked, "We're not done yet, right?" Lihon grit his teeth and glances at him tiredly, saying, I think so, but there are others, like Bahamut, for example, that we still need to consider for the next round. He then looks toward the gate in the sky and continues, because the gate hasn't closed yet. He looked towards the gate, thinking to himself, we still have the third wave. If we can hold out one more attack without them, the situation will turn in our favor. Alexander sat anxiously in his office as he watched, and suddenly, dragons appeared again from the gate. Lihon Mac clenched his sword tightly as thousands of dragons appeared in the sky through the gates. Everyone looked at the scene before them and couldn't help but exclaim, no way. They immediately informed Alexander that the reinforcements are Type 2 dragons, about 100 of them approaching the gate. He was stunned, slammed the table, stood up and shouted, what? As he clenched his teeth and thought hard. Type 1 dragons are just babies compared to Type 2, but there are 100 Type 2 dragons. Immediately after, he shouted orders to deploy. The third wave of attack. Following his orders, all fighter jets took off. Lihon, with a serious expression, looked ahead and ordered to merge all squads into one platoon, with the most experienced squad leader in charge. Everyone began to fight, with the first wave focusing on support, since they had the fewest methods. A dragon growls as a female warrior with 2 swords in her hands looks at it. This is what defines my life. Her whole body radiated determination as she swung fiercely at the dragon, which was instantly cut in half. I fight for justice. I need to kill at least one more dragon to lighten the burden on everyone. After the battle, the corpses of the dragons lay scattered on the ground, and beneath them, a wounded warrior was lying injured. Jai, sweating on the ground, hears footsteps approaching from afar. Ja steps over to him and stops, asking worriedly, are you still alive? Sergeant Red? Why am I still alive? What happened to all those monsters? He looked out into the distance as Sam replied. They dispersed unexpectedly all over the place. Jai shouted in surprise, what? But why is that? Z gazes into the distance and says in a deep voice, I believe we will find out soon, whether we want to or not. He and everyone else looked toward the gate in the sky as the dragons arrived one after another. Gory coldly looked ahead and said sharply, I'm a little annoyed. He turned around in surprise and asked, what's with the flag? He looked at the dragons flying toward him and whispered, I can't fight with them. On the other side, the people inside the office informed Alexander that 90% of the second-tier dragons had been destroyed. The situation is in our favor. We have only 12 casualties so far. Alexander excitedly stood up. Please let this be the end. His face betrayed no fear, secretly praying. At this moment in the sky, the gates immediately merged together. Dai grits his teeth in shock as he looks at the gate. The Clue gate shouted in fear. They are merging! Kuro, unable to hide his amazement, looked up at the sky as a giant gate formed. The gates formed a massive portal with lightning striking out, surrounding it with dragons. Lihon was not stunned by the portal but continued to fight the dragons. Hold your sword tightly and stay focused. We will wipe out all these dragons before the next wave arrives. On this side, Alexander and the others observe the gate, quickly reporting the unusual size it has never had before. He gazes in shock at the screen. This must be Vahamu. At this moment, elsewhere, Ryan's hands are chained to a chair as he screams wildly like a madman. He laughs, his eyes blazing red, uttering strange sounds that no one understands. Along with Duen's muttering, a loud explosion sounded, and at the same time, Lihon unleashed a burst of power that knocked everyone back onto the beams. They were thrown onto their armor, breaking and crying out in pain as a giant claw emerged from inside the gate. Bahamut stomped forcefully on the ground below, then its face appeared. Those who saw it couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It's too big. Klut turned to you suspiciously and asked, Han, is that the one from before? Lihon nervously looked down at the dragon and replied, Yes, I am sure. The dragon appeared with a spear lodged in one of its eyes. Bahamut appears, takes a few breaths, and steps out of the gate. I whisper, That is Bahamut. It scans the crowd and then speaks. Bahamut's voice causes them to clutch their heads in pain, saying, I will crush all of you this time. On this side, the people in the room comparing the matches immediately report a match rate of over 97%. It is Bahamut. Alexander gawked at the screen. So it's real. It can speak. Bahamut just appeared and sounded like a thunderclap, causing everyone here to clutch their heads in pain. Along with its screech, the suffering warriors clutch their heads. The noise in my mind does not fade away. Kuro's hand clenched into a fist, trembling all over. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. We need to escape from here. He gritted his teeth because very soon all life on these plains will be destroyed. Bahamut stood there with blazing red eyes, looking at them as Kuro's voice echoed with fear. In a few moments, he looked at it and said, We will all die. Lihon, hearing those words, was surprised and turned around. What? Simon didn't say anything but stepped towards Kuro, then directly threw a punch at him. He shouted angrily, Tell it to us in a way we can understand. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Lihon now slowly speaks his thoughts. He means there's no way for us to get out of here alive. He asked with a smile. Right? Kuro immediately bows his head without replying, as if silently agreeing with the question. Bahamut then tilts his head back and roars. It immediately prepares to flap its wings and then flies up out of the earth, heading downward. Bahamut opened its mouth and summoned a sphere of power. It immediately shot that source of power straight downward. That source of power was shot down through the clouds straight below, destroying everything it touched and causing a cloud of smoke to rise into the sky, with the screen immediately distorted by interference. They immediately shouted in shock. "It has destroyed our external sensors. We have no vision on the battlefield." Alexander, astonished, pointed behind and ordered, "There's no time to waste. Prepare the planes immediately." Right now, a small hand appears before her, full of fighting spirit as it battles Lihon. A spear is thrust forward, and Lihon happily competes with it. Then the scene shifts to Jose and Lihon joyfully watching dolphins, before returning to the image of the boy being controlled by someone, followed by two men rushing in to pin him to the ground, his eyes filled with sadness. They returned. Right in front of them, a large hole appeared in reality, with a few sparks of electricity still flickering on it. Lihon looked in amazement at the shield surrounding her body. "What is this?" The others also looked at their bodies in amazement. "A shield? I wasn't even scratched." After the attack ended, Joe and the others were stunned by the scene before them. Zero looked at them in amazement. "Are they all dead? No way anyone could survive an attack like that." He looked up at the sky, silently thinking that even if they survived miraculously, they were still being attacked from an unreachable distance. This was the worst situation imaginable. Kuro's blood dripped to the ground as blood from his nose flowed down, and he raised his hand with his strength to block the attack. X-Mong looked at him and, removing his hat, shouted in shock, "Why the hell? Kuro!" Kuro uses his strength to block Bahamut's attack to protect everyone. His eyes are bloodshot and blood keeps flowing from his nose. Lihon, with a worried expression, ran to his side, but he couldn't reach in time and Kuro fell to the ground. He lies on the ground, eyes barely opening as Simon and Lihon call out to him with concern. Simon hurriedly injects the medicine into Kuro's arm, while Lihon anxiously summons sparks of electricity from her hand. Immediately, he pressed his hand to Kuro's chest, causing his body to jerk, and Lihon began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Everyone else rushed over worriedly, calling his name. "Kuro, Kuro, wake up." Your whole body is covered in sweat, you call out anxiously. "Kuro, open your eyes." Simong beside you is also panting with sweat running down his chin. "Damn it, this isn't how you're supposed to die." At this moment, fighter jets suddenly appear in the sky. Alexander hurriedly asked, "How much longer?" The man immediately replied, approaching the airspace around the gate, worry etched on his face as he looked toward the other. "Do we see Bahamut?" The person immediately types on the keyboard, trying to focus their energy for visual confirmation. The man's face couldn't hide his worry as he reported, sensing the concentrated psychic energy outside the atmosphere. The man hurriedly continued reporting, as if preparing to launch another breath attack. "According to our calculations, we have about 30 minutes until the next attack, sir." Alexander looked at the big screen and ordered, "We need to get there faster. Hurry up." Outside the battlefield now, the fighter jet is soaring through the sky. Kuro immediately stands up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked to see him coughing up blood. "Kuro, he's awake again." As they were returning to the bottom of the pit, the plane immediately flew close to them. Lihon quickly realized something. They heard a noise and looked up at the sky. That plane was right above them. Alexander's voice rang out urgently, ordering the members onto the plane. "There's no time to explain anymore. We only have about 20 minutes left. We need to attack the monsters first," he shouted loudly at Lihon through the screen. "I trust you." Hunley is now inside the Bahamut space, preparing to launch the next attack. Lihon, holding the sword in the space, warns, "They are like underwater mines. Be careful not to touch any of them." The warriors quickly dodge the incoming projectiles. Lihon tightly grips her sword and dodges the incoming fireballs, while Shimong quickly evades the projectile in front of him. You desperately hold your sword and charge at the dragon. You grit your teeth and command, "Now!" Listen to my order. Those people immediately launch an attack against Bahamut. It turns around angrily and looks at them. These pesky flies are really annoying. Immediately, it opened its mouth to attack Lihon. It launched an attack towards him. Lihon stood frozen, watching the incoming attack as Kuro's voice echoed in his mind. "We're about to die." Just as the attack was about to hit you, a hand reached out and pushed you away. X-Mong rushes to push Lihon out of the attack, and he looks at him in shock, with Sim Mong's serious face staring at him. He successfully pushed Lihon away before Bahamut's attack struck. Immediately, X-Mong was swallowed by its assault. He was swallowed by the attack right in front of Lihon, who couldn't hide his pain and let out a loud cry. Seeing the hell out of his mind, he rushed at Bahamut with his sword, but a warrior stepped forward to stop him and calmed him down. He angrily shouted, "If you lose control, this will be the end for us." Lihon suddenly calmed down, then slowly closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and his whole body trembled. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze extremely cold. He turned around and looked at Bahamut. Lihon swung his sword and punched fiercely at it. It looked at Lihon in shock. "Why you? My eyes now are extremely cold." The wound near its other eye tained slightly. "Are you the one from before?" Both of them, filled with hatred, shouted together, "I will! At least I will kill you!" As soon as they finished speaking, Bahamut charged forward and attacked, throwing spheres of energy at you. Lihon quickly blocks its attacks with his sword. It looks at him angrily and snarls, "When your pathetic spirit power runs out, I will personally tear you to pieces." He uses his sword to dodge its tentacle strands. Lihon immediately shouts, "He's only targeting me, now it's your chance." Ren turned around and ordered to advance. "Silence, silence," obeyed the command. The two immediately charged at Bahamut to attack. Silence instantly darted towards the dragon, teleporting instantly. Then, she immediately swung her weapon downward, the sword full of power as she struck it hard, while Tin Lang looked straight at it. As soon as she swung her sword down, nothing happened. The blade couldn't cut through Bahamut's body. Silence glances over at Reuben with a look of shock on his face as he reports to Lihon. The weapon made from dragons has no effect. Lihon immediately froze in shock. 30 minutes earlier, Lihon looked at them and gave the order. Since the gate was still open, we still needed people on the ground. Only one team would go up. You immediately call out his name, silence falls. You look around, and Arbin quickly raises his hand to volunteer. "I will take the last position." Lihon looked surprised behind him. He placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, "Are you checking the method level?" "I have more than Canute or Demichi." He continued to persuade them. They were all frontline fighters before, but I can also take on a support role, like Shimong. You turn to look at him. Arbin immediately reassures you, "Don't worry." Han's eyes are full of determination. "You don't need to worry. I won't get in your way, and I don't want to die in a place like this." After they decided to leave, Lihon firmly instructed on the plane, "In theory, we have 10 minutes. We need to move quickly." He seriously outlined his strategy. Instead of targeting the wings, we attack its vital core directly. It's gathering energy for a fire blast right now. This might be our only chance. The others held their formation and defended against any attacks coming their way. After a while, the plane entered space and reached Bahamhamu. Alexander orders the hatch to be opened. The four of them immediately rush outside. Lihon tightly grips the sword and orders, "Move out and use the jump to accelerate." At this moment, its mouth is glowing as if eating something. Immediately, thousands of eyes appeared on its wings. It spread its wings, now covered with countless eyes. Then those eyes suddenly glowed, forming purple spheres. Lihon kept attacking the dragon without stopping. But Lihon still chose to land a few more powerful hits to see if he could succeed. He saw that it was still so strong and felt a bit annoyed, thinking, "Damn it." Immediately after, Lihon was attacked back by the dragon. Not only that, he also got caught in a barrier that appeared out of nowhere. This has caused Lihon more obstacles than before. Unexpectedly, he stepped forward from behind and pushed him aside, saying, "I'm helping you right now, but we need to come up with a different plan. Quickly." And he also gave him a little reminder, because, as you know, a dragon's spiritual power is endless. Rua suddenly loses control and starts punching, shouting to everyone there, "What should we do?" Whatever he does, he will find a way to help them. Think about it. This determination makes Zoe want to completely destroy this dragon. What can we do? Suddenly, he picked up a pen and stabbed it forcefully somewhere, then turned back this way. But Lihon didn't give up and continued to attack. Unexpectedly, it was a boy who stabbed himself directly into his own body. He fought while calling for your help, moving quietly according to my signal. Looking at the dragon ahead, Lihon explained, "This is our only way. If we can't deal damage from the outside, then the more daring way you mentioned is for us to enter through its throat and tear it apart from the inside." That dragon is still waiting with its mouth open, watching them. After hearing that, he wanted to stop Lihon, which was really unreasonable. It's basically a suicide mission. But in front of what you said, he didn't care at all. However, when he saw Lihon confidently transform into something else, he had a different, more confident thought. "I trust you, Han." When I see it charging forward so fiercely, Lihon is completely surprised and thinks, "So quick!" The dragon looks indifferent and dismissive, calling them worthless creatures. Watching it rush up, the dragon confidently declares, "I can pinpoint your exact locations." It even keeps chasing straight ahead. "Now go away." It's not afraid and just charges directly at the dragon. Seeing this, he shouts loudly and attacks with breath. I knew it, we don't have a chance. But Lihon refused to give up and decided to keep fighting, saying, "I won't let that happen. Adjust control, limit." He thought for a moment, then lunged forward again, aiming for the dragon's nearby area. As he got closer, Lihon extended his hand to unleash his own power. This move caused it quite a bit of discomfort, and it broke free. What's going on? Not stopping there, Lihon pushed even deeper inside it. This time, he unleashed even more techniques. The dragon screams in pain from these attacks. Lihon reminds to target the vital spot and destroy it. Ren clenched his teeth and obeyed. Everyone seeing this scene immediately asked excitedly, "Is it successful yet?" Valhamut was writhing in pain. The other dragon was stunned by this move, nearly falling down, and this angered it enough to roar back. "How dare you do this to me?" As it says this, it gathers its strength and turns to look at Lihon. This time the dragon decisively declares that it will not be greedy, and that it is a threat to me and my kind. After saying that, it suddenly spreads its body as if preparing to do something. I didn't expect it to take out its most precious essence. Seeing this, is it revealing its core? The dragon is determined to protect, even if I shatter into pieces and disappear, because it wants to do this once so it can go with them. At least I can take you all with me. After saying that, the dragon crushed the essence, causing a huge explosion that shook everyone nearby, making it impossible for them to stand firm. At this moment, Rebin suddenly remembered something and called out to Han. Lihon up there was still panicking, not knowing what to do and just standing there. He nervously looked at the light shining down. Then a white screen appeared, and the space instantly turned dark. Urban anxiously watched to see if he was okay. Han, all that's left above is a pile of bones from that dragon before it disappears, and the dragon still insisted, I will return. What did you say? What did it just say? Down below, the soldiers are celebrating this great victory. Khan also happily congratulated us. We won. The war is over. We did it. Everyone is very happy about their victory, but Tin Lang suddenly approaches, takes off her hat, and calls out to Han. She removes her hat to congratulate them. We did it. We defeated Vaham. Laiha received the congratulations and also thanked them. It's all thanks to you, Tin Lang. Because you entered through its mouth, Suddenly he felt something was off and asked again, can she really do it? Since when? Back when Lai Han was in this deep forest, he stared in shock as all his belongings slowly fell off his body. Then, he started feeling tired, panting heavily and sweating. Lai Han turned around repeatedly, trying to loosen his mental armor, thinking it was almost shattered. Then he looked at his hand with a bit of sadness. I can't use my mental power anymore. Suddenly, Lai Han sensed something and turned to look warily. Above him was a gigantic dinosaur that left him in awe. Lai Han was so shocked he didn't know what to do. Without thinking further, he grabbed the nearby stone and sharpened it. He didn't have much time, so he kept sharpening continuously, then went to look for leaves as if searching for something. After finishing, he also created a weapon for himself. Lihon carefully approaches with his weapon, moving slowly to observe, when suddenly a heavy footstep thunders onto the ground. Lihon, hearing this, looked a bit bewildered as he observed the dinosaur charging straight into the forest just a few meters away from him. He collects the fruit and sits down to think. It's been many months since I landed here. Then Lihon picked up the fruit and took a bite to see how it tasted. He looked at the fruit with some thought. It's hopeless that I can survive here on my own, but I can't do much to get back. I don't know when I can return or how long it will take, but Lihon doesn't want to give up and is determined to keep going. Don't lose hope. I know I can come back now. As evening falls and darkness envelops the forest, I sigh and think there's nothing I can do. Because when I'm alone, Lihon feels very sad, and loneliness is overwhelming me. I won't die like this, right? Remembering that moment, he was completely sure that Vahamu had died then, and Lihon couldn't believe it, thinking he had discovered his special instinct too late. Suddenly, he felt a bit shy and asked, maybe I should give it a name. Now I have some free time in this world. Lihon instinctively kept talking to himself, resisting the mental force, the short burst of pressure, right? It sounds a bit boring. When the sun slowly rises back over the mountain, that's when I start my journey, heading east to go as far as I can today. After walking for a while, Lihon also started to feel a bit tired and took a break. He had prepared everything, so he took out some food to recharge and continue. While eating, Lihon nervously asked, do my friends believe me if I tell them I've tasted dried dinosaur meat when I return? Suddenly, he was startled and stood up, putting down his food and asking curiously, what is that? Up above, a dragon is flying across your forest. Seeing this, Lihon feels a bit scared and crouches down to examine it. The dragon kept flying back and forth as if searching for something around this place. After seeing it, he knelt down trembling all over as if overwhelmed by some force. Then Lihon mustered all his strength to lift his head, changing his fiery red eyes, and with all his might he said, I am sure that is a dragon. The dragon stood before Lihon and said, you already know enough about my mental dominance. There is no way to recharge the mental energy here. Lihon looked up, realizing that the mental energy was not generated from within, but borrowed from elsewhere and then returned. So that means you can't recharge unless you're reconnected with your world, right? I can hear your voice echoing. And your kind uses spiritual power to survive, so you are gradually dying. Hearing that, the dragon immediately responded. Yes, normally we don't need to consume food to survive. I have taken measures to minimize the drain on my mental energy. Suddenly it stared fiercely. The dragon's fangs were exposed. Why are you still, Lihon? Just watching silently. Your eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's great that I don't have to say what I'm thinking. Do you like my proposal? At this moment, the dragon was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Lihon heard its voice. Do you think that while I may not return to what I was, I still have enough mental strength to send a small creature like you? He said firmly. That's right. And you are not doing this to help humans, but to help your kind. Lihon's fist clenched tightly. You do this so that an intelligent being with great power does not become a creature driven by emotion. It seems the dragon is angry. Baseless hatred is a disgrace to wisdom. We must overcome this to become worthy of being called a god. A bead of sweat rolled down Lihon's cheek. Has he truly overcome his hatred for humanity? At the same time, the dragon spread its wings, abandoning the command embedded within, and vowed to save humanity from the oppression of the dragons. Its gaze looked down below. This will be the proof and the test of my free will. Lihon quietly watches ahead, then suddenly sees a dragon beam of light offering that item to him. Take this. Han Li, I trust you know what to do with it. Hearing that, he raised his hand and said, all right, let me handle it. Lihon's hand touched the dragon's nose, and suddenly the dragon lit up. Lihon took the spear and heard the dragon's voice. This is the weapon that suits you best. Use it to continue the legacy of the White Silver Dragon. Now, it roared, there's not much time left. I trust you have nothing more to say. Now go. Do you have to sacrifice yourself just to send only me? Yes, but I feel like I have conserved my energy to meet you here today. Lihon's pupils dilated impossibly. The memory of meeting the dragon flooded back into his mind. Many centuries later, I came into contact with the remains of a dragon, and then dreamed of this dragon. Your hand clenched tightly, perhaps countless coincidences intertwined to create an unavoidable destiny, which might be what we call a miracle. Lihon looks across and says, I am truly grateful to you. Bokngan Lung was slightly surprised and asked, do humans also name me? It grins and laughs. Kronos. I like it. An explosion appears in midair and the hatch opens. The man peeks around, then they run quickly. The coast is clear and the three men with guns move swiftly. One person raises a rosary, bows his head and whispers, please protect us again today. The companion looks over, and we will be fine. Suddenly, he points outside to look. The weather today is wonderful, but it's always gloomy when they appear. At this moment, the three of them head out, and the man with the hat signals to check out that building over there. He laughs as he stands in front of the supermarket. I found a supermarket. Let's take as much as we can. Then the three of them, backpacks heavy and sweating all over their faces. The hat-wearing person gasped, let's go back now. I don't think I can take it anymore. Seeing that, the beanie person turned around and said, we need to gather some more supplies. Although the person with the hat pointed to the backpacks, we already have plenty of food, and we need to consider our return journey as well. The person with the wool hat then rested his chin on his hand and said, okay, let's start heading back. The three of them followed closely behind each other. Suddenly, the man in the wool hat heard a noise and raised his fist. The tension is visible in his eyes. What is it? In front of them lies Lihon, motionless, as the hat-wearing man questions a henchman sitting crouched next to him. No, that's a person. He closely observes and looks Asian, and Lihon is breathing heavily. The three of them are discussing what to do. He's still alive. What should we do now? Leave him be. We're not much better off than he is. Then the hat-wearing Len suggested, let's vote. After all, we're in America. What? What's the point if this place has turned into a pile of rubble? The hat-wearing man raises his gun and says, I said leave him here, and the other person raises their hands. I say we take him with us. Hearing that, Len the hat man sighs, throws down his backpack, then hands his gun to the side and says, I'll carry him. Lihon still lay still. Suddenly, she sat up and thought to herself, humanity, even if I sweat with amazement, have I really come back? I have to be careful about what I say. Lihon's lips trembled. Please, calm down. I have no intention of attacking you. I was just surprised. That's enough. It's been a long time since I saw someone else. The bespectacled man walks over. All right, you heard what he said. Stop. He smiled at Lihon. It's good that you speak English. We won't attack so you can relax. The man in glasses said, I want to hear your story. Can you come with me? Everyone is busy around the tents as Lihon calmly walks past. At this moment, he lifted the tent flap and looked at the man in glasses, who immediately turned his head. You look like a completely different person. A bit warm, but still handsome on you. I see, Han. The man in glasses breaks his bread in half. So you've been able to survive alone because you were trained as a soldier? That's impressive, surviving alone for 3 years. Lihon chewed his food and thought, has it really been 3 years since that day? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Still an incredible feat. A person surviving for 3 years, then the man in glasses pushed the plate of bread over. You must really want to eat. Do you want my share? Lihon was a bit surprised, then closed his eyes. I'm fine. I'm sure they don't have enough food. I haven't forgotten how to be considerate. I used to be a university professor. He placed his hand on the table. I guess that's why I was put in charge of this place. We really need any healthy young men. His eyes were full of hope. If you join us. Lihon listened silently. I am sure that will help you. Then he replied honestly, I'm sorry, but I have something to do. And suddenly, Lihon heard him speak. Really? The man wearing glasses smiled. Don't worry. I have no intention of stopping you from leaving. At this moment, Lihon hesitated, but then looked up ahead and said, I want to thank you for saving my life. Is there anything I can do to help? Colin turned to look at Lihon. You're new here. Next, he smiled and said, I am Colin. And you? Lihon replied. Han Li. Colin extends his hand towards him. Nice to meet you, Han. Everyone was carrying a box. Colin looked around and spoke. Today we will try to find some fuel. Everything in the city has run out, so we'll have to go a bit further, but there's no guarantee we'll find any there. Suddenly he laughed and said, I heard you're a soldier. Han, I guess we won't have to worry if we run into a troublemaker. Hearing that, Lihon thought to herself that his spirit was still high, even in times like these, reminding her of Nut. Her mind was a bit confused, wondering if they were still alive. At this moment, the four of them stop at a gas station. She tiredly shakes the damn nozzle, but it's empty. What about over there? The blonde man looked over and reported. It's the same here. What do we do now? Should we stop for a quick break or keep going? Sinley quickly flips through the map. We need to turn back before dark. It's too far for us to go now. Lihon asked him. About 6 miles? Hearing that, Colin glanced over, and at the same time, Lihon lifted both crates. I will go and fill these two up. Colin frantically waved his hands. I know you want to help, but I can't let you do that. He runs to stop you, and you won't make it back if you go that far. Just go back, Lihon calmly replied. I can return within an hour. Next, he seriously warned, if I don't come back by then, just leave without me. I'll catch up. Sweat dripped down Lihon's face as he returned. Both Colin and his colleagues were surprised. You've already come back? Have you ever been in a special forces unit? The Army? The Navy? Colin, stunned, raised his hand in disbelief at how a person could do such a thing. The hatch was opened and the crowd gathered together as the children ran toward Lihon. The blonde girl smiles and offers the bread. Here, you can take this. Lihon was a bit surprised and widened his eyes, accepting the bread amid the children's excitement. Thanks. Lihon's lips curled up. Was I this small when I first became evil? At the same time, Colin pointed at him. What about you? The blonde girl shook her head. There's no part for you. Why? Does only Han get one? The two girls both point at Colin and Lihon. You're ugly. He's handsome. Hearing that, Colin immediately chased after the two children, and Lihon quietly watched them, his eyes full of thoughts. Then Lihon closed his eyes. You remember the photo with Major Kang? I hope they are both still alive. At this moment, Colin points to Lihon. It seems everyone already knows what you did today. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he ran so fast with 2 full tanks of fuel. I mean, when I first saw you move, I guessed you weren't an ordinary person. But then Colin awkwardly scratched his head. You're saying you're leaving, right? Lihon nodded in response. Yes, I was planning to leave early. Suddenly, Colin smiled when he remembered the bicycle. Then, let me give you a gift. A bicycle is the best choice for long-distance travel. Hearing that, Lihon was surprised. A bicycle? I never thought about using it because I don't know how to ride a bike. Colin happily waves goodbye to Lihon. Let's go, I'll take you to see the bicycle. It's on the ground, but it'll be fine since it's nearby. Everyone greeted Lihon. He also waved goodbye to them. Colin led Lihon away, a fleeting thought crossing Lihon's mind. They are all good people. I want to stay and protect them. But you turn around when Ha is determined. I need to be realistic. Colin lifts the hatch cover and peeks inside. You're safe now. Next, Ms. Lin points ahead and says, It's right there, my bike shop. I will give you the best one I have, he said as he walked, glancing at Lihon. It's as expensive as a used car, you know. It even has a repair kit in the back. Lihon pursed his lips silently, then spoke to remind. Silence now. Colin, go inside the store and lock the door. Hearing that, Colin panicked and drew his gun. Are there customers? I will fight too. Suddenly, he hears Lihon's voice. Lihon glances over. You will go that way. You cover Colin so he can escape. Lihon's eyes flashed with a light. I can now use my mental powers. I guess this is my first big welcome. Your spear is pointed at the two monsters. Is that you guys? Colin is trembling and hiding in the room right now. What did I just see? He was sneaking a peek through the door crack. He doesn't even have a gun. The spear in Lihon's hand is covered in blood. Lihon defeated the monster, taking down one in an instant with a single spear. Suddenly, 2 creatures rush to attack. Lihon coldly spins the spear, a beam of light piercing through the monster, causing sweat to pour down Colin's face. That kid. He must think Lihon's fighting is some kind of superpower. At this moment, Lihon thrusts the spear, its tip piercing the monster's chest. Lihon calmly bows his head, grinding his teeth as the monsters scream and struggle. Seeing that, Lihon continued to thrust the spear down. He looked up, the light shining through the crack in the door. She was startled to see Lihon covered in blood and breathing heavily. He bowed his head and advised, It's safe for now. You should go back inside before they come again. Colin's whole body trembled as he hurriedly hugged his legs. Okay, I got it. Seeing that, Lihon just pressed his lips together before riding away on his bike. Am I also something frightening to normal people? Thanks for bringing the bike back inside before things got more dangerous here. Lihon's shadow looks a bit lonely as he heads west. There is a military base near the western coast. The sky gradually changes color, and the buildings are extremely crooked. The wheels roll faster and faster. Lihon pedals forward. His eyebrows slightly furrow as he rides his bike, thoughts flashing through Lihon's mind. More interesting than I thought. You ride your bike so casually. Suddenly, Lihon glanced to the side, then stopped the bike. Lihon clenched the spear tightly. They are following him by the smell of blood. They catch up faster than he thought. He looked up at the monsters. A warning flickered in his eyes. Don't touch my bike. I've grown to like it. The monsters are chasing Lihon, and he runs away quickly. Lihon bursts into the room, then hides behind the wardrobe. The monster breaks down the door. Seeing that, Lihon raised his spear and charged at the monster. The spear pierced through it, and it stared intently at Lihon, the air falling silent. At this moment, Lihon slowly walks out, sweat pouring down his face. Exhausted as he slumps to the ground, his breathing ragged. Inside the room are the monsters Lihon has defeated. Suddenly, he looks at his palm. Things are getting harder now. When I lost some muscle mass, my enhanced body didn't quite match the effort I put in. Lihon rode away on his bike. He pedals across the desert, dust swirling in front of Lihon. At night, Lihon finally stops the bike, where there is a gun shop over there. He steps to open the door, then surveys the surroundings. Was I really so stupid to think there might still be some guns left? Darkness covers everything. Lihon tilts his head back to drink water, then wipes his face and says, "Well, at least there is food." Then Lihon takes out food from his backpack, his shadow reflected on the wall, the shadow of Lihon growing larger. You kept riding your bike when suddenly Lihon was startled, glancing over to see that it was someone's voice. Immediately, Lihon grabbed a stick. They were fighting something nearby. The monster opens its mouth, saliva dripping out, and the men quickly retreat.
Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Shoot.
Fire! They immediately raise their guns and shoot. However, the monsters still charge forward, and each bullet had no lethal power. They were terrified and sweating, but it all bounced off. Damn it, someone please help! Suddenly, Lihon leapt into the air and then landed. Lihon swung his spear sideways, delivering a powerful strike to the monster's leg. The monsters went berserk and charged. The armored people were startled. Then a beam of light pierced through the creature, causing it to collapse, and Lihon stepped on its body. A beam of light emanates from his eyes. The people around gape, and the night sky is silent. Those people are standing opposite Lihon, thanking him for saving us. "We are alive thanks to you." They looked at their teammate lying on the ground. "We lost one person, but all of us would be dead if it weren't for you." As for Lihon, he turned to look at the monster when suddenly a man spoke up. "If you have nowhere to stay, you are always welcome with us." "Sure, my name is Han. Let's talk while we move." Then Lihon will follow them on his bike. Suddenly the man looked over. "So you're also a superpower user. If you want to rank up, you should talk to the commander." Hearing that, Lihon looked a bit curious. "Commander?" The man smiled. "There is no unit better suited for Ra's superpower than ours." Lihon frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The man then pointed to the backpack. "All the items we are collecting are offerings for the superpower user." At this moment, Lihon widened her eyes in surprise. "Offering sacrifices." The man explained, "Why you think we risk our lives to get these items for them? Because superpowers keep our family safe." He walks away while looking at Lihon. "I won't lie. It's a tough job, but I can't complain because my family's safety is guaranteed." Lihon just pursed his lips in silence. Suddenly, you hear his voice. "Have you heard about the mental power armor? You could kill a dragon if you wear one of those. I've seen it with my own eyes." Lihon scolded and listened. "So in a world like this, there is no safer place on Earth than our base." A drop of sweat rolls down Lihon's cheek. Who could that be? Is it related to evil? Are they friends or enemies of evil? Then you glare up, and Lihon calmly says, "I also want to meet him, the commander you mentioned. The man sitting next to Lihon. We deliver the goods, and we're only allowed to go to the gate. If you want to enter Zone 1, let us know." He smiled and reached out to Lihon. "They will welcome a superpower to your level. If you join, please speak well of us." The guard saw the approaching vehicle and ordered it to stop. Then he asked, "Are you from Sector 6? "You're late." The driver replied, "I was delayed." Hearing that, the guard looked at the device in his hand. "We will check the vehicle right now." A male voice boomed, "Everyone get out of the car." Lihon quickly stepped down. The man with the gun turned around and ordered, checking the cargo before bringing it inside. Suddenly, Lihon looked over in surprise, observing and thinking to himself that he could sense their mental energy. They were all superpowers, and some of them had even been trained thoroughly. Suddenly, a hand rested on Lihon's shoulder, and the man whispered, "This young man is also a superpower user, and he's quite strong. He seems to be a trained superpower user." The guards glare at Lihon. "Are you an outsider? What is your reason for coming here?" Lihon held his head high. "I want to meet the commander of the city. You're surrounded. You used to be part of a military unit. Which one?" The guards raised their guns. "State your name and your identity." Hearing that, Lihon just bowed his head in thought. Does revealing that I was an A benefit me in any way? Then he pursed his lips. Lihon clenched his fists. "My name is Hanley. I come from a superpower training academy. Evil." The guard muttered in surprise, "Hanley? Are you Hanley?" The two soldiers turned to look at each other. "Hanlei, but Hanley is impossible." Lihon was momentarily surprised. Now the guards are entering the city gates. "Follow me." The door opens, and Lihon follows the guards inside the vast fortress. A bead of sweat rolled down Lihon's cheek. "It's bigger than I thought." The semi-military facility looks like a den of evil. A thought flashed through his mind. "I wonder who the commander here is." Lihon looked around curiously. The kids are practicing martial arts together. This surprises Lihon. "Are you training young superpowers?" The guard turned around and replied. "That's right." Lihon's eyes grew sharp. His face behind the glass looks quite young. This kid has clearly undergone physical enhancement. He silently thought to himself, "I know all the third-year students, though. So they are first and second-year students who survived back then?" Suddenly, the guard stopped. He points at the door and says, "We're here. You can go in." Ren is doing push-ups. Lihon looks down and observes, frowning slightly. In front of Lihon is Ren. Suddenly, Ren stands up, sweat pouring down his body. "Really surprising. Are you still alive? It's been a long time since we last met." Omega 1. Ribbon approaches Lihon. "Are you really a 1-star alpha?" Then he picked up the water bottle. "I saw you disappear right before my eyes. How could you still be alive?" At the same time, Lihon spoke. "What about the other reinforced soldiers? What happened to the evil one?" Hearing that, Arbin frowned. He took a sip of water and then threw the bottle to the ground. Ak has collapsed. Why didn't you answer my question first? The more Arbin gets closer to Lihon, the more I wonder how someone who is supposed to be dead suddenly appears in front of my house. Suddenly he smiled and held out his hand. Well, can we talk slowly now? Sit down first. Then Arbin straightens his tie. Did you cross time and space to reach another world? He smirked before speaking. It's a hard-to-believe story, but some things seem strange because you disappeared without leaving a body or any trace of your mental armor. Lihon sat across from Rebin. I have lost about 3 years. Rebin immediately spoke up. I need information. Suddenly he let out a long breath. Rebin sat cross-legged with his chin resting on his hand. Before discussing that, there's something you must decide first. Lihon widened his eyes at Rebin's tone. Will you take my hand and become my comrade or choose a different path? You look a bit surprised. What do you mean? At the same time, Rebin extended his hand toward Lihon. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. What did you think about on your way here? Lihon clenched her fists, distinguishing superpowers by rank, a blatant hierarchy, a structure where psychics receive gifts in exchange for protection. Ren calmly replied, You understand clearly, but we are only taking the first step before someone can defeat us. He chuckled and placed his hand on his chest. Think about it. We have been forced to fight against dragons in vain. We are risking our lives, but our commander is just an ordinary person. Does that make any sense? In the end, I brought together comrades with the same ideals from evil. Hearing that, Lihon gritted his teeth in anger and stood up shouting, Is that really necessary in this situation? Evil and the world are almost destroyed. If we keep fighting, there might be no superpowers left. Lihon's whole body trembled as he heard Ren's voice. Even if we win the battle, evil cannot control us. They have no intention of stopping us when we decide to dominate humanity. He smirked maliciously. Humans have always feared us. Those bastards think that ordinary people are the rulers of the world, not superpowers. A drop of sweat rolled down Lihon's cheek. This kid has been disturbed ever since the accident. We are all human after all. And the reason we fight the dragons is because we are soldiers. You frown and ask, so now you're hiding like a rat and training those kids? And do you think that someday you will kill all the dragons and rule the world? Do you believe that's possible with the size of the fortress? Actually, I was waiting for you to ask that. Then he left his seat and followed me. I will show you firsthand. Our hope? You wonder and ask if you killed those who didn't follow you. Ren calmly replied, Why would you think that? When I was young, I didn't understand the concept of neutrality, so I only recruited people who shared my views. The two of them walked side by side and chat. Neutral, you can say that? When you leave evil, I bet everyone is as strong as you. Lihon frowned. Is that why you can't use violence? Ren smirked and looked over. That's right. I need him. We're here. A stream of light burst out as the door opened, and Lihon couldn't help but be surprised. His mental strength is truly powerful. At this moment, Ren turned to look at Lihon. I'm sure they know each other. Lihon stared intently at Kuro's shadow. Who the hell is that? I was stunned when I heard Kuro's voice. Han, are you Han? He immediately rushed over and hugged Lihon. Kuro gently stroked Lihon's hair and said, I'm so happy you're still alive. I always knew. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. He smiled happily. I missed you. Han stared in shock. Kuro, how did you end up like this? Hearing that, Kuro reached out and touched his hair. That's just what happened earlier. Then he smiled and looked at Lihon. Why don't we sit down? We can eat and talk at the same time. At this moment, Kuro walks over to the table and chairs here, sitting comfortably. Lihon frowns in anger. What did you do to Omega? What did he do to you? Kuro slowly turned his head, instantly startling Lihon, while Kuro coldly warned him. Did he grit his teeth and unleash his power without explaining to him? Verban immediately knelt down. Seeing that, Lihon was surprised and opened his mouth in shock. Kuro's gaze is full of threat. Didn't I tell you to do it properly? He used force to pressure Deputy Commander Ren. Lihon broke out in sweat when he heard Ren's voice. Yes, sir. As for Ren, he's struggling and lying face down on the command floor. He is now sitting opposite Lihon. I guess you've never let the commander lead the front line, right? You only assigned him to be a support behind the scenes. Kuro is the one wearing the coat. But at that moment, we didn't think carefully about the strategy. The commander's duty was to pierce the dragon's heart. The tie around his neck automatically adjusted itself, and that was when the miracle happened. Lihon lowered his head and muttered, A miracle? What do you mean? The scene of Kuro fighting appears. When the commander pierced the dragon's heart, he absorbed all the spiritual energy, and the blue light entered Kuro's body from the vital part that was damaged. Ren recalls the moment Kuro opened his mouth and screamed, Everyone thought he had died. In the end, no human body could withstand such high density energy. But the commander was an exceptional case. Hearing this, Lihon was slightly surprised. In this special case, Arbin immediately responds, forming a crystal of mental energy in his heart. Kuro creates a blue beam of light, allowing him to store and control it himself with high concentration of mental power. Then he looked up, and Ren slightly frowned as he spoke, his inner spirit infused with the power of the Tulong, causing Lihon to break out in a sweat. If that's true, Kuro's power is even greater than just telekinesis. It also includes dragons. Suddenly, Kuro controls the beam of light. Next, he tilted his head. Now I want to speak privately with Han.
Go outside, Deputy Commander.
Ribbon still stared at Lihon. I still haven't heard your answer. Alpha depends on whether you cooperate with us or not. Kuro then orders the shards to attack Ribbon. Aren't you listening to me? He shouted angrily. Go away. Urban quietly listens to Kuro. Don't treat Han like that and don't come in until I call you. Then Urban stood up. At this moment, Lihon finally asked, what happened to the others? He turned to look at Kuro. Kuro faintly smiled in helplessness and slowly spoke. I see you still care deeply about your friends. You are still Han, the one I cherish. Kuro's voice echoes in the room. I will tell you everything I know. Then the guard led Lihon away. Lihon quickly followed, frowning slightly in thought. At the same time, the guard pointed to the door. This is where you'll stay. I hope you'll feel comfortable. He reached out to greet Lihon. It's an honor. When meeting him, Lihon just glanced over, then opened the door. A thought crossed Lihon's mind, just as Bang-an had said, that humans would still be doomed even without dragons. He leaned his spear against the wall and summarized what Kuro had said. Evil is divided into two groups in Vitalo. Suddenly, Lihon remembered the face. At this moment, Sergeant Red, my superior, couldn't believe that Chief Advisor Alexander had died at the hands of a dragon. He sat on the bed thinking that Kuro was definitely strong but not enough to win the battle. We will have to use all available resources to win. Suddenly, Lihon pursed his lips, his eyes filled with determination. I need to contact someone in the enemy camp. Meanwhile, Kuro is holding his face, and sparks are emanating from his body. I'm so happy, Han. Thank you for still being alive. Kuro's eyes are sharp. I am stronger now. I am stronger than anyone else. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. You don't need to do anything else. H will protect you no matter what happens. Then Chi is quiet now, and the corridor is deserted. Ren frowns as he looks to the side. 15 days later, he stood watching Lihon. After getting dressed, Lihon heard Ren's voice say, It suits you very well. He thought to himself, I don't like sending him on missions, but he won't do anything foolish to kill anyone. Suddenly, Yan approached the deputy commander. Urban crossed his arms and looked at her. You're here. Next, he glared at Lihon Alpha and said, This is your teammate for this mission. Yan cheerfully smiled. I am Yan. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Lihon was slightly surprised. A girl? Hearing that, Yan immediately flexed his muscles. Don't underestimate me because I'm a girl. Although I look like this, I haven't lived a normal life. Lai quickly brushed past Yanni. Let's go. It's in eastern Kazakhstan, right? The image of the ruined wreckage appears as Yanni described. Yes, sir. That is the location where the latest traces were found. Defeated a dragon and left. A shadowy figure with a sword appears. The person you're looking for is Tin Long. Chap 123. The atmosphere in the room becomes tense. What happened to the others? Kuro looked at Lihon with a somber expression, always thinking of others like that. Lihon is still the Lihon I like. He hesitated before speaking. I'll tell you everything I know. Kuro says the evil you once knew has fallen, but there's still an organization you can consider as its successor, right? He imagines himself continuing to speak. CL and Joss are there. Sergeant Red is leading it to support Commander June. Kuro also mentions that Simon went missing during the war with Bahamua. The moonlight casts a shadow. Just as evil collapses, silence falls and departs. Lihon threw the documents down. Urban looked confused. What is this? Lihon replied. I have reviewed the information collected by the Citadel. You are looking at each page. The surveillance files of non-assigned reinforced soldiers were collected over 2 years. It's impossible for a reinforced soldier to regularly use dual swords. Lihon looks at Ren focusing on silence, right? He's confused. It might not be, but I'm almost certain. We've tried to monitor silence in the past and failed many times. Lihon guesses we don't know why, but it seems that person has no intention of coming back, so you decide to monitor the silence. Lihon and Yanni walk away. Everyone around chimes in together. Hello, 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 hello. Yan is teasing. The senior is very famous here. The hero disappeared along with Ba Hamid, returning from the brink of death. She rolled her eyes and added, I also admire you, but I never knew you were this handsome, Lihon said coldly, glaring. Yanni broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in men. I like women. Footsteps sounded, and Kuro called out loudly. Lihon put his hand on his forehead and commanded, Don't go. You don't need to fight anymore. I and the other soldiers here will handle everything, so just rest comfortably. You haven't had a moment to rest all this time, Lihon said firmly. Kuro, I am not a doll to be displayed, so turn away decisively. Let's go. Janny Yan looked at Kuro in confusion, his face full of sadness.
The wind blows the leaf away. A house in the forest, a flash of light. Yanni, arms akimbo, assesses that was pretty impressive.
For a newcomer, they usually tend to vomit in all sorts of ways. Lai is sweating profusely. Where is this? She said it's one of Citadel's designated jump points. It looks like a normal cabin from the outside, but it's actually a safe house fully equipped with everything you need. Yanni cheerfully explains, I can only teleport to places I remember. This is the closest spot to find some peace and quiet. She forced a smile and added, We have to walk about 60 kilometers from here. Lihon ponders, maybe I should bring a bicycle. You open the map and I will share the map and the location. That's where the senior killed the dragon. Lihon wonders, is there no other trace after that? Yanni responded, then continuing the pursuit was considered pointless. We avoid continuous tracking. She speculates that based on the movement pattern so far, that person must have headed east. Then Yanni smiled brightly and wished him good luck. Senior Lihon swung his sword at the tree trunk. Such a strange person. He pondered that since she is a girl, she's not evil, so she probably hasn't gone through the enhancement process. Does a girl always do everything her way? Just like Tinchi mentioned, the sky turns orange. Lihon sits eating, his cheeks puffed out. Lihon unscrews the bottle, takes a sip and says, "We're almost out of the forest. There's probably a meadow ahead." A huge figure appears, startling Lihon. He became tense. Lihon watched the crimson dragon, hiding behind a tree as it took flight. Lihon squinted, wishing he had a mental armor or at least a bicycle. The moon rose higher, countless bodies on the ground. Lihon looks around and walks away. Is that person really the only one who killed all of this? He knelt down to examine, what's the point of abusing teleportation? Or has silence reached the level of abusing teleportation? Lihon ponders. Or maybe there's something that needs protecting that caused Tin Lang to misuse it. A red light shining on him. Lihon raises his hand quickly to explain, I don't mean to resist, I just have one question. Sai Meng orders, don't move. I need to see what kind of person you are. He steps closer. Lihon looked at the opposite leg. Is that a prosthetic? His eyes lit up with surprise. The superpower activates and the mysterious person releases their energy. They create a weapon, their cold and piercing eyes, as the weapon rushes toward Lihon, making his hair stand on end. Lihon clenched his teeth. X-Mong sneered, clearly enjoying himself. His reaction speed remains the same. Lihon, your telekinesis has also improved. Lihon widened his eyes. No way! Shimong takes off his cloak, revealing his blonde hair. Lihon called out in confusion, Shimong! Shimong reached out his hand. Lihon, are you still alive? I didn't expect we would meet like this. He calmly replied, that's more like my words. Shimong's eyes flash brightly as his fake hand strikes Lihon. Helpless, what are you doing? X-Mong casually mentions the missile punch. Lihon complains, not finding it funny at all. He responds that at least the kids like it. X-Mong turns around and reminds him, don't stay here anymore. Move to a safer place, to our hideout. Lihon enters the hideout, following Shimong. The group of children happily ran over. It's X-Mong, X-Mong. They cling to X-Mong. Please do that trick. Hurry up, I'm confused. Don't you see we have guests? These kids are begging. Just once. X super heart butt. All right, just this once. He pretends to shoot with his hand and throws a missile punch. Lihon gapes. Oh my god, is he really Shimong I know? X-Mong pours water for Lihon refuses. No need to thank me. I won't drink. You're hard to understand. Jingjing thought you were dead. What happened? Lihon says, I am just alive again, just like you are still alive. X-Mong grimly replies, finally we have failed. We failed to prevent the world from being destroyed. Little B, it's too early to say we failed. Come with me, X-Mong. X-Mong frowns and stands up. I can't even use my mental armor anymore because I've lost all my limbs. Lihon is serious. He can move his prosthetic arm and leg. He expresses his opinion by controlling objects to move them naturally, as if they were his real limbs. Lihon asserts that moving tens of EBIT is a bit more difficult, but he is still a superpower with talent. He hesitates, and somewhere called Citadello, the room falls silent, Simong wonders. So that's what happened? Wow, wait a minute. Was this all part of the plan? Lihon clasped his hands together. That's what I need your help with. Simong, put your glass down. X-Mong fell into deep thought, mouthing words. X-Mong looked at himself in the water. I can't leave this place. I'm sorry I couldn't help. He thinks of the children. The only superpower training here is me. I have to protect them. Lihon observes X-Mong, who places his hand on his chest. You can't stop the world from being destroyed by staying here. It sounds arrogant, but if you don't help me, everything will end. X. M looks at his palm. If I follow that path, I could save thousands or even tens of thousands of people. But if I save the world and these children die, then nothing will have any meaning to me. Lihon feels uncertain. Right now, a meaningful future for me is with those children. X-Mong takes a sip of water, then stands up and shouts, You're an idiot! Don't act so philosophical right now. Meng Lihon grumbles. Do you think someone will save the world while you're like this? No one will do it. Clenching his fist tighter, he hoped that only a fool would believe someone else could save the world. We have to act. X-Mong frowns. Stop joking around. Lihon, this is my territory. Lihon coldly reminds him that he has never beaten me even once. Have you forgotten? Your eyes light up, and X-Mong coldly glances back. Neither of them is willing to give in. He sighs heavily. X-Mong pours water into the glass, admitting that he has failed to persuade me to go. He's just worried right now. Lihon is stunned. He lowers his head, realizing he has truly changed. Simon, Lihon is lost in thought. The only ones who haven't changed are me and Omega, Simon demands. Tell me about Tin Long. You came here because of her, right? Wong Tuong told me I happened to meet Tin Long about half a year ago. She handles the henchmen and the surrounding dragons at her uncle's hideout, taking what she wants in exchange before leaving. Mong hesitates, saying that she is heading east. Lihon asked, "If it's the east, then Japan is certain no." Tinlang said nothing and turned away. She started to walk off. By now, she must be almost across China. She looks around. She will be in Korea soon. A group of people secretly followed. Silence stopped. Suddenly, she was surrounded, and Silence sighed. She watched each of them closely. Among many people, there are still those I used to share my food with before. Silence clenched her fists. No matter how bad the situation gets, there are still things she would never do. She rushes forward. Once someone crosses that line, they are no longer human. The sky turns to night, a group of people lying on the ground. Imperfect compassion and empathy. Silence taking away their belongings. It's not a good deed, but a bad one. She glides under the moon. Has she really lived in such a world? The wheels roll on the road. The car sways as it drives away. It sped up the hill. The car sped down with Zim and Lihon inside. You and Lihon face each other. A few days ago, Mong was confused. What? That's impossible. I understand you need to move because a dragon nest was recently discovered, but it's too dangerous to leave it like this. You remember? I saw a chained dragon on the way here. It was recklessly burning the forest. Lihon imagines that even if he isn't caught by it, in the worst case, everyone could die from a surprise attack. He hesitates, so he and I should deal with that dragon. The steering wheel is controlled by magic. Mong looks confused and asks why I would risk so much for him. You got the information you wanted, so you can just leave now, Lihon asks back. Back then, why did you push me away and get beaten instead? He hesitated. I'm not sure why you thought I did that. Lihon sighed and guessed. Isn't it because you felt bad? Just like how I feel right now. My eyes widened in shock. If I leave you like this, I'll feel terrible and uncomfortable, and that will be something I can't forget. Then he laughed. So what? The car kept going, and Shimong immediately stepped out. He turned back and said, "This is enough." Lihon aimed his gun upwards, the crowd noticing the signal fireworks, and they moved in unison. Shimong wondered, does that attract the dragon's attention? Lihon replied grimly, I'm not sure. I hope so. He raised his gun to the sky, loaded the bullets, and a fireworks burst exploded overhead. Then he threw the bullets to the ground and kept shooting non-stop. This is the last group. The crowd keeps moving. Shimong smirks, thinking we got lucky. The dragon didn't show up. Lihon remains serious. It's still too early to relax. He raises his gun, his eyes wide open, as a dragon flies eastward. Damn it, we need to move by car, Lihon shouted urgently. We have to get there immediately. That's the direction the migration groups are heading. What is that? Look at that. The Crimson Dragon rushes to their side. The car speeds along the road, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Simon clenched his teeth. Please God, someone help. Sichlong opens its mouth to breathe fire, engulfing the forest in flames. It spews fire at everyone. They panic and run away. Everyone falls to the ground, and Simon keeps shouting, Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Lihon calmly warns Simmong, if you get too agitated, everything will be over. He grits his teeth and says, I understand. Mong drives towards Shichlong. Lihon considers, don't slow down. Look at Shichlong. Aim for its belly. The car sped toward it. Lihon drew his weapon and drove it into the ground. The car lifted up, Lihon's eyes shining, and it floated into the air, heading towards Shichlong. Lihon rushes out of the car, observes Shichlong with a loud voice. Kill that one! Lihon! Lihon heads towards Shichlong's stomach, pulling the thin thwong forward. Of course. Lihon rushes towards Shichlong, throws the anchor head. It clings to Shichlong's body, his face showing veins. He moves closer to Shichlong, shouting loudly, and slashes at Shichlong. It opened its mouth and roared loudly, its big butt praising loudly. Good. I assess that it's falling. Lihon thrust the spear deep. Shichlong's eyes flash with intensity. Lihon's eyes widen in shock as Shimong, stunned, exclaims, a pair of new wings just sprouted. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's a type 2. How could I forget that? Lihon pursed his lips and drew out his spear. Lihon pulls it behind him and leans away from Shichlong. Lihon shouts, Shimong, Shimong, serious face. Launch the silver spear. It soared upward. Lihon looked at Shichlong. He reached out his hand, and Lihon used his spiritual power. Shichlong was held back by magic and lost strength, falling down. Mong looked confused. What's going on? He drives forward. Shichlong lies on the ground. Mong lands on the ground, frowning deeply. Shichlong suddenly opens its eyes, and Mong approaches it. He roared in anger. Why do you want to kill humanity? Mong remembered the children, clenched his jaw, and his whole body trembled. Do we have to die in vain just because we were born into this world? He hesitated. If only Simong had used magic. If only you had never come here. The spiritual energy surrounded his hand. Mong charged forward with his spear and stabbed the red dragon. It roars loudly. A beam of light envelops Shimong. He stares wide-eyed as Shimong's armor flies off. He uses his teeth to hold the weapon, biting down tightly as Mong thrusts the spear into its body. His teeth fall out as he screams loudly. The crimson dragon roars and he still struggles to stab it. The Shichlong person gradually disappears. Mong kneels down. Lihon looks at him, tears falling from Mong's eyes at this scene. Lihon walks away quietly behind. He said, Why don't you rest first? Lihon turned back, and he and X-Mong looked at each other, assessing that he seemed fine on the outside but was a mess inside, so he should get treated first. Lihon said no, I have to go to Citadel in a few hours. I can get treatment there. X-Mong fell into contemplation. He said, your plan hasn't failed. If it weren't for you, everyone would be dead. Lihon widened his eyes in surprise and thanked you for killing the dragon. Lihon, all the survivors are very grateful to you. X-Mong added, knowing your personality, I'm sure you're blaming yourself. You're sweating bullets. Lihon comments that you are a better person than I am. See, Mong? X-Mong smiles brightly. Of course I am always better than you. X-Mong looked at Lihon's back and pondered. I used to hate you so much in the past. He grabbed Lihon by the collar. I still think you're a troublesome person. You raise your hand. Lihon excitedly raises her hand. Kuro and Demichi approach. Simon looks surprised, but then I realize his eyes flicker slightly. Simon placed his hand on theirs. Maybe I also want to be part of you. Lihon stepped forward and took this from Kronos. Lihon, reach out your hand, you will know what to do. Once you accept it, Lihon is stunned. Kronos says that the two species share the same spirit with others of the same color. Since I refused to open the door of time and space, Bahamut must have opened that door with the blood of a silver species. It continues to tell that when one or two lose their original body, their new body will inherit memories and intelligence, Kronos imagines. However, my memories as a dying exile will not be passed on to the two new silver ones to be born. It opens its mouth wide. Kronos says it will only develop into one of Bahamut's puppets and open a space door to the human world. It pleads earnestly, please take good care of my loved ones. Kronos looks at Lihon, hoping that the inheritance of the white silver will pass to him. He tightens his grip on Than Thuong, begging him to thrust the spear bearing his will. Kronos reminds the first of the new white silver. Lihon observes Than Thuong. He lifts it up. Lihon sees the magic facing him and a figure appears. A respectful reply echoes. Yan Wai-Ni speaks warmly. We meet again. Sun B is really happy to see that you're alive. Lihon sighs. Of course. Nice to see you again, Janny. She looked pale, her whole body trembling. You haven't been like this. What has happened in the past few days? I'm not sure anymore. Ribbon will face Kuro, and she will go to Seun to find peace. He wondered. But he didn't even report what happened in Kazakhstan or do anything he wanted. Are you planning to just leave him like that? Kuro, Ribbon reminds you, unlike in the past, we are the rulers of this place now, and the leaders should know the whereabouts of their subordinates. Kuro placed his hand on his chin and said, Lihon is not one of our subordinates. Let him do what he wants. He casually said, if necessary, we will give him a position equal to ours. Ren was surprised. Are you talking about letting him take over this place? The one you and I built? He widened his eyes. Urban stood at the door, head bowed. Are their relationships stronger than I thought? That guy trusts him like a one-sided admiration. Urban walks heavily. Indeed, Citadel needs a drink. He has leadership qualities. He lifts his head defiantly. However, if somehow he does something to encourage division or harm Shido, then the vehicle parked in front of the sign. A city in ruins. Seon from Korea, Lihon walks forward with a gun, glancing around. Never thought I would come back here. Lihon silently assesses. No signs of life. Not even a single henchman could survive in a place like this. He pondered that the chance of my siblings still being alive was extremely slim. Lihon thought about the silence, but that stubborn person certainly wouldn't worry about it and would still try to find my siblings. He stopped in his tracks. Lihon looked at the Yoni defense wall ahead. A wall surrounds the building. South Korea has built a city inside a defensive wall for a select few elites. Even those who built the wall cannot live inside it. He pondered as he looked at it. Inside the wall, the city was still bustling as usual, so much so that it could light up the night sky. Lihon frowned. Silence climbed the stairs. She stepped onto the ground. The light shone down. Silence reached out to open the cabinet. She grabbed her belongings and left. Silence looked around. This was a facility that could be used immediately after some maintenance. There was no reason to abandon such a facility. She opened the door and Silence picked up the packet of noodles. She was confused. I can't read Korean, but is that something you can eat after pouring hot water over it? Teen Lang bit into a chocolate bar and sat on the ground. Luckily, there were a few chocolates. Silence looked at the information board, pondering. This is written in English. Let's go to a residential area. Jim's warning sign appears. Silence pushes the door open. She looks inside, and Silence startles. This smell. Wow. The lights turn on. She is stunned, and she looks at the person on the ground, confused. What could have caused their death? She knelt down to observe. They must have been dead for a while, but there were almost no signs of decomposition. Could it be the special environment here? Silent Reflection pondered. Even after seeing this with her own eyes, she still couldn't grasp anything. Let's check somewhere else. The group of people appeared behind her, rushing towards Tin Lang, and she immediately ran away. Tin Lang moved swiftly, rushing out the door. Tin Lang saw the group outside. They raised their guns. She dodged the bullets. She took down each one, then paused. These guys are definitely dead. Maybe they're zombies. She looks ahead and a figure appears. Lihon descends the stairs looking left and right. The lights are still on. He moves forward. Clearly Tin Lang is here. The lights turn on brightly as he walks through a room. Lihon looks at the information board and sees Tin Lang.
Lihon called out, and Silence knelt down holding the weapon, with his mouth agape. Lihon threw a grenade forward, and an explosion erupted, leaving him stunned.
Ghost. Lihon swings his hand, peering through his fingers with wide eyes as Tin Lang rushes forward, shouting loudly, "Disappear!" Tin Lang is surprised as Lihon raises his hand, sweating, and teleports away, both turning their backs. Damn it! The weapon falls to the ground. A soul emerges from her. Lihon grits his teeth, missing, but it still causes damage. His hand trembles, but I've never used it twice in a row before. Can I use it one more time? Tin Lang and Lihon face each other. He keeps firing. She swiftly dodges. She rushes toward Lihon. He raises his gun to block. Tin Lang slips behind Lihon. He is stunned as Tin Lang kicks Lihon's leg. He was kicked forward, Lihon's head was caught, and Tin Lang held him tightly. She slammed Lihon against the wall, and he cried out in pain. Lihon steps back. Tin Lang raises her weapon behind her, facing towards Lihon. He became weak, and Tin Lang prepared to stab Lihon. She held her hand back, trembling all over. Lihon looks at her, reaching out with his hand, but he keeps his hand in the air and attacks Tin Lang. Tin Lang falls to the ground. Her helmet cracks open, and her visor lights up as she suddenly sits up. Tin Lang grabs the sword and stands up. She places her hand on her face and looks at Lihon, trembling all over. That's right, Min must have let the ghost take over the body, she wondered, but how? Tin Lang is surprised. Lihon, the sword falls to the ground. She runs to Lihon and touches him. Are you still alive? Is this really Yan? She helped Lihon to her feet. 2 bowls of noodles are on the floor. Lihon opens his eyes and looks at Tin Lang. He approaches her, she lifts her face, and Lihon opens his mouth to greet her. Long time no see. Tin Lang, she writes on the paper. Lihon reads the message. I am sorry. My body is controlled by that thing. He relaxes his face and replies, It's okay. We are both still alive. That's enough. Silence is stunned. You're so kind. Has it been a long time since we last met? Maybe I hit my head? She only has a box of noodles. Lihon turned around and suggested, let's eat together. The smell of the noodles wafts out. Lihon's face turns awkward. Since you don't know Korean, you'll just have to accept it. This is a type of ramen where you have to drain the water before adding the seasoning. Tin Lang was surprised. There's a type of ramen without soup? Lihon suggests I will make something different for you. You and Tin Lang sit next to each other. I want to find your siblings and let them know you're still alive. If you're alive, I want to protect you. Lihon looks at the message because they are the people he wants to protect. He lowers his gaze, feeling something he has never done before. There were times I pushed their matters aside. I stopped thinking about them, making up all sorts of excuses. Honestly, even if they are still alive, I'm afraid to see them again. He looked at his palm. So much time has passed, and both I and they have changed a lot. Silent recorded it on paper, but in the end, I couldn't find them. I'm sorry. Lihon cheerfully replied, No problem, thank you. The space became quiet. You softly call, Silent. It's hard to believe, but I am from the past. Lihon talks with Tin Lang. I start to calmly recount to Tin Lang the things I have experienced and remembered. One by one, I calmly shared everything with Tin Lang. You recounted each story. The age of the dinosaurs facing Sivir, the secret of the bee colony, the dragon army and their return. Lihon poured out all his feelings, even the deep loneliness and solitude I have experienced. Silence looked at him quietly. Lihon kept speaking, listening silently in stillness. There are no words I can use to describe it anymore. He slapped his hand on his forehead, feeling relieved, as if the headache had disappeared. Tin Lang wrote on the paper. Lihon looks at the writing, seeming to have gone through a tough time, but is now starting to feel better. Han, you're staring blankly. Lihon fell into thought, feeling as if he had heard the words he wanted to hear most when he saw the note. He and Tin Lang left, both looking at the person ahead. Yanni politely asked, Is this Tin Lang, the one I've only heard rumors about? I see you're more gloomy than I expected. Lihon wondered, The teleportation gate can only send one person at a time, right? You should suggest taking Tin Lang first. Yes, sir. Understood. She holds Tin Lang's hand. Here, hold my hand. There's no need to worry. She nodded. Lihon reassured her. It's okay. Yanni was surprised. She smiled happily. I didn't expect that. I'm feeling curious now. A room appears. Yanni and Tin Lang appear. The two of them step down. Yan excitedly said, We've reached the fortress. You have quite a bit of experience, right? Maybe because you also have a space ability. Tin Lang remained silent, and Yan eagerly said, I look forward to working with you. Tin Lang remained silent, lost in deep thought. She pushed Yanni away. She looked at Tin Lang's notebook, speaking carefully, and told her not to get involved with her. Yanni looked confused, lowering her face, her whole body trembling. Her gaze became so charmingly infatuated. Tin Lang gently covers Lihon with a blanket, looking at the debris in his hand. What kind of information does it contain? Extracted from Yunji's barrier. Lihon looks at the information board with a serious expression, thinking about the planned evacuation ship and the urgent move to the new bus area, leaving the Korean peninsula and seeking refuge in Japan. He touches the screen and ponders. Lieutenant Kangbei Ihan. Oh no, he's now a colonel. Lihon guesses that if he is still alive, he might be protecting them. He lifts his face, hoping they are all alive and safe.
Lihon half closed his eyes, gazing into the distance. He stood up, ready to start again, and decided to form his own team. The magic circle appears, and there's no need to suffer alone anymore. Lihon thinks of everyone, those he can trust in any situation, comrades who are equals. He smiled softly, knowing that when he reached out, there would be people to hold his hand. Lihon extended his hand forward, and he just needed to move forward with their help. Yanni teased, "Oh wow, why are you so unusually proactive today?" He seriously said, "Let's go back quickly, I really want to take a bath now." Yanni laughed loudly. "I know." Kuro spread his hands apart. "Han, well done. You really brought Jing Jing back." He hugs Jing Jing tightly, very happy to see you again. She pondered, and Lihon called out, "Kuro, I will contact the evil side again. Changji alone cannot defeat the dragons." Kuro was surprised. "Huh? What are you talking about? Lan Thanchi doesn't just need my raw power, I can destroy them." Lihon analyzes that pure strength cannot defeat the dragons, and I need my mental armor technology to create a mental armor from the evil. Kuro clenches his lips, surrounded by spiritual energy. "Why do I try so hard to become this strong?" Kuro angrily shouted. "Why don't you trust me?" Shattered glass flew everywhere. The broken table shattered to pieces, silence shielding his chest. Kuro clenched his fist tightly. Lihon remained silent. "You hesitated and spoke as usual. I need you and you need me." Kuro looked confused. "You don't have to fight alone." Lihon smiles. "I'm here now." Kuro lowers his eyes and turns to leave. Kuro pondered. "All right, but remember this." Lihon listens. "I am much stronger now." Han breathes a sigh of relief. "Understood." Lihon and Tinlang walk away. He softly calls, "Tinlang." Lihon firmly said, "I want to know how to contact Tinlang and write it in my notebook." "Do you think I know it well?" "You assess that you left as you wished, and that your equipment is optimized for wandering. Silence is showing itself. I'm not sure if it's still valid. I only know this is the path used by the technology department. They used it to recruit important scientists or engineers." Lihon, shocked by the Ministry of Science and Technology, "O.C. To must have helped you a lot." You watch the words carefully. "They will be very happy to hear you're still alive. They were very sad after your death. Do you imagine that Ot To? I never thought I would think they wouldn't care if I died." Silence records it on paper. "Maybe the communication has been cut off. I'll go with you." She was stunned. "No, you stay here and take care of Kuro." Silence clenched his fists. Does the overly confident Commander Kuro think he's become 3 times stronger? Lihon forced a smile. "I believe you." Silence. In a room. A few days later, Yanni looked around and asked, "There are no teleportation schedules today, right?" Lihon replied, "That's a personal matter." Yanni tilted her head teasingly and said, "You know your Tam language has not been very stable lately, right?" She pointed at Lihon and said, "Many people say he's just a beggar from the past clinging to the commander." He sighed, feeling bitter but not entirely wrong. Yan made a deal saying, "I like you a lot, boss. I will help you, but on one condition," Lihon warned, "as long as it's not something too difficult." He was stunned and said, "I like certain drinks, hobbies, favorite foods, or something similar." Lihon tried to remember sweets like cake and was a fan of martial arts or wuxia films. "Really? That's some useful information. I'm confused. I think I just made a mistake," Yanni asked. "All right, so what's the location?" Lihon replied towards Western Wales to a smaller town, a note hanging up. He walked silently, leaving no trace of humanity, unaware of how much the population has decreased. Lihon ponders, how long will it take to rebuild civilization even if we win? "You listen up, this is us." "Dumb," Lihon replied. "Blue. I will say it again. Blue." He nervously wondered, is it not working? A green card slides out and Lihon picks it up. He opens the door quietly and steps inside. Lihon raised his gun, glanced at the wall phone, then at the green card. He inserted the card into the phone. A robotic voice announced, "We have not received any notice of an outsider coming here. Please verify your identity." Lihon was stunned. A C's reinforcement soldier, former captain of Alpha Team. "Lihon, I was declared dead in the Bahamut battle 3 years ago." The glass reflects his face, confirming Lihon. "What is your purpose for coming here?" Karis observes Lihon. "Does a soldier need any other reason to return to his own unit?" He grins mischievously. Lihon sees the door open and frowns. Kuro follows the sphere with a serious look. Kuro grimaced and pushed hard, reaching toward the sphere. Kuro shouted loudly, and Tinlang ran forward. Everyone looked over there in surprise. "It's Tinlang. Are they really Tinlang?" Silence. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You're truly amazing. Because you killed a dragon, this is the silence we hoped for. Kuro's entire body is full of veins thanks to you, our commander-in-chief, becoming even stronger." Ribbon claps in praise. "You did very well," he softly calls. Silence. Silence, observes Raven. Omega -100. Ribbon bows. He extends his hand, asking to talk for a moment. Silence. Silence raises his middle finger. "You're messing with my head, acting so shamelessly right in front of me." Arbin glanced back and turned around to show himself. "I just want to clarify and understand where the misunderstanding is quieter." In the quiet room, Arbin and Tinlang face each other. He spoke, "Why can't you take off your mask in front of me?" Tinlang pointed her hand at Ren, her tone dark.
Urban raised an eyebrow and Tin Lang relaxed her hand. No, that's not right. Revenge does not bring justice. She wrote it in her notebook, and Tin Lang raised her hand, saying, I have no other name but Tin Lang. Urban chuckled and waved his hand, saying, fine. I know she insists I will bury the past. Get straight to the point, Ren replied casually. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Don't look at who I was before. Look at who I am now. He ambitious says, I build fortresses and lead the superpowers. In addition, I take in those who need protection because no country in the world is truly safeguarding its citizens. Jing Lang retorts, you do it because it's necessary, not out of genuine goodwill. He lost control and shouted, Goodwill? Do you really think showing that should be natural? Ruben roared in anger, becoming more intense, but that's no reason to act kindly. What if someone currently bowing before us suddenly becomes stronger than us? Is Tin Lang lost in thought? Do they even show us any goodwill? There's no way out, she raises the notebook. You did that because you had to. There's never any genuine kindness in you. Tin Lang stood up and decisively walked away. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. Tin Lang pondered, whether now or in the past, I could never win an argument. I'm not Lihon. Even if I'm angry, I can't argue back. She stood in front of the door. Tin Lang entered the room. If Lihon were here, she would lift her head. Tin Lang looked at the person opposite. Yanni acting cute. You came home very late. Tin Lang. She turned and went outside, Tin Lang pondered. So, this is my room, huh? Yana asked with her hand on her cheek. Do you not like me? I just stopped by for a moment. Tin Lang picked up her shirt, threw Yanni out, and then stuck a paper on her face. Go outside, Yanni, tears welling up. You're really bad at this. Go outside. I put a lot of effort into preparing everything. She turns her head back and Tin Lang freezes in place. She looks at the table full of cakes, with the TV showing a movie. Tin Lang and Yanni are watching together. She is lost in thought, Tin Lang writes on a piece of paper. After the movie, she leaves. Yanni responds with a full heart. I understand. She chuckled to herself, her fragile appearance making her seem even more adorable. Tin Lang trembled. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Lihon quietly walks away. Below, Cuss inquires, you must be Lihon. He calmly introduced himself. I am Cuss, the team leader and also in charge of this transit station. Lihon was stunned. Are you raising concerns about the U.S. military? Are you coordinating the campaign with evil? Cuss smirked. I suppose you could say that. Currently, evil has become a unit under the United States. Lihon widened his eyes and asked, is the evil under the U.S. more important than the U.S. itself still holding so much power? Cuss turned around and suggested, follow me. Let's talk somewhere safer. You're getting too tense. Lihon follows Cuss. Lihon trails behind Kapos. The lights illuminate the way. He paused and gave an order. Damn it, it's starting again. Hold your position. Does earthquakes happen that often? Karis responds. Just an ordinary day. The dragons have suffered enough. Now there's natural disaster on top of that. You frown and ask nervously, do you really think it's okay? Cuss laughs. We can hunt dragons, but earthquakes are too much to handle. He raised his hand and shouted, it has stopped. All right, let's continue. Everyone is on guard outside, and the soldier says it will take 3 days to reach the evil. He asked everyone to stay here until then. Lihon was confused. Do we really have to stay here for 3 days? The soldier advised. If you're bored, just read those magazines over there. Lihon looked down at the magazine. A magazine? He blushed and threw it away, then just lay down on the bed and went to sleep. Lihon watches the door, sitting up when the earthquake hits, grinding his teeth. This is no longer just an earthquake. He told himself he couldn't ignore this uneasy feeling. When the soldier saw Lihon, he raised his gun. Don't run around recklessly. Lihon insists on calling Captain Kapos immediately. Hurry up! The soldier calmly said, it's just earthquakes, a common thing. He scratched his head. Big nuclear explosions have changed the geological structure. The soldier explains that earthquakes are happening more frequently now. Lihon observes their uncomfortable expressions. I think if what they say is true, that's good. But if it's for another reason, we could die. Lihon firmly suggested, let me see the captain, that annoying soldier. You're really just a pain. Karis runs over and orders, hurry up and move, catch your breath, captain, this earthquake is not normal. Lihon's eyes widen, and once the tremors stop, we'll stay on the surface. The entire forest is shaking. The soldiers are stunned. Damn it, this earthquake keeps shaking nonstop. If it continues like this, the camp will be destroyed. Don't tell me the whole of England is about to be submerged too. One of them turned to Karis. We need to move all the equipment now. This place has to be abandoned. Black Centipede rises up. Lihon exclaims in shock. Black Centipede death. God. The soldier in astonishment. Did you just say Black Centipede death god? That damn Black Centipede death god. Everyone was panicking. Are they always that big? Cuss urgently ordered to lower the command. What are you still standing there for? Everyone immediately. He quickly ran away. Run. Quickly, Lihon. Shout out, Captain. Give your opinion. That monster is made of dirt and rocks. Maybe escaping into the sea is the only way. Cuss looked at the sea. That's actually a very good idea. He quickly shouted. Everyone head to the lighthouse. There's a small motorboat down there. Cuss sternly ordered. Keep heading out to sea. If we reach the ocean, we will survive. Everyone ran for their lives as the black insect crawled after them. The tension in the air grew thick, and the massive lighthouse appeared, with the soldiers urgently shouting, "Damn it, we have to stop it now. If this keeps up, we're all doomed." The two soldiers looked at each other and then turned around together. Captain Capus remained silent as he heard the others rely on him behind. The two soldiers saluted, one attaching a bomb to himself, the other also wearing a bomb vest. The two rush forward, the black trunk opens its mouth, and an explosion erupts. Cos grits his teeth and says, "Hurry up! Go down!" Everyone along the lighthouse, he rushed down each step, recovering quickly. "Get down quickly!" Karis reached the ship as the dust settled. The black bug is covered in grime and liquid, and the huge black bug keeps making noises. Its body is so powerful that even a slight movement can break walls, and everywhere it passes is shattered. Just looking at it is enough to make opponents tremble in fear. Lihon's boat also had to stay at a distance, and Karis couldn't help but sigh. "Damn it, it's too big. Now that it's here, I guess we're safe, right?" I've never heard that the Run-Death spirit can swim, but Lihon's face doesn't seem to be in a good state. Suddenly, the black worm moved again, and then a bunch of food burst out from its mouth. Kaz asked in horror, "What is it doing?" He quickly explained, "It's vomiting the dirt and stones from its stomach." All those stones were coated with his slimy mucus. The black bug curled up tightly to squeeze out all the stones. Soon its stomach was completely cleared. Karis couldn't help but panic. Is it crazy? Does it really plan to follow all the way? The black insect now plunged into the water. He couldn't think much and immediately ordered full speed ahead to send an emergency signal to Phase A. They used all their speed to move. The soldier next to him immediately asked if he saw anything. Lihon also shook his head in despair. "No, but if we stay here, we're definitely doomed." As soon as she finished speaking, Lihon plunged into the water. He swims down to observe the black insect, and the soldier can't help but feel anxious.
Are you crazy? You only brought a spear and jumped in.
Lihon didn't answer, continuing to observe. After a moment, he made a decision to shift into his underwater adaptation form, shrinking his body significantly, and had to finish it off right here. Now, you aim the spear directly at the black insect's mouth, but it suddenly attacks, forcing Lihon to dodge. Then he used all his strength to stab it once, and the strange green substance quickly spread out. Lihon slashed a long cut along its body. The black insect let out a pitiful cry of pain. Soon, the strange green substance had covered the entire surface of the sea. The soldiers watching couldn't help but marvel. "Is he really fighting it? I can't believe it!" Kaz angrily shouted, ready to stand there and watch. Everyone, support Lihon quickly." At this moment, Lihon also surfaced. Karis quickly reached out and grabbed my hand, then the others on the boat pulled with all their might. Lihon just emerged from the water and shouted to prepare the grenade. Kos was left stunned by what the boy had done. But then he still followed Lihon's instructions. Now the black insect is still swimming beneath the water. Lihon aims carefully at it. We must finish it with one strike. You can't help but feel tense waiting for the result. At this moment, the black insect suddenly leapt out of the water. Lihon stood on the bow of the boat, aiming carefully at it, and shot the arrow with all his might. The arrow flew straight into the black bug's mouth, followed by a loud explosion, causing the creature to collapse heavily and the boat to shake uncontrollably. After a while, the space finally fell silent again, and Lihon quickly retracted his spear, having already retrieved it. Cuss couldn't help but marvel. "You really are crazy, but thanks to that reckless move, we survived." Lihon also sat down exhausted, almost done for. "Now I can't even stand anymore." He turned back to ask if it had completely died. "You can't be sure. Even if not now, it will still take quite a while to recover." Karis quickly ordered, "All right, let's get out of here." The ship quickly sped back. The sea was peaceful, and before long, the food was served. "All right, go ahead and eat. You deserve it." Everyone at the table is laughing and chatting happily. Kaz now reports that they finally made contact with Ak and will meet tomorrow morning. There's still some time, so I'll tell you about Ak. Lihon said nothing, only quietly listened. They had previously been attacked by a horde of monsters. Kaz also informed Lihon that the evil artificial island he once knew had been destroyed. So the United States replaced it with a new name, Terranos. After hearing that, he was a bit curious. Tyrannos Karis then explained further. A nuclear submarine capable of landing attacks on both sea and land. The United States only owns 2 Terranaut-class warships, one belonging to the evil side and the other to the U.S. government. However, Lihon was a bit worried. With her nature as a villain, maintaining a fixed base was too risky. They have no other way out. Just think about it, even Citadel is in danger. In the darkness of night, the ship continues to move slowly, and soon a new day begins. The ship keeps sailing forward. It kept running smoothly on the sea, and at this moment, someone reached out their hand. "Nice to meet you, Lihon." Lihon also happily shook hands. "That honor belongs to me." Carpus also couldn't help but feel regretful, saying that this encounter was only fleeting. The evil spirit is now moving along its predetermined path. Maybe it's getting closer. But a moment later, the disturbed water held the team back. Lihon frowned tightly. Kaz was also stunned. The black insect had risen above the water. It's still alive and attacking everyone. Lihon clenched his teeth and prepared himself. It's evolved to the 3rd stage, taking the form of a sea creature. We can't fight it barehanded. The black bug curled up and aimed at him. It opened its mouth and charged quickly, but at this moment, a surge of power struck. Lihon was stunned by the sudden scene and took a long time to regain his senses. The attacker bore the symbol of A. A person dressed in iron armor appeared there. The submarine is now speeding down into the water and the interior is very spacious. An interrogation room echoes with voices saying, "It's been a long time since I last set foot in this place. And it's a pity that our encounter happened under such circumstances." Lihon nodded in confirmation. "I understand." The other person glanced briefly before asking, "All right then, Lihon, are you one of Citadel's people?" Lihon quickly replied, "No." The other person kept questioning, but both his outfit and weapons belonged to Citadel. Lihon impatiently said, "If I had encountered evil first, I would have already brought their gear." The other side asked again what had happened over the past 3 years, but this time Lihon refused to answer. "I can't say that here. At least a deputy chief must be present to have the authority to know. There are things I can't say directly." He sighed helplessly after hearing that. "All right, I will take you to meet the deputy chief of staff." Lihon was now handcuffed. On the way, he silently thought to himself, "So this is how they treat me. They don't have much goodwill towards Citadello." The soldier led Lihon to a room and said, "The deputy chief of staff is inside. You already know who that person is. Someone is waiting inside." "It's been a while, Lihon. Sit down and get to the point." "Yes, sir," Jaw said impatiently. "Let's set aside pleasantries and get straight to the core of the issue." After that person left, he continued, "Tell me everything you know since there are no eavesdropping devices here." Lihon silently thought that to get help from evil, he had to place his trust in him. "Commander," after listening again, Zoe couldn't help but marvel at how remarkable it was. "Even when I was breathing, I could hear her telling fairy tales. I've never heard a story that made me pay so much attention. It was Seaver who found us and also brought this fateful opportunity." Lihon now says that this is the chance to track down Seaver's hideout, and we must join forces, both the evil side and the Citadel. Z frowned after hearing this. "For 3 years, we haven't sat still. We've destroyed 2 of Lihon's hideouts, but they didn't die." After hearing that, he had to admit it was as if a god had been reincarnated. "This is no time for jokes. If you hadn't provided us with information, we would have thought the 3-level Hamus threat would last forever. For now, stay in Terno and wait for orders."
You're free to go, but don't cause any trouble. Time passes quickly.
The next day, on the way, the old comrades who met Lihon again were all very happy. "Lihon, you're still alive. It's so good to see you back, and you also politely greeted us after so long." Lihon quickly asked about everyone. And Klus and the others, where are they? After a moment of hesitation, they finally said, "Klus is in the engine room. It's better if you see for yourself." Lihon then moved to the engine compartment, and everyone cheered happily, saying, "Lihon, you're still alive. It's great to see you again." Seeing them also made Lihon feel happier. "Me too. A familiar old friend came over. Heard I had arrived, but I've been too busy lately." Lihon looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. It was none other than Octo, holding a stick-like figure. Lihon quickly asked, "Do you feel sad when I die?" Octo burst out laughing. "I am the best there is besides you." Lihon still wanted to ask, "But first, Octo, I heard the button is here." Octo immediately froze upon hearing this. The others also started to avoid. Osito pushed up his glasses, took a deep breath to gather courage, then guided Lihon to Clute. "Behind that large door, you quickly look over there. An outside iron door with a warning sign. It seems very spacious." Lihon couldn't believe his eyes. Who in this world could think of something like that? At this moment, Octo continued, "The 3rd-generation mental power armor is an improved version of the 2nd generation that we previously built, not just the inside. What fell into the hands of the Americans has been completely redesigned, with a design concept entirely different from the 2nd generation. No, because it uses a nuclear reactor as its power source, only those with regenerative abilities can control it. Its name is Hell Prison. Lihon now seems to have guessed. "Don't tell me that name means turtle." I immediately nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it really feels like imprisoning someone in a torture device. The pilot inside will have to endure their body being destroyed and regenerated repeatedly. Lihon is about to collapse. How can they do this?" He also revealed that only 3 3rd-generation mental power armor suits were built, and with those 3 suits, they defeated 2 level 3 Hammut dragons. But now only Glut, the enhanced soldier, remains alive. Both of those enhanced soldiers have taken their own lives. The system announces, "Jetpack removal complete." Everyone quickly runs over. "Good, hurry up." They quickly and skillfully remove their armor together. The weak person inside steps out. Everyone, quickly support and hold on tight. Be careful. He is now exhausted and panting heavily. It's okay, his eyes start to glow. That person is none other than Clut. I'm still able to move even though half my body has been destroyed. This little thing is nothing. After finishing the training session, he changed clothes, and Clut had changed a lot. Just then, Lihon approached excitedly and called out, "Clut, long time no see." Glut is no longer as energetic as before. Instead, he is very calm. "Are you still alive?" Lihon quickly teased. "So are you planning to become the turtle's younger brother, or what?" Glut finally angrily explained, "My hair has fallen out completely, and even when it grows back, it falls out again." After not seeing each other for a long time, the two friends can finally smile brightly together. CL is now so happy that he's laughing with his eyes closed, and then they found a place to talk together. How did you survive? He pulled out a chair and sat facing Lihon, not revealing anything to the other person, just waiting for the official report to be released before reading it.
The two of them had a very joyful conversation that day, talking nonstop as time passed by and the drink on the table had cooled down. Lihon suddenly called out, "Glut!"
Gut quickly reacted. He asked it, "You know Kuro is in the fortress, right?" Glut remained silent without replying. After a moment, he asked, "Have you already been to the fortress?" Lihon nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I have been to both the fortress and the evil place. If we want to survive, we need to cooperate with each other." Nut's face darkened in anger. "Lihon, do you know what those guys did?" Lihon also responded. "Kut, this is reality." So we get angry and slam the table. Lihon even knocked the table over, spilling coffee all over the floor, and Glue's whole body couldn't help but tremble. Rose has been shot and killed. Lihon immediately froze in place after hearing this. CL now trembles all over, the corner of his mouth bleeding. He says disappointedly, "Go away. The submarine is still at the bottom of the ocean." Lihon now walks dejectedly down the corridor. "I haven't seen the sun for 3 days. Although this place seems safer, Than Tree still has much better living conditions. Suddenly, your watch starts to shake. Lihon quickly checked its contents. Soon, he was summoned to the meeting. "Nice to meet you. I am the deputy commander here. Colonel Topias, Jaw is also present here. Besides you, there are others as well." Topias continued. "Your information is truly very intriguing. We've watched it over and over. Do you have any way to prove that the two are coming back to life?" Lihon frowned and looked at them. "This is so annoying. Topias grew suspicious as he saw you silent. Maybe you have other motives, hiding away for 3 years before finally reaching out to us. You could have come to us earlier. Moreover, since you're from the capital, Lihon finally had to speak up. I was born and raised in evil. I have survived countless close calls with death and have even slain dragons. If you don't believe me, who else can you trust? By the time H's resurrection is proven, we'll all be dead." After hearing that, they broke out in a cold sweat. Only Z smirked confidently. Topias looked quite unwell as well and finally had to compromise. He told Lihon, "I will arrange for you to meet the commander-in-chief in 3 days." Lihon immediately pictured that person in his mind after hearing it. Commander Jen Teller. At that point, he will regain his composure. This is the best way to verify the truth. Jen's hair was now disheveled and she looked utterly miserable. Lihon also nodded in agreement with them. "I understand," Topias politely continued. "Then I'll see you again in 3 days." Lai is now next to Jen, whose hands are restrained with electric cuffs. His legs are similar, and his whole body radiates a terrifying aura. On the submarine now, Lihon is sparring with Clue, and both of their eyes are incredibly determined. Lihon easily blocks Clue's attack, but quickly follows up with another strike. Glue still hasn't forgotten to check on his teammate. "Kuro, are you okay?" Lihon quickly confirmed that he's fine too. Glut immediately continued the fight right after. Lihon dodges the attack with some difficulty, panting as he warns the opponent. "Glut, our goal is not revenge. Glut understands that. I know, but they are the ones who betrayed us first." His strike forced Lihon to block with both hands, and now both of them are trembling uncontrollably. At this moment in the dressing room, Clue made the judgment that Omega 1 is definitely the one who killed. "Do you remember what I said before? Lihon, anyone who hurts my friends, no matter what happens, I will kill them myself." Lihon remained silent for now, but his eyes were full of determination. Then he went to meet Octo. "I need my mental strength armor." "Osito, Octo." After hearing that, Octo couldn't help but feel confused. "We just met and he's already diving straight into the issue. You know I can't just create it whenever I want." Lihon starts flattering in various ways. "Think about it. You're a genius, so do you have any backup plans?" After hearing this, Octo immediately started to praise himself. "That's right, I'm a genius. Hey, do we still have Lihon's data stored? Take this guy for a physical test, including his physical abilities. I'll review the storage, but don't get your hopes up too much." Lihon silently thought that no one knew what would happen next, and he needed a mental armor. At that moment, someone approached and called out, "Let's go, Lihon. Time is passing quickly. In 3 days, the blood indicator on the door will turn green." Rora signaled immediately. "All right, let's go inside." Lihon looked up at the door as if preparing himself mentally. After a moment, he finally stepped inside.
Dua has been sitting there since early, and Lihon stood there watching him for a long time before Jen finally spoke.
"It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Lihon couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you remember me?" Jen still looked very composed. "My mind is still sharp." Lihon could easily tell right away. "You don't have much time, do you? I want to prove my innocence." Du took out a stack of documents and flipped through them to check. "If this report is true, you will become the hero who ends the war." But Lihon outright refused. "I'm not here to become a hero. Du suddenly called me back." Without thinking much, you stepped forward, but suddenly a strange energy radiated from the old man, rushing into you and affecting Lihon. "This feels really uncomfortable. Jen is still very strong in blocking your mind right now. If you want to prove your innocence, you should bring it down." Lihon has no choice but to give in to this issue. I don't know how. Keep guiding carefully, relax, and clear your mind. At this moment, that red energy has surrounded Lihon, and my consciousness is fading. It's too dangerous. I don't know how long it will take for Lihon to finally relax his body. Your whole body is now covered with that energy. Duan's eyes are blazing brightly. You are the real deal. The way to end the battle is in your hands. To be honest, the hope of humanity, someone who can unify us all, is a dangerous existence in a world divided. After hearing that, Lihon's body begins to react and his whole body keeps emanating that red energy. His hand seems uncontrollable as it moves closer to Duan. Lihon, like a madman, clenched the old man's neck tightly. Soon after, the red alert outside sounded. Everyone outside immediately rushed in. Damn it, you bastard. They tried to restrain him, but Lihon had now gone berserk, and before long he was subdued again by the soldiers. They keep stomping on him, leaving Lihon stunned. What's going on? So it turns out he really is the assassin from Thin Chi. The person quickly helped the old man up. Commander, are you okay? Dude didn't answer, only thinking to himself that humans are already interesting in their own way. Watching them destroy themselves little by little is more stimulating than anything else. In the dark room, Lihon was tightly bound by his hands and feet with cuffs on his wrists, and his mouth and eyes also covered. His whole body now silent, Zoe watched this scene in shock. Even the button is here. After a while, someone entered the dark room where Lihon was being held. That person declared passionately, "If you value your life, answer honestly, or I will make you speak no matter what." But Lihon remained silent from start to finish. Is it true? Did he try to assassinate the commander-in-chief? We should wipe out the fortress. There are also other comrades there. What kind of comrades? What are you talking about? They all have to die. Kuro was there too. That guy really is a monster. I don't even know if nuclear weapons would work on him. Nut just remained silent after hearing these words. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, I still can't believe it. Do you really think Lihon is a traitor? So how many of us here haven't owed Lihon our lives? Suddenly, the entire space fell silent. However, a voice quickly rebutted, but Lihon has always been someone we could never understand. He ran away for 3 years and only just appeared now. He angrily grabbed the collar of the guy in front of him. That bastard, you think just saying it will make you tell the truth? Everyone quickly stepped in to stop him. Come on, Derek, calm down. Someone steps forward to criticize you. Get your act together, or else we'll call you a spy too. Derek isn't afraid to challenge. Come here, let me go. I told you to let go. Damn it, right now he's paying attention to something. Derek immediately shouted, Clue, are you just going to stand there? Say something. However, Clue remained silent. Get out. Lihon had been beaten badly in the cell at this moment. That man wiped the sweat from his forehead in frustration. Damn it, just as they said, he's really stubborn. Now, Lihon's face was badly bruised. He tried to suppress the pain and speak. Call the superior. Talking here is useless. But he didn't give you that chance. Don't pretend to be stupid anymore. Lihon is now slumped in the chair, and you don't need to remind him. The commander is acting very strangely. He must be detained and isolated immediately. Do you understand? Sergeant Red outside Joe is still listening to what Lihon is saying. If you really were a killer, you wouldn't have been caught so easily. When I was an alpha, I never failed a mission. Topias now couldn't help but marvel. Even in this situation, he still tries to confuse others. As expected, the person from Z's elite forces also chimed in. From training to actual combat, Lihon, he's always been one of the most outstanding soldiers. But Top T, IAS seems annoyed. Omega is also one of the best soldiers, so put aside your personal feelings. The man inside is still torturing him. If you don't answer properly from now on, I'll tear each of your nails out. Jaw silently thought to himself that Lihon could hold on a little longer. Now is not the time to wait. After returning, he has begun executing his plan. As expected from Zoe's prediction and my thoughts, we couldn't find anything from the surveillance footage, but I still can't shake my suspicion. Lihon is extremely meticulous. This isn't his style. And if he really planned this, then the commander-in-chief has probably been killed. Octo suddenly asked if Red really is Lihon the assassin, and he is very confused. No way, it can't be true. Lihon Zoe quickly reassured the other person. We are still investigating. Stay calm? Osito also seems unable to contain his emotions. How am I supposed to stay calm? It's all nonsense. Even if others don't know, I still do. Lihon hasn't changed at all over the past 3 years. People can lie, but machines and Lihon never do. John, after hearing this, felt helpless. Now that's really just nonsense. Anyway, calm down, and let's talk later. But Zoe's steps suddenly halted as if he was pondering something. Wait a moment, Toe, if he doesn't know how long he's been in the command room. Joe stared at the warning light for a long time, lost in thought. Inside, Ju was sitting silently, looking very worn out. R went straight to ask, I believe in you, Commander. You turned the evil project from failure to success. The superpowers should be humans before they become weapons, and you have always believed in that. Thanks to you, someone like Omega will never appear again. Joe looked at the other person seriously, but Jen still made no move. Then he sighed again and said, Chief of Staff Alexander is truly an extraordinary person. Now I understand why I'm here. I lack the qualities needed. Now I want to act based on emotion, not reason. Just as I trust you, I also trust Lihon. At this moment, hurried footsteps echo in the hallway. It seems like the Ta family has something urgent going on. Is it the test footage in the control room? Yes. Make sure there are no mistakes. At this moment, Lihon has been beaten to injuries with his face covered in blood and red syrup. The man couldn't help but be angry. This was the 7th time, and he didn't even cry out once. I've never seen anyone like this before. Suddenly, a voice outside ordered, "Take a break for a bit." He smirked and said, "We will see him again soon. You can look forward to that." Then that person left, and Lihon finally had a chance to breathe. Anyway, they can't kill me, but I can't keep going like this. Given the current state of the Commander-in-Chief, it's no surprise that evil could collapse at any moment. The question is how I can convince others. Does anyone trust me more than the Commander-in-Chief? After some time, your blindfold was removed, and it was him, Octo. Lihon was surprised to see him. He choked and called out, "Ock, you're already out of breath and have no time. Get out of here first." Then they hurriedly left. Octo was running and informing Lihon that they probably had already bolted the warehouse door. Terranos will appear in 5 minutes. By then, open the hatch and escape, but Lihon hesitated. Even if you say to escape, Octo quickly reassures you, "Don't worry, this genius has prepared a few things." Lihon immediately guesses the mental energy armor. Octo is running ahead to keep track of the remaining 4 minutes. We're almost there. Octo has now completed the final adjustments to the armor and announces his satisfaction. It's done. Lihon looked at the armor for a while, and then slightly criticized it. "It looks rough, but do you think it can be used?" To immediately reassured him. "It's just a makeshift device, but I personally made it. Don't worry, I call it Old Doi Bang. I combined parts from the 1st and 2nd generations. If you have to call it the 1.5 generation. Based on the data, it's ready to be used, but real combat and data are always different. If it were you, you could do it." Lihon nodded in confirmation. "I will complete the test through actual combat." The worker quickly reports back. "It's only 2 minutes before Octo sees your spear, so don't forget this, Lihon." At this moment, I was deeply moved. Everyone was willing to help, even knowing the risks. Why did they have to go so far? No, asking is useless anyway. "Thank you, Octo." "It's nothing. I already set up an escape route. Let's go now. Commander Red asked me to send you a message. The debt is paid. He said you'll understand when you hear it." At this moment, a group of soldiers spotted Lihon blocking him and tried to stop him. Lihon easily jumped onto someone and they all stared in shock. "How did you get that mental energy armor? Where did you get it from?" Now, Lihon is feeling very proud, as expected from a turtle shell. So he claimed that this mental energy armor was only tuned in a few days. Everyone inside is trying to break down the door. Damn it, who sealed this up? Is there a spy inside? Everyone is furious, grinding their teeth and shouting. Lihon was close to escaping now, having reached the door, but hesitating. He carefully observed which of these 2 speedboats is the real one. That one. Suddenly, a burst of energy attacked him from behind. That person also wears a mental energy armor like Lihon, but luckily he managed to dodge in time. After calming down, Lihon realized. "Gut," Cod asked aloud. "You just run away after the assassination failed?" "Lihon, I didn't expect you to be like this. I'm really disappointed." Lihon knows very well the character of the other person. "Even if I say something now, you won't believe me. The door is now open, and the button blocking the exit is right there." "Of course not. If you want to leave, then defeat me first." Lihon agreed immediately. "All right, let's end this." He suddenly went berserk. "Even if I lose, don't blame it on the mental energy armor." The 2 of them charged at each other, with Nut ruthlessly striking Lihon's head. His strength is so great that it causes the ground to tremble. Lihon also has to acknowledge the opponent's power. Destroying those 2 nests is not just talk. If I can get close enough, I could finish them off. At the critical moment, he slipped away to escape. Lihon silently resolved to regain the advantage in speed. Loot now puts all his strength into this attack, flying straight toward Lihon. Both with equal strength collided and were thrown back. Lihon quickly regained his stance, determined to keep fighting. Newt confidently charged forward and declared, "With that kind of machine, you can't defeat me." He easily lifted Lihon off the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Nut mercilessly throws Lihon from above and keeps punching him, constantly scolding, Why did you betray me?" But facing Knut, Lihon remains silent, suddenly noticing something. "If I use the shockwave, I can take him down immediately, but Knut will definitely retaliate. I can't let that happen." Nut is still wildly punching Lihon. Surrender already. He's fighting without any mercy at all. The red alert on the armor makes Lihon worried. My system is gradually collapsing. What should I do now? At this moment, something surprised Lihon, and the system suggested what was on my left arm. Old memories flooded back. Osito kept scolding, "Why are you so stubborn? When do you plan to use that thing?" Lihon replied, "I only have 1 arrow. It's not enough. I need another weapon to make it shoot out of my arm like this." But Octo at that time was complaining. So annoying. "Fine, I'll do it when the time comes." Now, Lihon couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. "Thank you, Oto, but next time you should at least tell me beforehand." Lihon tremblingly raised her arm, revealing a dagger inside, while Newt was still punching enthusiastically and didn't notice, and Lihon seized this opportunity to fight. stabbing through Glut's armor. This time Lihon succeeded, but Clue was completely unharmed. With just that, I won't die. I won't pass out. But Lihon was not surprised either. I knew that if this was all you had, the dagger then emitted a surge of energy. Seeing that the dagger's attack didn't harm him at all, he was very pleased and even couldn't faint. Lihon was not at all surprised. I mean, if this is all you have. The dagger then emitted a surge of energy, quickly piercing through the armor and spreading throughout the space. The entire space suddenly fell silent. Even Clue no longer responded. Lihon saw this and took the opportunity to leave. Before leaving, he turned back for a moment and said, "Sorry, stay there and rest for a bit." Glut. Lihon looked at the ship in front of him. He had to get on quickly, but unexpectedly, Clue had already reacted. Lihon couldn't believe his eyes. No way. A fierce green energy burst forth, attacking him. Why was this happening? Did he lose consciousness? He's moving by willpower. Like that, Lihon was pulled further away. I don't know how long ago they had taken Lihon far away, even soaring into the sky, then looping back again. Lihon grit his teeth and endured, as they suddenly rushed back into the battleship. A powerful collision made Lihon cry out, quickly causing a shockwave. That chaos erupted everywhere. Everyone was tense, watching closely. Will they catch him? But at this moment, Lihon slowly stood up bravely, despite the pain all over his body. He still tried to move. Then Lihon walked away, but Cut still hasn't moved. Lihon seemed to realize something was wrong. After he turned around, Glut was engulfed in flames. Lihon screams in pain, "Gut!" He ran inside like crazy, ignoring the flames that were rising, determined to save his teammate. He used all his strength even though he was almost exhausted. Soon, Lihon was able to tear off the armor.
The heat from the flames kept rising, but Lihon remained fearless. All he could think about now was saving Cut.
After all his efforts and determination, Lihon was able to pull Canute out. On this side, countless people had been sent out. Topias angrily shouted, "Go, go, go!" and ordered Lihon to stop. Lihon stood frozen for a few seconds, feeling a sense of unease as he saw the fire and sensed something was wrong. Then he decided to go back to retrieve his gear from the armor, but at that moment, he was caught up. "Stay still, Lihon. Come with us." The small reactor has a problem. If it fails, we all die. The device in your hand is that reactor. Those people seem a bit hesitant and all put down their guns. Now the waves keep crashing against the boat, creating white foam, and the ship continues to speed away, maintaining a certain distance from the warship. At this moment, Lihon has brought that item with him. He uses all his strength to shout loudly and then throws it far away. Lihon kept thinking to himself, "Let me show everyone what I will do, who I am." That thing started to activate, and its power was immense. The energy was released so quickly, causing an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Soon, the ship was blown apart and no longer intact. Lihon, being the closest, was also thrown back by the explosion, which affected a wide area. Topias stared at the scene in front of him, stunned. "Why?" Jaw immediately spoke up. "Whatever the reason, we cannot deny that Lihon saved Terranos. I will arrest the commander. Let's go back to Zone 1 and find out who was pulling the strings from the start." After some time, Glut regained consciousness, his forehead covered in sweat. There are no people around the hospital room. Glut's hands are trembling uncontrollably. He grits his teeth tightly, then rushes straight to Z's place. Nut stammers and asks, "Is Lihon still alive?" Seeing Lihon being treated below, I am in shock. "What is his condition now?" Ro answered firmly, "Tonight is the important night," his whole body trembling with excitement. "Lihon, why?" Right now, Lihon is surrounded by numerous medical tubes and bandages, but Nutmo is wide-eyed as he witnesses something. Lihon's arm is gone. To be precise, that is his left arm. Lihon's body is now covered with numerous tubes and bandages. But Cut widened his eyes in shock as he witnessed something. Lihon's left arm was gone. His whole body keeps trembling now. He seems to have lost all strength and collapses to the ground. Joe sees this scene and can only quietly walk away. But at this moment, he keeps asking himself what he has done to deserve this. He risked everything to save everyone. Tears of regret kept flowing. Why didn't I trust Lihon more? Topias is alone in the room, pondering whether the commander might be a traitor. But if he treats him badly and he's innocent, then he will be the one in trouble. Suddenly, a message sounded out, and Topias quickly asked, "What's going on?" The other side reports, "Sir Vice Commander, Canute is heading straight toward the commander." Topias was also confused after hearing that. "Canute?" They kept talking, saying I would sound the alarm, but at that moment, he spoke up. "Wait, hold on." Topias smiled knowingly, thinking that having someone take the blame would be even more convenient. If the commander-in-chief isn't the traitor, then just pin everything on Clue. "You ordered your subordinates, so let's pretend we never saw Canute. Do you understand what I mean?" Nut then went to Jen, who was now tightly bound to a chair with no emotion left. He spoke. "Wake up. The commander is aiming straight at Jen." Suddenly, he was saying some strange sounds. Canute firmly declared, "Now it doesn't matter who the traitor is anymore. I have made my decision. I will trust my friend." Nut was about to pull the trigger, but Jen could only mutter something to himself. Canute started to feel angry and shouted loudly, "Come on, say something." At this moment, the enemy only says one sentence and Clue gets upset. Is the guilt really just about responsibility? He furrowed his brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" Duin calmly looked at Glut and then asked, What do you want me to answer, Glutmayer? Glut shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why are you accusing Lihon of betrayal?" Du chuckled smugly. You only believe what you want to believe. You also once accused Lihon of being a traitor. But now, torn by your conscience, you're calling me the villain? That's very convenient for you. He angrily shouted. Be quiet. But if you continue to see me as the villain and punish me, you will be freed from your guilt. But in reality, you didn't truly trust Lihon. If you did, you would have helped him right from the start. Guilt immediately overwhelmed him, tears streaming down Glue's face as he said, "Don't say anything more before I kill you." And then Doan's whole body began to emit that strange energy. Is that your limit? The entire space seems to be woven into a net. Nut couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. What is going on? Is this the Commander-in-Chief's power? Duan chuckled slyly at this moment. You're too careless. Glutmayer is nothing compared to Lihon. Suddenly, a wave of tension surged in Gleet's heart. What on earth is happening to him? No, is he still human? His smile is starting to turn strange. We are the only ones. Glue's entire body is now being controlled by that energy. My body moves on its own. Your gun barrel trembles as it gets closer to Jen. Leaving everything in mystery isn't so bad after all. Now I must do my best to control it. I have evidence that the Commander-in-Chief is a traitor. We can't kill the leader here. Du keeps controlling and urging. Just squeeze it. Aren't you here to kill me? Nut quickly unleashed his energy. Don't underestimate me. He's doing his best so his hand is no longer controlled. Nut tried to move the gun toward his temple, then fired a shot straight into his head, and the entire network in the room gradually disappeared afterward. However, Nut had protected himself early on. You think you're better than me? That's so funny, you bastard. This body belongs to me. Du gradually witnesses this scene with a look of shock and opens his mouth in amazement. Newt immediately rushes forward and lands a painful punch on the old man. Du trembled uncontrollably with pain as Knut looked at the suffering person before him and declared, I will take responsibility for my mistake. At this moment, a group of soldiers burst in from outside and stopped. Glut immediately raised his hand and said, the Commander-in-Chief is still alive, but I wonder if we should still call him that now. Joe, who was sitting in the room with Topias, couldn't help but find it strange. So all the surveillance footage from that time has disappeared. You mean no one saw Knut meet with the commander? He lied without blinking, claiming the system was malfunctioning and under maintenance. What a coincidence. Joe saw through that long ago. Truly a wonderful coincidence. At this moment, Tapia suddenly said, clearly the commander has gone insane. Surviving this long under the hands of a madman is truly impressive. Ro frowned tightly in displeasure. Be careful what you say. Ja now explained again. The commander's mind is indeed being controlled by something, but it's still too early to call him our enemy. Topias isn't willing to let go that easily. Why would he show such obvious hostility towards humans if that's the case? John retorted angrily. If he truly wanted to destroy humanity, he would have had countless chances to do so already. He now seems to have guessed the opponent's intention. Don't tell me he's planning to negotiate with him. Joe also didn't hesitate to admit it. From now on, I will be responsible for the commander. Kuro is currently training with intense focus, his whole body radiating abundant energy. Kuro suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his image was a heart. At this moment, something appeared above his head, and everything inside his body was that thing. He used his own energy to destroy it, and soon it started to disintegrate. Finally, it shattered. A surge of energy immediately flowed into Kuro's body. After some time, the new power gradually faded away, and Kuro began to regain his composure. After training, Kuro slowly moved outside. Ren was already waiting outside. We did it, Kuro. This time it's not even 10 minutes, and the absorption is getting faster. But Kuro paid no attention to that at all. It's not important. Any news from Lihon? Seeing that, he asked, Not yet. Do you want me to check? Kuro confidently asserts, No need. Lihon is very strong. But right now you're stronger, so don't sell yourself short or overestimate the danger. He immediately angrily retorted, Lihon is strong even though he's not a superpower user. And if I weren't a superpower user, I wouldn't be anything. Like that, Kuro left unhappy. I'm tired. I just want to rest today. Ren's face darkened. From that moment on, he promised himself, I won't let you take advantage anymore. Omega Tranquility arrived at the scene, sighing wearily. Yanni happened to see Tin Lang at this moment and started striking a seductive pose, saying, Welcome, Tin Lang. I've been waiting for you for a long time. But unexpectedly, Tin Lang didn't hold back and punched Yanni hard, causing her pain. Yanwi hugs her waist, tears welling up, and cries out, It hurts so much, Tin Lang. Write it down in your notebook and go away. She silently thinks to herself, there's no malice in it, but if this happens every day, it really gets annoying. I really don't know when Yanni appeared behind me. You think I came here just because I have nothing better to do? Tin Lang tried to hold back his anger. If she were a man, I would have beaten her up already. When I saw her finger getting close to my chin, Yanni suddenly felt worried. Wait a minute, you're not actually going to hit me, are you? Do you have anywhere I can hit back? Somewhere in the corridor, the submarine is still operating normally, and Lihon remains in a coma after that incident. The sound of machines continues steadily. John is standing outside asking about Lihon's condition. The doctor quickly reports that he has passed the critical stage and is now stable. He sighed in relief after hearing that. I see. I feel so much lighter, now that Lihon's entire body is connected to machines. Although he was unconscious outside, he was still aware in his mind. Lihon is lost in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? An underground cave? After careful observation, he concluded that this cave was clearly man-made. Lihon cautiously stepped forward a few steps, but what stunned him appeared. The path was blocked by a giant door. Lihon opened his mouth in shock and looked up at the giant door. Suddenly, the warning light flashed on, and a loud alarm sounded. The mechanisms quickly moved, and the heavy door gradually opened a gap. Lihon cautiously looked inside, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he recognized it. At this moment, time seemed to revert to reality, and Lihon, having just opened his eyes and awakened, seemed to sense the difference. Lihon realized he had lost his left arm, and suddenly a noise outside caught his attention. It was Jay running over to ask, "Are you awake? How is your body?" Lihon honestly said, "Even if I lie, I can't say I'm okay." Z came over to help him sit up. "Even when fighting dragons, I've never been this badly injured. Aren't humans even more terrifying than dragons?" Lihon still tried to stay optimistic. "At least I only lost one arm. Probably will need a prosthetic." R laughed and replied, "Welcome to the world of robots. How is the situation? You're not hiding or concealing anything. If they label me a traitor, there will be chaos." Among the 34 enhanced warriors, 18 have already submitted their petitions. They asked for a reinvestigation and to clarify the truth. "Have you already calculated everything to this extent? Even if I didn't plan ahead, I would never let everyone die. The reason I fight isn't out of anger or revenge. I fight to protect someone, just like we always do." Z was very pleased after hearing that. "That's a good answer." Suddenly, Lihon heard a noise that caught her attention. So Zoe has had the walkie-talkie with him for a long time. Everyone has heard it now. Everyone was very moved. Zoe kept praising. "Your political skills have improved a lot. This will make many neutral factions lean towards you. More importantly, my condition isn't good right now, so I apologize. But I need your advice." Lihon held on for a few seconds, then understood. "I get what you mean, sir. Do you like confronting the commander-in-chief?" After healing from his injury, Lihon has started to walk again. Even though he still had to carry a heavy load, he didn't find it inconvenient. Joe was still smoking a cigarette while waiting for him, seemingly ready for everything. But in a moment of crisis, Lihon withdrew. "I'm sure you're not feeling well anymore." "Sorry," Joe exclaimed in panic. "But I need you." Lihon nodded in agreement. "I understand. What happened to Glue?" Jaw only now recounted what happened, voluntarily entering the solitary confinement room. "It seems he needs some time to think." Lihon nodded softly. "I understand." Jaw has now called in a few more people for backup, so let's go. On the table is a lavishly prepared meal, beautifully arranged, but outside, that is a dark room. The host of the meal remains very composed, cutting meat. That person is none other than Jen. Zhao and Lihon have arrived, but he doesn't seem to care much, only praising the meat. "That's really tasty. Straight to the point." "Are you the Commander Duel, then?" Jen showed no surprise. The old man looked up at Jay and asked, "So, who do you think I am? Deputy Tamu? If I were Alexander, we would have communicated better." Zhao frowned tightly, clearly annoyed. Lihon from behind then reminded him, "Wait a moment, please step back." Suddenly, you raised your hand as if Lihon was about to do something, and Du also became a bit cautious. "What are you doing?" Du only then realized, "I can't use my psychic abilities." Hearing this, Z and the others were stunned. Could this be a rejection of psychic power? At this point, Lihon's forehead was already covered in sweat. He returned to report that the current situation of the commander seemed unrelated to spiritual abilities. Du now couldn't help but admit that Lihon has the potential to end this war. I acknowledge that. The others all buzzed after hearing this. "Really, Lihon? Can he end the war? But can we really trust what Sivir says right now? We're trusting a dragon. What if it's a trap? What if Sivir wants to destroy the other hives to become the sole ruler? Or is he just offering hope to the remaining humans to lure them out and then eliminate them?" Lihon listened in silence after hearing that. Zoe then ordered everyone, except Lihon, to leave, and the others obediently obeyed. "Yes, I understand." He gritted his teeth, realizing that what was more terrifying than spiritual power was that aura. It could negatively affect other spiritual practitioners. This man is not the commander. He feels like he's seeing a demon. Dewey then said, "This reminds me of the fairy cheese house. You always felt guilty. If we had died together back then, it would have been better. That's what you thought, right?" Lihon also sensed something was off when Jay gritted his teeth and replied, "Maybe so." Du raises his hand. "You're truly useless." Deputy Chief of Staff. If the old man had been holding his face in sorrow, if Alexander were here, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I don't know how long later, but they both left. Lihon immediately realized that when Chief of Staff Alexander died, Hui Juge was as good as dead. Jay also nodded in agreement. "It was our fault. We thought the commander was a superhero. We believe he will endure everything and lead evil." Lihon sighed in admiration, but in the end, a leader is only human, fragile in mind. Even knowing that humanity will eventually perish, he gave up himself and became a monster. I always underestimated Alexander, but if he were still alive, perhaps evil would not have fallen. What do you plan to do now? Du asked firmly. A leader must be a superhero. They have the responsibility never to show weakness. We will declare that the commander was controlled by Spect. The commander has never abandoned evil or humanity. As long as everyone remembers that, it's enough. Genyon has been imprisoned in the deepest part of Terranos. The senior officer calls him the devil because they keep him alive for his knowledge, but no one knows where the water container has been shattered. Oxtoe looked at Lihon's prosthetic hand with suspicion. Seeing him control it with his mind, can he really fight like that? However, Lihon remained very confident, saying, I can do it. I've seen someone fight like that before. Simong also did it. I can do it too. After attaching the prosthetic hand, Lihon left and began to plan for himself. Now I am focusing on rehabilitation. It seems someone is already waiting there. Lihon quickly realized that it was Clue and immediately went over to ask, what's going on? Clue said nothing more and simply asked, hit me. Lihon asked confusedly, why should I do that? He immediately explained, I was wrong, so hit me until you feel better until that wound heals. I won't use my healing ability. I have no other way to apologize. After hearing that, Lihon could only sigh. I won't get anything from hitting you. My hand will just hurt. Clud apologizes, saying, I'm sorry. It would be a lie to say I don't blame you. Lihon closes his eyes and also gathers his courage to say, at least I should have trusted you, but we have to move forward and forget the small things. Do you wonder why I saved you? It's because I don't hate you enough to want you to die. Clue, moved by the words, tears in his eyes, runs over. Thank you, Lihon. But at this moment, Lihon suddenly punched him hard in the stomach, causing Clue to double over in pain, sweating profusely on the ground. You said you wouldn't hit me, Lihon replied happily. But thinking about it, just one punch made me feel more at ease. Lihon now confidently introduces that to prevent resurrection, we need the power of the Silver Hive. But all the leaders fell silent after hearing it. Topias repeats his explanation. Find the Silver Hive and stab it with that spear, right? There's no way to prove it's true, but we've decided to trust you without doubt. Duong also added that finding the current Silver Hive was not easy. Even with our network, we didn't know when we might find it. Even if we accept that, do you think Citadel will agree? They will never cooperate with us, Lon confidently assured. If I go, they will agree. Citadel is not stupid enough to choose mutual destruction. After some time, Topias appeared in front of Lihon. I sincerely congratulate you on your appointment, Second Lieutenant Lihon. From today, you will be assigned to the United States Navy Intelligence Unit, but I, Lihon, have some doubts as I am not even a U.S. citizen. Is it really that easy to get approval? Topias suddenly smiled with a hint of meaning. Is that really important in the current situation? It's just a formality, but it's better than having no position at all. We will keep Silver's spear, Lieutenant Lihon. You will lead the negotiation with Citadel. Lan speaks seriously. Understood. Topias watched your figure leave and quietly remarked that he is meticulous and perfectionist, but surprisingly, quite compassionate. Finding him with a position that can help control him to some extent. Lihon also has a different idea. Not bad. It's convenient for independent actions away from evil. At this moment in a skyscraper, the cafeteria is quite crowded. Yanni is happily eating noodles, while Tin Lang sits silently across, looking up, seemingly a bit annoyed. Really, how could you mess up a lady's hair like this? Be grateful I'm letting it go, since we're eating together. Even Tin Lang has to admit defeat, and deep down she couldn't help but be surprised. But unexpectedly, she actually fainted. So she's not a spiritualist who underwent physical enhancement surgery. At this moment, Yan has started eating sweets, and Tin Lang also begins to scribble something. It turns out she wanted to ask if I liked living in Citadel. Yanni couldn't help but be surprised. Do I really look like that? At this moment, a soldier approaches to talk. Of course, there's also a super spiritual commander and countless powerful spiritual frames. Yanni quietly whispered that there is nowhere safer than the Citadel, and honestly said, I just need to maintain the status quo. There's no need to win the battle. Before coming to the Citadel, I didn't even think about happiness. Suddenly, a familiar announcement sounded, catching Yan off guard. She happily jumped up. It's time to work now. I have to work again today. Working? I'll go ahead, Miss Silence. And so, Yan left, leaving Teen Long alone there. She remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Now on the dark road, a few people are moving with flashlights. Lihon leads the team very carefully. He silently thought that to get into Citadel, we need Yanni's help. We must move to the next safe drop point before sunrise. Their footprints are now imprinted on the ground below. The bright moon shines overhead, and after reaching a safe place, everyone has rested. However, somewhere in the corner, Lihon couldn't let his guard down. At this moment, a soldier was smoking to relieve stress. He looked up at the bright moon and sighed. Tonight's moon is truly beautiful. After a rest, everyone began to gather again. Lihon officially announced that it was time to move. The night continued to pass as Lihon and the others kept moving forward. Now the moon was covered by clouds, but everyone remained cautious at every step. Suddenly, a noise drew Lihon's attention, and under the dim light, the figure of the enemy appeared, seemingly with long claws. It's a werewolf. The teammate immediately reported the discovery, identifying the enemy as a werewolf. Soon, more of them appeared. They quickly raised their spirits and aimed their guns at them. Someone saw it and was instantly terrified. Not just one, suddenly strange noises echoed again, and within seconds, a soldier was taken down before he could do anything. Others also got injured one after another. At this moment, a person screamed in horror when they saw what was in front of them. What is that? What is it? What the hell is this? Lihon was also filled with horror. He quickly ran over, pushed the other person away, and immediately fired his gun at them, but it seemed like the bullets had no effect on it. Lihon couldn't help but feel tense as she realized that the black-clouded night Elu covering the moon was gradually disappearing. Now she was facing the impeccably dressed knight Elu Yanni directly. She carefully tied her hair back and left in a very cheerful mood. Yanni is now full of enthusiasm. All right, it's time to work again, and she's even happily skipping along. She keeps checking the watch on her wrist. Yanni kept muttering the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Yanni is leaving now. Outside under the blue sky and white clouds in the fresh air, suddenly a surge of energy appeared in the space. It turned out to be Yan moving there. She was exhausted now, but her fighting spirit remained high as she grabbed her gun and Yanni, running forward eagerly. She is even very skilled at climbing and scrambling. Yanni hides behind a rock to observe. At this moment, she detects the foul smell of blood carried by the wind, as countless wolves are chasing after Lihon. You are still fighting bravely against them, but they are so arrogant that they show no fear. Yan has now recognized Senior Lihon, quietly observing you from afar. Suddenly, Lihon shouted, "Don't come closer! There's an invisible enemy nearby." A Luani knight hearing this couldn't help but be shocked and realize it was him. The wolf people are continuously closing in on Lihon. Yanni is now also ready with the gun. I can't fight head-on with an LRU knight. Sorry, but if Senior falls, I have to run away alone. Lihon aims her gun directly at them. That damn demon, it attacked just as I was loading my gun. That's how it defeated everyone. Damn it. At this moment, the wolf people have surrounded him from all sides. Even one is behind him. The three of them keep closing in on Lihon, but he remained completely unfazed as they kept howling at him. After timing his shot perfectly, he fired, just as the wolf man charged at him, but luckily, Lihon ducked down to dodge. They keep attacking Lihon, and he keeps firing at them, but the wolf does not intend to let go. Lihon clenched his teeth and stared fiercely at them, their sharp teeth getting very close to him. At that moment, Lihon took a bullet. However, Yanni's face suddenly turned grim because a knight was trying to ambush Lihon from behind. Senior, when Lihon is mentioned from behind, he immediately reacts and uses his hand to block the attack. Lihon's fake arm was unharmed by that attack. He immediately shot at the knight's head. Lihon has escaped now. Sorry about that, it's just a prosthetic arm. However, Yanni panicked and shouted, as if she had fallen into the sights of a knight. Yan became frantic, unsure how to respond. Lihon was also stunned when he saw this scene and shouted loudly to warn him. But Yan still hadn't reacted when the knight raised his sword. Just as he was about to attack Yanni, Lihon quickly drew the dagger from his disguise. He shouted an order to the opponent and bent down to Yanni. She didn't hesitate at all and followed immediately. Lihon's dagger accidentally cut a few strands of Yanni's hair, but she also managed to deal with the knight. He collapsed heavily to the ground. Lihon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Both Yan and she felt a weight lift off their shoulders. She turned back to look at the knight to confirm. Ren solemnly greeted Lihon. "You're back safely. Alpha, did you enjoy your journey into the land of memories?" However, Lihon raised his prosthetic arm and sighed, not entirely convinced. He stroked his chin and continued. "You seem to have paid a heavy price, huh? Evil has decided to cooperate with the entry. Of course, provided Chung-Chi also agrees." Ren just sneered after hearing that. Are those hypocrites really like that? So what will happen next? Let's not say we're going to start a full-scale war right away. Lihon also expressed her opinion. The only way to end this war is to leave it to evil. Rebel was stunned after hearing this. What? Somewhere on a clear blue beach, there is a church where they all gather. Raven is the one who opens the door and enters. This is the moment when both sides meet. Their group has been here for a long time. Urban's side even brought Lion, quietly observing. And on Joe's side, there are only Ak and Topias. Topias points and questions. Do you have 7 people on your side? Shouldn't it be limited to just 5? Ren just smirked after hearing that. He looked at Lihon and Tinlong and then directly said, "The two of them are inherently evil. Alpha is a U.S. Navy officer, and Tinlong, though a deserter, still belongs to the evil side." It's been a while, Silent Kuro. Your eyes now seem to be focused on something. Jay couldn't help but marvel at Kuro. So they really can absorb cores. The mental pressure is too great. We have 3 sets of mental force armor outside, but probably can't win. Ziwa turned back and signaled to Topias, who couldn't help but wonder if the fortress side was stronger. But Topias still politely asked to sit down and talk. Both sides just sat down to discuss, and Topias angrily slammed the table, which was quite ridiculous. We can provide mental force armor, but will not hand over the core technology. Arbin remains completely indifferent. Then this meeting is pointless. If you cling to that precious technology and everything perishes, the future will laugh at us. No, if we lose, there will be no future anymore. Go ahead and pour all your strength into your great spear. If you fall, we will restore and utilize it. Ja also said at this moment, "We will provide it." What? Topias couldn't believe his ears after hearing that. What are you talking about? analyze it quickly and carefully. Even if in the future mental force mechs become a threat, they are still better than dragons. If we lose here, it will all be over. Sir, Arbin was pushed aside, making Topias furious. And after the war, we want to be recognized as an independent nation. He pointed at Arbin and laughed loudly. An independent country has been established for the superpowers, so where are your people and territories? However, he was not shaken by this at all. After the war, the first places we plant our flags will become our territory. Anyone seeking protection will become part of our community. Topias shivered and shouted, "Damn it, it's already dark outside." Topias had to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves, but he still couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, how am I supposed to report this to my superiors?" John calmly said from behind, "This negotiation was unfavorable to us from the start." Lihon added, "Luckily, Chung City's demands were still within our expectations. Omega 1 team would choose to perish together if they fail." Zai praised, "You really made the meeting happen." Lihon, this is only the beginning, but you did well. Lai just remained silent without any reaction. Earlier, Ren said, "Promise me one thing, Alpha, that you won't use your power on Kuro." You agreed without hesitation, and I promise that if you betray the fortress first, I will side with the Iron City and fight to the end. It's okay, I'm not upset at all. I wish my abilities could help maintain balance and resolve everything smoothly. I hope the war ends soon. A world without war or conflict, I will make it a reality. Lihon was stunned to hear these words. Time quickly passed, and before long, it was 15 days later. The Tyranno submarine had now surfaced, the immense pressure causing the water to foam white. The beginning of the first joint operation between Ak and Thanchi, Lihon loudly calls out to Demichi. Demichi, somewhat suspicious, turns to look at the superpower users of Thanchi, who have also boarded the Tyrannos. Demichi immediately ran over happily. "Hey Derek, you're still alive?" Derek also happily responded. Of course, some people were glad to reunite after a long time, but as soon as they saw them, they hid their faces. Demichi, perceptive as ever, noticed him and his eyes became passionate. Jay then asked about Octo's condition. The mental energy mechs from the fortress. Osito, after careful observation, commented. Considering they lack core technology, they maintain their mechs quite well. I think once they acquire core technology, they will accelerate their own developments. Z nodded in agreement. Even the United States eventually agreed to provide it, probably thinking they could strike first before the fortress mass-produced the mechs. That may be true for human resistance, but not for dragon resistance. OC2 gently raised his glass before asking, "Who will be in charge of the Silver Spear?" Jaw has no hesitation in revealing that Clud Mayor is the most likely to succeed among our enhanced warriors. At this point, Octo becomes curious. "Aren't you planning to assign it to Lihon?" Jay also explained. "It was unexpected, but top TIAS and I agreed on this point. Lihon's wave attack is our final move. The only key to controlling Kuro is that we can't risk him going to the front lines. And that guy is not only an excellent warrior, but also capable of taking on a leadership role. Right now, Lihon is in the engine room, so we'll become the bait and move into the dragon's territory. Humanity has already taken down 3 of the 4 remaining dragon's lairs. One of them is the Silver Den, and we didn't expect to find the silver rank so quickly. But taking down the prey is already a success." The submarine still speeds forward. Raven can't believe it and exclaims, What are you talking about?" Kuro still confidently insisted, "I will volunteer to lead. This is the perfect chance to impress everyone." He's now secretly angry. Damn it, I can't reason with him right now. Kuro still stubbornly follows his own plan and prepares the mental armor for me. The soldier beside him obeys immediately. "Yes, I will bring it right away." Kuro is now determined. I will teach them a lesson right here. Right now, as long as I don't give permission, no battle will break out. Chapter 146. At this moment, the ship is still moving smoothly, and on the bow there's a figure standing there for a long time. That person is none other than Kuro. He is now closing his eyes to calm his mind. Kuro takes a deep breath to feel the fresh air. It's wonderful. Topias is feeling very uncomfortable in the cabin now, with a dull gold and purple color. Does he think he's an emperor or something? Lihon doesn't care at all and is only worried about Kuro. "Kuro, we're about to reach the dragon's territory. Are you going to be okay on your own?" Kuro saw the dragon circling in the sky but didn't hesitate at all. "Don't worry about me, Lihon." His eyes turned steely as the sky was now dyed purple. The dragons are also slowly approaching, emitting energy that commands respect from all who see them. Each of them emits a howling sound, but Kuro shows no fear when facing this. He raised his hand and began to focus his inner strength. A surge of energy quickly appeared around Kuro. He created a bow from his mental energy and aimed it at the dragon, sending a powerful stream of energy soaring upward. That wave of power is incredibly destructive, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Everyone in the engine room is stunned. Wow! Tobias couldn't help but marvel as well. Oh my god. What did I just witness? He just defeated the dragons with his mental power. Lihon was also stunned, and it was a long-range attack. But that doesn't seem to be Kuro's full strength yet. The dragons are already defeated. I don't need to use all my power now, just hitting them is enough. I imagine a future where all of you are weak, but I possess a superior mental strength. You're not enough. You'll need to call your leader. Kuro is still relentlessly attacking, and his power is visibly growing stronger each day. His eyes now are filled with unwavering determination. The dragon now flies high above, roaring fiercely. Despite Kuro's attacks, it seems unaffected. The dragon can't help but be angry, another human, and yet there's one among them who is no ordinary foe. Now it causes the volcano to continuously spew lava. The angry dragon charges forward, turning everything it passes into a disaster. Its spiritual power is changing the entire sky, and a glowing sphere appears in the dragon's mouth. However, Kuro remains completely fearless. He quickly reports that it has appeared. The H-rank dragon. Topias is amazed. An H-rank dragon has appeared. Lon couldn't help but feel amazed. Nothing has appeared on Jada yet. Did he see it through his short-term prediction ability? Kuro, can you identify its color or position? Kuro is also helpless. No, but I am sure I can feel it, and that's enough. If I can sense it, then it exists. I can aim at it even when I can't see it. It's similar to that. Now, the dragon has gathered enough power inside the sphere in its mouth. But at this moment, its gaze froze for a few seconds as a hand suddenly appeared from nowhere to grasp it. And soon, the dragon tightened its hold, unable to escape no matter how much it struggled. Kuro is now using all his strength to control it. Topias, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel anxious. What is he doing? Kuro is also struggling a bit right now, having some difficulty. Should I go all out? Kuro's entire body is now lifted up. Lon couldn't help but marvel. Spiritual energy is truly terrifying. Topias can also clearly feel it. My body is floating. If this were the Middle Ages, people would think an angel was descending. At this moment, Kuro's appearance truly resembles that of a superhero. The dragon is now furious. How dare you? The lowly, miserable human. Kuro ignores it and immediately takes control, falling down. The entire body of the dragon was suddenly pulled down under control. Then a streak of light appeared in the sky, followed by a blazing fire rushing down at lightning speed, causing an explosion that shook the heavens and earth. We are not like this. Creatures that act with noble order and law. Beings once worshipped as saints. Beings without love but not savage. But because of your existence, humanity, we are drowned in fury and hatred. All reason is lost, leaving only the desire to slaughter and the instinct to destroy. If all of you humans disappear completely, we will be able to return to how we were before. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, followed by a flame rushing down at the speed of light. Then caused a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth, affecting the entire area, with water rising continuously to form fierce waves. Everyone inside the ship was tossed around, and Oto, unprepared, kept rolling inside the cabin. Even the warriors are now confused and furious. What the hell is going on here? The waves keep crashing violently, and the submarine is being lifted high into the air. Now, Kuro is still using his own power. That invisible hand has perfectly grasped the ship. Kuro feels a bit guilty and apologizes. Sorry, I threw a bit too close just now. Lihon, from now on we will freeze the entire surface of the sea and deploy enhanced warriors for ground combat mode. Topias was left stunned after hearing this. What? But at this moment, another monster emerged from the sea, filled with rage. I wish you humans would just disappear. But that monster suddenly froze, looking bewildered. The surface of the sea suddenly stopped. The other warriors immediately went into battle. I never thought I would get to run on the sea, not even in my dreams. Kuro's power is truly top tier. We will definitely win. Derek just kept silent, saying nothing more. Bahamut struggled to escape, but then it made a bold decision. Its wings were torn apart and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. He had destroyed his own wings. Bahamut was now completely unrestrained, glaring at them in fury. A lowly human daring to invade our territory. What are you supposed to be? Now the real battle between Bahamhamu and Kuro begins. Derek also uses his own abilities to attack now. Everyone begins to unleash their powers, but they remain completely undaunted. The continuous attacks keep hitting Bahamut's body, but it's unaffected at all. Bahamut clenched his body in anger, effortlessly knocking everyone back with his power, leaving no one able to resist. Lihon watched the screen anxiously, just as expected. External attacks were useless, so we have to infiltrate from the inside. However, he couldn't help but worry. But that plan is now impossible, as if he had foreseen it through shared consciousness, becoming a shining star in our Aurora Borealis. Lihon decided to remove his uniform. You tell Kuro that you're going in. He is stunned after hearing that. What? Lihon's eyes are extremely determined. I will try to break his mental shield with a wave of pressure. Just need to get within 50 meters. Looking at my hand, I silently wonder if I can disable the high-level shield. But it's something we must find out. Kuro, panicking, advises, No, you're crazy. Yan, are you planning to rush in there without any weapons? You don't need to risk yourself, I can handle it. Kuro's power, when provoked, becomes even more intense. Even Bahamut has to marvel. It's crazy. At this moment, two hands have appeared near Bahamut's position. The hands seem to be using all their strength to control it. Kuro, on this side, is exerting all his power. Someone was already waiting in a corner. That person is Glut. Bahamut's body gradually tore apart, crying out in pain. At that moment, Nut activated its power, a stream of energy piercing through its body. The entire space suddenly became chaotic, Bahamut's body gradually disintegrating, but it did not let go. Before vanishing completely, it left a warning.
This isn't over yet. Next time you'll see what I can do.
Human. Kuro reacts by remaining silent, simply observing. He narrows his eyes as if still somewhat unwilling. Bahamut's body has begun to disintegrate. Disintegrating the body, even after countless times, that feeling still remains very uncomfortable. They are becoming even stronger, still evolving, so we must change too. Faster, stronger, and smarter. We need a power greater than ever before, a power enough to wipe out all of humanity, a body even more powerful. At this moment, Kuro is sitting cross-legged to meditate when suddenly something makes him open his eyes wide. Kuro is now lost in an extremely unfamiliar place. He slowly took a few steps, still filled with doubt. Where is this? Does this place have something to do with my spiritual energy? Kuro silently looked around, as if some kind of energy was affecting him. That immense power is incredibly strong. After some time, Kuro gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. He is slumped on the floor, wondering to himself what that was just now. I don't know why I feel like I shouldn't touch that thing. Kuro's whole body seems very tired, but at the same time, he also looks quite determined. Surely, someone inside must know something about this now Lihon has arrived at the door. He politely knocked on the door, and the person inside quickly gave the signal to come in. Between us, there's no need to be formal. Just sit comfortably. So, it turns out Tobias invited Lihon for a feast, but he was extremely uncomfortable. Don't you think you're being too obvious? You don't need to go that far. I will still keep my promise. Tobias doesn't care about that at all. Right now, we have no other choice but this. Can you sit down now? Soon the meal began. Tobias spoke up to inquire. If everything goes beyond control, then you are the one to call. How much do you think you can control Kuro? I am just an ant carrying venom that can kill an elephant instantly. Maybe the gap between an ant and an elephant is even greater than that. Tobias suddenly put down his fork with a serious expression. He honestly said, "The Motherland has ordered the recall of your spirit energy armor. We will re-equip it with the best technical specifications possible with current technology." Lihon directly stated, "If it is a reactor type, I must decline." Tobias immediately reassured him right away. "That plan has been cancelled, so you can rest assured. I understand your concerns, but Kuro is not someone who worships spirit power blindly." However, deep down, Lihon kept telling himself to trust Kuro. If he didn't believe in him, everything would truly fall apart. Lihon remained silent for a long time, then stood up straight. "Thank you for the meal. I'll take my leave." At this moment, in some room, Zoe couldn't help but feel confused about what he just heard. What did he just say? The other side remains very confident. Please let me meet them. The AC that Ja quickly asked about. If I refuse, will you use force? Kuro also clearly stated his purpose. I have no ill intentions. To use my power properly, I first need to understand and control it. John remained silent for a long time, then finally relented. Then I will allow it, but only under my supervision. You don't have any objections, do you? Kuro shook his head and replied immediately. No, Sergeant. They left very quickly. Zhao and Kuro arrived at the location, observing from afar through the glass. That person is none other than John. He is sitting there now with his hair disheveled. Kuro couldn't help but marvel. I had heard about it before, but seeing it with my own eyes is really unsettling. Du immediately reacted after hearing that. The old man looked up and said, Are you sympathizing with Du's situation? You might end up in a similar one. After the dragon disappears, who do you think will be your next enemy? It's you. Kuro shouted angrily, Shut up, I am the one asking the questions. I possess a core of mental power and hold a strength comparable to a dragon. What exactly is the ultimate level of mental power? Du hesitated for a moment and then replied, We don't know either. Kuro clearly shows his disgust with himself. Truly fed up, the demon title really does him no favors. Jen, provoked, stands up abruptly. Do you want a deeper answer? If so, the old man raised his hand to the glass, and that red energy reappeared. Put your hand on mine and share the same mental frequency. If you show me what you've witnessed, I will answer all your questions. Z quickly reminded him beside him Kuro, but he is still determined. It's okay, I won't let someone like him take over my body. Kuro also approaches the glass and places his hand on it. Now, only a glass panel separates them, both bodies immediately radiating energy. On this side, Jion's energy is equally fierce, and the glass soon develops several cracks before shattering under the pressure. Zhao watched this scene with confusion, but Kuro remained focused, while Judge smiled wickedly. His eyes shone with a red glow, and now they seemed to be facing each other. The two forces of power directly created two opposing extremes, and the energies are fighting each other. Kuro struggles to resist. Duen is no pushover when facing him. Duong sensed the situation was unstable and immediately reported to the command room, requesting the deployment of the army, secretly thinking that if Kuro becomes an enemy, the worst-case scenario will unfold. At this moment, in a distant, unfamiliar space, the boy Kuro has appeared, and I am very happy to see him. Kuro Duan walks slowly over. Now, what you've seen and experienced, can you show me as well? Just relax your mind. If we combine your experience with mine, we can draw new conclusions, and I will answer everything you're still curious about. The red energy streams continued to envelop Kuro, but in reality, Kuro remained very calm and composed. Enough, you've gone too far. He immediately struck Juge away. Kuro glances at the old man. Juge is also taken aback. The old man kept staring at Kuro. He firmly declared, "You are weaker than me. No matter what tricks you try, you cannot take over this body. You've seen enough of my memories, haven't you? Now answer the question." Duyen sighed and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, Kuro. I have seen everything very clearly. Even now, I can still see clearly inside you. The real monster will destroy this world." Kuro couldn't help but doubt. "I will destroy this world. I am the real monster." He couldn't hold back and shouted, "Answer the question." Z immediately steps in to comfort. Kuro calmed down, but he could no longer hear what was being said. He seemed to go crazy, grabbing Jen by the neck. Kuro coldly warned, explaining about mental power properly. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you." Jen still laughs despite the situation. The mental energy is a power capable of destroying the four-dimensional world we exist in. It is a fifth-dimensional force, so it is not bound by the laws of the four dimensions. That's why it's called a power on an entirely different level. Kuro asked further, "So what?" Jujuj further explained, "You also have a mental energy inside your body. Don't you find it strange that you can easily overpower a dragon's lair? Dragons instinctively know that their power could destroy the entire world. Therefore, deep in their subconscious, they always restrain that power." Kurao frowned in discomfort and said, "So you mean dragons have an inherent self-limiting mechanism inside their bodies?" The old man laughed mockingly, "And you are the dragon whose limits have been lifted. If you do not use that power wisely, the entire world will fall into chaos. If you want the sea to no longer be salty, it will happen immediately. If you decide to melt the water into fire, even the laws of physics will change. The world will change just because of a fleeting thought or your subconscious. A chaotic world will bring the past, present, and future together. And when that happens, you will no longer be human." Z, tense, advises, "It's just a possibility." Kuro, you can still control yourself. The Demon Lord only seeks chaos and only takes in what needs to be heard. Kuro, after listening, simply coldly said, "I know." Jay glared at John in frustration. "Enough, I won't let this conversation go on any longer." The old man then smiled wickedly. "Goodbye, Kuro." In the meeting room at that moment, Jen's voice kept repeating over the loudspeaker. "Goodbye, Kuro." Lihon stared at it intently, lost in thought. After a long moment, they finally voiced their suspicion that it might all be lies meant to shake Kuro. Ja remains very cautious. No matter what, we still need his power now. No one can be sure if the demon is telling the truth or deceiving us. Topius irritably questions what happens when the war's over. Are we just going to let such a dangerous power stay out of our control? If it's true, we will be forced to act. Lihon remained silent without answering, then straightforwardly left. But that's a matter to consider after winning the battle. Lihon simply slammed the door and went out. Topius immediately asked Joe what he thought. Lieutenant Colonel, he had no choice but to give up. There was nothing left to consider. This world was always meant to belong to the young, not us old folks. Hearing that, he was extremely angry. Basically, you have no own opinion at all. Toi. At this moment, on a mountain somewhere, a group of people are performing a ritual, raising their hands to the sky and shouting nonstop, as if they are collectively summoning something. At this moment, a space has opened in the sky, revealing what's inside, its tail already exposed outside, followed by its sharp claws. After a while, the dragon also appeared, now fully reborn, and immediately began to punish. "You fools, you still let humanity survive?" The memories of the past flood back, and the familiar images passed through the dragon's mind, leaving it stunned. "How did you come back?" The dragon was silent for a few seconds, then made up its mind. "I will tear you apart myself." The battle from the past is still vivid in memory. Even in danger, Lihon remained calm. His attitude surprised the dragon. Why did the tear ducts close? The old grudge still makes the dragon unwilling, as its power neutralizes mental strength. Currently, there are three main threats. I should have realized earlier that there is a human as strong as a nest, one who neutralizes mental power, and another who has killed two nests. Listen carefully, everyone. With the remaining strongholds, I will unify the entire Dragon Legion once again. This time, we will wipe out humanity from the face of the earth. The warriors below immediately responded and are now preparing to carry out a great plan. What do you mean? What did he say? We lost contact with Maatopius and were left stunned. Lihon hesitantly announces that the United States of America has now disappeared from this world. There are two superclass submarines of the Terrano line. One is a Terrano operated by the Evil Organization, and the other is the command ship of the USMA. Ma is carrying the president, high-ranking officials, world leaders seeking asylum, and many famous figures. Basically, that's the entire US government. At this moment, inside the submarine, a banquet has been opened. I am pleased to share some good news. Ak and Thantri have allied and achieved a major victory in their first battle. Humanity will not perish here. We have a duty to survive and rebuild humanity, restoring our glorious civilization and culture. Because of that, food and drinks quickly started to run out. Everyone at the party was chatting happily, while two soldiers stood in a corner talking. Because we've been locked inside for so long, people are starting to lose their grip on reality. This is the safest place. The war is almost over. Isn't it us who have always been reassuring them like that? There is no hope in times like these. They won't survive. They will become the pillars to rebuild human civilization. But at this moment, they are just useless beings. However, they didn't expect that outside, the dragons are rushing towards them at high speed, and their numbers are increasing rapidly. They just charged straight down, causing the water to quickly become turbulent. The dragon swam effortlessly beneath the surface. They targeted the submarine below, and soon the dragon used its power to attack. Topius looked visibly dejected upon hearing this news, and Zen quickly offered comfort. I understand the pain of losing a country, but now is not the time to hesitate. The entire supply chain has been cut off. The supply source from the fortress is not enough to sustain Terranos. Topius also perceives the new threat. Everything could get even worse if the city decides to retreat and protect their base. Ren angrily blurted out nonsense. We will not retreat. Now is not the time to defend but to attack and destroy the enemy. If we retreat now just to minimize damage, we will be wiped out. At this moment, he subtly signals Kuro. He quickly understood the advice. We will stay in Terranos. Urban is now very satisfied as long as Kuro is here. We will be fine. With only Kuro, the city can be rebuilt as many times as needed. At this moment, Lihon approached Octo and asked, "Is this the mental energy armor I will be using?" "Okay." Two nodded in confirmation. "It's not bad. It's the version sent from America." Lihon also looked on with curiosity and asked, "But it's not finished yet, right?" Octo then explained, "Not exactly. Just not given enough detail yet. No, son, the rough armor coating clearly shows how urgent the situation is. They only focus on pure functionality." Lihon confidently wondered if the difference might not be a bad thing, and if there was anything different from the suits I used before. Octo quickly explained. First is the spiritual sensing system, a sensor that allows you to see mental energy with the naked eye. Very useful for analyzing spiritual phenomena like invisibility. Lihon listened and was very interested. It sounds quite handy. He continued, "The second is a lightning capacitor that allows you to recharge the nearly unlimited jetpack." Lihon asked curiously, "Is that the kind of lightning they talk about?" "Okay." Two nodded in confirmation. The dragon can convert mental energy into electricity, and this is made from its skin. And there's more. Lihon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Is there more?" This is the final one. The spirit energy armor uses a movement system called the kinetic energy transfer system, which allows for faster and more powerful movement with less effort. With this, we can avoid the risks of physical enhancement and instead train soldiers to control the mental force armor. The good news is that the United States has disappeared, so this technology cannot be recreated. Even I have a hard time figuring out how it works. It's such a strange suit of armor. Does it have a name, like Iron Maiden or something? Odd Toe tries to recall his memory. I remember that during development, they called it Spara. Lihon asked curiously, "What does it mean?" He didn't hesitate to give the answer, hoping Lihon would feel very good and decide accordingly. It's really surprising how emotional that name sounds, so let's just use that name. At this moment, in a house deep in the forest, it suddenly lit up brightly. It turns out that was Ayani. She now opens her book and sits there leisurely reading, but she still can't hide Yanni's boredom. "I'm so bored, there's no one left in the fortress. If a dragon attacked like this, I think I would just run away alone." At that moment, a sound drew their attention and Yan immediately reacted. She secretly peeked out to observe. A person covered in slime approaches, and Yanni can't help but tremble for a few seconds. Ulru is holding the wound with one hand. Le walks slowly, and he looks at the house in front of him with confusion. The teleportation gate, Yan runs out quickly from inside, anxiously asking what's going on. "I will stop the bleeding for you. Go inside quickly." Ulru tremblingly took it out of his pocket. "No, they are coming soon. You must deliver this map to the headquarters." Yan quickly took it and held the map in her hands, feeling nervous. It's going to be very difficult to take him like this. LRU will block our way. Ulru kept urging them. "Hurry up and go." After seeing her leave, Ulru also collapsed to the ground. He gently turned his head, the bright red blood flowing from his wound, and suddenly his whole body emitted a light. Soon a deafening explosion erupted. Lihon seriously warned, "This time we must not fail." Tinlang and Kut both listened seriously to him. Kut speaks with great confidence. "Failure has never been an option, it always is," Lihon carefully reminds them, "but this time it's truly a race against time, with almost no second chances." Ominous. His hand clenched tightly in tension, knowing that failure here would leave nowhere left to retreat. Over here, Yan is holding the map. Thanks to the information from the city, we have pinpointed the location of the silver hideout. At this moment, on a snowy plain somewhere, the warrior ship arrived quickly, and they are now moving on specialized snow vehicles. There are countless such vehicles on the snow, with guards on board, and everyone inside is already waiting. Tinyalang also notices Lihon at this moment. Tamad. She was busy texting something, and then Lihon received a message right after. "It's really boring. We don't even have basic equipment. It's a mess." 3 years ago, we also felt that way, didn't we? When going into space for the final battle, Tinlang couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking that destroying it would end everything. But that wasn't really the case. Lihon immediately asked back, "If everything really ended then, what are we doing now?" Silentness was silenced by the question, and after a moment she replied, "Probably we can't live a normal life either. We are either humanity's enemies or their tools." Lihon sneered, "You're more pessimistic than before. However, deep down I do have those kinds of thoughts. But you're not wrong. Still, I don't have the time to bother myself with those social conflicts. Because my brothers might still be alive somewhere. All I can do is kill the dragon." Outside, the sky gradually turns strange, and suddenly silence calls out, "Han Li, what are you thinking?" Lihon shook his head and said nothing. Tinlang, worried, reminded him that if he's tired, he should try to rest for a bit. No one would blame us for taking a short break. "But you still can't feel at ease." Knowing that, Tinlang responded immediately. "What's that?" Lihon just looked at the other person and hesitated before walking away. "It's nothing," Tinlang shouted angrily. "Are you joking with me? Is this still funny?" Lihon, hearing that, straightforwardly asked, so I'll just say it. "How long do you plan to keep wearing that mask or hat?" She was left speechless after hearing that. "You hesitated just to ask that?" Lihon also admits the topic is a bit sensitive. "If I never have to fight again, I guess I would take it off and leave it like I never planned to take it off." Outside, countless monsters are wreaking havoc. Kuro confidently stepped forward to face them, his entire body radiating a massive surge of energy. The monsters continued their assault, but soon Kuro had them all defeated, some even losing their heads before they could react. Kuro quickly takes down several monsters at once, with a continuous stream of energy attacking them. The monster struggling to defend itself soon succumbs, while the screams of the monsters echo everywhere. Kuro now handles them with ease, his brow furrowed with determination. At this moment, Kuro tightly grips another monster and crushes it without any hesitation. Kuro is now flying close to it, leaving others watching in awe and confusion. Oh my god, it seems we don't need to get involved anymore. But at this moment, another army appears, and the numbers between the two sides are vastly different. Kuro was not afraid of this. He continued to fight bravely. Kuro is now flying up, his power spreading everywhere. The others can't help but be amazed. He's flying up? It looks like an angel. Kuro's power continues to shine down on the ground. Kuro's power continues to attack the EU warriors. Inside, Kuro keeps telling himself to forget the evil demon's words. He can control this power. With this power, I will save the world and create a new future. Meanwhile, everyone took the opportunity to run over here. "Let's go! Wipe out those trying to escape." The two of them then launched into battle against each other. The dragon has now appeared, and there are countless dragons in the sky. Lihon also sees the opportunity. Now it's our turn. He immediately signals for silence as they, along with Canute, prepare for battle. Dimichi is now filled with excitement, finally entering the main battle. "I can't wait any longer. Everyone take your positions." Lihon quickly assigned the tasks, but Ter, Nobel, Fox, and Poe put all their strength into breaking through the backline. "The support team is Oscar and Papa," Dimichi shouted loudly, now facing a row of fierce monsters. He fights alone against a horde of monsters, yet Dimichi remains completely undaunted. His willpower was stronger than ever. The monsters kept charging, but Dimichi cut them off at the legs. It immediately collapsed heavily to the ground, taking the opportunity to charge again and deliver a decisive strike. After finishing, Dimichi gives a thumbs up and excitedly orders them forward. "Come on, everyone charge in just a moment. The dragon's corpses will fall like rain." Now all the soldiers advance with their weapons to fight. Keep encouraging them. "Come on, everyone charge in. In just a moment, the dragon corpses will fall like rain." Kuro continues to disperse his energy, which makes the monsters fear him, and he is now trying his best. Countless dragons were continuously controlled by Kuro. In their desperation, they attacked him, but luckily he had a protective shield beforehand. Kuro once again used all his strength to attack, and the dragons were torn apart. Then it vanished into the sky, and Dimichi led the team to that path, moving quickly. Once again, another dragon was controlled by Kuro, and he alone was able to fight many dragons at once. Kuro used all his strength to force them together, handling many dragons at once, but suddenly he froze, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Get ready, Han. It could appear at any moment." A claw appears in the crack, its shape gradually revealing itself. The spear is also glowing now. Clue was mentally prepared. Just stab this spear into its head and it's over, right? He was already wearing his armor and ready. Lihon is now encouraging everyone, "We will support you. Even if Clue fails, there is still calm behind." But at this moment, Clue is very confident. Failure, just wait and see. He quickly activates his energy. Clue keeps telling himself, "I will definitely succeed and pay my debt to Han." Then it soared away quickly. Kuro is now getting closer and closer to the dragon. They are now almost face to face. He sneers and says, "You lowly human, do you think you can fight me one-on-one?" Lihon reports that Clue is acting, and just a moment later, countless spaces suddenly appear around Kuro, which he also notices immediately. All of Kuro's energy is easily shattered as a star sphere appears in the dragon's mouth, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Kuro quickly activates his protective barrier. The dragon can't believe what he's seeing. Has he nullified my attack? You can't underestimate him. Just then, Clue also arrived. Clue, slightly injured, said, He's not even paying attention to me. No, maybe he can't pay attention. Anyway, let's finish this. I'm so tired of this. Clue used all his strength to rush forward and aimed directly at the dragon. A loud explosion followed, and Kuro, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. What the hell is going on? But I didn't expect Glut to be counterattacked with a large hole pierced through his body. Kuro watched as Glue fell down, his whole body seeming stunned for a few seconds. Now he was truly furious, facing an entire swarm of dragons alone. Kuro and Lihon also realized Bahamut. At this moment, Bahamut has declared war on them. This body will be your grave. Kuro clenched his teeth in anger. That attack was unexpected. He is the strongest among all the layers. Everyone below also realized that he had truly returned. All the dens we destroyed, was all our effort in vain? At this moment, a flame also descended, and Clue finally staggered back home. He trembled as he spoke, passing on the mission. Sorry. Silence just stood there silently, looking up. She clenched her spear tightly in her hand, then she charged forward quickly. She carries hope into the fight. Kuro has now volunteered. Hanley, I'll handle the 3 Hamu, you take care of the rest. I'll show them what I've got. Then, he launched a series of attacks against the dragons. The continuous streams of energy struck the 3 Hamu, but they remained unharmed. Its mouth gradually opened wide, revealing a human figure, with blinding light illuminating the entire space. The distance between them is now extremely close. Kuro clenched his teeth, feeling tense but managed to dodge quickly.
Bahamut couldn't believe his eyes. No way he dodged. Kuro also started planning in his mind.
If he wants to defeat him, he begins to unleash his full power. Kuro, grinding his teeth with determination, must give his all. Strong electric currents radiated around Kuro as he clenched his teeth, determined to succeed. If he wants to take them down, he must go all out. Immediately after, Kuro's eyes lit up brightly. I see it now. He uses his sharp senses to lock onto the target amidst the chaos. After identifying the target, Kuro begins to move, his body agile within the blue aura of energy that surrounds him, allowing for easy movement. Bahamut froze for a moment, then Kuro shot out a massive stream of blue energy, sharp as a sword. He shouted loudly and quickly attacked with his hand, then the light shot straight toward Bahamut. Its eyes widened in shock as it looked down. Bahamut moved upward to avoid Kuro's attack. He still couldn't believe what he saw and looked at his wound in shock, unable to believe this was real. Does he have precognitive abilities? He has a fiery gaze, lips pressed tightly, then a red light radiates from around him and explodes a second later, illuminating the silent night. Jiamin with an amazed expression, marveling that this is Kuru's true power. Truly astonishing. Bakugan Long's provocation, that's enough. Bahamut suddenly appears, startling it. Step back! Sivir, its body begins to recover. The fun has just begun. Kuro here furrows his brow, extremely confused, with the ability to recover. This side is silent, gripping the spear tightly as it thrusts forward, aiming straight at White Thousand Dragon. It looks down with a sarcastic tone as another fly flies in. Let me deal with it. Bahamut begins to suspect.
Why does he keep insisting on targeting Sivir? Then he orders to withdraw from the battlefield.
Bakugan Long angrily retorts. Bakugan Long angrily questions. What, you want me to run away from a human? Bahamut stood silently for a moment before glaring and shouting, Shut up and listen to me! Silver Lian here is panicked and announces that he is moving away, extremely silent and confused, retreating. Could it be he has sensed her worry? If this mission fails, everything will end. Tin Lang secretly vows to himself that even if he dies, he must see it through. Immediately after, a purple aura enveloped her, and she charged with all her might, moving like a lightning bolt toward Bygone Long. Suddenly, a growling mini appeared. It swings a huge spiked axe fiercely at a human, its eyes blazing and showing sharp teeth, attacking aggressively on both sides, one with guns and the other with primitive weapons. But the area is too crowded and the guns can't eliminate them all. Lihon looks worried. Damn it, they've come this close. Silence. Now everything depends on you. Over here, Bygone Long is still rushing through the air, with a continuous purple light chasing behind it. It glanced back, feeling puzzled. Is there something? No. Was Bach's judgment correct? Turns out that light is still, and she's still trying to catch up on this side. I've gone beyond my limit, my consciousness fading, but I won't give up quietly. I will complete the mission, she's determined in her heart. One more time, just one more time. Inside the armor, her calm face is panting, blood constantly flowing from her nose. She rushes forward recklessly, ignoring her exhausted body. On this side, Kuro is still fighting fiercely, countering his attacks. Bahamut also refused to give up. The two continued fighting, neither willing to admit defeat. Both of them are attacking each other with full force. It feels incredibly exhilarating. It's been a long time since I last felt this way. A rush of excitement when entering a battle, running along his spine. Kuro's body trembles with worry that he needs more strength. Strength to protect everyone. He clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down as Kuro stands now in a different realm, determined to push beyond his limits. His face shows no expression at all. His hand slowly reaches out, and then Kuro steps into the swirling energy zone. Immediately after, his body transformed violently with glowing green pupils. Kuro hovered in the sky, his whole body shining with blue light, as if he had surpassed his final limit. Baham suddenly sensed danger, too dangerous, so it quickly swung its tail and turned away. Mumu looked back in doubt, eyes wide with disbelief. "What the hell is that?" Kuro roared, his glowing blue eyes surrounded by a swarm of tentacles. An energy erupts. With countless glowing blue tentacles swirling violently in the dark purple background, Tin Lang continues to chase Bakugan Long at full speed, blood pouring from her armor until she finally reaches her limit. Ting Long's body floated in the air before losing balance and falling. It glanced at her and said, "Already exhausted after just a moment?" Then she turned back and charged at Tin Lang. Her body fell freely, her trembling hand trying to raise her helmet, blue light flashing, her face clearly visible, blood-stained and gasping for breath from exhaustion. Tin Lang plunged down uncontrollably, blood splattering in streaks. Suddenly, a purple aura enveloped her. Bai Ganlong was caught off guard, and a sharp spear appeared above his head, stabbing fiercely into him. A green stream flows from there. She uses all her strength to hold onto the spear. Tin Lang tightly grips the spear in her hand, channeling all her energy to charge forward, the spear tip piercing straight into Bakugan Long's massive body, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. She held that position for a moment, then with a sarcastic tone said, "Do you really think it works on me?" Tin Lang was now exhausted, gasping for breath, unable to keep her balance and falling backward into freefall, with no gravity. Her mind was flooded with thoughts. She couldn't move. Am I going to die? She tried to reassure herself that the mission was complete and it would be okay to rest for a bit, right? In her dreamy eyes, she briefly saw the image of the white cloud dragon flying in the sky, and her memories replayed scenes of standing in front of a school, then a fierce sword fight with Tin Lang sitting quietly in front of the TV, the faint light casting a shadow on her back in the silent room.
Then came Urban's excited face, reaching out his hand, but she was unwilling inside. No! The image of Tin Lang quickly flashed away, escaping from the pursuit of the two others.
Then comes Lihon's slightly surprised face as he places his hand on the bucket covering her head. Along with Lihon's bright smile, "I don't want to die." As the body gradually lands quietly, a large shadowy claw slowly approaches. It was like a cushion supporting her body, trembling in silence as she tried to sit up, utterly amazed inside. Turns out it was Bygone Long. It lifts her up and says, "I kept my promise." In the sky, a faint green energy sphere floats, from which countless tentacles thrash wildly. Kuro stands amidst the surging green energy, powerful and unstoppable. The three Hamad exclaims, "You idiot, you've gone beyond the limit." Kuro's body is tightly gripped by a bright blue aura, with the mouth of a giant monster below. His own body is nestled right in the middle, surrounded by sharp teeth and swirling tentacles. Then it slowly closes in, biting down firmly on Kuro. Bahamut growled and ordered to leave it be and kill all the remaining humans. A second later, a horde of silver warriors swooped in aggressively. They put all their strength into their mouths and then shot straight out. Unexpectedly, they kept attacking Minin. The minions are screaming in pain, and the humans on this side are in shock, not understanding what is happening. What the hell is going on? What is going on? The silver are attacking the minions. The silver group continues to attack them, and someone using a wrist radio is Lihon. You look serious as you announce that the silver dragon is an ally. Let me remind you that the silver dragon is our ally. Immediately after, the white thousand dragon appears before you. Lihon skillfully jumps onto it. White cloud dragon flaps its wings and soars into the sky. You order it to go to Kuro's color. Bahamut looks at it with an annoyed tone. Did he regain his memory? The traitor. A red aura radiates around it, exuding a sense of danger. You humble creatures, you dare to provoke me once again. Bak Von Long argued back. For us, that is the only way to prove we are not monsters. That's how it is. Bahamut shouted angrily. If we kill all humans, we can return to being the rulers. We will restore our superior intelligence and extinguish the endless hatred between us. Tell me what's wrong, huh? I'm still responding calmly. We will feel ashamed for not being able to control our instincts. We will only leave behind evidence that we are monsters. Beham Haham Mut lost control. How dare you call me your brother? Lihon is riding on the back of the white cloud dragon, slowly flying towards Kuro. He has a worried expression. If we consider our strength, we are at a disadvantage, so we need Kuro's support. Right now, in front of Bahamut, there is a bright blue light. But how can we lure Kuro out? Maybe the shockwave can do it, but can Kuro return to the fight after being wounded like that? Then, the scene shifts to the fierce battle between it and the white cloud dragon. You were the one who suggested we attack humans first. It was you. Have you forgotten? The traitor? It opens its mouth, releasing a beam of purple light straight ahead, then charges fiercely toward Bahamut. It refused to give in either, roaring loudly as it bit down hard on Bakugan Long's leg, causing it to cry out in pain, while Bakugan Long, not willing to be defeated, thrust its long horn fiercely into Bahamut. The two kept fighting back and forth without a clear winner, both covered in wounds and bleeding non-stop. Bakugan Long admitted, yes, it was me. It was me, and that's why I torment myself over it. If I don't fix my mistakes myself, who else will? Bahamut said with a mocking tone. Mistake? Is that all you call it? It unleashed a blinding purple energy beam, tearing through the sky and rushing straight at Bygone Long, It curled up, using its wings to defend itself as the blinding purple light from outside struck with fierce force. Baigan is badly injured, with many scratches on his wings. Bahamut growled and said, "I will leave the punishment to them." A second later, two figures appeared, one red and one blue. My true brother. Two monsters with blazing yellow eyes snarled fiercely, ready to charge into a deadly battle. Lihon watched carefully, standing still for a moment. Then a booming voice echoed from behind. "Welcome, humans. Oh, it's you again. Do you always have to make me so annoyed? When will you finally die?" Lihon shouted in horror, gritting his teeth and wide-eyed, fearing the worst outcome. He has entered the range of the shockwave now. At this moment, he disregards the danger and reaches out his hand. Just like when he was a child, Lihon repeats the old words whenever he sees his friend about to fall. "Get up, Kuro!" Kuro, hidden behind his armor, was also wide-eyed and stunned. Lihon still had his arm outstretched, trying to save him, with sweat beading on his jade-green skin. Kuro felt himself awaken, his veins reacting, and he reached out to grasp Lihon tightly. Lihon paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, encouraging him, "It's okay to fail." Kuro also heard these words from him back when they were still children, tirelessly training day and night. That words still have the power to awaken Kuro from his deep despair even now. For a moment, he could hear the faint voice of young Lihon echoing in his ears. "I have always been by your side. Trust me as I have always trusted you before." Behind the wall, Lihon is now desperately trying to break through the dry ground beneath his feet. He desperately pleads for help. "We need your assistance. Everyone is about to die." Then suddenly, a mournful cry from behind makes him stop in his tracks. No, Kuro probably still hasn't escaped his sorrow. He hugs his legs and mumbles, "I can't do it. I haven't changed at all." He scolds himself with negative words. Still weak and useless, a person who can't do anything alone. Once again, Lihon's clear voice echoed in Kuro's mind. He still hasn't said he's giving up. At the same time, Lihon helped Kuro to his feet, just like over 10 years ago. Following up on her previous question, she looked directly into Kuro's eyes and asked again, "That's right?" He nodded, pursed his lips, and smiled to show he understood. Kuro regains his composure, his face completely different from before, as he and Lihon prepare for battle. When they fight together, Bahamut will naturally have to be on guard. After the first attack, Lihon grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, he's figured it out. Your arm remains steady, palm facing the Bahamut dragon. It eyes you maliciously and says, "I knew about that ability beforehand. You truly are the first I must eliminate. Just looking at you makes my eyes hurt. I will personally kill you to satisfy myself." At this moment, sounds are coming from somewhere. Are you planning to wash half of yourself to cool down or something? Just as Lihon is about to be swallowed by Bahamut, she faintly sees two figures on its left wing. The two warriors charged down swiftly, thrusting their weapons into Bahamut's thick back hide. Surprised by the sudden attack, it jerked in shock and hurriedly released Lihon from its mouth. He turned to look at the two saviors Glut Didi. Bahamut's fury now reached its peak, erupting and filling the space with overwhelming power and light. Facing the surging energy of Bahamut, the two warriors are now filled with renewed determination. With allies by their side, Kuro and Lan are naturally inspired with courage to fight. Kuro, rallying his spirit, shouted loudly, "Don't leave me. I will draw energy from Bahamut, which is still raging fiercely and shows no signs of stopping." The blazing yellow pupils on it shone brightly, and from its throat an incredible power burst forth. Kuro stared wide-eyed and shouted loudly, "I will protect you." After saying that, he summoned a layer of ice around his body to block the energy beam Bahamut had just gathered. Kuro's ice layer remains unshakable despite the powerful light piercing through. Even gathering more shards, Bahamut is stunned, unable to believe the turn of events before his eyes. In an instant, all of its energy was swallowed and assimilated by that ice layer. Bahamut stammered, "It's hard to believe," freezing and shattering the beam of light. Kuro may have succeeded in blocking it, but deep down, he is still extremely panicked. "Honestly, I'm still afraid that I might lose control of this power." He hesitantly admitted that something terrible was going to happen, worse than death. But just a second later, his tone changed. "But if this power truly embodies my will and his eyes shine with determination, I will destroy them one by one." The resolve in those eyes makes Bahamut even lower his head. A wave of sound and blue light converges. The weaker dragons are quickly crushed by it. Soon, they all vanished into nothingness, with torn body parts flying apart in the air. Baham couldn't hide his horror, constantly glancing around at this tragic scene. Seeing his comrades slaughtered, the murderous intent within him seemed to diminish somewhat. Facing him, Kuro is almost driven mad, his teeth clenched and gritting as he roars, "I will crush them all together." The higher-level dragons are targeted, their hoarse screams filling the area. Kuro's attack swept through dozens of dragons at once. Bahamut looked up, helplessly pondering, thinking that something like this was possible, that it was a power beyond our understanding. But it also refused to accept defeat, its veins bulging as it screamed. At this moment, a black hole gradually opened at the center of the soundwave circle. Bahamut is still frantically screaming, but moments later, its uncontrollable body is pulled straight into the black hole. Frustrated, Bahamut still raises its neck as if to roar loudly, limbs thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape, as the black hole gradually shrinks, and finally the peaceful purple sky reappears. Lihon froze in place, his lips trembling as a black hole appeared, and he looked startled at his friend beside him, shouting in panic, "Kuro, it's over! Kuro!" But it seemed he had exerted too much force, causing a strange blue aura to emanate from his body. After a while, Kuro was able to return to normal. He leaned forward, gasping for breath, when suddenly a snake spirit emerged from the ground. Lihon forced Kuro to stand up while he painfully collapsed to the ground, slipping through the long, twisting body of the monster. The creature's body was covered in eyes, leaving no gap for escape, but luckily, just minutes later, it was torn to pieces by Lihon's attack. He urgently flew up to support Kuro, forcefully pushing his hands into Kuro's back to help him escape this dark space. Kuro felt a strong pressure on his back and suddenly opened his eyes wide, stunned to see the blue sky in front of him. However, he was not fully alert yet, his eyes still vacant and empty. Lihon had to hold him tightly and quickly flip him over to the ground. As he heard the rushing wind beside his ear, Kuro stammered. "Did I do well?" Lihon replied gently. "Yeah, you did a great job." Not far from the two, you could see the three white helmets still alive, but it didn't last long before someone plunged down and struck it with a blow. Reben. He drives a C-shaped blade into the top of Bahamut's head. Through the glass, you can clearly see his grimacing face. So, in the end, you used the pressure wave on Kuro Alpha. Lihon had already landed, looking up at the sky, and clearly saw someone attacking Bahamut. Kuro also saw and quietly asked, "Bahamut, is he really dead?" Lihon replied, "He was pulled into a strange point like a black hole, and might not be able to come back. That is a place where not even light exists, and nothing guarantees that his soul has escaped safely." Lihon quietly helps Kuro walk across the vast plain. But suddenly the sky darkened again, and the black hole reappeared. From the torn-up enhanced version of the previous wound, a face emerged from the black hole, and hatred flared up to the very top of the head. It declares, "I will kill you, you are definitely sure." Kuro and Lai are momentarily shocked, falling to the ground. You grit your teeth in frustration, saying, "You really always come back until the very last second." Just when the danger seems to have passed, you suddenly turn back, and Lihon feels annoyed, as if he's seen this scene somewhere before. He is continuously releasing spiritual energy to escape the black hole. We must push him back, but if we're careless, we'll get caught in it too. Learning from experience, Bahamut has gathered more demonic power this time, and the light emanating from his throat is clearly much more dangerous. Lihon tensed up, activating his analysis mode, not daring to blink for a second. There was no other choice but to seize his weapon and charge forward, but the destructive beam was too weak. As expected, his spiritual energy is being drained, and external attacks are likely to be effective. Bahamut's sharp claws rise high, then slash forcefully down into the ground, leaving a long, deep groove. Seeing Bahamut's movement slow down due to the lingering effect of the light hole, Lihon thought to himself that the moment had come. Both of his arms were now restrained. This was our chance. Now, die. The young dragon presses his toes into the ground, preparing to lift himself up. The massive muscular body is in an attacking stance. Both arms thrust forward with the sharp spear. Facing Bahamut's wide-open mouth full of fangs, he still bravely charged straight ahead. That vivid image is truly remarkable, especially Lihon's towering aura right now. All of Bahamut's formidable strength and its sharp eyes, the thoughts crossing over. Humans. Meanwhile, a heavily armored warrior stepped forward, standing tall before the dragon's maw, but in their eyes, humans are just fragile beings relying on machines. Even with their spiritual power, they are still inferior to LRU. Perhaps that ingrained prejudice is what fuels Bahamut's intense anger. Yet you still dare! Lihon was pressed tightly by its immense strength, glaring and shouting. Bahamut still refuses to accept the truth. How could you go this far and push me to the brink? Useless beast, how dare you? As soon as it finished speaking, Lihon successfully stabbed into its head. The thick skin couldn't save Bahamut's life as the blade was deeply embedded. The space is once again engulfed by waves of screaming sound, blinding light, and dust. Lihon grits his teeth, forcing the spear tip even deeper. Bahamut, in pain, with a stiffened mouth, still let out desperate sounds, his yellow eyes with blood vessels visible and veins bulging inside. Lihon remains steady as a three-legged stool, then suddenly stops, turns back, and sees Bahamut's hand moving silently, so he decisively rushes forward, stomping his foot firmly onto part of its body. Lihon grits his teeth, his soul in turmoil. Damn it, are you planning to die with me? Bahamut declares that he doesn't care if his soul is destroyed, but his tribe will not disappear. No matter how long it takes, we will return. The opponent's resilience and stubbornness begin to tire Lihon out. He lowers his head, sweat pouring down, blue blood from Bahamut's body continuously flowing, desperate cries still echoing, and the light filling the space more and more, causing Bahamut's body to lose control and nearly merge back inside. Lihon sneered. In the end, it was just a dragon beside him, truly ridiculous. Determined, he swung his spear and shot forward like an arrow. The tiny body, 100 times smaller than Bahamut, didn't hesitate to attack it once more, leaving no escape route. This time, Lihon cut off one of its limbs. This pain hasn't even subsided yet, and my body is crushed again. How can Bahamut not scream, you disgusting bugs, even lower than maggots? as the chaos intensified and one of Bahamut's limbs was about to fall on her. Luckily, someone rushed in and held Lihon tightly, pulling her away from the danger. The boy gasped for breath, still able to call out the Savior's name in silence. The black hole finally shrank, revealing a clear sky, and the Savior who had been holding you tightly all along finally relaxed his grip after the danger had truly passed. The tiny body suddenly spun around, staggering uncontrollably before finally collapsing to the ground. Unable to hold itself up, Lihon hurriedly ran over, calling out loudly in concern, silent. He opened his helmet and frantically called out S's name but suddenly fell silent, eyes wide and staring as he looked at the other's neck where the helmet was attached. Flickering with signs of mental radiation exposure, a deep voice echoed in his ear. That superpower user drank dragon blood to save you. Lihon was startled and quickly turned to look at Kronos. That voice still echoes, everything is not over yet, and I don't have much time left. Kronos' body is covered in severe wounds, now lying helpless on the ground. Lihon quickly approaches to check on him, bitterly calling out his name, Kronos. It struggles to speak its last words of denial. I should have been the one to go. I needed to reach the temple before they could revive. But you're also about to die, Kronos. We need someone else to take their place. Lihon frowned, her sorrowful face reassuring him. All right, I understand. Kronos. His voice lowered. Maybe I won't be able to come back. You also have to find a way to stop it. At this moment, Ren opened his helmet to see more clearly. Are there no more moments to say goodbye to anyone else? Kronos answered on behalf of Ren. Yeah. Its eyes narrow, and its voice carries both regret and pain. Sorry, Lihon. You kept your promise, but I didn't. Lihon smiled reassuringly and said, It's okay. If I were in your place, I wouldn't choose to side with humans either. Suddenly, Kronos emphasized a truth. If we remove that device, we can send 2 people. Lihon looked at Reuben without hesitation and confirmed, That's enough. I will go alone. The horn on Kronos' head emits a faint purple glow, and under Kronos' control, it moves to envelop Lihon's body. The other heroes are rushing over to him now, shouting at the top of their lungs in surprise. Han Lee, but you didn't answer, lips pressed tightly. Then, after a moment, he slowly turned his head to look back at the source of the call. Suddenly, he stared directly at Ren and ordered, Omega, if everything you've done is truly for the sake of your powers, then at least don't let yourself be destroyed. Your eyes, lit by your fighting spirit, have changed completely, becoming stronger and sharper. Lihon continued to turn back, not looking at him but still whispering to protect the silence. As he said this, his eyelids drooped with a sad expression. Dimichi and Glue ran over, panting as they called out Hanley's name, but neither of them had time to say another word to him. Lihon's shadow gradually faded. The chain and the blinding light exploded in a burst, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. When the space returned to normal, Clue and Dimichi could finally lower their hands. But now Lihon is nowhere to be seen. Only Kronos' body gradually vanishing and Ribbon's steady shoulders remain. The fierce battle has ended, and he is exhausted, panting heavily. Everyone relaxed in relief. We won. The monstrous skeleton disappeared. Dimichi calls Hanley loudly. Clue frantically shouts and questions him. Omega 1. What happened to Hanley? He pushed him hard, telling him to speak clearly. Ren remains silent, not answering. Kuro keeps crying. He kneels down on the ground. Kuro refuses to leave Lihon. He calls out Hlai's name in pain. At the same time elsewhere, Lihon woke up and looked around, squinting from the blinding light. He looked up at the sky, the world of dragons and minions, a scene like a fairyland. He took off his armor and said, First, let's rest for a while. Lihon went down to the lake to wash up and relax a bit. Fortunately, the environment is quite similar to Earth, only the tropical climate is really hot. Lihon thought to himself, Kronos called this place a nest. I must find it at all cost. You try to analyze it, but I don't know how big this planet is. Maybe the nest is 5 or 6 miles away. Lihon concluded that Kronos had sent him, meaning he believed he could do it. He lit a fire and stayed up all night, sitting by the tree and writing his plan. The first step was to find the intelligent life and figure out the nest on his own, which was no different from waiting for a miracle. Lihon reviews the information. Among the minions, only one can be called intelligent. The night passes quickly and the Eolu inhabitants move on. They move in small groups. The Eolu inhabitants are very cautious, their sharp eyes probing. They target a prey, a golden arrow from the mirror bow. The Eolu residents aim straight, their eyes shining brightly. The Eolu residents sped up and charged forward. The creatures sensed the movement and fled. They found Lihon. Lihon confirms the reason, feeling excited with joy. Finally, after a week of searching, Lihon has encountered the LRU. They shouted and attacked at the same time. Lihon stood in the rain of arrows without dodging. He calmly analyzes that on Earth, the LRU are insane and only want to kill humans. But here their hostility is not aimed at killing. They are cautious because they are afraid. The EU villagers are panicking. Shinraba, Aeon Hater. One of them rushes forward. Are they calling more people? Lihon grits his teeth. I want to avoid conflict. What should I do now? Suddenly an idea strikes. Lihon quickly acts. Maybe I should show them this object. The mystical form appears. The EOL residents are stunned. He carefully raises the residual image. Lihon said, I do not mean to harm you. I want to meet the mages in your village, but they do not understand and the EOL residents surround him. Lihon stands still, tense as he desperately tries to find a way. Damn it, is there no other way? Suddenly someone reached out and spoke. Magia, Elru, Saren, as the sun rises higher, they lead Lihon along. He was stunned with wide eyes. Is this Elru's village? The architecture is very unusual. The EU residents lead Lihon deeper in, revealing a magnificent scene, their eyes filled with curiosity. The EU villagers whisper to each other, Herr Otter, are they calling me that? Lihon enters a shop. They point at his weapon, and he puts it down before walking in alone, the guiding fire lighting the way. Lihon pushed further in, his eyes wide with surprise as the three people stood there, looking quite shocked. The wizard Yu stepped forward, calling out Aeon Hater in astonishment. Lihon enters the cave. The three inside are quite surprised. Sorceress. Yu stepped forward and called out to Aeon Hater. She extended her hand, directing her energy toward him as a stream of power flowed through her body. Lihon, hearing the question, Who are you?, was extremely stunned. Is this how dragons communicate? Telepathy? Do you understand me? Wizard Yu replied, Just a little. You can keep it simple and brief. I come from another world, or you could say from outside the universe. She agrees, and I can also sense a mysterious source of power within you. Sorcerer Eoleo asked, Can I place my hand here for a moment? Lihon cooperated and followed. A blinding light appeared, and all three were stunned. Third floor, she cautiously questions, Who are you, traveler from afar, and what is your purpose here? You think carefully, as the dragons here are worshipped as gods, so I must respond cautiously. I decide to say that I am searching for something, but I can't explain it clearly right now. I am a warrior on a mission. The mage Eolugu is linked. A warrior? Oh, like a hero. Then even someone who has reached the third level in this world is only allowed to be a warrior. Yeah, Lihon replied. In my world, strong mental power doesn't necessarily mean high status. She expressed her doubts. It's hard to understand a society where excellence doesn't determine social class. Sorcerer Eolu admitted, We thought you were one of the iron monsters. I'm confused and say, I don't understand what you mean by the steel monsters, but they have nothing to do with me. She then says that for nearly 2 years, our dragon god has remained dormant, which might be why the steel monsters have been appearing more and more. Lihon understood that the silence was due to the battle with me. All of their two had been destroyed. Before they revive, I need to find a safe place. Sorcerer Eolu explained, It's very difficult for us to defeat the metal monsters. They are like invincible enemies. She made a deal. If you help us hunt and destroy them, the Kira tribe will fully support you in completing your mission. I quickly realized that having a backing base would make my task much easier. It's really worth helping. But what exactly is that mechanical monster? The LLR U-clan isn't usually considered weak, so why do they see us as their natural enemies? Aeon Harder. A frenzied creature suddenly appears, and I am filled with terror. That thing is... Don't tell me Lihon just charged in. Your robot is full of fighting spirit. I'll handle it myself. Lihon resolutely attacked as the steel beast charged forward, its speed incredibly fast. You are amazed to realize it is much faster than you thought. Eolu residents are also enraged. The armored suit bites someone to death, and it attacks furiously. Lihon grits his teeth and says, How dare you underestimate me? You accelerate forward. Lihon leaps high, stabbing down forcefully, with Eolu residents supporting him. Lihon realizes, as expected, it is a machine I must disable immediately. You handle the pile of cables, and the armored vehicle quickly collapses, forcing everyone to step back as the Eolu residents gasp. Lihon correctly judges that this is the kind of enemy the Elru tribe finds hard to deal with. Without the mental energy mechs, I would have no choice but to run away. You return to the village, and they welcome you with joy. Aeon Harder. Aeon Hatter. The urgently needed armor helmet is brought back, with Lihon leading the way. Aeon Hatter, Boro Yang the First, the EU mage, sincerely thanks you. Our tribe will consider you as family. She assured us that she would prepare a resting place for you. Stay as long as you like, and if you have any questions, just ask. He takes off his armor and thanks them. The residents of Eolu are surprised to see Lihon arrive at the resting place. He assesses the situation, knowing there's no guarantee that other LRU tribes will be friendly, so he'll stay here a few days to gather information. Seeing the commotion, the children curiously watch him. Lihon suddenly had an idea and reached out quickly. They looked clearly intrigued. Lihon quickly integrated. The local residents welcomed him. They held a feast to honor the guest. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Lihon was served a strange dish. Wizard Yu kept his promise. As night falls and it's time for him to leave, Lihon has a new bag. They truly value him. Lihon leaves like a hero. He opens the map to check. Lihon determines the direction, according to the map this way. He affirms that we live in a realm surrounded by giant trees called world trees. No LRU lives far from the world tree. Lihon concludes that the Dragon's Land, a place teeming with spiritual energy, is where both elements converge and evil is born. He eagerly moved forward, first looking for a world tree. The strange creature is hunting. Lihon tries to step on it. He quickly moves. I don't know how much time differs between Earth and this place. Kronos' power only provides vague limits. Before one or two others reincarnate, Lihon is exhausted. Maybe I don't have much time left. You climb higher to observe. Lihon drinks water and takes a breath, still seeing nothing like the World Tree. The LRU clan says that on clear days you can see it. You also know that their eyes are much sharper than humans, so I have to get closer and see it with my own eyes. Night falls again and Lihon lights a small fire. He sighs wearily. Even this simple task exhausts him. Lihon pondered. The synchronization with the mental force armor was growing weaker. It was good enough that it still functioned without maintenance. He chewed on the tough meat. Lihon concludes that he can still fight without a mental force mech. But if he encounters a dragon, he definitely won't survive. He spreads out the blanket and prepares to sleep, making do with what he has. Lihon pondered deeply, worriedly asking himself, Kuro, can you now take care of yourself without me? He recalled how the previous silence had been contaminated by psychic radiation and Earth's current technology was completely powerless. Lihon forced himself to sleep, and when morning came, he saw a familiar scene of a village that looked different but was deserted. Upon closer inspection, he concluded it had been cleared out, with many of the crazed LRU not driven by will, but by mental decay, and he remembered the others he had killed. Perhaps they were just like the Kura tribe, normal people driven mad and hunted down. Kario, they are right behind you. Lihon tries to run away. Damn it, these unnecessary deaths I don't want to kill anymore. There are 3 people following you. Lihon gritted his teeth. They clung and fought without letting go. It was hard to escape. He charged at a large tree. Lihon grabs it tightly, lifts the staff up, and they immediately become frightened. Lihon throws the staff away. He stands there panting. Lihon removes his mask. He glared warningly and said, if you keep following, I will kill them all. They have learned to fear. Lihon started to tire. 4 more nights passed. He staggered forward, determined to cut down on rest time, even sleep. If this mission fails, Lihon pushing himself is not just about failure. He has found his target. Just by looking, Lihon knew it had to be the World Tree. He starts climbing. Lihon decides to keep the parachute just in case of emergencies. Even if it takes time, I will climb step by step. I am determined and unafraid of death. What's more frightening is that everything I've done so far has become meaningless. Lihon is nearing his limit and suddenly remembers the warning. You don't have to bear this alone. Alpha, we can go to war again. Lihon widened his eyes in surprise. He firmly believed I did not agree with that. You shouldn't say those words. Lihon sat down to rest for a moment. If I run away just because I'm afraid of being the only one to sacrifice, I wouldn't have the face to look at those who have passed away. You reconsider everything. There is only one thing I must do. Other options are not worth considering. The mechanical voice sounds, activating the mental power suit, which is hiding the source of the mental energy. Lihon, excited, has found it. He stares intensely at dozens of kilometers, possibly over 100. If the mental energy is still detected at this distance, Lihon concludes he has checked other places and only one point shows such a high density. He leapt down suddenly. Lihon sped up rapidly, falling faster, and he let himself fall freely with the engine blazing behind him. Lihon slowed down and landed safely. Lihon heads straight. The destination is clear, moving northward. He walks confidently. From early morning to evening, monsters charged at Lihon through the giant mushrooms. They roared fiercely, and he was surprised to realize it. Lihon was ready to fight, but they weren't targeting him. He was stunned. What's going on? Is it being chased? A giant creature appears, looming and staring down. The steel monster glares at him, and Lihon is surprised. Steel Beast, an ape, a steel beast are suddenly appearing and glaring directly at Lihon. The boy in protective gear is gripping his weapon tightly. First facing a steel wolf, now a steel ape? You slowly lowered your iron head and pondered. If something like this attacked an LRU village, most of the LRU people would be wiped out. Meanwhile, the steel beast kept watching and even revealed its teeth. Lihon crouched down seriously, ready to defend. If it attacks, I'll circle around and find its weakness. It won't be able to turn around fast enough to catch me. The giant mechanical beast just tilts its head without moving. You keep your eyes fixed on it while feeling worried. Why isn't it attacking me? Lihon walked around it while she drew her weapon behind her. Is it clearing the way for her? If you're not here to fight, I'll just keep going. Seeing you leave, it also turned and followed. It seems harmless and only watches Lihon walk away, then slowly follows behind him step by step. Your uncle looks back at it and feels confused. Why are you following me? Every time you take a step, it follows right behind you. Your expression looks a bit calmer as you keep walking and thinking. Looking back, maybe the steel wolf earlier didn't ignore me. It targeted LRU first because it didn't intend to attack me. Lihon looked back at it and felt a bit confused. Even though it was not hostile, it was too conspicuous to be able to walk with me. His foot suddenly stomped down hard on the ground. Lihon, without thinking, ran ahead, surprising him. For a moment, I just stood there stunned, waiting. The demon remained frozen in place as the evening twilight gradually fell. Lai keeps running forward recklessly. After a while, he stops to look back. I guess that's enough. It seems like it's no longer following me. Lihon continues to walk alone across a ruined battlefield. He walks while looking around cautiously, having seen the same desert landscape for 2 days, but he's getting closer to his goal. Lihon's gaze seems serious again, and I can feel it even without using a mind-reading device. An enormous spiritual energy is flowing like lava. You are startled and amazed as you see a huge pile of rocks towering before you, and Lihon slowly climbs over each piece of stone. Is there still a dragon here? You carefully climbed over the rocks, worried that it might not have arrived on Earth yet, or just left its nest. No matter what, if it's here, it's the worst situation with no way out. Lihon raised his eyebrows, his eyes serious. If it appears, I will be forced to kill it. You were once again startled by the scene that looked exactly like the first time, but now a black creature, Lukelong, had appeared before you. As soon as it saw you, it started growling. Lihon's face lit up with a hint of excitement.
That's right. I would be disappointed if you didn't show up, you bastard. It roared fiercely, opening its tooth-filled mouth wide.
Lukelong swiftly spreads its wings and soars through the air, while Lihon in his protective suit stays alert. A prolonged battle wouldn't be beneficial. I need to cut off its breath quickly. From the mouth of the Lukelong, a green energy was being released, and he managed to jump away just in time when it targeted him and launched an attack. Lihon kept moving to dodge while it continued to go berserk. Lukelong swiftly soared through the air at high speed, while Lihon barely managed to land on the ground. His face clenched his teeth, looking more strained. Alright, I understand now. I will finish it off with the next strike. Lihon, already armed, prepared to strike as it descended from above, ready to launch a decisive attack. Lihon suddenly had to stop when he saw a red exclamation mark appear on the screen. Before he could react, the green dragon shot out a burst of energy from its mouth. He reacted slowly, but could only cover his face with his hands, releasing all his spiritual energy to nullify its breath attack. From above, it continues to unleash blue energy blasts to attack, causing Lihon to be repeatedly struck and to kneel down. His outer suit is emitting blue smoke. The system's energy recovery is malfunctioning. Reading the system information, he panics. Why is it happening right now? Lukelong is still capable of flying in the sky. Lihon's face was gradually worsening, feeling anxious. The energy system's malfunction locked her joints, and she couldn't move. You're still trembling all over. Meanwhile, the system is counting down and restarting the kinetic energy system. Lukelong once again opens his mouth wide, preparing to fire. Damn it. Lihon glanced back and started to feel scared. Suddenly, the armored creature appeared right behind you. 6. It also aggressively opened its mouth and roared. It approached Lukelong and struck him down. Lihon looked back and suddenly realized, what is a metal monster doing here? The steel monster firmly grabbed one of Lukelong's legs and delivered a punch that caused Lukelong to suffer a painful blow. Lihon could only sit still and watch the close combat, his eyes fixed and filled with worry. Once the reactivation was complete, he tried to tighten his grip on the weapon in his hand and realized he could move again. Meanwhile, Lukelong bit into Tietque's body with its huge teeth. It couldn't react in time as Lukelong clamped its arm, and from its mouth a blue energy shot out directly at it, causing Tietque to witness its arm being torn apart. Lukelong slowly pulled its mouth away from its arm, regaining the upper hand, then prepared to unleash a burst of energy from its mouth. The blue energy shot out and hit the target, causing the steel monster to be pushed back by the attack. Lukelong soars into the sky while it falls backwards, still fiercely flapping its wings in the air. Lihon stared intently at it before preparing to attack. Pressure waves in Lukelong's body emitted streams of green mist. He grabbed his weapon, ready to fight. Lihon quickly ran to where its body was falling. He rushed forward with his weapon as its body just hit the ground, gathering all his strength to deliver a powerful strike. Lihon drove the tip of his weapon straight into its body. Lihon coldly does not look back at its burning body. The hat on his head hangs loosely behind. I gasp for breath in the short, ragged bursts. My whole body is screaming, but I have no time to rest. I must keep moving forward. He quickly approached the steel monster, its mouth wide open and eyes unwavering. Lihon looked down with a puzzled expression. I don't know why it helped me, but anyway, thank you. Its eyes suddenly lost their light, and you hurriedly told everyone to leave immediately. Lihon, with the dirt-stained body and wounds, was leaving. More and more strange marks appeared on your face. He suddenly collapsed on the spot. Lihon exhaled heavily and with difficulty, supporting himself against the wall. It's truly too much to handle. He pulls out a special syringe. Resting won't heal this kind of wound, and another dragon could appear while he's resting. He grits his teeth and forces the syringe into his neck, knowing he must keep climbing and endure more stimulants to fight. His eyes widened with rage, teeth clenched tightly, and small stones flew from the high cliffs as Lihon's blue-gloved hand reached out. He struggles to climb to the top of the rocky peak. Lihon pushes himself up with both hands trying to stand, sweat pouring down his face like a dragon. In front of him was a stream filled with giant creatures, and Lihon stared intently at the aquatic being diving beneath. Those huge creatures keep swimming back and forth in the blue water. Suddenly, his cheeks puffed up, and his pupils seem to freeze. Lihon's whole body trembles before he drops to one knee and bites into his own arm. Damn it, so this is the nest. What should I do now? In your stunned state, small round things floated to the surface, jumping out of the blue water. Before he could realize, they had all closed in close to his face, and the slime quickly wrapped around Lihon's body. He began to panic as he saw their strange actions on his body. Is it crawling into the energy core? Is it touching my skin directly? My arm is trying to tense up, but it's very difficult. Using force to pull the skin is very hard. It clung on terribly. Before understanding what was happening, those slimy things suddenly withdrew from his body. Lihon is startled as these substances are pulled back into the pond, which splits into two wave-like paths before his eyes. He is amazed, surprised after surprise. Is the pond splitting in two? And then a staircase and a path suddenly appear. Lihon, standing above, gazes carefully at everything in shock. It opens an entrance in the nest for its enemy of the dragon race. Lihon gritted his teeth and squinted, feeling it might be a trap, but those tentacles earlier could have held him tightly, so there was no reason to set a trap inside. He hesitated and kept watching. Step by step, he descended each stair slowly, while strange creatures continued to swim in the water on both sides. He looked around cautiously, feeling confused. This is really strange. Lihon clenched his weapon tightly. With this situation, can I kill one? But unexpectedly, green slime started to cover it. Lihon struggles to push them away, then suddenly freezes with a serious expression, deep in thought. They only prevent me from killing the dragon, but everything else is allowed. Suddenly, in front of him, he notices a black hole below. Lihon struggles to look over there, worried and suspicious. Suddenly, a throne of power appears out of nowhere, and he approaches, reaching out to touch the armrest. As he approached, Lihon observed carefully and thought deeply. The chair wasn't newly made for him. It had been here all along and was the right size for a human. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, as if he realized something. The size was perfectly suited for a person. Lihon, feeling both scared and confused, suddenly turned around, searching for something with his eyes, and kept asking, "Why is there a chair for humans here? Aren't dragons supposed to be enemies of humans?" He shouted loudly, "Dad, get to the bottom of this! Who exactly are you? There is a wall in front of where you're standing and the chair. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it dozens of times already." The outer suit on his body gradually moves, as Lihon stands in front of the chair wearing normal clothes, with black veins bulging on his neck and face. Lihon grits his teeth and suddenly drops his face onto the armrest of the chair. He slowly lifts his head with an angry look, determined not to give up, not to let the mission fail now. He approaches to seat at the test subject on the chair, and the many blue things reappear close to his body. A slimy substance has touched Lihon's pupil. Lihon immediately felt the pain and put his hand over his face and eyes. Gradually, his pupils turned blue. Lihon slowly removes his hands. A blue screen with strange lines of text appears on both of his palms. Is this an augmented reality interface? Lihon brought the blue screen closer and stared intently, wondering if it connected something to his brain. This is an extremely advanced technology. A flash of light suddenly appeared from somewhere, covering everything. He felt strange again as the blue screen shifted to another image. The biometric scan confirmed the person. Interface access level 1 out of 5. Higher permissions require an additional security code. Lihon trembled as he raised his hand to touch it. His fingers struggled to reach an access button. His eyes suddenly widened as a strange emergency shutdown message appeared before him, the words lingering in front of his eyes, distracting Lihon. "System, if I shut it down, what will happen to the team?" You still sit there naturally and listen to the voice. According to the procedure, this facility will enter a frozen state. The defense system will remain at its current level. The bright sun shines on the seat where he sits, and the production line will remain on standby until given a new command. After understanding the system's explanation, he immediately asked what level is needed to issue a destruction order. The system immediately responded to Lihon, indicating that level 5 is the highest level of access. His face looked frighteningly serious, revealing the true nature of the nest. The more he thought about it, the more serious his expression became, as if he was understanding the problem more clearly. It was nothing more than a dragon factory, built by us humans. The large creatures around in the water come into your view. Dragons were originally biological weapons created by humans to kill each other. I don't know how, but the nest has escaped human control. The face of that creature is extremely ferocious and bizarre, possibly due to a malfunction, a control error, an accident during the mission, or someone's malicious intent. Whatever the reason, all the people capable of controlling the hive are dead. Two waves split apart, creating a straight line right in the middle of the lake. The hive has been abandoned for thousands of years, repeating only one command. The most terrifying creature in those waters looks directly at Lihon, killing all humans. That is the command. The sunlight shines over the entire land. Lihon wondered when Nest's final order would be issued. The system begins its calculations. Calculating based on a 365-day orbit cycle, 24 hours are being processed. Lihon's image appears on the system with the highest scores. Light shines through the dark night. He sits on the chair listening to the results received. The result was 45,083.5. 23-2. Access 29 seconds ago. Level 5 authority has gained access to the system. Lihon's body is full of blue veins. He gasps in amazement, wondering how far into the future this place really is. An image of a spaceship flying into space appears in his mind along with doubt. Do we really leave Earth to come here? Or be forced to give up? This is a future beyond my imagination. Lihon still sat there pondering everything and then made a hypothesis, but if it's human nature, then it's already too obvious. There must have been a battle here too. Lihon looked up at the sky and concluded, those iron monsters are probably just old weapons, and so are those creatures called subordinates. Even spiritual power might just be a part of weapon development, and his unwavering gaze confirms that it ultimately led to the world's collapse. In the end, he just sighed and leaned back in his chair, speaking aloud. There are so many things I want to know, but I have no way to find out. Suddenly, Lihon's eyes flickered with exhaustion. It's over. He looks up at the unfamiliar sky, lost in thought. There is no one left on this planet anymore. Once the organization ceases operation, no one will be able to restart it. Exhaustion engulfs Lihon. He closes his eyes tightly, and the image of Kuro and all his teammates appears, with everyone's smiles full of Simon's joy. Please stay silent and share in Lihon's wish. Be happy. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a dragon pierced through the blue liquid layer, slashing its sharp claws toward Lihon. Suddenly, the system issued an emergency shutdown alert, and the dragon, as if attacked suddenly, widened its eyes in pain. Lihon watched the suffering dragon speak and said, I guess you hate me to the bone, even when your mind no longer has any commands. Even after losing connection, the dragon still tried to open its mouth full of sharp teeth towards me. Finally, only Lihon calmly said, just like now, a cold atmosphere envelops everything with echoes. I hate you too. Lihon gasped for breath, exhausted and lost in thought. This mission is over. I'm too tired now. His breathing grew heavier. The image of Joni appeared, and Lihon hopelessly asked, will we be able to meet again soon, Johnny? Lihon's eyes gradually darken as he looks around the desolate space, his mind suddenly recalling a word often associated with hope. The earth remains peaceful. In a rural area of Japan, a pair of shiny leather shoes step out of a luxury car. The man frowned as he observed, then slowly stepped inside, while the people there remained alert and ready to fight. The man changed his attitude and politely said, I am here to see Kurakami. Then he moved to a deserted place. Kuro also noticed his presence. He asked Han, how have you been lately? Kuro politely replied, still okay. The man shrugged proudly and replied, of course, Citadel has always supported you, even if it means taking a loss. So why did you come here yourself this time to say what you need and then leave Kuro? The man frowned and said, Kuro, it's been 2 years since you left, and he has started arguing that caring for the refugees here won't change the world. If you don't change it yourself, everything will be meaningless. Go back to the Citadel. We need a symbol of great power. They call it the Human Alliance, but in reality, they are secretly planning a rebellion against it. The more he spoke, the more determined his eyes became. We can stop the development of nuclear weapons, but how long can that last? If nuclear weapons return, sooner or later, they will cause trouble for Citadel. Those words seemed to shake Kuro. A war for world domination will erupt. You could become the deterrent force to prevent that war. But then he calmed down, sighed, and decisively said, you already knew my answer before you came here, right? No. Idiot, do you think there's a way to do it without anyone hating you? There is no perfect solution. The only option is evil, but with a higher chance. Those who constantly talk about morality and ethics are just cowards who refuse to dirty their hands. Suddenly, he mentioned a familiar name. If it were Han, even if he didn't like me, he would still stand by my side. At least he understands what the right choice is. The name made Kuro's previously guarded eyes flicker, but he just chuckled softly and replied, even if I had parents or siblings, they wouldn't treat me as well as Han has. Kuro still stood there, thinking about Lihon. Even now, I still believe I am just a burden. I still don't understand why Han is so kind to me. You know? Back then, he was only about 10 years old, but to me, Han was greater than any adult. Then he turned back and smiled brightly, saying, I'm not like Han. I'm a cowardly Kuro, so of course I think differently, right? The man was silent for a moment before continuing. There are still subordinates scattered across the world. We need more flags. Kuro suddenly replied in a stern voice, don't make me laugh. Omega, you're the one deliberately prolonging this destruction. Now go home. Omega can't bear to see Kuro and can only wonder, was keeping him by my side all for nothing? What if he betrays me later? If he regains his strength, who can stop him? Then he looked into Kuro's eyes and guessed that he still hadn't accumulated spiritual energy. Omega quietly slipped his hand into his shirt, preparing to strike. If right now, even if he has short-term prediction abilities, I act quickly. Suddenly, the gun is drawn and Kuro says, stop. Kuro raises the gun in warning unless you want to die at my hands. Omega, stunned, searches for his gun, wondering if his weapon can manipulate matter. How much power does he really have? In an instant, the gun shattered in Kuro's hand. You say, go now. The sunset falls over the long coast as the car drives to another place. Omega slowly stepped onto the helicopter, followed by guards, silently removing his coat before issuing a tense order to return to Citadel. As he was feeling uneasy, a soldier suddenly approached from behind. He pointed the gun directly at Omega. In an instant, he was shot, his body engulfed in flames. At that moment, he could only scream in pain as Omega collapsed to the floor. The soldier remained silent, emotionless. Even after Omega died, he still couldn't close his eyes. The others heard the noise and immediately rushed over. That soldier also lowered his gun. Omega-1 rebel, Akima is dead. He raised his hands to surrender, and the others immediately subdued him. The suspect was caught on the spot without resistance. Not long after, a trial was held and the suspect was sentenced to death by the military court. But he seemed unfazed and unrepentant. The suspect's identity was revealed as Gluter at the Citadel headquarters. This news shocked the entire Citadel, and the lower-ranked soldiers were panicked and whispering among themselves. CL attacks the commander. Aha, no way. I heard the execution would be carried out in secret, but can they really kill Gu? Then news spread that someone in Citadel's high circles believed Glu was possessed by an evil spirit. Then rumors spread that Glu was dead, but no one truly believed it. Somewhere, a fishing rod is trembling, and the question remains whether Glu, who possesses healing abilities, can really be killed. A young man happily shows off his catch, probably planning to spend the rest of his life in some fishing village. Glu smiles proudly at the big fish in front of him as rumors and conspiracy theories spread everywhere. Meanwhile, those who stayed behind were still wondering why he did it and whether the others were curious about the world. Or is it to overthrow the dictatorship? Derek quietly observes and confirms. No, he understands everything better than anyone else. CL just wanted to avenge a friend, and in the end, he finally found him. Evidence shows that Omega-1 killed Jaws, and from that event, changes occurred. Omega-1's death marked the beginning of a period of division and decline for Citadello. When everything seemed to be peaceful again, humans gradually began a new life. Most countries were convinced that dragons would never return and focused solely on expanding their military power. A series of advanced weapons was developed. Nuclear weapons returned to human hands. Conflicts between sires and humans are intensifying, leading to power struggles breaking out. The cybers who once enjoyed privileges try to cling to their power. Offstage, thousands of people cheer as humans once again attempt to turn mages into military weapons. And once again, war, and more war ensue. Earth became a wasteland due to war, taking only 3 centuries to turn into a deadly planet. Only when facing extinction did humanity agree to reconcile. Then everything was rearranged. When reaching a certain level of progress, a new beginning emerged, and humanity began to venture into space. The most advanced spaceships travel into space. After many generations aboard the ships, humanity has settled on a different planet. Finally, they discovered an Earth-like planet, and it seemed a new era of peace had begun. Once again, humans started to argue, but differences in thoughts and lifestyles, along with disputes over resource division, caused divisions. Not only did they develop industry, but they also created something even more terrifying and worse. Human physicists succeeded in recreating spiritual energy. Children are born with abnormal blue eyes, causing spiritual particles to spread across the planet's atmosphere, and 30% of newborns now possess superpowers. The dragons, long forgotten for centuries, have now reappeared, breaking the taboo. Humanity's greed exposes its destructive instincts. Dragons are the same, just one of countless weapons of war. Somewhere, 4,500 years later, a hand that is both human and advanced with science. Lihon struggles to crawl on the ground, thinking Spera still has hope. His eyes became determined, and he told himself that he didn't want to die like this. Then, he tried to close his eyes tightly, as if sewing up his wounds with tiny stitches, visualizing the process of stitching and healing the injuries. Lihon's breathing grew heavier, sweat pouring down constantly, when suddenly a green mist enveloped his body. He clenched his teeth, realizing his healing ability had been activated. Though weak, he had gained a little more time. He focused all his strength and looked ahead, telling himself that as long as he reached the spiritual frame, he had to keep going to survive. And so time kept passing. Lihon, wearing his armor, struggled to move away from the wreckage, as if his body was about to give out. At that moment, he slipped on the cliff. Lihon tumbled down the slope, his body falling freely without any support. After several uncontrolled collisions, he finally hit the ground with a hard fall. Lihon lay still on the ground, in pain. Then he fell asleep again at some point, under a starry sky, in a quiet forest with no sign of humans. Suddenly, a group of Yu villagers appeared, and one of them noticed something. They saw Lihon lying unconscious by the riverbank. At first, they remained cautious and observed for a while. But then, in what seemed to be the village of the Yu residents, Lihon gradually woke up. He dreamily saw an Elu person holding something strange in their hand. But then Lihon also couldn't keep his eyes open and fell asleep. As the light shines on the village signaling the start of a new day, the hurried footsteps of Yu residents and curious children observing inside can be heard. When Lihon looks back at them, they happily laugh and run away. That innocence suddenly brings comfort. Then he stands up and approaches the door. As the curtain rises, it's the welcoming smile of the Yu people. Keeping her composure, Lihon can't help but wave back. By now, his hair has grown longer and his face has improved. Also, he has. 3 years later, the EU resident's home is surrounded by a colorful forest. The EU people are standing in front of a house as Lihon steps out from inside. The EU people all salute and speak in unison. Aeon her. In the garden, EU residents are harvesting a purple plant with underground tubers. Suddenly, it glows and is then pulled out. The EU person carefully examined the harvest before it was placed with the other roots. There wasn't just one plant in the garden, but many similar ones. As Lihon's group passed by the garden, an EU resident saw them and waved hello along with others. Aeon had. Seeing their warm and friendly attitude, Lihon smiled and nodded in response. Then Lihon's group arrived at a large house, and the EU resident signaled for him to enter. Without hesitation, he confidently stepped inside, where he then encountered someone. An elderly man with a thin waist sitting on a chair spoke. "Welcome, Steel Knight." He continued, "Do you plan to leave this place and become a wanderer?" Lihon's determined gaze replied, "Yes, I plan to travel everywhere. I'm sure my kind was here before. Tell me your plan, and I will search for relics and remnants of the past to gather clues one by one." Traces. The old Aolu nodded sympathetically and said, "I understand, and maybe on your journey you will find out why the dragons disappeared." Then he looked up at the ceiling and continued, "Our gods fly up and become stars in the sky. That is what we believe now." Lihon remained silent, doubtful. Finally, the old Aolu bid farewell, thanking him for everything so far and wishing that luck would accompany him on his journey. Lihon sincerely replied, "I am also very grateful. I owe you in this life." Then he remembered his past journey. If I had stayed, death would have been certain. I kept walking along the path I had taken before. When Lihon trembled and lay on the ground, I lost consciousness and woke up multiple times. Even when unconscious, your body kept moving. Exhausted after the long journey, I lost count of how many times the sun rose and set. Finally, I reached a forest where Ilru might be living. In front of him was a large lake. Lihon tremblingly tries to speak. "No!" Suddenly, his armor starts to smoke. Lihon tremblingly takes each step toward the lake. At this moment, his willpower was nearly exhausted, his eyes gradually opening. Finally, he fainted before touching the water. When I wake up again, Lihon holds his head and looks at everything unfamiliar around him, wondering where he is and how long he has been unconscious. Suddenly, a European person hurriedly ran in, Aeon Her. He quickly reports that a monster is about to appear in the village. "You need to find a hiding spot. Hurry up." For a moment, Lihon still didn't understand what was happening. "What are you talking about?" But as she saw the Aolu villagers trying to escape, Lihon instinctively stood up. When he stepped outside, a steel monster was entering the village. It used its massive body to chase after them. In the midst of danger, one person accidentally tripped. She collapsed to the ground, terrified as the monster eagerly approached. It was about to use its sharp teeth to bite her, as if everything was about to end for her. Lihon, dressed in steel armor, ran over and quickly stopped its head with one person and one monster face to face. In an instant, the circuits and components separated. Lihon successfully detached the monster's head, but its weight caused him to lose control and fall forward. The armor was then knocked to the ground. In the end, everything was resolved. Then the old EO expressed his regret, saying, "I heard your steel armor is no longer usable. That's a pity." Lihon reassured him that it was bound to break down eventually. "I'm just glad he managed to fulfill his role until the very end." Then he tried to stand up, took Lihon's bag, and said, "Anyway, to us, you'll always be Use, the Steel Knight Use." Then Lihon received his belongings and set off, as the villagers from Aolu came to the gate of the village to say goodbye. Lihon also waved his hand in a final farewell. "You go to a cliff. We don't investigate the ruins just to satisfy curiosity. Continue climbing over the cliff. If we find a higher level keyword in the nest, we might be able to revive the Silver Spear. You carry hope as motivation, and right now, that is our only hope. A human trace has been abandoned. Lihon has reached the entrance and is now processing the entry scan. Confirming that you enter with determination to welcome him in, Lihon steps inside to observe the 2 years of wandering and exploration. He looked at the remaining experiments and pondered, considering that all the relics found so far could only be accessed with a human identity, and even in this facility, humans wielded enormous power. Then he thought of a hypothesis. Before humans completely disappeared, could a small elite class have lived with special privileges? Looking at the strange creature in the test tube, Lihon speculates that LaRue or the Gran might have once been servants to humans, or perhaps they were created by humans. He continues to delve deeper, hoping that if he gradually eliminates each possibility, one day he can reach the ultimate truth. Another night begins. Lihon lights a fire and sits in the forest, but he still has many questions. He thought about the monsters he analyzed. Humans used a unified intelligence called 2 to turn dragons into biological weapons. The final group split into entities with unique individual traits. Especially Sivir refused the initial order to kill humans. Lihon looked into the fire with a sense of empathy. If Sai is not wrong, that might be the right path for their kind, because they are not satisfied with being artificially created and have evolved to the next level. The first drops of water fell, bringing Lihon back to reality, and soon after, a heavy rain began. Lihon quickly finds a hiding spot and instinctively runs to look for safety. After a quick and careful observation, Lihon's gaze settles on a nearby spot, a hollowed-out large tree, prompting him to run in without hesitation. But as I got closer, Lihon stepped on something. Only then did he realize it was a trap. Luckily, with his ability, Lihon managed to dodge just in time. He stopped at a place not far away. Lihon looks around, then stands up to confirm that it's not a trap, but something is here. As he approaches the observation hole, a familiar feeling makes him lose his composure. This is you feeling around to confirm a familiar metal. Even after a long time, Lihon still recognizes a mental force armor. Finally, he decided to dig it up, trying to dig through the heavy rain, each day digging deeper. It seemed he had hit something and Lihon used his strength. Suddenly his pupils dilated. Everything had been destroyed by time. Johnny, but then the name on the badge caught Lihon's eye. Johnny, you tremble, unable to believe your eyes, as the echoing voice and the image of the first time they met appear. I'm Johnny S.W. What's your name? Hanley, Richard, Han. Lai was very happy to meet Richard. Then Johnny touched Lihon's chest and told Richard that if one day his heart falls silent and he can no longer feel with it, he should remember with his head that life is precious to everyone. Back in the present, Lihon cried under the rain, repeatedly whispering, Sorry, Johnny. Many people have died, but now I can't remember most of them. The last time we met, Johnny didn't forget to remind me to live a long life. Richard. Then a faint image of Johnny before he died. Lihon stood in the rain, clenched his fists, and wondered if he was a hero who bravely faced Bahamut. But how many people still remember his name? He painfully muttered, Forgotten, so am I. Will I end up like him in the end? He stood there for a long time by Johnny's side. When the rain finally stopped and the sky cleared again, Lihon built a simple grave. He stands looking at his friend one last time, his eyes filled with remorse. Then he leaves to continue his journey. The loneliness of being left behind in a distant land is never truly felt. The footprints left by Lihon. When I turned back, I saw my own footprints behind. I wish I could follow them back home. On Lihon's next journey, he kept thinking that he couldn't go back, as if someone was whispering that to me. Another night came, and he still lit the fire as usual. When he closed his eyes, a voice always echoed in his mind, waking him up. You cannot go back. Another figure of Lihon appears. That Lihon keeps reminding the current Lihon that there's no way to revive Saber with such a method, and you will gradually be forgotten here, little by little. Your eyes turn frightened, and suddenly you say no. As Lihon continues speaking, Omega 1 is right. Lihon, now overwhelmed, shouted loudly, I've had enough. He keeps saying, let me go back to the war, rather than come here alone like this. The look in Lihon's eyes now is full of disgust as he says, No. Before things got this bad, you should have died from freezing in the nest. The two contrasting expressions seem to reveal Lihon's inner turmoil. At least, you are not a weak person. You could have died as a hero. Those words made him collapse, and after meeting Johnny, Lihon's situation became like this. He cried like a child, with no one to comfort him alone in the dark. Lihon remained silent, then he and the flames disappeared, blending into the smoke and ashes into the air.